Rise and grind, ladies and gentlemen. It's another day of CCT, and we're here for the first day of the main Swiss here in Europe series. Let me check my notes. 16! We're on 16 now. And this is the first main Swiss in the new year, and it's kind of exciting because we've got some pretty stacked teams. My name is Freddy Walker-Mirena, and I'm joined by the B-Dog himself.
Alright, yeah, thanks.
It's too early for this, isn't it?
It really is. Let's look at the schedule. You spoke about stacked teams. Spirit Academy, bagger. You got Kioska in there as well. Against ESC, I guess Escape Gaming, actually. Wow. And then Fnatic versus OG, bagger in the Swiss. Monte versus Parivision. James is on Parivision.
What?
And then 9 versus Cybershock. And Cybershock, the team that beat NIP in the play-ins.
Yeah. It's just like what is this main Swiss? It's kind of ridiculous. Spirit Academy, that's our first team. We're going to take a look at them. And the reason why we're so excited about them is because they're actually our reigning back-to-back CCT champion. And they did the classic CCT Academy team where they started in the closed qualifier for Series 14, won it, and then won Series 15. Oh, and then guess what? They've also got a spot in ESL Challenger. So it's just another day, another Spirit Academy team that's going to hit top 40 in the world. And also, I want to... you mentioned there, Kioska? What's the crack with all of this name then?
So, people, I think, have been EU in his name a bit.
Yeah.
Because, obviously, it's like from an anime. So, I've heard people go Kiosuke.
Kiosuke is what I used to say. And everyone, but then, like, everyone would respond to that.
I thought it was Kioska, but I don't know. We can say whatever we want, really. I'm sure he doesn't mind. I think he even said in an interview in like that 2v2 tournament with Banks at the beginning of the year, he's like, I don't care. So he doesn't care. That means it's all fine. Oh. A bold prediction amongst many tier 1 pros is this man, with good reason, because he's looking to become, I wouldn't say the next Donk, because he's his own man, but he's following the same footsteps as Donk. You also got Robo in here. Alcaren, who's a bit inconsistent on the AWP, but when he's hitting, man, he's hitting. Sypho, I think, is the second best player on this team. I don't think he gets enough love in this team. And Mokajin has been pretty decent recently. I think the development of Mokajin and Robo has been really good over the last sort of 3 months. And then you've got Kiosuke, who has just deleted everyone and getting like a 1.4 every game. So, I mean, not bad, is it?
Yeah, a lot of firepower, a lot of consistency across all of these players. And I think that's, to me, the most scary thing of, like, it's not just Kiosuke. It's everyone. Like, you've got Sypho, Mokajin, Alcaren who can pick their own pieces. I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head with Alcaren being a little bit inconsistent, and then Robo, who's the more supportive player of the roster. And it's a really just perfect. It's such a cool roster to play, to watch, and it's going to be really cool seeing how it's their first game in 2025, and they're up against a newer Polish team. This is an exciting piece. You've got ESC, who had multiple teams in 2024, and none of them really worked out like at all. You had you had this Ukrainian team. Krasnal's on the roster. Hold on a second.
No, he's not. He's not. He plays fit in circle now.
Yeah, you had this Ukrainian team that started 2024, and then you had this like really weird European team. Let me just tell you the name. I don't know if you ever saw them. Shvedhead, Lunatic, Kluber, Depression, and Amanek. Well, unfortunately, they never got any invites, and were actually just playing in main. Like we actually played them in main, and they absolutely dumpstered us. So yeah, unfortunately, that roster just like nothing ever happened. They never got any invites, so they've completely taken another step back. They've not gone Ukrainian. They've not gone international EU. They've gone Polish.
The only thing that makes me sad about this team is normally when you get these Polish mixes, obviously with Master Mary as well coming over from Permitter, where is Beanox? Like, no, for real though, like, I'm actually really surprised he didn't get picked up by a better tier 2 team, or even maybe taking a gamble on in tier 1, because he's so good, and I hope to see him at some stage back. I actually met him, Master and Mary, when they were playing in IESF, and he knew who I was, which was a big flex. Made me very happy.
Big moment.
I don't know if Crastal's playing on this team, even though he's on the picture. It might be Samay, who we used to call Samey, but then at Pro League he said he wanted to be called Samay. So we're going to call him Samay. You did some digging into Teen. What do you know about this bloke?
I will compare him to ex-Casper Sky or Kapasky or whatever the... Kaspersky. I feel like he's another
Veto.
one of them. We're going to go Veto while we're talking about it. He's top 500 Europe and face it. And at 18 years old, I'm not going to lie, he's got a pretty decent resume about him. It felt like he got a pretty decent bump up in the at the beginning of CS2, and since then has just been he went from open to then being like a mainstay in advanced and main. So he's played at like a pretty decent high level, right? Like he hasn't done very well in, let's say, like advanced or some seasons even in main, but he's got a fair bit of experience as an 18-year-old, and I think this is just another like Polish guy who's cracked, and he's just with time gonna be softening into the roster because he's very inexperienced when it comes to HLTV, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he's really got any he's got a couple games on hand this year with Los Kagutos or ESC before they got picked up. So I think it's cool to see this ESC roster with 4 very experienced players and then this new up and coming God aimer.
I'm gonna call ESC Escape because
is that
that's a keyboard shortcut, isn't it?
Yeah, but okay.
I'm going to call them that. I've decided. Until I get told otherwise, their Escape. Ancient Nuke, Anubis, coming forward. I think Nuke, when Permissive were playing it, was always a bit hit and miss, to be honest. But I think, Biami's alright on this. And I don't know how Teen will do. But having Spirit Academy start CT side Nuke is scary. It is all I will say. Also, Spirit Academy's been nerfed a little bit because they loved Vertigo, and now they can't play it, so they've got to play Train. We know that the Spirit main team are playing Train, so you imagine the Spirit Academy team are also playing Train. Anubis going through as the decider. This map all just looks really good for Spirit Academy, doesn't it? Like, it just feels like it will be done in 2, and if not, they've got Anubis and they're really good on that anyway. So I can imagine this being potentially a little bit difficult for this new roster. We'll have to see. We're going live, so we can jump into the game. I just heard the knife, so yeah, we're straight in. Let's go.
Is Ancient an interesting pickup for Spirit Academy? Because it's actually the one game they lost in season 15. It was on Ancient against
the one
DMS.
Game.
Yeah, well, but I'm not gonna lie, this is actually kind of a really interesting pick for me. I would assume they've done a lot of work in the off season. In my maps come and go with teams. The more effort you put in, sometimes you just unlock it, and that's a perfect start to this. Kaisuke, he's doming everyone. However, the retake, hold my horses, Robbo is last alive. 1 versus 3 from the guy that we said wasn't maybe the star player of the team. No.
Confirmation, by the way, Samay is here, and that's why Crastal's not here. But that was awesome. It felt like Spirit Academy. They got those 2 opening kills, and we were just sort of ready to talk about them just winning the round and just moving forward. Our logos are the wrong way, but we'll fix that on the HUD.
We're live. Let's just be happy that we're live.
Look, I think they just got a little bit greedy there. They fought long. They put the molly down. They were hoping to sandwich a player in between the smoke and the molly. But there was no follow-up flashbang, and it was just really easy then for this CT side. God, they got me, even though I told you it was wrong. Just to overwhelm him.
Yeah, that is actually a really impressive retake. Oh, top. Sypho's bought a Deagle, 1600. Naughty man, naughty boy.
He bought armor as well.
Naughty man. It's my pet peeve.
Does it matter? Does it matter when they win the round?
Oh, they shouldn't win the round. You know, teams big step up for Spirit Academy. Oh, would you look at that? Sypho got a kill.
There you go. He made his money back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think this Polish team's quite interesting, actually.
It's hard. Okay.
I think it's got a good core of Mast, Samay, and Mari.
do agree, but do you think Mask and Mary kind of lost a bit of their flair because of how disappointing Permitter was over such a long period of time?
Yes, however, I don't really have a counter to that right now. What do you think?
I think Mask not AWPing is always a good thing right now. Having Samay on the AWP is a big fan of that one. But wasn't Samay the one guy on Sangao that everyone was kind of questioning? Let's say he also played awfully at the RMRs. No,
those nades. He's been known for his inconsistency. I think that's just Polish teams as well.
Yeah, like I don't know. For me, Samay is like of all players to come out of that Sangor roster, I'm like, oh, he's kind of the one that not massively like happy about.
I don't think Alcaran's going to be massively happy about the fact that Mokajin got dinked and now he's got his AWP.
He's like, mine.
Very slow control. Now we're getting a bit of probing in towards mid and the first stage of cave here for Spirit Academy, but you got 45 seconds left and you got limited utility. Like, you have nothing really to work with, and you got this boost being put forward by ESC.
This is a very questionable round from Spirit Academy because time's of the essence, and
they're just going to go big.
Yeah, and look at the rotations as well. Teen's also coming over. However, the bomb site's been relinquished, man.
Okay, I'll play retake.
That surprises me. Oh.
Oh!
Flashbang. Everyone's blind. Out there you go. He's playing aimbots. What a flash from Sypho. Was that Sypho that flashed?
Yeah, my go.
Jesus, how does that round become so easy? I remember I was watching that round and I was like, ESC, this is a free round. 30 seconds left. They just have to fight for the bomb site. And they play retake, and then when the fight comes to them, they are not prepared for the man, the myth, the legend that is Kaisuke.
I can't believe Mokajin's just found one through the smoke
That's
randomly
crazy,
as well.
Yeah.
And because I genuinely think because of that kill, all of the CTs have basically just gone, oh no. Like, and then they just all start looking at each other like it's a fun movie sequence, and then they get full blind by Sypho, and you've got the wrecking ball of Kioska just swinging them and just deleting them. And it's like, oh, okay, well, what can we do about that? Not a lot. We had all the map control, and then suddenly one bloke has flashed us and we're all dead. I don't know why, but I'm going through this phase at the moment of calling all like the really young players. Why is it called Semen? Okay.
Seaman Backer.
Oh, nice.
That's his face it.
I was gonna say, I'm going through this phase at the moment of calling all like the really young players blokes. So it's funny because like in the UK,
yeah,
like a 40-year-old person.
Yeah, it's like a 16-year-old.
But it's a real niche thing for like UK humour, and I realise that no funny. Europeans are gonna understand it at all.
Yeah, good old Seaman Backen is number 6 in Face It right now.
Is this why I'm seeing people with Backen in their Face It names? Okay.
Yeah.
A main push works. Teen gets him. Oh.
Ooh.
And Mars gets Sypho.
He gets away? Ooh, that smoke fade worked perfectly for him. However...
Uh-oh, he didn't get away.
Yeah, all this is a little bit in vain. We're thinking ESC picking up these 2 big kills, and then as soon as that does happen, it actually swings in favor of Spirit Academy. As now they've got a 3 versus 2. Something we glossed over. Something we glossed over. Alcaran did just get an opening kill in middle while we were talking about blokes. So he's a proper bloke. He got
the smoke broke on elbow. He just hit the shot.
Yeah, which is a very impressive thing to hit. And now, as you said, rotations are correct. We're ending this round on B one way or another.
They need to clear Samay. Are they going to overlook him?
No.
No.
Doesn't matter. Robbo.
1v1. Oh, no way. How do they get themselves, this CT side, put themselves in such good positions to win the round? It's just one player from Spirit Academy just getting a multi-kill, just ruining things. It's actually really funny because I think you look at the way that Spirit Academy play versus main Spirit roster, it's really similar. Like, you've got one guy that is just head and shoulders above the rest of the competition, and then you've got players that can chip in for a multi-kill to bail out their team when it matters. Like, that's another bailout. I think the CT side did everything correctly there, and yet their reward is getting headshot.
Well, it kind of makes sense that these teams played together, because you saw Donk at the award show. He was giving, on multiple occasions, big props to Softic. And guess who Softic is? He's the coach of Spirit Academy that actually played on Spirit Academy when
he did.
Donk and... when it was like when Donk was on the Rise Up, and he was playing. Oh my god, I've completely forgotten his name. The Orpa. Why?
Artfrost.
Artfrost, yeah. He was playing with Artfrost and Donk, and that's actually when they hit like top 30 days in Counter-Strike. But now he's still the coach of Spirit Academy. So when we're talking about similarities, it's like, well, these are guys
similar.
Yeah, these are very impressionable people because of their age, right? And they're going to be learning at like great lengths currently. And guess who's kind of guiding them through that? Softic, same guy who guided many of the greats before them. So you can understand potentially the parallels.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I don't know. I think the all Spirit Academy projects are really good. Like, we're actually really impressed, and it's obviously the hard work that goes into it. As we're talking about being impressed by Spirit Academy, Mirage just found 2 in towards mid. It feels like they got stuck on each other there outside elbow. Yeah,
I'm kind of shocked how he gets 2 there. This is a nicest reaction. This is a very nice reaction. Never mind. Samay is holding down the fort, providing great overwatch. Outgoing. He expects the player towards Cave, but misses the shot.
He's seen the guy short as well.
Yeah, sees Samay reposition. Ooh. Tries to go for the fast flick, but to no avail. And ESC, that's actually their first gun round on the board.
Yeah, and they've been keeping these other rounds quite close as well. So you got limited money, really. I think it might just be a hero rifle here. No, they're going to go all in. All right, fair enough. They know the money's a little bit weak on the other side as well. And to be honest, with Spirit Academy, they haven't really needed much utility because they've just been throwing 2 smokes on B and just ending there. We might see this fight for mid now, though.
Well, we saw the fight for mid last round, but I think there was a big lack of utility support. And
a big lack of Kioska.
Yeah, in this round, there might not be any utility, but Kioska alongside Mokajin, that's felt really quite easy, not gonna lie.
Donut player. Teen. Can he get anything, though? That's the thing.
He needs to be able to get 1 and survive, because also look at this from Mast. If Teen's able to hold on for just a little bit, he can set Mast up, but none of that happens. They both fall in tandem, and Spirit Academy, sure, they throw a bone to ESC, but you can never escape Spirit Academy.
No, you can't. And I'll tell you what's
there?
been...
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, escape
No,
Spirit Academy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was better when you explained it.
I thought so too.
I was going to say, what's good is we sort of went into this, we said, look, the Mokajin and Robo have been raising their game. It's good to see them stepping up here as well. Like, Mokajin had some really crucial kills in this round that helped Spirit Academy get over the line. Same Master was able to backstab him. He could have walked forward a bit more and maybe got another donut player. That would have made this round a little bit easier, potentially for Teen. Really don't like that I've compared his name to Fiend, because it's all I'm thinking about now whenever I see his name.
Stop thinking about it. By the way, I've just gone on Twitch chat. Someone said Seaman Backin is a character from a series about hockey.
Oh, really? Okay.
I assume an anime, because it goes in.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Kioska. Is that how you say it?
Thank you, Twitch chat. I think it's Kiosko.
Kioske. I don't know if you've had this before, but like I've had Kaisuke in my head for however long now.
Well, and now that was my fault.
Potentially, and now I'm having to like, but then I don't know. Either way, it's just having to completely revert it. Kioske. So bear with me. We all know I'm not great with names.
It is also Sotfig.
Soft. What?
Spirit Academy coach. Sotfig.
Sotfik.
It's okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right.
Oh, I call him... I miss... Okay, I just called him the wrong name for years then. Anywho.
I don't think we've seen Spirit Academy go away once. And now Master being peppered with util. Good pushing towards A main here. There's a lot of information for the CT side. But it might all be in vain if these players cannot hold...
That's a great flashbang, but Mars actually doesn't do anything with it. Robbo just walked through all the smoke, Samay. Aware of it. Robbo, he had a really good timing there for a second, but does miss it. Unable to actually get a duel, but Mast, on the bomb site itself, falls without any trouble. 2 players towards long. And Spirit Academy, they're just slowing things down. Now, here comes the acceleration, but to no avail whatsoever. Samay and Biami hold the fort, and they're waiting for this double flank to initiate. Mokajin and Alkarim just trapped on this bomb site. They have nowhere to go, and now here starts to come the activation of the flank, but Alkarim, he flips around on a dime. Time is ticking down, but they just need to deal with Biami. Biami still holding, but Alkarim, quick as ever, team, the new guy, the new kid on the block, is able to clutch up.
Yeah, awesome round, really, because we posed the question, how's your defense going to be? Spirit Academy actually tried a little bit more of a tricky round where they wanted to get Robo through those smokes and be a bit of a pest in towards the back lines. But by them slowing down, it actually, I think, costs them a bit. Because if they just bulldoze in towards the site and they're able to trade things out, then that means that this flank with the double push in towards A becomes a little bit more redundant. But I think Samay and Biami do brilliantly to stay alive for as long as they did. Like, it's 20 seconds on the clock, and Biami is still alive.
Incredibly sturdy defense there. And that's how important it is sometimes just to stay alive. So this Ancient Academy this Spirit Academy Ancient is still a bit of a bizarre pickup for me.
I would think round 1 Swiss, you just try things.
And you know, it's the first game for them this year, but definitely was a little bit confused when I saw them pick this.
Oh wow!
And I'm not
convinced
convinced just yet. However, that is a disgusting shot from Alkarin. Mary though, he doesn't care. 2 kills for him. Bomb can be planted, but Mokajin doesn't know this. What about this lurk, however? Look at our main man over in cave. He's made noise. Okay. I know where he
shot
is.
a bullet.
I was going to say, like, do they know where he is? Yes. And he gets dealt with. Again, Mokajin doesn't realize that he has an open A bomb site, and Samay has accidentally read him perfectly.
I'll tell you what's been good about this ESC team so far, and that's the balance. I feel like everyone is performing really well on this team. I haven't actually sort of looked at a bomb site and thought, right, that guy's going to get targeted because he's just dying every round. It's the first time that Spirit Academy tried anything towards A, and it's on an eco. It's weird, it almost feels like they are playing a bit more of a scrim, because we've seen B so many times. I think they're taking mid once, and now they're going for another 4-1.
Yeah, they've gone mid twice. Once Mari has got a double, and the other time it was Mokshin and Kaisuke who succeeded. However, looking over towards B again, you're calling it a scrim, but if it's working, don't change what ain't broke.
No,
that's
of course.
A very easy entry. Biami and Mast, we had kind of previously praised Biami and his ability to hold on to a bomb site for so long, but in this round, it just capitulates.
The thing is, with Spirit Academy, some rounds just feel so easy. Like, that round felt so simple for Mokajin. He just runs up B ramp and just kills them all.
Sit down, I guess.
I love that we saw that from Samay's POV.
It's just disgusting when you have to play against a guy like this. And Mari can't even survive. He gets hunted down, man. I know exactly what you mean with the whole Spirit Academy thing. And I think you get that with the Spirit main team as well quite a lot, where it just looks really easy sometimes. And it's really scary when... And I think that's the reason why Spirit Academy have won back-to-back CCTs, is because maybe against the likes of ESC, the likes of Ecstatic, and you know those other teams, they're able just to pull off these such simple rounds. It's just all about consistency, and then when they do get the consistency, that's when we start to see them in the upper echelons, the bigger teams.
Now we're trying A, and I'll tell you what, they've read this, CT side. 4 players here on A. That molly, oh, it is affecting the FAMAS. Samay gets overwhelmed, then the 5-7 starts firing off, and it doesn't matter that you got players stacked here, because you get deleted anyway. 4 on A, 0 kills.
And how much utility used by Spirit Academy?
Like none. Like 1 molly at the back of the site, 1 flashbang over, that's it.
Yeah, that's what's even crazier to me in that round of like, okay, so you got 2 molos. That's it. You were just kind of destroying. Okay, so we've had a flow state, it appears, for Spirit Academy.
I can't even imagine what it must feel like to like be this
Quite
good.
depressing against it.
No,
though.
but like, yeah. But it's
just
like
just to hit the instant, consistent headshots.
You're Kiosko, and it's like, I'm so good that I do not care what you have. I'm just gonna go and kill you. Like, that is insane. Last round of the first half here. Shot. Ooh, not the follow-up on Mary. Sipho just hits both. He's clotheslined 2 players in middle. It completely opens up the left-hand side of the map. They don't know it yet, but no one is home on A or mid.
They're going to find out pretty soon as well, because this T side is looking to direct themselves onto A with Alcaran, who's got the bomb, moving away from the B bomb site, joining up with Kyosuke.
Just don't pronounce the U's. Look at it. No.
Kyosuke.
That works.
Yeah, because I pronounce the U's and it's just really thrown me now. Anyways.
No, don't pronounce the U's.
Yeah, but this is a perfect end to the half. This is an interesting half, all things considered, because ESC looked like they were holding on really well and were actually penalizing Spirit Academy for, let's say, the lack of utility in some of these in some of these executes, and were not giving up any space. But then you get rounds like this where Sipho just kills 4, and there's just nothing you can do against that. It's like Spirit Academy hit this flow state, and what can happen? Teen, oh my god, he almost just got a 1 versus 4 clutch.
That was insane. I was like, actually insane. I was gushing over this. And then Teen is just spinning on them. I like Teen. I think he's going to be quite good in like a few months. $7-5 for Spirit Academy. Mockajin top of the board. They get that every day.
That's, well,
yeah,
I mean,
really
in
good.
season 15 when they won, he did, you know, Kyosuke had a 1.4 rating, sure, whatever, but Mockajin still had like a 1.2 HLTV rating.
Oh yeah, it was
in
really
the victory.
good.
So I think this is what I mean by these guys get overlooked sometimes of
Yeah,
how good they actually are, because you've got one guy who's maybe much better consistently and is set up to do better, but you still gotta look at the other individuals. And currently, everyone's having their moments in the limelight. This is going to be an interesting retake. 5 versus 5. 4 of them coming through from Temple. But we've got a nice triple hold, basically, towards Temple. Doesn't seem to matter. They're breaking their way through. There is a kit. It has been dropped. But ESC, I think they're holding on to this bomb side. Alcrim and Mokashim not able to break their way through. And sure, some kills will fly in, but it's Teen who's just holding on. Sure, again, does fall, but Alcaran, no time left to defuse, and ESC, they pick up the second pistol round.
Yeah, they're keeping this really close. I think that's the important thing here. The ESC, I think they could be really happy with this, because now you force in, If you're Spirit Academy, I think just save, to be honest. I know you just killed everyone, but at the same time, you want to be prioritising your weapons. Especially with the scoreline as close as it is. I think there's a lot of psychological factors with the halftime score lines and whether you force or not as well, Freddie. I don't know if you feel that way, but it's like 7-6, I can imagine teams not really doing it because they know that the other teams are quite close. But when it's like 8-5, people do it.
It just doesn't make any sense as well. I think the scoreline shouldn't dictate.
I
when
agree,
you're
but
ahead.
I think it does.
It does. So just because it doesn't mean I think it's right.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it's right either.
I think if anything, this is when you should force buy.
Okay.
Because the mentality of when you're, let's say, 8-5 up and you've lost pistol round, so you won the half 8-4, lose pistol round, you see side, you're forcing up because you're like, oh, I've got rounds to play with. But surely, if you win the half 7-5 and you lose pistol round, so a 7-6. Surely, if any time, that's when you should force buy because you're still fighting for the. You're putting the pressure on. I mean, I am actually a fan of Seaside. Whoa! Oh my god! I was gonna say I'm actually quite a fan of Seaside force buys. I think that's quite a dividing comment to make. But
that's fine.
I think especially with a team.
Oh my god!
I think with a team like Spirit Academy, who can hit shots like that. Yep. Just shut up. Like,
I mean, what an eco.
Oh my god. So this is why I'm a fan of force buys with Spirit Academy. Alcrin just spoke my point into existence. Alcrin, by the way, was the guy who was bottom of the scoreboard going in second half, and thus just proving our point further about how much firepower this team has. Dude, getting 3 kills with a deagle there is insane. You are taking away so much economy.
So much money, yeah.
And just look at the purchase for ESC now. Sure, it's good. No money in the back pocket. So Spirit Academy in a great position now as they go in 7-7.
Oh, it's so funny actually that the odds, like the game's even, and
The
it's still got
odds
1.2 odds.
And of all things, this is Spirit Academy's map pick, and they're actually being tested. So theoretically, ESC are doing really well right now. However, it all might come crashing down as ESC, they're trying to pop onto this B bomb site, but I don't know, very half-assed.
Robo's locked in, dude.
Yeah.
I will kill B ramp.
They should have seen team. I'm pretty sure they saw him come into this corner, but Robo, he's malfunctioned.
Error.
Error.
Didn't work. So that means you're going to get now a third rotation over from Alcaran. And Mokajan's had to come all the way back to also cover Red Room. So you're really shuffling a lot of pieces here if you're Spirit Academy. And Mokajan's going to go searching. Probing in towards Red. Getting a little bit of information. Guys, I see nothing middle. We should probably try and fight for some control maybe. Or at 40 seconds left, maybe you can gamble. The bomb is still outside B. They are in the right place at the right time.
So excellent read. Alcaran can't really get ahead of this long smoke. Maybe when contact's taken, it'll take a duel. Instead, Cypher drops instantly, so there's no possibility for Alcaran to get initiated early doors. Coming from Cave. Ooh, not able to get the first. Spam. Not going to be landing. Team can get the bomb down. Mari's been spotted on the flank. So this is a very awkward position where Samay is getting ESC out of it. They had the advantage, but their flank was, in the time, was being ineffective. However, 4 players stay alive, dude. That round ends up being really clean, even though they lost the opening kill within 20 seconds of the round starting.
Time to start talking about it. Spirit Academy, where's your utility in the late round? Like, that was just 3 dry fights. Here, no util. And then...
Well, the issue
just
was...
runs through the molly.
I think a big issue was that, look, in those first gun rounds, Seaside, if you're buying 5A1Ss, you don't have util.
All the util,
and especially when ESC put pressure very early on towards the B bomb site, you see utility being dispersed as a natural reaction. But then Mokajan, I think, was the only person who had a smoke when the execute, or at the like 40-second mark. And that's not necessarily that isn't necessarily Spirit Academy's fault that they didn't have the utility. It's their fault that they didn't buy down to MP9s or FAMASs to have the utility going into those late rounds. It wasn't because of what they did in the round. It was how they prepped going into the round.
Well, maybe they should have gone for more of like a Furia-esque buy, right? Where you you get the MP9s, you leave a little bit of money in the
Belfast
pocket.
Storm's alley.
You know what I mean? Like you go your MP9's, you've got a bit of more utility, but you're still keeping money to get the M4s into the next round anyway.
I think the Furia purchase is the most underrated thing in Counter-Strike. And
I agree.
Especially in a round like that, ESC had bad economy. That works. That's exactly what the Furia purchase is for, because you do something fast, and even if you don't win the round, if you get good damage, boom, you keep the theme of them having no economy. You keep on crippling them.
Sorry.
You keep the theme of them having no economy, while also giving yourself a perfect purchase in the next round with an AWP as well.
For those a little bit unfamiliar, by the way, the Furia purchase that we're sort of talking about is where you eco second rounds, then you buy MP9s, and then you immediately have M4s in the next round anyway. So it's sort of like a double bang for your buck, where you've got a good amount of utility, nice shot, you've got a good amount of weaponry, especially if you've done damage previously on your low buy, and then you go straight back in with the M4s. You're consistently putting pressure on. Speaking of pressure, there goes Alcaraz. Oh my god, they've done so much damage. They've killed everyone.
Alcaraz is a fiend in these moments. Like, it's every time that they're saving, he gets a multi. That's insane. In the second round with a
Mock
Deagle,
didn't even see Mary.
Dude, that's the second time in 3 rounds that he's been on an eco and he's got 3 kills. Just
They got 2 AKs out of that. They got 2 AKs out of that. True. I mean, look, one round and then they're broken, basically.
ESC are still 9-7 up. Like, we got, and Kiyosek, he's just run through a Molo. He's on 40 HP, but it doesn't matter. He's able to get 1 before he falls. Dude, ESC are winning Ancient right now.
Yeah, they're really good. I'm actually really impressed with this team.
This default is so much more sound than Spirit Academies.
Yeah, agreed. I think Mary being like a lurky mid player is going to work really well for this team as well, because I think what Sume gives you for the first time in like a permitter sort of esque outfit, and I'm saying that because we've got Master Mary, right, is you've got a reliable AWPer. I remember they had Spavac.
Yeah.
And he was kind of not amazing, and I forgot who they went with. After that, who did they have? A friend.
Oh,
and you remember they went through this period of like a month where they were trying like all these different AWPers.
I think when Friend came in, like the roster was over.
Yeah.
It felt like, and it was kind of coming to the end. What people don't realize, I think what's a good thing when I look at ESC is that I know they're going to be grinding. Like, you've got a lot of heavy grinders on this team.
And this will really help Teen a lot. I think Biami getting a sort of a quote-unquote promotion to a better Polish team. I think that will help his development a lot as well. Because Biami's always been, like, okay. But this has got the potential to level him up massively. Because you're playing with just better players.
This is the best case for Teen right now. He's playing against our back-to-back reigning champions in CCT, and he's currently winning on them at pick.
And he's even
questioning
as well.
The pick for Spirit.
I think Spirit have just picked this because they've done a little bit of work in it in the off-season. It's round 1 of a Swiss. They want to just try it out.
Worries me about the map pool, because they also second ban train, so it's not like they're comfortable on train either. I don't know. I'm cautious about this whole map pool issue for Spirit Academy potentially now. Because Ancient's not looking good. Train doesn't seem like it's one that they want to pick into or leave in the veto. And already on this gun round, Sume's picked up a pretty easy opening kill. And Kyosuke.
Wow.
Oh,
look at that nade as well.
Okay.
This round is not done. Like, do not get me wrong. Like, I don't think this game's over yet, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a Kyosuke
Mockage
who's
is pushed
able to do that, yeah, it's okay. This is classic Spirit Academy, where like everything's going wrong, and you just swing out middle, and all of a sudden, round's different.
Okay.
Oh, Sume gives Robo a taste of his own medicine from their own T side. Mockage, sure. He should be dead right now, but instead, his wings will not be clipped. Kyosuke boosted up over the smoke, only
What
able
boost?
to get 2, but the bomb gets down. Samey. Now it's time for him to clutch up a 1 versus 2, completing the ace. There's a kit on Alcarin. Kyosei not covering. What? There's a massive miscommunication there. Samei stuck in the corner. The man, the myth, the legend. It doesn't matter. He completes his 4K, denies the ace of Samei, denies the 1 versus 2, and keeps Spirit Academy in this game.
He just wanted to bait his teammate that was defusing to guarantee the rounds. Like, it's fine.
I don't know. That
He
seemed very questionable.
He should have been holding it. I think it was comms. But either way, they're able to make it work. The fact that Mokujin gets his BS jump kill on the mid box as well, I think really just helps out that round and pushes it into a more positive direction. But we've got to talk about that boost. Just on the edge of the long smoke. Normally you see teams boost on that left-hand side. No, it was on the right-hand side because it's the shallower portion of the smoke. Really smart. Spirit Academy. Now they want to fight mid. It's a little bit of misdirection here for the T side as they've alluded that they want to go mid, but they actually want to go A, so they pull the donut rotate for a moment.
Cypher is the only player right now holding this bomb site. If he falls, this is a massive advantage for ESC, and there it is. Complete
Saw the shadow as well.
Oh, Mast, that is a tease. But donut control, A control, this is perfect for ESC. No CT smoke scares me, but I'm not scared for ESC. I'm scared for Spirit Academy. Alcarin, he's like, guys, I've got no smoke in front of me. I can go for the AWP pick. No, Samei's there. And this is potentially the best form I've seen Samei in a long, long time.
Yeah,
he was
agreed.
not putting these type of numbers up on Sangao whatsoever.
I mean, he's gone from, to be fair to him, maybe it was a comms thing as well with Sangao. Also, the way that LNZ likes to sort of structure his teams is a lot more aggressive and sort of focusing on potentially the AWP, going for a really aggressive peak, and that's not really Samei's playstyle. Samei doesn't, don't get me wrong, he can be aggressive, but it's more on his own tempo. And you also got to then consider going for an international team, when you were playing just solely in Polish teams as well. Now you're back in a Polish team. That's going to feel a little bit more comfortable. I think we're going to see a reinvention of Samei. And if there's anyone to in-game lead him as well, it's a person that used to AWP.
Yeah, that's actually a big thing to note that a lot of people wouldn't know. So the reason why we were talking about the AWPing issues on that permitted team was because Mars decided to step down from AWPing, and then that was where the issues started to arise of, you know, you could see that it was actually beneficial that Mast wasn't going to be AWPing. I think it opened up more space for him as an IGL, it opened up for him more space on the rifle, more consistency. The issue is they couldn't find an AWPer. And now, Samei seems the perfect mixture for it. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I really think ESC are taking Ancient.
Yeah, I think so. Alright, Akram, what have you got? Well, a missed shot and then a backup in towards cave. 5-7 will get found out though. Mast and Robo are the ones sort of doing a lot of damage here. And Alcaraz dealt with Samei. Cypher goes forward with the Deagle. This was a low investment round, and Spirit Academy have made it look like they were on the full buy. Okay,
this is again just the most normal Spirit Academy game, right? Where everything's going wrong. This game doesn't even... It looks like ESC are the better team. Time and time again, Spirit Academy get away with murder when it comes to these low purchases and these individual heroic rounds where someone pulls off a multi-frag and it swings the balance of this map.
It looks a bit like a pug sometimes to Spirit Academy.
It does, doesn't it? But this wasn't the theme last year. I think this could be a teething issue just coming into the new year. However, this seems a little bit more unified. That was a really good mid-take. That was a really nice mid-take. This is also a full investment from ESC. At a minute and 30, there's only 2 players alive.
Yeah, let's talk about that mid-take, right? You had the run boost over. You had the player that was run boosted, play anti as well. You had the counter flashes thrown in that prevent an aggressive rush from ESC. ESC have had this tendency to keep breaking the smoke with Mari, and Spirit Academy have communicated that perfectly, and there's just so many trained eyes on that position, and you can't get out of that elbow smoke because you're penned in back by the mollies. It's difficult when you want to be a little bit more passive and search for info, but you're being run down by that CT side. Good trade. Is there another one here? No. Sypho will find another. That means that Kioske can scale in towards heaven and just immediately get the trade. You spoke about the investment. Look at how much money Spirit Academy have got just with those few rounds. And ESC have got limited. They've got nothing. This is going to be a tight scoreline.
I want to harp on Alcrin for a second.
Yeah, go on.
He's on 16 kills, and he got an AWP kill in that previous round. Outside of the last 2 rounds we've just seen, where he obviously got 2 in round 20 and then 1 in round 21, he's only got kills as half. It's felt. I'm pretty sure he's only got kills in eco rounds.
Maybe.
He's a bizarre man. Also, we're just going for these run boosts. Kioske, he's been getting very aggressive in lane this whole half, but ever so more now.
Oh wow!
And I can start to understand why. Robbo steals the ace, but Spirit Academy, he just tied the scoreline, baby.
Mokajin's been top fragging like the whole game
until
for
now.
Spirit Academy, and then yeah, Kioske's just come out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, yeah, I'm on 22 kills now, guys.
He has just got multi-frag after multi-frag after multi-frag for the last, like, 5 rounds.
For all the credit we've been given to Samay as well, we need someone else from ESC to step up and help him, because we're not getting that output from everyone. Also, we're seeing moments from Mokajin, we're seeing moments from Alcaran, and now Kioske's here as well. Like, you need someone else from ESC. It cannot just be Samay.
And Samay's... He's rarely going to win a round outright for you. He's going to be a little bit more, you know, covering the back lanes, getting that one important kill. Wow. Kioske, oh, that would have been disgraceful if he got 3, but Mast replies with a double of his own, spinning around like a Beyblade in the smoke. And Robbo, he gets caught off on the lurk. Teen, awareness. And Spirit Academy, it's not like, they're actually going to have to fight for overtime on their map pick. Starting off Series 16, not in the best fashion, as ESC completely take over this A bomb site. And in this round, and in a lot of the previous, it's felt potentially just like Kioske. And here, his brace in middle to start off the round wasn't enough.
Yeah, but Mast's swivel, the 180, the
That's
Punisher,
a crazy
the cave push. Needed a moment, we got it. Samay's not got a kill in this round. Alcaran, fast shot, but you're never going to be expecting Mast on the other end of the default box. And even though he sees Samay in Donut, Mast's positioning was superior. There is that 12th. There is map point for ESC. Do we get OT?
A lot of things are pointing towards Kioske just getting a triple and it's going to overtime. I can imagine that being the case, but this is ESC who's been leading the game the whole map. Looking to close it out right now. Mokajin gets dunked by Nate early on. Late, belated mid-take, and Teen alongside Mary crunch their way forward. Kioske only good for 1. Alcaran, this has to be his moment, but he pulls the trigger too early. Mast gives him the old fake, and Alcaran's stuck between a rock and a hard place, running through his own Molotov. Still somehow gets 1. Is this round still possible? Teen and Mary, dude, they have 30 HP combined. So sure, it's a 2 versus 3 for Spirit Academy, but if they're in the right position, they can very easily take advantage of these low HP players.
Good slowdown here from ESC. They're waiting to see if there's any re-aggression in towards mid. If there was a player that pushed Donut, Mario would be scoped on it. But where they don't see anything Donut, that might be the point of entry. No, instead they want to go through the middle of the map. Sypho could be set up for success here. It's all hinges on timing.
Oh, it's perfect, and he lines them all up. They're not even looking at him. 1 click of the mouse. He doesn't even move his crosshair, and he eliminates all 3. Sypho's had a very quiet game, but what a way to come up. What a way to come up big as he pushes Spirit Academy into overtime on their map. What is this from Alcon, by the way?
Well, I think he thought he was heard, even though he wasn't, and then decided to run through the molly to get a kill to guarantee at least he got one. It was unorthodox, but it worked.
I think that one play from Alcaran just sums up how I feel about Spirit Academy.
Or Alcaran. It's OT, and everyone still thinks Spirit Academy are going to win. Fair enough.
They keep on somehow making this map look contestable when I really do believe ESC are just the better team.
I agree. I think ESC have been the better team. I think fundamentally, I just think the individuals from Spirit Academy are just superior.
Kioske has just been tagged down to 10 HP through the wall. It's not a great start to overtime. Very simple and easy default for ESC, and the timing there is impeccable. Biami's also not blind, so Cypher, who goes for the trade thinking that they're going to be blind, but he couldn't be any more wrong. That's two very easy kills, and because of how ESC were poising in their default, they're able to react very quickly off of those two kills as they explode onto that A bomb site, utilizing Mary as well in middle as the lurker, securing the round.
Yeah, and if you're Alcaran, you've got to be holding on to this orb. It doesn't matter how much damage you do, to be honest. Just save your sniper. Move it back in. I'm surprised we're seeing more of these like double cave setups from Spirit Academy. And I know that one was more of like a flash play to get information back, but it felt like they were having the most success over at B when they were pushing the issue at ramp. And they had that run boost going on in towards mid, and just applying all that space and pressure. They deviated away from that, and now they're losing rounds.
Oh, just furthering my point that ESC are just a lot better. This is an interesting change in the default. They've actually smoked Donut early, whereas last round it was just it was just cave and window. Mast, ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
We'll move on.
We listen and we don't judge.
Not everything needs a reaction. But that stunk. He knew, the thing is, he knew he was locked in that corner and really wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he unalived himself. We're going to go away instead. They've got so much space here, Spirit Academy. Should be rotating now. Yeah, Robo thinks, okay, I better get going. Mokajin puts down a preemptive molly, and that only serves to delay to keep this rotation coming forward.
Same with the flashbang. Same philosophy with that utility.
Yeah.
Alcaran, he's really waiting for this light to come out from elbow, but he's not going to be met with anybody as all four players are progressing out of A main. Mokajin, he's letting them come scarily close. He gets spotted. Still gets one though. Teen was holding towards Donut because they don't have a smoke for Donut. Alcaran, he just comes in and dies. Wait, what? He just gives away his life for free. And also, Samate's posted up on Donut, but
no.
Kioske, he's way too strong for his own good. Biami finally shuts him down, but success is futile.
There were like good things in that round for Spirit Academy. There were bad things. Alcaran just running in towards Donut and not really having too much info and just trying to kill everyone. But that you feel like there's a lot of these moments where it is just a little bit unfortunate for ESC. Like they line up there for a split second, and that's when like Kioske swings against that double. Like here, like that is unbelievably unfortunate, in my opinion. They work so hard to get themselves in good positions, and they just get owned by a little kid with 27 kills. Like, it's actually incredible. Like, I'm proud of him, but at the same time, like, I feel my heart goes out to ESC.
ESC played that round really well in the 45.
They did.
They do.
I tell you what,
perfectly.
Mokajin played that well as well. That molly, that flash, the rotations over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like Kyosuke just decided he wants to kill them all, and it's like, oh well, you know,
Okay.
it's just like, yeah, this is the same. It's just a Spirit Academy. It's like, you know, they get away because of their individualism a lot, and yeah, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Deep donut smoke. Mokajin playing ahead of it, forced to play ahead of it. One good flashbang here and he could be completely blind. However, it's a flashbang for the other side. Kyosuke just running out. Nothing could stop this man right now. A grenade lands on their head. He's even getting kills with utility, and he's on for an ace. He's 31 and 16. This guy is just getting multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill and ruining the dreams of ESC Gaming.
What a round. I mean, his individual decision making just to push the edge of that smoke there, go through the molly and take the fight. And the supportive utility from Donut has got to be commended as well, because that sets him up to succeed. But it's his decision. Guys, I want to walk through this. I want to take this challenge. And he does. There's that flash I'm talking about. He's full blind, and yet he's still being able to pre-fire and adjust.
I have a feeling that was a team flash.
No, it was, yeah. I think they wanted it to go behind him, so he's walking forward, the flash pops behind him, and then they're all blind as they're walking out. He's a little bit hit and miss with the way that landed, but the intent was clear, the idea was sound.
Wait, was that a Mokajin flashbang or a T-side flashbang? I think that was a T-side flashbang. I honestly think I don't think Mokajin flashed them.
Oh, I thought it was.
I think it might have been both.
Regardless
of it all, they were blind.
Yes.
And it works perfectly. And he just runs through the fire and the flames. He's like he's like a fire bender. The fire gives him extra damage. It's like a strength potion. He's just running up middle, dude. Look at him. Yeah. He's just running to red group. Doesn't expect the second there, so his actually his over aggression does cost Spirit Academy the advantage. And now,
I look back at my monitor and I just see him in red. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
He
Very
literally
aggressive.
just like they smoked donut, they didn't smoke red room, and he has just run straight up.
What I will say as well, what's important is we're at a stage where Spirit Academy got 2 rounds on their CT side. That was the half. They got 5 rounds on total. We're now on T side. This is where they had their strengths. The army stuck, but succeeding. Forced into the fight, and he gets a double kill. ESC, yeah, we're talking about the heroics of the individuals of Spirit Academy, but they are not out of this game yet.
Surely not. No, okay. Masked. There's no 1G for him today. I think that's one of those rounds where Kyosuke quite aggressive in middle.
He's doing too much.
Sure, he does get a kill, but it's actually the issue I used to see with Nerds when I was an endpoint, of opening kills being very ineffective. So I remember Nerds had these really bad stats where it was actually, he was one of the worst players in the UK who had opening kill to round 1 percentage. And it was because you'd go for these really aggressive opening kills where you can't be traded, and that actually works out to be a negative for the T side. However, in a round like this, doesn't need anyone to trade him. And alongside Sypho picking up a kill as well towards the B bomb site, a wall bang. A wall bang Oh, I didn't even know that was a wall bang. You just straight bangs it through the wall. So alongside that mid opening kill, you just got an instantaneous 5 versus 3 for Spirit Academy.
Look, Sypho might only have 14 kills, but I think some of his impact this game has been undeniable. Like, crucial kills coming in. Obviously, he got that free piece to get them to OT in the first place, but I don't know, he's just coming up with some really good things. And I might be biased because I think he's the second best player on this team, but I do think on Ancient especially, he's been setting up his team. Flashbang's been really good from him as well. Robo has just deleted Sumay. He's not the AWPer, Alcared is. And you got Robo doing stuff like that.
It was the same with Mokashin. Do you remember when he was on low HP? It almost feels like the exact same situation, but... again, Mokashin with the AWPer. He just picks it up. Sumay's dead body. Pries it from his cold hands, and that's Spirit Academy taking map point. It's their first map point here on Ancient. It is their map pick, but they haven't made it look easy for themselves. But when Kyosuke is just, what, 33 and 17? Life's pretty good for Spirit Academy. You kind of expect them to... You think it has to be victory when one player is doing this well. I still do stand by the fact Spirit Academy not playing better CS.
I was going to say, tactically, they've looked worse.
Much worse. Individually, obviously, far better.
This could still also go double OT.
That's a big opening kill from Teen. It's a very effective opening kill as well, because of all people, it's onto Kyosuke. And again, not traded. Mast just laying in wait towards Cave. That could have been a big double kill. That could have been a double kill to secure double overtime. Maybe it wouldn't even be needed, though.
I think they're fine. Good working towards middle, just punishing that aggression. Robo now, just sort of gutting out middle a little bit more. Mokashin's just dropped the bomb in towards B doors, just in case he dies, and then Robo needs to go all the way around the world to safely pick it up. 3 players on B, no one on A. The thing is, you don't have any mid space. So you don't really want to test A. You've always been ending B. It looks like that's going to be the case again. There's no smokes here, Freddy. There's no smokes for Spirit Academy to get over.
It feels very dire. And they've made noise. All 4 players in towards CT. Flashbang is ineffective, but such low HP. They just line up for B-Army. There it is. ESC, they force it to a double overtime off the back of an effective opening kill from Teen, and that's the difference I'm talking about in opening kills. Kyosuke, some of these opening kills, he does just get one and die, whereas Teen is able to get his and survive, and there's such a big difference in that.
So now we're looking for 19. That's the ticket. Surge remain the same. Really impressed with ESC. It does. Do you see him? I don't think so. Hitmaster's good.
Yeah, he's has thrown the smoke to Oh, B-Army gets tagged. That could have gone a lot worse for him.
Mast thought about flirting with the idea of pushing through the smoke. Instead, he does significant damage onto Robo.
This is an awkward round for ESC because they're going for a mid. Yeah, so they're going for a mid crunch to deal with Kyosuke, but they actually need to deal with him.
Can we look at that?
Mast is the only player on the B bomb side. Kyosuke only good for the first. It's a big trade for ESC because their mid crutch now is successful, and it's going to allow for B-Army to rotate over towards the B bomb side. But unfortunately for ESC, that is actually not the right idea. They want to be heading over towards A. That's exactly where Spirit Academy are starting to approach.
Yeah, this is a really good read here for Spirit Academy. A really good mid-round call. And notice how they've gone completely silent. There's no util.
I think the AWP scope may have been heard.
potentially, but you can get the boost up as well. You can hold deep. That molly will now definitely be heard. You're trying to
rotate it over.
You're trying to get Samay through.
Oh my god.
Or you can delete him. And now this makes this rotate one-dimensional. But Master Team has still found the shots. 10 seconds, that's the bomb down. ESC. They recover anyway. All Robo can do is watch on. They just push and force the fights.
Wow. Well, so there was no utility blocking them. And that's one of the few instances as well where splitting up is really prosperous. One goes CT, takes the first contact. The second player goes towards Temple. He's able to take away the second. I honestly thought when Robbo gets that opening kill on Samay in this 4 vs 4 here, to me, the round's over. But they allow for Master and Teen to make so much headway in towards this A-bomb site. And with so little time left, Spirit Academy flounder. Mokujin though, a big opening kill in middle, and they stay alive. That's the important factor for Spirit Academy, that they're able to get themselves into these 5 vs 4s on mid and not lose map control off that afterwards. Oh, they're going straight with it, Brandon.
Yeah,
they're taking that opening kill and propelling themselves forward.
They're holding for Master as well. Yeah, important. I think tactically this half, Robo was called really well for Spirit Academy. Because this one is the same outcome, but it's a different change of pace. Absurd. Samay's now known as well. He's going to be crunched on. There's no way he gets out alive. Again, we go tit for tat. Rounds exchanged evenly. Last round of play here in this first half of double OT. To see which team will draw ahead. I just think Spirit Academy should go fast. Like I really do feel like their aim is just going to outclass ESC. And if you let ESC set up, that's where they're doing their best work. But if you just bully them, if you disrupt what they're trying to establish in the round, you're going to have a lot more success.
Ooh, that is what?
Tag through the wall.
What?
And an Alcaran just shoots.
How did Alcaran get tagged for 60?
It was through the wall. It was through the edge of the wall, right hand side.
It seemed like Samay was out in the open. Like they were both in the open, but I guess not. That's a awful start to this round, and again it's the opening kill but with no repercussions. And with Spirit Academy in the previous round, that paid dividends.
They're just holding for this.
Oh, wait, no. Siphon's moved away. He's throwing utility.
Oh, no.
He just swings out. There's a smoke, and he just spams Master with a smoke. Oh, my God. Beyond does finally trade. However, with all this commotion over towards the B bomb site, A's left wide open, and Spirit Academy are already pushing in towards CT. Teen has no idea what just hit him, and this is Spirit Academy taking the lead once again, going into the second half of overtime. This time, the second overtime.
Really good call from Robo again, man. Like this is just an explosive entry followed up by deliberate sort of stalemating over towards the extremities of the map, just hitting the brakes, waiting for your opponent to make their next move, and then at the same time you always want to end A, but you want to have the guaranteed confirmation of it being A by getting the kills in the extremity sort of fights and delaying the rotates, and then force them to go over to that other side of the map. I thought we were going to see like a really sick opening kill there. That was just a jump spot. Yeah, I think Robo's really called a blinder here for the last 3 rounds in a row, even though one of them didn't really work out. It's important to give him credit because we've been saying fundamentally that the tactics have been a little bit shallow here from Spirit Academy, but these last 3, they've been so deliberate.
What a shot!
What
a shot from Alcaran! Oh my God.
Yeah, that was sick.
Wow, the odds just keep on getting worse for ESC. I guess they probably could have closed it out. I think they've lost their opportunity now.
Have they?
Or have they? ESC say, well, you can take mid aggressively, so can we.
Great flashbangs.
And also, Robbo, he's just been owned. Robbo's like, oh, guys, I'm getting a timing down ramp. Never mind. He's being flashed at bottom ramp with no information. That's a wicked call and a wicked flashbang. And, well, a free round for ESC as we look at Cypher, we look at Alcrim, and both of them are on the opposite ends of the map. If ESC do commit towards B. You'd expect they do, but they do have a... You know, I don't know why they would not go B, but they really don't want to overcomplicate it here, right?
No, they shouldn't overcomplicate it. This is also, by the way, Spirit Academy getting an opening kill in the round. Sypho's found Mary.
Oh, no.
Sypho's found Mars. It's a 2 versus 2.
They just froze, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But when you're against a team,
missed now.
Yeah, smoke towards shorts missed. This could give Cypher the opportunity, and he's going to be taking it. He's already found 2 kills in this 2 versus 4, and he's pushing onto the bomb site. He's playing around the smoke spots, both of them, but is unable to grasp any kill. Alcrin now running through the Molotov. They've heard him. He's got a full belt of utility, but the Molotov goes too deep, but the spray's whiffed. Oh no, Teen! That was the opportunity, but Biarmi saves the day.
Oh my god. I think Cypher tried to do too much there. When he's walked through that smoke on the left-hand side, it's to deliberately catch off a ramp player. But then he spots sort of the shoulder of the long player. Just take your kill.
He discombobulates himself. I don't hate the fact that ESC slow down, though. I don't hate the fact they slow down, but against Spirit Academy, you can't give them the opportunity to take those duels.
Nearly a 2v4 instead of fighting towards mid. Another opening kill for Kioska. And now they're looking for even more. Mokajin will find it with the help of Kioska. 4v3. At least Marsh gets a sense of self on B. Sypho jump spotted by Biarmi. Can the kill be locked in? No! Sypho hits him and drops the bomb. Will finally be caught by Marsh, but it is a 3 versus 2.
Mast also
3v1
through the smoke, and Mokajin cleans up.
3v none.
Much better mid hold from Spirit Academy. In the previous round, the first round of the second overtime, you had ESC broke through middle, and that spiraled the victory. However, here it's Spirit Academy crunching down, and then also converting that into a lane take. That duel between Biarmi and Sypho, to me, is the one that dictates everything. Because if Biarmi had won that, they would have been able, like, Mars would have had more help going on to B. There would have been just a little bit more unified forces. Instead, though, is Spirit Academy now taking their second opportunity at closing out Ancient. Samay, oh, that could have been the opening kill to potentially force us into a third overtime.
Still can. Oh. Alcaren's now looking to get aggressive here. Flashbang's really good, but Alcaren still hits the shot. There's that opening, and Kioska has commented over. By the way, guys, they scoped on me on Donut. They can be red.
Yeah, and Alcaren has just switched his attention, diverted it towards Red Room.
He's walking forward here.
Did they spot him? Well, definitely. They're going to smoke him off now. The rest of the team need to start reacting over towards A. You can see they're only just coming through T-spawn right now. So Kioske, he has no worry. He's able to support Alcren, who's taking matters into his own hand. And now we get confirmation towards A main. Mokajin gets his one. And Teen, the youngster, the 18-year-old Pole, unfortunately might have to bow out now. A 1 versus 5 seems unattainable, and Robbo puts him in the grave. Spirit Academy on their map pick. They make it very scrappy. It's far from clean, but with Kioske almost dropping 40 kills, they win it out 19-17.
In what world you are 18-17? You're an AWPer and you walk forward to Red Room. You blow open the smoke. And you take that fight. I mean, it's so clever because Kioska is just there, right? To trade, to find that second one. But that is the most audacious individual decision, but it is one that you just don't expect whatsoever if you're ESC. incredible.
I can understand it though.
Yeah, absolutely, I can as well. That's what I'm just saying though. The presence of mind to do that though, when you're so young, when you're in an 18-17 moment in a game, most players would not take that risk. I'm saying it as a positive thing.
Yeah,
I think it's actually incredible.
I honestly think they were actually just going for a mid crunch. Because that's why Kiosuke, because they had full A main, they leave Donut and Kiosuke comes over towards Red Room from CT. I think that was like supposed to be a mid crunch, and they just took contact early, and then from when they took contact, they just capitalized from the information they had, and Alcaran decides he just wants to blow open the smoke and be the best player in the world. But that was definitely a map. I'm impressed with ESC. You know, they took the back-to-back CCT champions to a double overtime on Spirit's own map. However, Nuke is up next. A little part of me is maybe worried now for ESC if they put a lot of energy into map 1. Has it all fizzled out going on to Nuke? We're going to be finding out after the break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back in, everyone. It took double overtime for Spirit Academy to secure the dub over ESC. Now we head to Nuke, and this is ESC's map pick. I think it looked really good on Ancient. I'm kind of in the same boat as you, where it's a new team. I'm worried that they might have put a little bit too much gas in the tank trying to close map 1, but I think there's still a lot of positives to take away from that game if you're ESC. And now we get to see sort of what this really looks like on Nuke for them, on a map they've clearly been practicing because they picked into it. And we can see if Spirit Academy, are they going to show the same frailties? Is their structure going to be a little bit worse than that of ESC? Or is it going to be a complete flip and our Spirit Academy now just going to sort of lock in and take over the series?
Yeah, I think definitely when we look at Nuke, it honestly isn't one of Spirit Academy's, like, perfect maps. I think definitely towards the latter end of 2024, they weren't actually utilizing Nuke as much as they previously had. But look, like, they beaten Navi Jr. on an OG, 3D Max. Like, those are teams who are very good on Nuke. Copenhagen Wolves as well is an underrated win there. They're very good on Nuke. And you kind of look over at the Los Gugutos or ESC, and you look at them playing Nuke at the early stage of this year, and look, they're losing to Fluffy Gangsters and Cilio. The only win they're picking up is against the Boros Haji Waro team. So I think Nuke doesn't seem like a massively strong map for ESC right now, and I think Spirit Academy are kind of riding that wave forward, especially with Kyosuke almost dropping 40 kills and 180. I feel like he's going to just be picking up exactly where he left off on from Ancient.
And we saw the CT side be pretty intrusive from Spirit Academy as well on Ancient. I mean, that's the way you sort of play it out. Do you think that they're going to be as aggressive as they were on Nuke, like on that CT side, or are they going to be a little bit more reserved maybe? I don't know. I feel like they're just going to keep pressing the issue like, on the gas pedal.
Honestly, I can't necessarily remember much about Spirit Academy's Nuke. You know, New Year, kind of seeing what all the teams are doing. I can imagine a lot of outside setups. I can imagine Outkrent's going to be very, very active. And I think we could see him going for many a different play on CD side. So I think for Spirit Academy, they're kind of mimicking previous iterations as well of continuously being quite aggressive. And I think for ESC, if especially Spirit Academy are landing their shots, going to be very difficult for the Polish players.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're looking at Mari to really be unlocked on this map. I think you're looking a lot as well. Sume, can he output the same as he did on Ancient? Because I think his Ancient was really good. Until Alcaran started just going for these really audacious plays, I think Sume was the better AWPer, fundamentally. So it would be interesting to sort of see that head-to-head, to be honest. I think, obviously, the game's going to be defined a lot by the riflers. But you take a look at that one. I'm really interested to see what Sume can achieve here when he's got the AWP. And the thing for Spirit Academy as well is limiting the investment so much for ESC that they will only have a limited number of opportunities to use the AWP in the half.
Honestly, I'm expecting some big things from Spirit Academy on the C side here. Double dual bros already. Alcran's already pushing ramp. It's going to be an AXQ. And as the AXQ comes in, Alcran's already on the flank. Teen getting one before he does fall, though, is quite big. And we've also got this play coming in from main. So ESC are just being boxed in. There's nowhere they can go. And, oh my god, Sume. That was some really nice shooting. But unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. And Spirit Academy, already a very aggressive start and a very successful pistol round.
I want to call out the positioning of Mokajin as well, because I think it's really clever. Because what he does is he's in the corner of the squeaky door, which means he's not exposed to the main play. And also the contact's being taken in from lobby, so when you swing that door open, you go through, you're not immediately clearing that close corner. So I think he's put himself in a really solid position to get a multi.
I mean, it's just a perfect play from, like, setup from the whole team. Yeah, that's all orchestrated together. This, however, they go off the... Oh my god, Sume! He hit bangers on the pistol round. He's hitting bangers here with the Deagle. Mokajin is the only player to secure a kill so far. And Sypho, sure, he gets one. But ESC, they go off the sound cue of Robbo breaking the vent and just accelerate onto the A bomb site with fury behind them. Those Deagle shots were salacious, man.
Shout out Sneaky Beaky one time.
I'm glad you got that.
I think that the thing is with that, and what I actually really want to see is we talked about fundamental, we talked about structure being really good on Ancient for ESC. At the same time, don't be afraid to take the fight to Spirit Academy. Go for these A bursts. Try and limit test this defense, because now they're already going to be on high alert, I think, because you've just overwhelmed them with Deegs, with Tech 9s, and now you've upgraded yourselves. You're in a horrible position financially. If you're Spirit Academy, you've now got to reinvest in. Sypho, I think, had an M4 as well that fell off the rafters. Yeah, Mari's got that now. A little bit troublesome, but we're all good. We're back immediately.
That was kind of a crazy round, I can't lie. ESC just... I don't even know what they did. Spirit Academy don't know what hit them. Spirit Academy got played at their own game.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of worst case scenario for the C side. You win pistol round, you're on second round, you just got Deagles, but Ghosuke. Okay, that was almost scary. I could almost see him just getting a multi-kill with the Deagle, but instead it's going to be Biyami taking a lot of liberties outside. He's got support as well from Garage. Sypho has got into where Kyosuke was, but Sume reads him perfectly. Regardless of all of this, though, Brandon, we're still in a 3 versus 3. Like, I actually don't know how we're in this position.
Teen can catch them, but Mokajin can catch Teen, so we can actually get into a 2 versus 2. I think Robo's put himself in a really prime position to do some damage. Teen looks at the back, but doesn't see Mokajin.
Because bomb's down.
Yeah, this gets really awkward now. They're going to waste so much time clearing this out that if you just get into a good setup, if you're the CT side, you can still win this round. It doesn't matter if you concede bomb control. Speaking
about setups as well, Mokajin has actually thought better Wait, where is Mokujin? Is he on A?
He's on-
or is
he's
he
on
under
A
silo?
with Robo,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. That's what I thought. For a second, I thought it was under silo. But yeah, this is what you're talking about getting into setups. Instead of going for the heroic plays, he chooses to do something more in tandem with his teammates. Alcrum, that's a big pickup. The army dies towards A. It forces Samay and team to accelerate down towards the B bomb site. They're making a lot of noise, and they allow for the players to rotate down towards Ven. Alcron lurking around the smoke that the T-side are put down, and Mokujin silences the final player. Spirit Academy, a very sharp rebuttal, giving ESC a taste of their own medicine.
I'm really impressed with Alcaraz, actually, to kickstart 2025. I think he's been the most dynamic I've ever seen him. He's deliberately going for plays that are going to be optimal enough to catch out this T side and what they're trying to achieve. He's gone from ramp, he jumped down off the railings, landed as they opened the door and the smoke balloons, and he's just playing ahead of it. It was really smart. So sure, you won one round back if you're ESC, but you lose it immediately to that force. You're now forcing. There's a single rifle. You lose this, you're on eco. And suddenly the CT side can start to spread their wings and fly off. I don't think that dragon logo actually has wings, but we tried something.
Dragons have wings, so...
Not on their logo.
Hey. Depends which
Oh
dragon.
no, not again.
Oh no. We're just going back and forth.
We might.
I wanted to talk about depiction of dragons in different cultures, but fine, we'll talk about Counter-Strike.
Sifo, I think, is aware that there's a player heaven.
Yes, he's made noise jumping up. And they know Biarmi was also outside, and Mary, on the basis that they have kills.
Can we... I was going to say, can we go to Robo?
yeah.
Because I was going to say, that crossfire looked really good, but...
Team gets
His
one.
teammate's been lost, yeah.
Look at Sifo. This is really awkward. He gets
Oh.
the instant dink, but what a reaction from Mary. They know Robo's towards A, so ESC just need to group up as a trio. And this is what I really like. You could actually see Mast instantly started going down secret, and they decided against it. Went, you know what, actually, I'm just going to play with the team. And all three of them go towards A, even though that's where Robo was last seen. He's fled the scene. Robo tries to read this play down towards B. And now he's been left alone in a 1 versus 3 where I think he has to go save.
He's so worried about heaven because obviously a guy got into heaven like 30 seconds ago. Little does he know that Biami's actually just dropped in sight. You can't go for this. Even if you got a kit, you just cannot go for this round. Maybe you can try ninja. Oh, you can't now. Oh, Mary just kills him. Okay, we're going back and forth again.
Hell yeah. So, dragons. Because not every dragon depicted in every culture has wings.
I know.
Because in especially Eastern cultures, Chinese cultures, they're like more like snakes. They're like big snakes almost.
I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to watch this force.
Yeah,
So-
I'm very excited about how we might go back and forth again. Alcron was a big part of the previous force by being successful, and he had a rifle. Now, the best weapon on the board is either a scout or an MP9. So, for Spirit Academy, we do have less weaponry, and you also have Kyosuke, who's having a little bit of a slower start to this game. He's only had 1 kill so far in 4 rounds.
Look at Sifo. Sifo's about to be challenged here massively at ramp.
His MP9's got to go huge. But they might not actually commit. There is a chance they go towards A, and then
Oh! The volley
my
bounced off his
God.
head!
Oh, he's gone further! I said he's only got 1 kill. He's just added 2 more to the tally. And Sifo,
What?
you talk about him being challenged. He doesn't miss a beat. He also has layered support. That round, Kyosuke, he's the York. He's what? I'm in
What?
disbelief. The conductor of death, man.
What's the second shot?
He gives the Molo a little header, and then Mast and Biami just drop.
Wow, okay. Alright, ESC, do it again. You've had 2 Force Spy wins, make it a 3rd. You have given 4 AKs over. Look at this CT buy, 4 AKs. Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh. And ESC are about to hit 5 Deagle shots.
Probably.
Mokashin's in a world of worry right now.
He's out.
He somehow gets out kind of scot-free. He also has support. Cypho. Perfect. They're not even expecting him. They're trying to hunt down. They're trying to hunt down Mokashin, and in the meantime, you've got 3 players just barreling out of ramp. Spirit Academy, they break the deadlock. Finally, a team takes charge.
What a really exciting way to kickstart this first half. With, back and forth, 4 spy rounds with limited weapons. Alcaran finally gets his AWP out. I mean, we spoke about limiting the chances for Samay to have one. I suppose, in a weird way, this is the way to do it. Because now they're going to be on an eco ESC. The next gun round they're going to have all AKs. The AWP's going to be uncontested for 2 rounds. Potentially more. They're going to try ramp again. They're going to try and challenge Cypho.
Yeah, just pistols. He should be clearing them up quite easily. And, well, he doesn't even drop. He stays and fights, and I can start to understand why. He's still alive, dude. He's still brawling with the pistol. He doesn't die because of the great support from Kyosuke. Spirit Academy, that's another flawless round. They've been keeping these rounds a lot cleaner as well on those 3 in a row. So, life's good for them, dude.
Yeah, life's really good. And this is how scary it can become, by the way, because say this gun round doesn't go in their favour, ESC, they could be going from a 2-2 scoreline where they had the economy on the ropes, Spirit Academy, to losing 7-2. And this game has just exploded into life and has happened so quick. These rounds are incredibly fast.
This is an exciting game for Counter-Strike, to say the least.
Alcaran's down B solo with the AWP.
Yeah, I like it. Well, I would have maybe preferred for him to go more towards Secret, but he may not need to, because Robbo has just spammed Mary straight through the smoke. And Outcran, yeah, he was worried of Vent, it appeared. But he's actually repositioned now to direct his attention to see if anyone comes down Secret. ESC, they just congregated outside, and they're just walking to their death. Kyosuke is just...
Don't challenge him.
Far too good. There's no utility for the T side, and Kyosuke is just taking these free real estate jewels. Outcran's also popped his head up Secret. Robbo's just pushed up red. My god, this is a massacre.
Really good teamwork from Spirit Academy. Teen, we know he's good individually. That's the one thing you highlighted coming into this series. A little bit of an unknown name otherwise. I was trying to hype him up to get like a multi, and then Mokjin just insta-headshots him. Those gun rounds felt easier than when ESC had Tech 9s. Kyosuke, by the way, was 1-4, and now he's 9-4. So he's got 8 kills without dying since that Deagle highlight.
Yeah. What can you do?
Try A. Maybe just go to explode in towards A if you're ESC. That sort of works last time. That was what got you that first round on the board. Yeah, they're going to give it another go. They're going to try and run it back in. There's Teen. Oh, finding 2. Mokujin is such low HP. And now he's been dealt with as well. Teen is still alive. What on earth is that spray? From Kyosuke, and now it's B-Army, low HP, has to reload, needs to get by the Giant, and he does slay him. A 1 versus 2 on 12 HP, he looks him in the eyes, he says, do you know what? We've got that 3rd round.
Dude, a 1 versus 2 as well. That was Kyosuke's round, man. The A bomb site, you said, why don't they go for an execute? Well, they do, and it is successful. Kyosuke tries to put a stop to it, And Biami, that's a massive clutch he's picking up. He fells the beast. And he gives ESC a look in on this T side. A round that this could start sighing more.
Wow.
Start sighing greater. But for Team Spirit, look, they're favored by the bookies. And these rounds, this is what I mean. I was just about to get onto this point. Sure, the A-pop works, but when we go into these defaults, that's when they're just being picked apart. And Alcrim puts it into fruition before I can even get the words out.
They've not even been able to get out ramp successfully. They've not even been able to... I'll tell you what, they've not even been able to get out of ramp into B. They've not been able to get into Secret in any one of these rounds so far, Freddy. Individuals are just something else on this team, man.
Yeah. Well, outside is definitely more vacant for Mars, though. He might not be the orchestrator of this round, but he could definitely come in and clean up some of the pieces. Samay, that's a massive kill for getting. Robbo can't come up vent. There's a player default, a player heaven, and a great Molotov on default forces Kyosuke out. Sypho trapped in heaven with Alcrim, but they're firing their way through. Robbo eliminated though. Outside, it's a 1v1. Mast is able to drop down the vent because that's where Robbo was. Sorry, not outside. He was in vent. And Mast,
he's
fate.
played him.
He's the IGL for a reason. He's tapping in those digits, and Alcrim's only just realizing now that he's got the wrong bomb site.
And Master's just holding for heaven. Oh, he's played this so well. Alcren's now got a M4 instead of an AWP. Master is just playing time. He doesn't want to reveal himself whatsoever. Alcaren drops into the site. Doesn't know about Mast. Collects the kill. A clever moment from the in-game leader. Gives another round over to ESC. 6-4. This looks a lot more like what it should be, to be honest. Given what's happened in the game, the scoreline didn't really reflect that. Spirit Academy could have ran away with this. They can still end this 8-4. I think ESC had done really well, I think, in both maps to bounce back.
I mean, I don't want to harp on it, but I kind of have the same issue of those last two rounds is an individual pulling off this like kind of crazy 1v2, 1v1 that I don't think is something that's repeatable. So we've had a great show of individualism from Biami. Masters just pulled out a stunner there. You know, that's an amazing clutch. He's kept his cool. Really great in that 1v1. That's like a perfect 1v1 against Alcrim. But the defaults are bad. They're losing the opening kills. So sure, they're clutching up, but I don't think that's something you can repeat all too often against Spirit Academy.
Alcren should be able to hear that drop. On towards top main.
Or not.
No?
Oh
okay.
My God. Thank the Lord for Spirit Academy's sake that Yami didn't hit the spray.
Great flash.
Great flash.
How's he alive?
Yeah. Alive for a little bit too long there, but ultimately, even though we've got a lot of bullets being dispersed outside, it's still the T side taking the man advantage.
Deep dribble smoking towards main. Teen. Oh, he was holding. Oh, he was holding, but Sypho's just punished him. And now, if you're ESC, you've got to go B. You're sort of pushed into this fight. Have to look at Ven. Oh, look at Robo. Oh. He's shown him a little bit of leg, and now he's going all the way around to Secret.
Very winnable 3 versus 3, and well, now it's a 3 versus 2. Sypho's just run in and killed Mars before the post plants are really properly set up. Also, Mary fixated towards ramp. Guess what? As a player coming Secret, whoop, that got scary for a second, but Robbo nails the headshot. Now Samay tucked towards control. He's hunted down. There's blood in the water, and Spirit Academy are the Apex Predators here on Nuke.
That was really clever from Mokajin. So he saw the hole in the door and he just started shooting it. And that just put all the attention and allowed Robo to walk down Secret. And it also just disrupted what ESC were trying to do. good movements in this round from Spirit Academy as well, pushing lobby, taking the space. And you see a lot of teams will take lobby, but they'll never really go outside to just check if there's anyone else there, or to sort of guarantee the 100% of all the info. But by doing that, they were able to catch Teen, and that made that round a lot more favourable. And that, I think that kill may have been the difference between them going for a round like that and saving. Here comes the A play again. Spirit Academy have been so bad at defending this. 1 for 3.
Final around the half, we have to go for it. Sypho had a great retake in the previous. Wait, no way. Ooh, little nuisance almost got a 1 versus 4, but ultimately it's ESC. If in doubt, they crack open that A bomb site, and even though there was good counter utility, it felt like that rush was not going to be successful. With 3 defenders there, they get 1 kill, man.
Yeah, and now it begs the question of why didn't you go A more? You know,
It's
like these A
worked
hits
shockingly well, and again,
yeah,
the
these
counter
A hits
utility
were
was
so
good.
I think there's really good target selection here from Sypho to kill the Hut player first, and the other 2, not that he knows it, but they are low HP. ESC, they recover that first half. I think that's the best adjective to use to describe that. Let's see what happens here then. P250 on Alcaran. Samay really wants to have this fight. Now he's spotted. Mars tries to come through the smoke and gets dealt with. There's another player here as well, but it's Kioske. He's just deleting them all.
Just thinking, it's amusing that Alcaran's got the P250 and not Kioske, for instance, but maybe that's the reason why, so we can just run at them. And, well, the eagerness outside to take those jewels will cost them their lives. Kioske finally gets brought down. Oh, no, 18. Given Spirit a taste of their own medicine, and this is actually going to pivot and divert the T side. Now they head down towards Secret, where currently no one is on this B bomb site to meet them. And if Spirit Academy, as they do, just go onto the bomb site, they're gonna have it for free real estate. All 3 players retaking towards ramp. Teen's got no armor, there's no kit, but they're just giving them the kills. Mari and Teen pick up a killer piece, and it's Robbo again pivoting, diverting up to the A bomb site. He's gonna get the bomb down, Brandon, but I've got a feeling this could be the only success he gets in this round.
Alright, well look, we saw an in-game leader, Clutch, before, now we've got another one. The thing is these players will just run out together to guarantee where this player is. Heavy hitter down on Teen. Oh, nearly isolating the kill. Mari was really low. But they do swing together. They do guarantee that pistol. ESC bring this game to within a 1-round state. And a good recovery from a 5v3. Shout out Teen.
I mean, this is Teen, and only Teen. I hate the fact that you've put that in my head as well.
Yeah, sorry. I'll do it to every CCT caster if that makes you feel better.
Oh, so I'm not special then. I'm just
Well,
one of the numbers.
I just more meant it will just get like corrupted in everyone's mind.
Corrupt. You're just corrupting us more than we already are. You know what? I'm looking forward to ESC because I feel like we haven't had a good Polish team in a while, and this is definitely the potential start of one of those new up-and-coming team. Well, not up-and-coming, but new form teams. Definitely not up-and-coming. They've been around for a while, apart from team. You know, start of something new. It's cool to see them be so competitive. They still might lose this game 2-0, but I'm still very happy with the quality of gameplay, and clutch ability seems kind of crazy as well, not gonna lie. And also, I think Team's just gonna get better and better. Like,
yeah,
you can
he will.
He has those kind of flurries of individualism where, look, if someone like he's 18 years old, he has no experience on HLTV prior to Los Kakuto/ESC. He's only kind of played like 2 seasons of Advanced, but he hasn't done very well in them. However, he's still like top 400 on Faceit. There's a reason why he's been picked up, man. Because he's really good at the game. So he's got to mold that into something greater.
Odds are shifting. CCT.gg/stake. Want to get involved in those? Please be teens age or older. Please gamble responsibly. 18, by the way. Sypho has just removed teen. So now Marston Biami thought about double rotating. Mary's down here immediately, and he spotted Kioske. He's just ahead of all the U2 anyway. Marsh should get the
ahead.
Does. Yeah, unlucky. They're going out A though.
Wait, there's a smoke door, and that's going to mean that Mars can actually get up for free. Oh, never mind. Never mind. The army. Oh, the army. They try and encroach on his position. The king of the A bomb site. He's not giving it up for free. It's the IGL to see if he can clutch up a 1 versus 3. He's already had the opportunity once in this half.
Oh, wow.
That was unsuccessful. And unfortunately, the bomb is out in no man's land. Biami's done God's work on that A bomb site. He's also got Mary and Tandem, so got 2-man strong. Robos is a cool reposition towards Heaven. However, with how long it's been until he's been spotted, I think they're going to start expecting Heaven.
Yeah.
And yeah, Biami, they're actually both looking at Heaven right now. Ooh, the opportunity goes awry, and it's Biami. Secure a defying 4K.
What a hold from Biami. Oh, yeah, I sort of mentioned it before we went live with even map 1, but I feel like Biami's an underrated piece in the Polish scene as well. I feel like he didn't really get a fair shake of the stick at a permitter or the like of a good Polish team. So the fact that he is here now on this one, I think that's going to really help as well. I really like the balance of this team, actually, the more I think about it.
Biami had a really rough run of, because he was a part of the kind of like Thunder Flash, ex-Thunder Flash, Enterprise. Like, I remember Thunder Flash, the reason why they started getting invited and they kind of put themselves on the map is because they actually had some crazy upsets in open qualifiers, for example, from what I remember. And I remember it was just like, oh, you know, they join Thunder Flash, they start doing something, all drops them. They join Enterprise, never quite get the same sustained success, and then the York drops them. And it's like they just continuously never were able to find their feet. So we've found this new project, and I think I'm excited to see the future of this with potentially Samay hitting a new stride in his career on a more regional project, and Mars going into a role where he can be comfortable that he doesn't have to, you know, produce these big score lines. He can just focus on cooling.
And Samay being at the top of the tier 2 scene for pretty much all of last year as well is only going to help this. Is only going to help this team experience-wise as well, and also work ethic. What he brings from Sangao. I think it's good to kind of go international, then come back domestically and bring all of the knowledge that you've learned.
As much as I maybe berated Samay at the start of the series, look, he did win like 2 ECLs. They almost won like 2 international rounds. He played an RMR, like, you know, his experience is amazing. But this is a big gun round. ESC, this could spiral them into a victory. But currently, they have allowed Kioske to get down towards Secret. In the meantime, you've actually got players poking and prodding out on A. Mars neglects the fact that someone could be coming out of door. 3 versus 3. The army looking to try and hold down the fort once more. Brandon, is he really going to do it again? Oh, it seems like he will, because Teen is also right next to him. But Outcrin spots both of them, so he instantly just dives down the vent.
Yeah, this is winnable now. You feel like Spirit Academy need to get a clutch to get them going. He's planted open and he's going ramp. Really cool reposition here out of Alcaran. And he will get here in time. So he can duck round the corner. The difficulty you've got is that he hasn't got a nade to blow open the smoke that inevitably is going to be put on the bomb.
He just needs to isolate a kill instantly. Like that.
There you go.
There you go. However, Teen still is alive, and he's the guy with the smoke. Needs to cross onto the bomb site though. Oh, Alcarin, what just swings out? It's so messy. Everyone runs out of bullets. It's a Glock that wins out the round. A 1 versus 2 that keeps Spirit Academy alive.
He won it.
He won it.
He did well. He did well with the reposition. He isolated the first fight. Like I think Alcarin played that perfectly, apart from missing the final warp shot. But if all I'm learning here from Spirit Academy is don't go main, don't go A, because Biami will be somewhere here getting a multi.
I think Alcarin 14 had come from single. That's why he just swung out there. So he seemed very surprised at the fact that Teen had come from double. Oh, Samay misses an AWP shot. We just missed it, but Samay misses a crucial AWP shot. And also with the outside presence now accelerating, ESC are being crunched upon, and a 1 versus 2 being won for Alcarin potentially has broken the camel's back here on Nuke.
Oh, they're going into Biami again. And Teen. 2v4. Teen's been spotted in heaven, but that still sets Biami up. They don't have to commit into this if they don't want to. Oh, that's whiffy. What a shame from Biami. Of course. Kioske is going to punish him. Teen now 1v4. Gets the first, but traded immediately by that man again. He's up to 18 kills. Sypho's silently crept up to 20. Spirit Academy now broken the money of ESC and can get double digits first.
Yami finally had his crown taken off him. I don't think it really would have mattered that round. Like, he'd have to
No, he would have been traded.
He would have had to do something ridiculous. This should be Spirit Academy taking double digits and taking the lead for the first time this half. Just need to make this quite clean, because Money's still in a very weird position for them. You know, he's still got Sypho and a Galil, for instance. That is a virtue in the fact he had it in the previous, but... yeah, going towards ramp and B. There's no one home. Just keeping this... four or five players alive.
Say, you didn't hear that, Sypho?
I was also thinking, like, are we going to look secret?
No. Don't let this slip if you're Spirit Academy. It looks like they're not even really going for it. Now they start to make moves. Deagle's going to come down ramp late. You still got that Mask Galil in play. No, they're saving. Why? I don't even get the Galil. Yeah. I feel like you could have tried to do damage there. You've got no armor. You got 5/7s. They're not going to have Mac 10s. Okay, Biami.
Ooh. A CCT techie wacky.
A little bit of loss on the server, so we're going to get that stabilized, then we can jump in. It's one of these games where it feels like ESC can win, but it feels like they're not going to, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think a part of me feels like they've kind of missed the opportunity slightly. Like the fact that now we have Spirit Academy taking the lead, they win this round, that's series over.
This is what I said though as well, like the Alcaran 1v2, they just, Spirit Academy needed something to kind of get the belief back, to kickstart their campaign on that T side. They've now won 3 rounds in a row. The utility's limited, even though they've got all the money here to get the rifles out as well. ESC, Samei's on the AWP, but he hasn't got any flashbangs, for example. No flashbang on Teen. No Molly or Mary. Like, they are missing substantial pieces.
Especially when you're down around and the individual spirit is starting to show up. When you are missing those pieces like utility, it costs you so much more.
I want to take this moment whilst we have got a little bit of an extended tech pause because we're getting Robo back in. I want to talk about the caliber that we've got here at the Swiss stage.
Oh, it's crazy,
Because
isn't it?
We've got Fnatic versus OG coming up next. But just looking down the list, we've got teams that used to be playoff teams that are now here in the Swiss stage. So we got Sinners in here, Monte, Aurora, Parivision that's now got Jame on it, which is cool. Ecstatic, 9, Sashi, Amcow. Like we got some, and Rebels. Rebels has sort of reinvented itself. Yeah. Yeah, of course, X-Koi as well. Like,
I'm wondering what playoffs is going to be like. And this is all for an unranked tournament as well.
yeah. Yeah.
Sashi's new Ross change is going to be cool as well. Bringing in Zyphon and Altex for Mr. and Quez. That's going to be a cool change to see what that team's like. I think it's actually Zyphon's debut right now in that, like, Barcelona LAN.
Oh, yeah, it's LAN they're playing on, isn't it?
Yeah, remote broadcast, but LAN players. It's very Epic LAN-esque. I kind of peeked in momentarily. Feels like the players, it's like playing in front of a big screen with, yeah, it's very Epic LAN vibes.
Okay. We don't know what's happening with this, apart from Robo has lost internet.
Oh.
So this might take a few more minutes than we initially anticipated. So if it's all right with everyone and production, I'm going to throw this to a short break because of the ETA being unknown. When we come back, we're going to conclude Nuke. We're either going to go to a third map or Spirit Academy are going to win out the series. Stay tuned and we'll let you know how it pans out.
Oh baby, we're back. Robo got internet again. Spirit Academy, double digits. It's a gun round to dictate ESC's Gaming's fate.
Yeah, let's see, because I think, look, Spirit Academy have never gone for an A exec, and they're lining up the util to go for one. I think this is a good moment to call it in, because you know the util's not going to be amazing here. Counter flash forward, but Sypho gets the best. It's Biani again to try and get the kills, but trades are immediate from both sides. A 3 versus 2. Robo loud about dropping down the vent. Trying to entice rotate or to get Alcren on the line at Squeaky.
So Maze all has been heard. Yeah, okay. I was going to say there's no way that Alcren wins out that duel. Honestly, really good hold from the army. That's a really nice call for Spirit Academy. And also, you got to look at the utility they throw preemptively on that execute. They like set themselves up for success on an execute. We actually call that Verdant. All it's missing is the smoke on the left side. Basically between where that Molotov was thrown on Zipex and between Tetris, there's smoke there. Just missing that, and it's like such a good execute because you line it up and you can just go with the utility. You basically give the A players nowhere to go, and then you execute onto them. And Mars and Biami, hats off. That's a really impressive hold. A lot of people would struggle immensely in those positions, but the A bomb site hold has given ESC Gaming a way now into this map. And it's all off the back of an opening kill going in favor of Spirit Academy.
Yeah, just this Biami wide swing. Just weren't ready for it. Still got money here, Spirit Academy, but it's running out. Same I can actually be said for ESC. This round, I think, dictates where the map goes. Pixel gap being held by Tina at ramp. As soon as he sees a pixel move across his screen, he's going to drop that smoke.
Into me, woohoo! Koyosuke gets Oh, I've reverted back to my old ways. No.
It's fine. It's just carry on. Just carry on like it didn't happen.
I was going to say, he just about gets in secret there. He's forced the rotation of Mast. Therefore, the A-bomb site's a little bit weaker.
No, it's not weaker. You got Biami on it still.
Oh, true. Sorry.
He's only on an MP9.
Yeah, it gets 2 kills. It's like, this is your reward. This is a good setup for ESC, I'll be honest. Great Molotov. Oh, that was a flashbang. I thought it was a Molotov. That would have been an amazing time for a Molo. Spirit Academy, they're putting pressure down towards B.
Yeah, they want to go up vent.
They want to go up the vent and hit this A-bomb site. We were talking about that MP9. The army, you're going to have to do God's work with this SMG. The execute, here it comes. They're not being quiet about it. Mary is providing perfect coverage towards main, but both A defenders only get 1 kill. It's really good rotations from Samay, and the bomb, it's just about to get planted. 20 seconds remaining. Alcren just gets killed from Marcy's coming out of the vent. They never expect that to be the case. Mokajin, barely any ammunition in his AK, and only 1 kill before the reload comes through. ESC, they take the lead.
Yeah, and Spirit Academy have stopped doing what was working, which was continued outside hits, consistent pressure on that extremity, and finding opening kills to allow them to wrap round in towards heaven. Or take the space in towards secret. This time they do take the space in towards secret, sure, but they don't see anyone off the back of it. They hear the door close, and they think that might be enough, but you're not dislodging these rotations from A. NESC are not pushing lobby, which is what Spirit Academy were holding for. So you have to expect multiple players there if you're not getting the reaction that you wanted. It's a hero AK from Kioske. That's it. Maybe that's enough. needs a
On
flash here.
Ancient, it would have been enough. But yeah, there's no flashes. I don't honestly know if Nuke is going to be enough, but that's a big opening kill. That's a rifle that can be collected. In the meantime, we're going towards ramp. We're running straight for a smoke. Dean only gets 1 kill.
What, really? That's unfortunate.
That's
It felt like it was good for all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, it's B Army.
Yeah, B Army. Still an SMG, bear in mind. However, again, the Army's doing quite well at holding down his part of the map. Everyone else is falling around him. You've got Mokachin and Alcran now poised in this 2 versus 2, but the A bomb site is completely vacant until the Army takes his spot on the throne. He's getting aggressive in lobby. Timing not in his favor. Alcran denies, and now Mars has to clutch up a 1 versus 2.
They've already preemptively mollied the vent because they expect Mars to be there. He's the guy that always rotates down. You've got to clear heaven. Plant stuck in the smoke. Mars moves over towards the rafters. Alcaran just moves by. There's a kit. There's no util. So how do you want to play this one if you're masked?
Well, preferably, it's waiting for someone to overstep, but that's not happening.
I don't think he can stick from here. No, he can't. He's going to try it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, what other option do you have? Spirit Academy gave you nothing. As soon as, was it Alcran gets back into the huts? Who was that? Was it Mokshin or Alcran who just gets through into hut around the smoke? As soon as that happens,
Alcaran.
Yeah, the round's over, it feels like, for me at that point, because Alcaran's got back into safety, and when they're in that position and the bomb's planted for hut like that, there's no need for them to go aggressive. So for Mast, unlucky, man.
Yeah, I need to almost watch that round back, but I think Mokajin took the space that Kioske created after killing Mari, and he went all the way and hugged the left-hand side wall, went towards hell, and killed that heaven rotate, which enabled the ramp to be shored up. So that's really well worked, again, by Spirit Academy. And we said, will 1 AK be enough? The answer is yes, but it comes from the heroes with the pistols and the recovered rifles that do the heavy lifting. And now ESC have to play for OT.
Oh man, it's nightmare fuel. And yeah, so that makes, the way you've put it there, it causes B-Army's push to be, you can understand now, because he thinks they've gone up heaven. He's trying to take lobby control so he can initiate himself in a retake and play around with Mast, who would later come up heaven, but instead, Spirit Academy divert, and they just slow things down.
This is a really good decision as well, because you know they're going to be on a broken buy. So you're just putting the smokes down, you're going together as a unit, there's a lot of rotates already down B, but remember, you don't have to commit off this. All you've done is take space, you're leveraging the long range of your AKs versus the USPs. Look at this stack, 4 on B for ESC.
I don't think Spirit are gonna predict that ESC have nothing. I honestly think that Spirit would assume the worst and would assume that there's going to be upgraded pistols or an MP9 or whatever.
Yeah.
I think there's going to come a surprise when they realize that it is just like USPs and a 5.7 and Deagle with no armor. But they're going to be very happy with it if they keep it clean. But they're going B.
Oh my god, they're going B.
It's because this B bomb site is able to stay 4 players. Well, because it's an eco anyways, they're probably not going to move. But Master's got... Oh, good evening. I was going to say, mastered all this information. Do Spirit Academy still commit towards B now that Cypho's picked off the player in lobby? Yeah, they are. All 4 players laying wait. USPs, Eagles. Unfortunately, it is just that. And when you have got this lower weaponry and no armor and no utility, even if you've got a stack, pretty difficult, man.
I feel for B-Army, really. 24 kills are sort of passed the test on every single one of these A hits. And you potentially could still lose the game. Spirit Academy in the last couple of rounds as well have been conditioning, taking deep heaven space, like taking the garage, utilising all of that. Mars would have heard all of that utility as well. Be interested to see what the go is for Spirit Academy. Diags to be lined up, I believe.
They've done well at conditioning outside. This is a change of play, though, from the CT side.
Marion secret.
initiating someone in a different position than previous, while Mast is still laying down fire through the smoke. He's trying to take the attention away from Secret. Biami doing the same work. Spirit Academy, it looks like they want to maybe go for a double pump outside. Yeah, they're throwing... Oh, they're actually wrapping outside. Smoking main.
Yeah.
Smoking towards lockers. Mari could now be really effective if they don't clear him, and they won't. The flashbang, he peeks ahead of it. It's a swift trade. Spirit Academy take a lot of map control, still continuing on this wrap outside. Mokajin, I don't know how Biami's been able to get that kill. He's had 3 people shooting at him, still able to at least get one. Sypho cracked out on the A-bomb site. They are none the wiser, but will they expect the player up then? Yeah, they might not.
Think so.
They might not expect Mast. They are planning kind of for him, but he's being held for, and that's it. Samay left last alive towards heaven. Spirit Academy, it took them 2 overtimes and full 24 rounds, but they will be your first team to go 1-0 in this CCT Series 16 main Swiss.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of things to actually take away from that game if you're ESC, but also if you're Spirit Academy. I think Spirit Academy, they played this bulldozy style of CS where they could get away with it, and then when they were made to work, they had these really intricate mid-rounds. Sypho, in that round especially, has made it out hut, has put himself in a corner to deal with a heaven rotate after the deep space was being taken in towards Garage. It was really well choreographed from Spirit Academy, and you can see as soon as ESC hit 11, Spirit Academy are like, okay, right, we're going to start having these more complex rounds. We're going to stop fighting Biami and trying to go head-to-head with him because it's not quite working. Instead, they manipulate these rotations just so perfectly outside, and Sypho ends with 25 kills. He's the unsung hero for me in this team. I said it a lot already, but 25 kills, puts himself in the spotlight. Kioske, of course, is going to be there on 23 as well. You have got that individual brilliance from Spirit Academy, sure, but they were made to work, and they were put through their paces by a well-drilled ESC Gaming, and this is a very new life cycle in this team, so I expect good things from the Polish squad.
Yeah, I'm really excited for both of these guys. Obviously, Spirit Academy, we kind of know what they're capable of, and I don't think they showed their true form today.
No, they didn't.
It is the first official of the new year. Certainly, maybe just warming up into things. Especially with that ancient pick. I think that was an interesting change of Veto from them, but I'm excited to see maybe the depth of their map pool, because I think that is my worry for them, with Vertigo being removed. They second ban Train, so kind of working with like 5 maps, and one of them being obviously ancient, which they picked into but not massively comfortable with just yet, it appears. But that's our first best of 3 wrapped up for the day. And Brandon, we've got kind of a banger up next. We've got Fnatic versus OG in the first round of a CCT main Swiss. Am I hearing that correct?
You are hearing that correctly, and it's supposed to, I mean, it's set up to be a really good game. I don't know what we're going to get out of this OG team. I know what I want out of this Fnatic team, and it's just whether we're going to get it. I mean, Fear's got plenty of experience playing in CCTs, so he'll be used to this, but I think for Crims and Blame F, they'll be thinking, wow, okay, we're here. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Fnatic versus OG back after a short break.
I never thought I'd see the day where OG versus Fnatic with Crimson Blame F is a first round main Swiss stage in CCT, but here we are. I'm so excited for this game. This is going to be such a good game, and I can't believe this is a first round Swiss stage, Brandon.
Yeah, no, it is. It's happening.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to talk about. I think what's good, I think, for both Fnatic and OG is that they need these reps. And I think actually having to be in the Swiss stage will help them a lot with the early development of both of these teams. We've got players that are used to playing tier 2 tournaments all the time in both of these teams. And you've got sort of that blend as well with the Fnatic ranks. So it'll be a really interesting one. We should talk rosters. I do want to talk about Fnatic first, actually, because obviously they had to make changes coming in. The Nuke loan signing just didn't really work out all that much. I suppose before we get there, we should have a look at the schedule. This is coming up now. Then later, Monte Parivision. Then 9 versus Cybershock. And NOP put out a banger tweet when they lost, and they said that they cyber choked the game. They did after winning 13-2 on map 2 on Nuke. But regardless, it should be an exciting day of CS. We've got the Monte outfit that is looking to get back to where they were towards the top end tier 2. You've got Parivision with James, his new sort of venture, which I think is going to be a really interesting game a little bit later. And yeah, we'll talk about the Fnatic team now, because I do want to speak about Nuke and the fact that that loan spell just didn't work out. I thought that was really going to elevate Fnatic, to be honest with you, and it just didn't. It didn't work out for both parties, so they go their separate ways. And in place, they've replaced their IGL bodies come out, Fears come in, and you've also got Burmilov as well, which I think came out of left field, really. But it is clear that Fnatic want to invest in youth and want to develop some of these talents.
I think everyone can say for certainty that we did not expect the replacement of Nuke to be Burmilov. I say that with hopeful, cautious optimism, because a lot of people obviously don't probably know who Burmilov is. He's a young guy, he's 17 years old, and if you don't follow the tier 2 scene, you're not going to know who Burmilov is. And everyone just instantly pulled up his Mouse NXT stats and were like, but he only had a 1.05 rating on Mouse NXT, so that means he's not a good player. It's like, shut up, man. He had the eye test, he passed all my eye tests. I think Burmilov is an insane AWPer, and he's going to grow up something really special. He's impressed me ever since Laser Cat's days. He had a really good spell in Mouse NXT, and the only reason why he didn't continue, and it was very plainly stated, and this has been confirmed to me with my conversations with Tobiz and with the organization, the management behind Mouse NXT, Mouse, is that simply put, they wanted Mouse to have more travel, and especially the academy team, they wanted to get them into their facilities, and unfortunately, because of Burmilov living in Ukraine, he couldn't attend some of those things. Thus, that brings up then the wider issue with Fnatic of how are they actually going to get over some of those issues? Because obviously Fnatic will want to attend bigger tournaments. So I think, there's definitely the conversation to be had of Burmilov's kind of position and how can he actually get out of, if he's able to travel as much. I don't know. That's not my conversation for today. I think what I'm really excited for is the combination of Burmilov and Fear. And with Fear, he went from a struggling IGL who looked very promising in his early days. He's now back, baby. He made the major. He proved everyone that he's still around and he still has more to show. And he's been given this opportunity on Fnatic.
Yeah, and I think he deserves it, to be honest. I think his combination as well, the way that he calls, getting his players into really aggressive positions, is going to promote Burmilov. I also think Matty's is going to go through a complete overhaul in his development. I think he's going to rise to the next level, get Matty's back to where he was in the tier 2 scene. And obviously you got the experience of Blame F and Crims, and they're going to be good and incredibly consistent. So yeah, I'm quite big on this Fnatic team. I really want them to do well, and I think they will. They've obviously got Castle as well in the coaching ranks. That was after Cater departed after a very long time. So I think he'll help out quite a lot as well. So it'll be an interesting sort of time for Fnatic, and it will take them a while to find their feet, but when they find their feet, I think they're going to be pretty damn good. Let's take a look at OG, because I think that's a roster that's also in a similar boat. Finally have landed on a 5. They've kept Modo. They've brought Krisen over, who will have a sort of experience playing with Bermilov a little bit, and he'll know sort of how this guy wants to play. I think you got Spook as well, who I think is a really underrated player as well in the scene. Viku's been around for a million years, but having Buzz, I think also helps out the balance of this team quite a lot. Again, I like this team. I want them to do well. It's just whether the OG sort of curse follows this roster.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of brought up that whole OG narrative, because people LARP on and don't acknowledge the now. They love to identify the past and be like, oh, but OG this, that, and whatever. Sure, OG for the best part of 2 years, fairly useless. They had these weird rosters that just kind of kept on being run into the ground, but that is not the same with this roster. As soon as they start bringing in Crizzen, Buzz, I'm already starting to get quite excited. I'm like, okay, this is new. This is the type of OG that I want to be seeing. You've got new budding IGL with up-and-coming Buzz, who's kind of proved himself already a little bit, but still has a lot more to prove after Astralis, like that kind of weird, you know, he had the classic Astralis mill, right? And he goes to Entropic, and Entropic, the owner just wakes up one day and decides he doesn't want to have an esports team. So what can you do about that, right? And I think Spook is the perfect addition to finalize his roster. We know they were kind of going in and out of like, do we pick up Mikey? And I was quite surprised they didn't go with Mikey, because they'd had great success qualifying for the Thunderpick World Championship. But for me, Spook is probably the perfect addition. Young player, still looking to prove himself, has got massive firepower, did amazing on Johnny Speeds, did amazing on 0-0 Prospect, and I think he completes this roster perfectly with the needed firepower.
Let's go Veto. Let's see what we're working with here. Let's see what OG are going to ban. I don't know. I think OG might ban it, to be honest, and I don't know if that's going to...
Anubis
the thing
against...
is, yeah, they banned Train.
They banned Train? Aww. Man, I haven't cast a Train yet. Let me cast Train.
Well, it's not happening today. Train banned. Dust 2 banned by Fnatic. And then OG are going to have to pick into one of their strengths. They normally rely quite a lot on Ancient Anubis, so I imagine one of those will be sort of picked up and scooped up by OG. We'll see.
Well, so it's interesting with Veto for both of these teams, because both these teams have only played one game so far with the kind of freshest iteration. Look, Fnatic played Spirit. We can't take anything from that. Like,
no,
you know, they got 13-4 on Nuke against Spirit. Like, you know, they got 10 rounds on Train, which is really impressive. OG played BC Game, where it seemed like the map pool kind of favored OG. So BC Game removed Train, OG removed Anubis. So I'm assuming we might see Fnatic pick into Anubis here. Seemingly OG aren't massively confident on Anubis, because they chose to insta-ban it against BC Game. But no, we're actually going to a Mirage. And yeah, for me, I'm looking at these vetoes, and it's like, okay, these are teams that we simply don't know much about yet, and it's going to be cool to see how their vetoes form in the next coming weeks.
I think Mirage makes a lot of sense, actually, because I think Fnatic have just got very good players that want to play Mirage anyway, but also Fear was leading Passion UA to very consistent results on Mirage. So if they make this a home map, I can definitely see that being the case. Now, do you want to ban Nuke if you're Fnatic and probably send it to Anubis? The answer is yes. I think you just want to put it on Anubis if you need it. Do we get there, though? I'm not so sure. I think looking at this veto, the fact that you've got Ancient and Fnatic start CT, again, I want to look back at Fnatic of old. Ancient was a home map for them before this roster came into fruition. Passion UA, again, very good team on Ancient. When Bermilov was playing in Mouse NXT, Ancient Vertigo, that was the sort of wheelhouse that Mouse NXT had. So all signs to me, I look at this veto and I think this is Fnatic favours, and I think the individuals are better on Fnatic as well.
Yeah, I think Ancient's a decent map for OG pre-Spook with Crizzen. You know, they beat Big 30-1. They beat VP. They beat, they lost to 3D Max in a very close series. They beat VP twice. They beat Spirit Academy. Like, they've actually got some very legit results against Bet Boom. Like, kind of the list goes on. Very close loss to Heroic on LAN. You know, Ancient was good pre-Spook, so I'm thinking with Spook, everything's going to be elevated a little bit more. And the same goes to Anubis. Like, I'm thinking about Anubis now a little bit more. I remember that being the map where they beat VP on online, right? That was the map where they kind of upset VP massively to get onto the Thunder Pick World Championship. So I feel like if we do get to Anubis, I'm excited for OG, but I think you've hit the nail on the head with the Fnatic Mirage pick of it being like Fear was really good on that with Passion UA. That's surely going to convert over.
We'll have to see. We're not there right now. We're here on Ancient. We're here with Fnatic on CT side, and pretty much everyone's got Kevlar apart from Fear. No defuse kit in this round for Fnatic. And for OG, Crizzen, in-game lead-in, they're going A, and they're going to meet Blame F early.
He's not the player you want to be meeting early. Highest rated for a good reason, but Moto dispatches with him with ease, and that's the A bomb site completely open. Fnatic are very close to rotating in, and Matty's, unfortunately, he's the only one to actually pick up a kill as everyone tumbles away. And OG, it's a very simple first round where they had all this utility and didn't even need to use it because they just accelerated off the first pick.
And to be honest with you, you made a really good point there, and this is what I want to see out of OG. And I think we're going to get this out of Crizzen's call-in as well, as you can have these intricate rounds, but you don't need to all the time. Just keep things simple. I think OG were really good at just overcomplicating things. Crims has found one. There's no kit. You got to remember that. So time is dwindling and is very limited. Smoke goes on the bomb. Crims finds another. You need to get on that defuse right now, and there's no time. Crims does his very best to try and make things happen, but ultimately, it's going to be an OG round.
It was always meant to be. I think the time, it never really allowed for that round to be possible. I've got a point to bring up.
Go on.
And I wonder, because we kind of touched on it with... Look, we've got Crims and Blame F in a CCT main Swiss. Do you think there is at all a conversation to be had of... You look at OG and it's like, these guys are used to these online games. They're used to grinding. Sure, you have Burnlov and Fear and Maddis who's been there and done that. But do you think this affects Fnatic a little bit, where you have Crims and Blame F that just maybe aren't used to playing this kind of like online CS and it, like grinding the main Swisses?
I don't think so. You've got all this. You got all this experience on Blame F and Crims. Also, you got to think back to the days where they were online grinded. I think to Blame F in complexity. I think to obviously it's been a very long time for Crims, but point stands is that they haven't really got any other tournaments going on right now. They have one game in Blast, and that's it. So this is fine. They can just focus on this consistently, and they can focus on getting a bit better. So if they had like 3 or 4 tournaments going on, I think you have that conversation, but currently it's just CCT.
Well, anyways, we head into this round after that discussion, and it's actually a force buy from Fnatic, and this round's already starting off significantly better than the pistol round, because Fear's picked up an opening kill as him and Blame F try to take control towards middle, but OG have done this really nicely where they've lost that opening kill, but they're still keeping to their same plan of heading towards the same bomb site, and Fnatic, thinking that mid and A are clear, have rotated off, and as Fear falls, so does the bomb site with him.
And again, no kits, but this time you have got personnel if you want to give this a look in on the retake. Although the conversation is now, do you want to lose everything? Do you want to lose all your Kevlar? Do you want to potentially lose the A1S of Blame F? Well, he's in Temple, so it looks like this retake will come into fruition.
Flashbang comes through. Modo playing up close and personal, secures the first kill, and these post plants are really good from OG. Blame F, the A1S finally does get some action, but far too little, too late. As does he even save? They're hunting him down. They do not want him to save this rifle. They want everybody to be on USPs next round. And he will get one kill, but there he topples. And for OG, it's way better they go 1 for 1 there.
Already said it. I think when Crizzen was on Mal's NXT, he said, look, I think at some point he will get a better move and he will go and prove himself. This OG roster is a proving point. I'm really interested to see it. I'm also happy to see that Modo started off really well as well, because I think Modo when he joined OG, there was obviously a lot of question marks, and then he kind of didn't play amazingly and got kind of dumpstered on by the community. So if OG can start off strong, if OG can come into this and completely reshape themselves into 2025.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I think it would be a really good look for them. I think the thing with this best of 3 and why it's so interesting is because both these rosters got an awful lot to prove.
Fnatic more so. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the community have maybe lost faith in Fnatic. And it's a bigger fall from grace. OG, obviously the same narrative, but it's a different caliber. It's a different kettle of fish. I would also, on the contrary, you were kind of talking about like, oh, changing their identity going to 25, Chris improving himself. Man, I think they've already done all of that. Like, qualifying for the Thunderpick World Championship, beating the likes of Big and VP. I think they beat VP twice to get there. And, you know, holding their own on LAN and building this new look roster with younger talent and good young talent.
Yeah.
I feel like OG have done all the right things so far. They had a boot camp in Serbia in the Relog studios just before the H3 award show. I feel like they're doing a lot of things right.
Yeah,
and
I think
a lot of those questions to me have already been answered in the back end of last year.
That's fair, but the thing is, it needs to be consistent, and we're in a new season now, so you gotta keep going. 3 players start mid for Fnatic. They want to take heavy presence in towards this mid control, and Crims has been overwhelmed immediately. OG wait for the util, and then they go. They even hear the boost up as well. Burmilov has got to be careful now because him and Blame are just stuck.
I don't think they're going to expect 2 players towards Donut.
Well, they had the boost, so I think you do.
Oh, let's see if they do. There's the first. No expectation of the second. Blamev catches off a freebie, but now he's being wrapped. So many players hunting him down, and you know what? The fact he gets 2 in that situation could be considered somewhat impressive, but unfortunately, with everybody else around him falling, it negates any of his success.
Yeah, what a shame. And again, you're in another one of these rounds where you can't even look to go for this retake because you've got no utility, you've got no defuse kit. Again, another round in which you've got no kits. Sure, you need to prioritize the A1Ss, but you're not even setting yourselves up to give a competent chance to go for a retake in any of these rounds in the first half. OG have been in control this entire game, and now their lead looks to strengthen. They've got such a good control over this game. It makes such a good conversation as to why they've picked into Ancient.
Well, they played it against BC Game. They're actually only other official this year, and Modo went 28-7. Do you know how hard it is an AWPer to go 28-7? Like, that's ridiculous. That is an incredible scoreline. Like, on Ancient, the highest rated AWPer on Ancient in the whole of Counter-Strike is like top 30, whatever. It's like Monte. Ancient is a rifler's map. So the fact you've got an AWPer who, sure, maybe doesn't always use the AWP on Ancient, but is still able to post those numbers, that's ridiculous. And across the whole series, he really showed a class performance. So OG, you know, this map's already looked good for them this year, and that previous round was a perfect exhibition of it all. They, maybe not on purpose, but they completely countered Fnatic's mid-take. That donut smoke and the utility to force Crims out of jungle, like, it separates the defense and just doesn't allow them any hope.
Yeah, every fight's unfair. Even the Blame F one, yeah, he gets 2 kills, but he's being crunched on from both directions of donut. Like, he's always going to fall there. And they've already, because they're taking from A to donut, they've already got the A space before they go in there. So it's really tough for Fnatic to be able to rotate efficiently and get ahead of what's going on. They have bought into this a little bit. Got a couple of rifles and an MP9. Crims trying to steady the ship on A. He will... Ooh. Just about live.
Gets away. For now. Oh, he's just been smoked off. Okay.
Really good util by OG. It's got to be said. CT smoke, back molly towards site, and then a molly in towards temple that allows them a progressive smoke to take this control. Again, Fnatic, they're shut out. They can't do anything apart from go into Donut. That's exactly what OG want.
Hey, at least on the boot camp, they practice their dry runs.
I'm really impressed. We're 5 rounds in.
Fnatic haven't really had a look in yet.
And that's what I'm saying. Like they haven't been able to play their own game because they've just been dictated of where they want to go in terms of map control by OG.
Yeah, it's really good calling so far from Chrism, and the individuals have performed well around that. Modo Spook, it's kind of the main two. The duo, just a lot of firepower. That was kind of my issue with the OG when they made the new roster. Pre the final roster changes, I was always like, my kind of main takeaway was like, who actually provides the firepower? And at first I was like, is it Fiku? But I think Modo's found a new light, and Spook is kind of the perfect addition for me. For it, like, to take out Nexius, I think Spook is
so
like,
clever.
perfect. We're just going A again. And we're also having Chrism initiate alert, which I don't think they've really done. Fit, yeah, I'm not even expecting someone to be in elbow there. That's potentially just round over right there.
It is, and again, they're on the same util set where you're deliberately locking off temple. Crims finds one through CT. One of these points you got to give these rounds a go, but you can't. Look at the smokes. You literally cannot go for this unless you go right here, right now, and you hit your shots immediately. Smoke fade, swing, shadow spotted. Trades need to be immediate, but Fiku with the multi locks out Fnatic from A. OG will get their 6th, and it continues to look dominant. It continues to be like a no contest.
Okay, well, maybe Fiku can provide the firepower. That was a sick round from him. And Crim's forced to slink off away. OG is 6-0 up on their map pick right now. Fnatic haven't... this has been incredibly one-sided. Burmilov hasn't got a kill. Thea's on 1. Matty's on 1. And
they haven't gone A. Sorry, they haven't gone B.
Yeah, the only kills Crims and Blameth have got are exit frags, basically. Or on the pistol round, Crim's got a 3k. So outside of that, it's been extraordinarily one-sided. First round though, both teams have an orb, and the first round that Blame F is changing up his narrative, changing up the pace, going towards lane, but Modo, he's getting aggressive with the orb. He sees that they're taking middle, he just decides to walk up onto the B-bomb side. First player's already failed, and Fear is able to get away, but OG put themselves into this 4 versus 4 now though.
They're not interested in this either. They're not interested in going B. I think they want to get the reaction out of Fnatic. They want to keep taking mid. Look at how dynamic these rotations are being out of Fnatic, because you're not really sure where this is going to end up. I like the decision to put Burmilov solo anchor in A with the AWP. As Crimson Blame look to take mid, now OG reassess the situation. A deep smoke in towards Red Room. Now you take stages in towards Cave. They've pushed and pulled this rotate brilliantly.
Buzz is very far away from the action right now, though. And he's actually not going to be rewarded with his patience. Fnatic have 3 players postured on this B-bomb site. Replenishing the smoke at top ramp as well. Time's ticking down, dude. Only 30 seconds left. Crims, he's getting flashed in. Oh, no, it's not a flash. It's just a Mullo. Either way, being able to pick up the first kill. Did they spot Chrism? Wait, do they know about Chrism in cave? They do now. Crims holding for it, but it's a wonderful flashbang. Buzz has also come in to help his teammates. Boost, unfortunately, unable to do anything about the bomb going down. Chrism being flashed through smoke, but blinded by the second one. Buzz at least trades. Now, 2 versus 2. Smoke coming in. I don't even know where that's landing. In front of cave, Modo blocked off access towards shorts. He's up for the 1 versus 2. There's no kit on the board. Burmilov and Blamev actually playing somewhat separated. And Modo utilizing the CT smoke, playing around it. Scopes on the bomb side. Information not relayed over. And Blamev just walks straight through. Kit picked up. Is there enough time to get on the bomb? I think so. It's going to come down to the wire though, Brandon. Has he got enough time? Just about.
Just. NT in that 1 versus 2, and I really like that smoke that Blame threw for himself. It lands in front of Cave, it blocks off default looking in towards short, and it means you're so tunnel visioned on long that Blame can go into Cave, clear it, and then walk through that smoke as well. A necessary retake conducted by Fnatic. And that's the one round in which OG didn't have space beyond the bomb site. And that means that Fnatic could set themselves up for that retake. Which has been the Achilles heel so far in this first half. A break on Red Room for Blame, but he sees nothing. There's a scale out mid. It's going to be Bermilov that you feel like needs to take this first contact, and he will. Shadow spotted, and the kill collected on Modo.
Good to see Bermilov heating up on the server. He had 0 kills going into the previous round. Now he just picked up the opening. Flashed off the angle. Never mind. He's not blinded. And then he hits an absolute barn buster of a shot. And he's not done just there. However, missed shot. Repeat could potentially cost Fnatic this round now, as Crims is actually all by himself on this A bomb site, and he's trying to go hunting towards middle. He sees that it's clear, and actually goes over to the AWP. He's on 3 HP. Have you ever seen Crims AWP before?
No. But this is really nice because now the B players have come over to reinforce A. You've got Blame, but Kiku's holding for it. Doesn't matter. Blame collects the kill and should lock in this round for Fnatic. And that's all at the hands of Bermilov, just hitting that 2k. Finding Modo, flick down. Sure, he does overextend. He feels a little bit emboldened after getting that second just vertical swing. Missed shot, that's why Crims doesn't AWP. Low HP on these players. If you find Matties, no. It's all good. Matties removes bars and Fnatic get consecutive.
Yeah, like, look, Bermilov, it's a great round, but that overextension is the only reason that round becomes contestable. It's the small things, but they do matter. Like, did he have to go and re-peek 3 times? I don't hate him going aggressive to try and clear out shelf, but then the fact that he kind of re-swings afterwards, like, you know, these things aren't inherently necessary. And if OG had actually maybe just sped up towards A and crunched through down on A main, Crims would have been overwhelmed on 3 HP, and I think that could have been possibly a 7th round for OG. Instead, it's Fnatic stringing 2 together. And OG, even though there's no bomb down, still a respectable purchase. The only negative is Modo on a Tech 9. The rest of AK and full utility.
Counter flash and blade. Oh, and it works perfectly. And he gets out. That's so important that he escapes. Crims now comes over at Donut with him. And Fear finally might get to be tested at Cave. Finally might get a chance to
Get a
shoot
kill.
at someone. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, in middle there, Blame gets set up by Crims perfectly. However, mid's been completely evacuated after that opening duel by the CT side. And on the duality of that, Buzz taking a lot of liberties, but shut down by Matties. Okay, all worry of this round probably fizzling out. As we also have a double push coming through from A into elbow now from the CT side. It's just allowing everybody to sit on this B-bomb site. And Bermilov, he's currently starting to not really... He's starting to not miss. And that's always a scary factor. Yeah, Modo, you can see no clue of players being in middle there. And sure, Chrism does get a consolation frag, but that's all it is.
Yeah, now we're in this eco, we can start talking a little bit more just about Fnatic and the acquisition of Fear, because people won't know, but before Fear joined Passion UA, they were showing a little bit of potential, but they were really struggling. And then Fear took over the in-game leading duties, and that team just became one of the most exciting, one of the most competitive teams to watch in Tier 2. When the Major rolled around, I think there was a lot of us in the Tier 2 space that were saying, well, Passion UA make the Major. And they did. And a lot of that is through Fear's calling.
A lot of the narratives in Tier 1 won't be fully fleshed out because they don't know about these guys. They don't watch them.
Oh, that's a weird timing. Look at Blame.
Ooh,
Blame's right behind them.
God, he's a little snake. He's slithering behind them. He just picked up 3 kills. You are never going to expect someone behind you in Jaguar when you're not even out of cave yet. Pick up on your Passion UA point. Yeah, it's like a lot of people were like, oh, who are these guys? You know, from the talent to the fans, etc. It's like if you watched Tier 2, you knew they'd proved themselves by their reps and by success they had. And I think also a big part of their success as a team was the environment that was created. It's like a family. They basically lived together for, what, 9 months it was? So I wonder if now Fear's in a different kind of construct of a team, is he still able to have that? Is he still able to work his magic in a different environment?
That's a good point.
Well, this
round
crunch certainly working.
It's been a really good resurgence by Fnatic. Keep your eyes on middle, though. Because off the back of them taking Heaven and B ramp, Spook has just walked in, held by Crims. There's another player on the way in Buzz. And it feels like Crims is ready for it. And he is.
Yeah.
Gets the best of him with Blame F. That round did have a little bit of spice to it, but it's the experienced vets of Fnatic that shut down OG. And this was 6-0, and now it's 6-4, potentially evolving into 6-5.
It was 6-0 dominantly. It was 6-0 where OG never even allowed Fnatic a look in. And it looks like the pendulum has completely swung in the different direction. You've got a lot of firepower all of a sudden on the Fnatic side. As you mentioned, specifically in that veteran duo. Also, I think the reason why Crims was maybe so aware of Buzz is because he's the one who's been lurking. So you catch off Spook, and you're like, well, Buzz is still alive. He's probably towards middle. And Crims, I don't know if that was the read, but if it was, his patience pays dividends. And it's Fnatic's
directly upright, that's fun.
Yeah. Ooh. Bottle flip. Flash flip. Yeah, this game's completely swung. It was really dominant one side, and now completely the same for the other side.
This happens a lot in Tier 2 as well. You just need a couple of rounds to suddenly your momentum back. Blame got that kill? Okay.
One bullet is all he needs, baby. One bullet in a dream. In the other end, though, the B bomb site's being lost. We had a lot of pressure taking lane. The issue is OG just walk up B ramp. And now you're in a 4. The bomb didn't go down. Buzz gets wallbanged. Fear denies the bomb being planted. And now Fnatic take the advantage and have so much time to work with. They also are super aware of Spook in B doors. They are waiting for him to make the first move. And when they eliminate him, that's when the retake is going to start with utter ease. Modo also smoked off. He's going to have to reposition towards short. But guess what? We're going for reverse execute. We smoked long and short. So Modo, who's now last alive, is super ineffective. Fnatic play with the patience, and this defuse should come in very easily. The pot shot is unattainable, and Fnatic, with 6 in a row, even it up at the half.
Yeah, really well played from Fnatic. The fact that you smoke everything off, you've got Blame that is holding for the Spook walkthrough. Everything is by design. Even Fear spamming Buzz at default. I don't even see Prison on Blame's screen. But yeah, everything was so meticulously done there, but by Fnatic, and you're right, it does go completely the other way. And now you ask questions to OG. You say, okay, OG, you had a really good start. Can you bounce back now? You've lost the momentum.
Welcome, Crims, to CCT.
Oh, it's a Fnatic tech.
Oh. I am still kind of partly getting over the fact that we have OG Fnatic first round main Swiss.
I know.
It's fantastic to me. And I think it's very exciting as well, because it's two teams that have fell under misfortune as an organization in the last 2 years, let's say.
Let's be real, it's really important for these teams to get reps. So
they need reps and they need VRS points. Fortunately, can't get it here, but in the future, we kind of mentioned as well, Castle coming in instead of Cater on Fnatic. I think that's a good change. I think Cater maybe ran his ground on Fnatic, unfortunately.
the thing is, I don't really know the inside scoop on Cater, but I know he's really highly regarded by every single player that plays under him.
Yeah.
But to me, I think he does a lot more prep work outside the server than in it. I think Castle is a guy that will actually have a bit more of a voice in the server, and I think sometimes that is what Fnatic needs.
Be interesting to potentially have a conversation with someone about that one day.
Yeah, agreed.
It's very hard to always gauge what coach's impact is. But anyways,
It's hard when you're not in the comms and you
Yes.
don't know as well.
yeah. Anyway,
Oh,
Jesus,
Veto.
and that
Any
nade
more?
as well lands on top of them. He's picked up 2 kills. Chrisen has just taken the majority of his HP off in this valiant attempt to help his teammates. So we're back with the pistol round if you haven't noticed. And Fiku, he gave his team this perfect start, but then Modo's got goosed. Chrisen just ran through a Molotov to then fall back, and Fnatic with the bomb down. Even though it's a 3 versus 4, these post plants are really good, and the HP's also in their advantage. But will Burmilov get cleared? Apparently, yes. Buzz, he's on a Stormer. He does finally get felled, and now Fear, there's no kit on the other side. But Chrisen provides perfect coverage, and Spook, because he trusted in his IGL, is able to get the defuse off.
Yeah, great retake, and I think Chrisen just staying alive there does everything, because you can see that Fnatic are sweating a little bit about CT, and then they eventually give it up. So it's not... If it goes the other way, if Fnatic get these kills on B ramp, you start having the conversation about Chrisen just needs to be a little bit bolder there, but no, trust the process. The fact that they are able just to scale in quite quickly, Modo going first on low HP, and then that allows Buzz to come around the corner and just deal with Blame F and Burmilov. It's another good start to life in a half for OG. It's 2 out of 2 pistols as well for them. Bomb down, force up for Fnatic. And Crim's about to be pressed in by the A play. Completely caught off guard by not 1 but 2 players.
Crim's been feeling it. Been having a very good game. Maybe just oversteps his welcome a little bit too much there. Maybe he thinks that the A bomb site would be weaker in this second round. Couldn't be any more wrong. 2 defenders, as you said, meant waiting for him. And now OG going back to try and crunch through towards middle. The timing's a bit awkward here. Because as soon as they start coming towards middle, that's when, like, for instance, the donut smoke comes in. But Modo's just gone, yeah, there's no one here. And Fnatic are really split up right now, Brandon. Maddie's dying over towards B. Fear's still over here. He drops a short smoke, but...
Yeah, that's smart. That's smart, though, because you just see Matty's in cave, you drop the smoke, you've drawn a third rotation over, and they contact him back through A.
I don't know. I feel like this is... even if the bomb site is 1 here, it's a 5v2. This is such an easy retake. This is perfect for the CT side. This is ancient CT side 101. You win the fight everywhere else, and then you play this really easy retake. That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, it felt like the A players could have sped up a little bit. It also felt like Fear was half in, half out with his decision making of where he wanted to take the fight, because he looked at Cave, he looked at Donut, he then looked back at Cave, and he was like, okay, no, I'll go Donut. And by that point, you still got the OG players that are now taking extra steps in towards mid because of Modo's info. Hero AK on Blame, he can afford to do this. And we have seen Hero AK collect some rounds already today with Kioske, so maybe Blame can just redefine that here in this series. We'll have to see. It feels unlikely, but if there's one man that can do it, it is Big Blame.
He is 16 and 7 right now, so definitely having a good time. Absence of utility to support him, though. Just 2 flashbangs from Fear, but he does have a human flashbang at Matty's. Or Matty gets to kill himself. Blame F. That's a big frag onto Chrisen. It does open up this B bomb site, and it does actually allow the bomb to go down, but he goes a bit too far. He tries to be the hero of this round, as he should. And unfortunately, he gets stopped in his tracks. Spook just staying in cave the whole round. They never expected that. Chrism is also... So, Crims has rotated around. He's picked up a Galil. Oh, the spam also can almost connect on Spook. But close. No cigar. And OG, they stay flawless on their CT side. But a bomb down and 3 kills is great, right?
Yeah. Bomb down, 3 kills. You invested 1 AK into that round. It looks maybe winnable as well, with Matty's getting the opening kill, and then that allows a space for Blame F to get the trade on Cave. They're still definitely in this fight, Fnatic. They just need to bounce back a lot earlier. Selfless as well for Fear. He's on Tech 9 full utility. Bermilov is on an AWP. Bermanov is already through middle. Burst on the smoke. Modo gets the best of him. That's the AWP down. I mean, Fear can go and pick that up, I suppose, but he's on the extremity.
Yeah, Fear, it's felt like Fear hasn't been able to get into this game as an individual on both the CT like, and D side.
On T side especially, he's like been playing his own little mini game on his own, just dropping utility on one side of the map. And
it hasn't really quite worked. Like, it hasn't affected OG, as we kind of discussed in that second round. And yeah, this is, I'm getting deja vu, Brandon. This is almost the exact same round, but this time Fear is over towards A, but it's still a man advantage for OG, and it's OG with a lot of map control. The only way this round goes wrong for OG is if Buzz just instantly dies, or if Spook also rotates towards B. Has Mattis thrown any utility to cause this? But he falls. Now, we should see Spook rotating over towards this A bomb site. As soon as Chrism clears cave, he's going to start making his way over. And Buzz, still on this bomb site. Again, if he falls, this does give the passageway open to Fnatic. And that Molotov is perfect. Smoke. There is none for Donut. This means Modo's holding the line with the AWP, and he just strikes Crims down. The bomb does get planted, but at what cost? Oh, Fear! Oh, Fear! I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of your game, but the IGL puts an end to all of that madness.
Yeah, unfortunately, they line up after Fear gets the second one. He's trying to evacuate towards A main. Blame is trying to provide coverage. He's trying to look Donut at the same time, and Chrism's already on a really fast timing. Rough one for Fnatic as they do sort of leverage that. I don't think he can even see Blame F. Another pause coming forward for Fnatic. They keep getting the bomb down so they can keep having AKs. They can keep being threatening in this game. But I think OG are doing a really good job, especially in the mid-round, just retaking this map control. Fnatic aren't putting enough pressure on.
Just, I don't know. I've seen it. It's not been a great showing from Fnatic, all in all.
It's actually crazy that you've got one guy, basically, that is beyond double digits for OG. Sure, Chrism's on 11, but, like, Modo's on 16 kills. You've got Blame on 18, Crim's on 14, and you're losing by 4 rounds.
Yeah. I don't know. We're seeing... it feels like on OG, it's a very unified. Like, I look at anyone right now, and I'm like, they could pop off. Oh no.
Do you know what? That nade actually weirdly worked. It was a misthrow, but... It guaranteed the trade. Look at Blame walking in towards red. Modo is holding for this exact peak. He should have it locked in. It all depends if Blame's going to push the issue further. And now he is. Modo, does he turn? No, but he still gets the guillotine treatment.
Crims
has followed up onto Fiku.
Spook's caught between 2 mines, but Buzz, he's got all his information. He's behind the smoke and Donut, but Blame... This guy ain't missing a beat right now. And Buzz, they all disengage around him. He hears them slinking off into the darkness. So look at this from Blame. he's still holding this very aggressive line. Buzz seems to be somewhat aware of this, though. That nade almost dunks him. Molotov, you know, it's the right idea, but what can you do? The Danish tank is out.
Yeah, I mean, what a round. What a round from Blame. He just takes matters into his own hands. The fact that he clotheslines Modo and that he's still being an ever-present threat in towards Red Room just puts himself on an angle where you have to be peeking deep enough to be able to clear him, but the moment you peek deep enough, he's got the advantage anyway. Important round for Fnatic. And look, they come into this bruised economic-wise because, yes, they got the AWP, but they got 2 MAC-10s. If they win this round, they break the economy of OG, and it can be a one-round game.
This is certainly an interesting setup from OG. Got 4 on B, and they're pushing aggressively towards round. Burmilov tries to get on the boost, but he never makes it up there. Mattis stems the bleeding, and they're not going to expect another player in cave. They're not going to expect these 4 defenders. Issue is, you've got Blame F again on the extremity, causing a ruckus, and they know about Crizzen towards cave. Fnatic, I don't know how that's so clean after they lose Burmilov.
Because finally your individuals are stepping up. Finally, I think this is the first round in the game, and it comes at around 18 where Matties gets a multi-kill. You expect so much more out of Matties because he is such an incredible player. That's the first time we've seen a multi-kill. And if that isn't the first time, it's the first time it's an important, impactful multi-kill. Needed to stand his ground there, and he does. And there we go. Economy completely broken for OG. Fnatic, as long as they don't trip over their own shoelaces, this will be a one-round game.
I wasn't aware of Blame F's form in recent time.
His form of Fnatic has been unbelievable.
Yeah. He is just being so... Because I think what's a great example is to compare Blame and Buzz right now, because we saw basically what Blame's doing. We saw Buzz doing that on their T side, and
yeah,
especially towards the latter end of that first half when OG felt a little bit stagnant. I'm not pointing it at this, but there is, you know, identification of, okay, what was an issue? Well, Buzz's lurk was either futile and ineffective, or he actually died in Red Room. What's Blame F doing? Getting 2 kills a round. So you kind of compare and contrast the two,
wow,
and it's like, well, there's a very clear victor here.
And it's Crimson middle. 3 kills for him. He's up to 20 kills nearly. Blame pushing 25. And that's all with, yeah, Burmilov and Fear not pushing double digits. The thing is, I looked to OG and I say, okay, well, Modo had a fantastic start to the game. He's been there, but hasn't really been felt impact-wise. Who's the other player for OG? Who's the guy that's going to take the game by the scruff of the neck? Or, alternatively, what's the call from Crizzen to get OG out of this hole? You got to stop Blame F going Red Room. But the thing is, he's conditioned it so much now that he never needs to go there for the rest of the half.
Yeah, I was going to say, they could probably just rush A right now. Because OG have been stacking majority towards B.
There we go.
They've been crunching towards middle. And Fnatic, the issue is whenever they've gone to A, they've done it with like a 2-man disadvantage. I'd be interested to see them just do like A smokes right off the bat and see what the reaction is like from OG. Blame F, no way he gets out of this. Oh my god.
Of course he does. It's Blame F.
Okay. The donut players
Traded, surely.
Like the donut players retreat because the smoke. Buzz is just out of window. There's a breakdown in comms somewhere there. OG, they were poised to take middle. 2 fall back, 1 still progresses. And Blame F just slices everyone down in front of them. And he gets away.
Yeah, I was going to say, because he gets that kill now as well, I mean, that molly's a little bit pear-shaped, but Matty still gets Crizzen. What's your common reaction for OG? What have we seen all half? It's them pushing back in towards mid. It's then taking this space. That's why Blame F has now walked in towards Donut from A main, and he's going to get another kill. It's so clever. You can't teach that game sense. That's round over.
Yeah.
That's OG trying to save the AWP.
That's blame F as well, getting a second kill on such low HP. Bumilov not allowing for players to save. He's had a pretty slow game, I'll be honest. Him and Fear, I feel like the new 2 additions of Fnatic haven't given me much to hollow and hoop about individually. Fear's obviously called a very good second half of both of these halves so far, but individually I feel like both of them, you know, not massively desirable. But when you've got Blame F just running around doing every once, and then Crims and Matty's picking up pieces, it doesn't necessarily matter that 2 players maybe are on the lower end.
Also, I just don't think we're... The thing is, the game plan now and the adjustment here has been for Blame and Crims to really excel in middle. There hasn't really been a need for an AWP. That's why we're not really getting this sort of inference of Bumilov being aggressive and sort of taking these fights. They haven't needed him to. They're on pistols again, OG.
Again, I'm getting like deja vu in this game, where we had beginning of the first half, OG were playing this almost flawless Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And then in the beginning of the second half, same sort of thing. Like the first gun round, you're like, damn, that was really good CS. And then you go on the flip side of it, it's the second half of both of these halves where Fnatic have then mimicked OG and started playing this like fantastic CS, and it's like the tables have turned massively. Also, Crims, he's about to get the scare of his life. It just depends how many people does he see right now if he does go out. Because as soon as he sees maybe like 2 or 3, boom, we're going straight to B. And we're already kind of prepped for that. Matty's, he's making Fnatic's life a lot easier. Yeah, Fear, I think this is a cool eco, anti-eco, where we're never really committing anywhere. But the smokes go down, they get the kill in cave, Fear's walking up ramp, he's like, oh, it's clear. And so they're not throwing too many forces at it, but they're clearing out with one guy, and Crims is seeing if anyone's showing any face on A. So we're not actually committing fully anywhere until we get the recognition that it is clear.
Yeah, look, you give up an AK for it, but I think that's a fine trade-off. So it's Fnatic that now take the lead. It's Fnatic that are 2 rounds away from taking OG's map pick. In a game of unconventional scorelines in terms of sort of like kill distribution, but it's the experience really pulling Fnatic through.
All 3 tactical pauses used for OG now. It just feels like their last dance on Ancient. And we were, I think at the beginning of the series, Brandon, right, you were saying 2-0 Fnatic right off the bat.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Especially with how Ancient's going, if Fnatic end up taking the victory here, especially in regulation, we then go on to Fnatic's map pick. And I start to imagine that 2-0 is probably going to come out into fruition. But this is where OG, if they do want to contest, this has to be it. Modo's slowed down. Everyone's slowed down. We've been playing very similar CT setups where in the mid round we like mid crunch, and we've kind of been doing that every round, and it's never quite worked. And this it is. The A smokes, as I was saying, just I wanted to see them go straight towards A, and that's exactly what they're doing.
So now you got to make sure this donut pressure.
What's the util? Where's the flashbangs?
There isn't any.
What?
Oh, there isn't any. What a disaster. They made the right call, but the execution is sloppy. And now Blame might even be caught by Crizzen as well as that smoke fades at Red Room. Yes, Crizzen catches him. This is going to be flawless. This is going to be a flawless round from OG because there was no flashbangs thrown by Fnatic.
I mean, I wanted them to go for this. I really want them to just go for the A smokes because they haven't really done it and they've been conditioning elsewhere on the map. And whenever they went towards A in the earlier stages of the half, it was later on in the round where they'd already lost 2 players and OG just had full map control and it was like, okay, we're never going to work. They go out A, I'm looking at everyone running out, everyone's got full utility. And even though the players were towards Donut, where's the Molo big box? Where's the Molo default? Where's the flashbang that bounces behind big box to blind Donut players? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing. And if OG were anywhere else on the bomb site, they still would have won. Like, it wasn't, oh, you know, lucky they were Donut because there was utility elsewhere. There was no utility anywhere. Fnatic, I don't know. It seems so obvious that OG are going to have a player default because, sorry, a player in Donut. Not only is it just default, but OG have been committing quite hard middle. You know they're going to be fast into Donut, so why aren't you at least throwing 1 or 2 flashbangs to try and throw them off?
It feels like you've done all the hard work and then all the wheels have come off right when it matters. That's honestly such a shame because that was the right call. That was the right decision to make. It just was fumbled right on the way in, and now you've given OG an opportunity to come back and potentially win their map. That they've still got chances to close this. You think if that AX exit is just locked in, then the game's done. The economy wouldn't be there for OG. The morale would be down as well. They want to fight mid instead. Fnatic frontal facing, and we spoke about flashbangs in mid. Where are they for OG? Matties has found a multi.
Yeah, there's no red room smoke. Doesn't seem like that's going to have too big of an impact, though, on the round. Matties, what a wonderful collection of frags. Perfect exhibition of pure and utter skill.
I'm not being funny. You gotta really think about saving this in the next few seconds
Yes.
to get OG because you got no money.
Oh, no, you should be saving right now. The fact that, like, Modo is even as close as he is terrifies me. But, oh, no. I think we're going for this. Burmilov?
Burmilov has got to turn around.
Yeah, he is. I was going to say, does he ever recognize the fact there could be someone coming from A main? Yes. Crizzen falls. Fiku hasn't been spotted, but it doesn't matter. You've lost your 3rd player. This is when you have to call it quits. And because Modo was so committed, there's a genuine worry that he might not get out of this round. And I'm concerned about Fear's position. Because look, Fear and Blame F are already kind of infiltrating these back lines. If Modo runs away, which I think he has to because of the bomb radius. Oh, okay. Wow, he is a lot. Wow, that is ballsy that he stands that close. But if, oh, Fid almost comes around the long corner. Okay, AWP is saved. Rifle is saved as well on Fiku. OG have potentially let their map pick slip, Brandon.
Just don't fumble the finish. Just stick the landing if you're Fnatic. We've already seen them drop the ball on one of these eggs. They're hard committing towards mid here. Both teams. This round lives and dies by what happens in towards middle, but when you've got Blame F and Crims, there's only one outcome. 4 versus 3. And then Matties finds the cave player.
Well, apparently you can teach old dogs new tricks. Blame F ending on 27 potentially. Crims at a minimum 21.
Shout out Matties as well because he's really stepped up in these last couple of rounds.
I mean, these last 2 rounds just in isolation, right? Picking up a massive double in the previous towards middle. 1 big kill here to kind of put the cherry on top of the work that Crims and Blame F has done. And speaking of Crims, on only 20 HP, he's caught a mega timing towards A as Modo's rotated away, and he's already initiated himself deep behind enemy lines. Modo may never anticipate someone to be here, and that's the round. That is game as well on Ancient. Fnatic will be decisively taking the second half after losing 5 in a row, basically 4 in a row. They then basically go flawless, and Fiku, he's walking to his grave. He does pick up 1 kill to end it off, but Fear shuts him down, and Fnatic go 1-0 up, silencing OG on their map pick.
And a new question for you, Freddie, is how good would this scoreline have been if Fnatic won a pistol?
Yeah, it's what it was. OG won 6 in a row at the start of the first half. They won four in a row at the start of the second half. That's 10 rounds from just the pistol round, basically.
Yeah, it was the pistol, the conversion, the first gun round. That's 6 rounds you just add on. If Fnatic got either of those, you're looking more at like 13-8, 13-9. I think the scoreline, it's such a shame for OG, but I think Fnatic, the adjustments made in that game and with the timeout as well, I think really changed the landscape. We've spoken about blame effort and Crims to no end. I think Matty's was really the finishing touch. If Matty's didn't step up there, then Fnatic don't win Ancient. It's as clear cut as that. So that's map 1 sorted. Mirage up next. Based on what you've seen, Freddie, are you feeling more positive about OG's chances here, or do you think this is 2-0 now?
I think this is 2-0. My only one concern would be maybe if Lame doesn't almost drop a 30 bomb in regulation. Like, I think without that, this would have been an OG victory. And also, I need to see more from Burmilov. Quite disappointed with him in map 1. I'm a big Burmilov fan. I'm a massive Burmilov fan. And he didn't give me much to hoop and holler about. And same with Fear as well. It felt like those two individually just didn't get their teeth sunk into the map. So I really hope for Mirage that turns around. And I think if they are not able to, and then let's say Blame F doesn't hold that same standard, that could open the gates for OG to come back on Mirage.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how that pans out, whether you're right or whether I'm right. It's a fun little game we like to play against each other. But that was map 1 between Fnatic and OG. 13-11 the scoreline, not much to separate the two. Let's see what Mirage will bring just after the break.
Map 1, very delicious. This was a really cool series on paper, and I'm really glad that it has delivered. And in the post-game after Map 1, we kind of set the scene for what we expect going on to Mirage. But I think we both kind of came to somewhat of the same decision, that it is going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic, but we just kind of set some points being like, okay, if it is going to be a 2-0, we might need to see more from the other individuals outside of just, let's say, a Blame F or Crims.
Yeah, I think that was actually pretty game plan dependent for that Ancient. Like, I feel like Burmilov is the type of guy to be set up for stuff, and Fear set Jambo up quite a lot on Passion UA, so I'm expecting that to flow through as well on Fnatic. And Mirage is a map where you can do that, but also at the same time, that's where your individuals can really step up. I'll be honest, I was more impressed with Modo's rifling than his AWP.
Yeah.
I didn't really see Modo's AWP all that much be a prolific factor on Ancient. So that head-to-head, you actually kind of lift that up and put it on a pedestal a little bit, because whoever has the better AWP on Mirage is going to win the map. That's, I think, quite bluntly is real as it gets. OG starts CT, Fnatic on this T side, Molly smoke on Fear. Again, no defuse kit for the CTs on the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Ancient's a pretty hard map to AWP, and that's why we didn't see much AWPing from either of the AWPers, but let's get it. 1-0 up for Fnatic. It's the first stage in the main Swiss here in CCT Series 16. Both teams expected to make playoffs, but who can start off their crusade easily? Buzz already takes down his counterpart in Blame F. The beast has been felled, and Fnatic still looking to continue on their original plan. You can see they want to split onto this A bomb site, but another setback as Spook nails Burmilov and also identifies the bomb. They know now 2 players are towards middle because the boost up, and also because Palace has been counteracted. Is there a world this way that this round has any legs to it? Fiku says no.
Yeah, I don't think you can go for this now. Like, the Fear kill needs to be instantaneous, and Fiku can just delay with Util and just staying alive. So really well worked from Fiku. None of them are giving Fear a fight either. He's now been spotted in the window, and there's 3 players just shooting him down. So great recovery from OG. That could have got a little bit turbulent if Matties was anticipating the second player in towards market, but as soon as you flash Buzz into ramp, you get the jump on what's going on. Oh, Blame F's in ramp. Okay, well, it's probably just going to be this split underpass through Con. So Spook immediately repositions and holds for the window jump up. That's 3 for 3 pistols for OG. This potentially could be 3 for 3 good starts in a half.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that Fnatic are yet to win a pistol. And even, like, that pistol run was so dominant. There was never really a time, like, from start to finish, OG out-aimed and outplayed Fnatic. You're kind of like, no way Fnatic win a 2-0, potentially, and not potentially a single pistol round being won. That would be...
Could happen.
That'd be ludicrous, Brandon.
They should get nothing from this. Only if OG go peeking in under. But now they start to move forward. Fnatic, Modo, just providing Overwatch.
Ooh, that's a lot of people.
Yep. And you got the setup. Clean. Exactly what you want. Modo getting all the kills as well means he's got AWP money.
Yeah, I was going to say, does he just go into an AWP? That would be bold. Fortune does favor the bold though, Brandon.
He probably won't.
No, there's a lot of reasons why he wouldn't and shouldn't. Be fun though. Ooh.
Oh, he is.
Oh. He baited us, man. Either way though, still next round we're gonna have really good money. So good position for OG to be in, keeping all 5 alive, and the SMG, as we've highlighted, getting triple and an extra $1,800. Fnatic onto their first gun round. Crims actually switches the Mac 10 over to Matties, and it looks like we're all going together. I could potentially see them just sending out Matties to search
They
by
are.
himself. But no, they're all going. He's got support with him. And on the bomb site, this is so awkward for Fiku. Yeah, he gets instantly dinked by Matties as he's jump peeking. And then he's just unable to get away as the T side are waterfalling out of apartments. And now because of that, OG, look, they're not even remotely in position to go for a retake. They have to save.
They're sort of future-proofing themselves by doing this as well, because in Odd Ancient, you had these rounds where the economy got broken for OG to the point where they never really had any say. In this, if you save everything, completely fine. I mean, this is the point where Modo drops Fiku the FAMAS and then buys that AWP, and you got exactly the same sort of setup as you did in this round. This round was just Fnatic going B with pace, with the MAC-10. Commanding a little bit of respect, I think, out of OG. Yeah, there's that drop. There's the AWP.
Just a very unfortunate setup for OG. Kind of, that was like the one chink in the armor for OG, and I think Matties does really well on the entry there. Doesn't give Fiku the ability to fall back in any way.
He's doing it again.
This one maybe more of a fake. They might just send, let's say, oh no, Matties doesn't have a MAC-10 anymore. Okay, yeah, this is interesting because the bomb's obviously top mid. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe send Matties or Crims out to go searching and just take the information. And yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. This is working quite nicely because Fiku is currently towards short, boosting up Chrism. So if they're able to get out of apartments, they're going to have so much free real estate on the bomb site. And in the meantime, pressure's been applied towards middle, but that's a big opening kill for Spook. Oh my God, no. What's happening? Oh no! They catch a timing.
A disaster. And that's weird because it feels like they shouldn't have caught a timing because they got the kill on towards Fear, and then these players were looking backwards. I don't know what the con was, but Matties has opened up B once more. Crims follows up, and that's the round over. Modo's not going to want to go for this. He's got his AWP into the round, and again, nullified, because they don't go towards A. They're conditioning B really heavily here, Fnatic. They're trying to set themselves up for the future.
Oh, sorry. OG can't set themselves up for the future. Fnatic do, obviously. Yeah, so I think the timing that Matties caught was the smoke was dropped, and it basically landed, or it kind of bounced into Matties and Crim. So Matties was he had such an ease of just walking forward, and you saw the short players are having a mother's meeting together.
Yes, yeah, they were.
And Matties is just the easiest of spray downs. I think only one of them even had his gun out, and he wasn't looking apartments. So Fnatic, this is two very easy rounds back to back, and as you mentioned, putting a heavy conditioning on that B bomb site, and also finding it to be the kryptonite. Both rounds, Fiku hasn't even got damage.
Pause to talk about the investment, and it will come in. I guess a little bit. Oh no, fall in around this AWP. CS2's a bit weird now because typically the format used to be double stage loss, you always save. But in CS2, because there's a lot more opportunities, I think, with MR12 to kind of get back into the game, and where CS2 does feel a lot more momentum driven, going for this buy I think makes a lot of sense, and I'm interested to sort of see how this one pans out. Gun rounds have looked superior for Fnatic so far, just across this series in general. So as OG equip themselves with more weaponry, all eyes, in my mind, look towards Modo. It's not a bad start. A leg onto the IGL.
No, it's definitely a better start. Haven't seen Burmilov activate either this game. Yeah, it's kind of just been Matties who's won them both these rounds back to back. So I'm interested to see on Fnatic who maybe steps up alongside him. Blame F, not today. No lurks for him on Mirage. Shut down. Doing what they couldn't do on Ancient. But Fnatic still keeping to their original plan because they can't go anywhere else. They had everything orchestrated around Blame F maybe surviving in middle, holding that control. And then they can go up ramp and Palace, and they have Blame F coming late up connector. But now he's died. Spook has taken all of middle control, but OG have certainly fled this A bomb site. They've actually spread themselves out maybe a little bit too far. So Fnatic will have somewhat of an easy time getting themselves onto the bomb site, which I think they didn't expect it to be this easy. Just about if they can hold on to the site, and well, that's one way to hold on to it. Take the fight straight to OG, but Matty's only able to get one kill.
And the thing is now is that Crim's going to get caught by Spook because they've just cleared ramp. So why would you expect a flank? 4v2, this is still looking really good for OG. Burmilov needs to win this fight in Palace, and he does. Viku now swings on the Deagle, can't connect it. Burmilov, oh my goodness me, they're all dying. Low HP. Prison needs to lock in the kill. Modo needs to get on the bomb, or he can fake off it and hit the shot. But that runs really close for OG from a position of strength to one of near weakness. They're just about able to hold on.
Dude, I'm just thinking, if Matty's got both those kills in connector,
round over.
Round over completely. That's a really good round there from OG. The only issue I have with it is just how maybe they played retake a little bit too heavy, right? They had a lot of map control, a lot of information. They still chose to really spread themselves out in that mid round, but that's still a fantastic retake. And they've shut down Matties, who was looking to be a real pain in the side. Not today, though. Not in round 5. However, a new day, a new dawn, and OG still difficult with the economy.
Wow.
However, again, Matties shut down. He's the only player that's really stepped up so far in Mirage. That's Blame F getting first on the scoreboard, but big kill from Buzz to kick off the proceedings.
They're still worried about B. I mean, because of those back-to-back hits, you've got 3 players that reside up the C. That's a really good find for Buzz. Crims is still lurking over at ramp, but Buzz is now considering this. Oh, and just deleting all of Fnatic over on this side of the map. That makes Blame have to go in towards B. Burmilov is so far away from him. If Blame kills Modo, this round can still be a success story for Fnatic, especially if they converge on towards middle OG and they don't clear Burmilov.
Even if Blame F does get this kill, it's just all about how quickly can Burmilov get over towards the B bomb site. Seems like now very quickly is he's been given that ability to exit middle, which we were talking about, maybe overlooking the AWPer in top mid. But 35 seconds, are we
saving?
Oh, we're saving. Little do they know, B's actually a very possible place to go right now. You've only got one AWPer. If Blame get a good flashbang, gets himself on the bomb site, he could actually open that part of the map up. But instead, they're going to give OG another round. They're going to save the AK and the AWP. Are they going to have a purchase next round? Probably going to have to around the save weapons, but it's not going to be pretty. Blame can drop an AK just about,
Buzz,
though.
by the way.
Yeah, sorry. What's Buzz done? He just decided he's best player on the server.
He took 3 aim fights in the open, no contact, as in like no util, and he's just pure contacted them, and it's unreal. It was just unbelievable shots from Buzz. I'm not convinced yet by OG. We've seen good starts to halves deteriorate.
I think that's fair. Well, they're continuing that good form though. This is a very similar round to round 5, right? Where mid falls, but we're going a lot faster onto A. Love. Great opener onto Buzz, and then
Well, that's round over.
shut down. And yeah, wow, that is a really disappointing end to the round. OG focused towards middle and just were not ready for the acceleration, it appears.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting watching Fear in the early days of this sort of Fnatic outfit, because he is being a sacrificial lamb a lot in these rounds. He's the one that is taking on a lot of responsibility in terms of taking space away from OG. Are they going for this late on? Surely not. No. But like, I don't know, like in that round he's only got a Tech 9, sure, but he is single-handedly just walked out middle by himself. And yes, he pulls the rotations, but Fear is a fragging in-game leader.
Yeah.
And I feel like he is limiting himself by doing some of these plays.
That's why I was kind of surprised at the first map of the lack of individualism from him. I was like, oh, this is not the Fear that I kind of recognized from Passion UA. So, yeah, it's kind of good that you raised that point.
And look, it's going to take time for him to...
For sure.
To get there, because it's a new team, you got to gel together, and he's going to focus a lot more on calling than he is as individual. Great spam, and to be honest, that one's not his fault.
Yeah, what can you really do against that?
Oh, Kristen's seen him.
Yeah, Burmilov lucky to get away there with his life.
But
However,
look
we're
at this
going back
lean,
to
yeah.
B. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Fnatic. This is seeming like, where did you find success? Towards B. How'd you do it? Matty's entry on Fiku. Krizen's coming over. It might be a little bit too late. Sure, we're pushing ramp, but we have the information they're out on B. Fiku, he needs to get a kill. He's yet to get a kill on this B bomb site, and that's going to remain the same. He's really struggling as the anchor here, and like again, look, we had ramp control. Sure, that's great, but
what a good molly that is.
We knew that they were out B, and yeah, it's really good utility for Fnatic to slow down this execute. They get that kill on Fiku, but they don't rush things. They take their time, they plant the utility, and give themselves now a 4 versus 3 post plant.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, Bermilov's going to fall in a second. Look at the HP bars of 2 of the riflers. Spam out of Spook. Let's try to delay time. You got to clear this if you're buzzed. You check the close corner. Bermilov lives. But Mono finds a kill in the meantime and follows up onto Blame. Those were the 2 low HP players, though. Time a limiting factor. With Bermilov getting rid of Spook, that should be all said and done for Fnatic. They equalise the scoreline, and they are just conditioning that we're going to one bomb site, then we're heading to the other one. But you're right, the anchoring responsibilities. We've seen good moments out of Buzz. We're yet to see that out of Fiku.
I don't know, it's just the fact that it's been 3 times and we're not getting a kill on any of them. It's like, okay, yeah, you've kind of got one job.
You got no money as well.
It's really weird that this is 4-4. Because some of these rounds for Fnatic seem obviously so easy when they go towards B. I wouldn't be surprised if they just start throwing in like short splits. That to me could just be the play.
I think that makes the most sense as well, because you've barely utilised middle. Bermilov's been able to get out a couple of rounds just behind the boxes. OG have never really pushed the issue in towards top middle. There was a round they did it. I think it was the pistol where they took the space, right?
No, there was the round where Blame died in underpass, where Spook, like they kind of in the later round actively went to crunch middle, and Spook pushed all the way. But apart from that, like, and that also would have been a round that they just contacted out. If Fnatic had bodies there, OG die.
Oh, good counter flash. But the utility. Again, one thing that we were critical of Fnatic on that ancient hit was the lack of utility. Now they're being incredibly diligent. The flashbangs have been perfection. And Modo shut out the round. He's 7-1 because he saved about 8 times. He's had 2 kills on the AWP, if memory serves. In the previous round, he had that 1 pick on top mid. That's it.
It's a good showing for Fnatic. They're able to, with such ease, also conquer this A bomb site like they did on B.
Yeah.
This felt like a very different game to Ancient, Brandon. I don't know. Ancient was like a very exciting, lurk heavy, you know, brawly. Mirage just felt so clunky from both sides.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been OG starting off strong, being able to get a few rounds on the board. Gun rounds have come out. OG have won 1 gun round this whole first half, and the conditioning that has been met. Fear might be 0-7, but don't meme on him in Twitch chat, because his calls are the whole reason why they're winning this game right now. And this is why I was worried about this for OG. This is why I thought, okay, I think Mirage is actually a really solid pick for Fnatic. And I think they can make this their home map, because the in-game leading alone, then mixed in with the combo of Blame F Matty's Crims, like, this should be a really good map for Fnatic, thinking about it.
Like, when I saw Mirage, I was like, okay, this makes sense to be a good map. But Brandon, are you saying Twitch chat don't know best? I think you must be mistaken. They are the fountain of knowledge, the center of knowledge, the epitome of it all. Matty's, he's okay. He beats the Molo and gets 3 kills. That is ridiculous. Going for 4. No, finally shut down by Fiku. But Matty, he's just running around like it's a circus. He's living in OG's head rent-free. He's doing whatever he wants right now.
In mid, like, that was just exceptional. Now you got Blame F on a delayed lurk timing as well. Also, Crimson, in the meanwhile, was just pushed out Palace. He goes, by the way, boys, we can go A, no problem whatsoever. Doesn't need to peek deep in towards CT. Modo holding the angle. Timing favors Crims. And finally, that AWP, yeah, he's going to volley it as well. That AWP has been saved so many times. You are not allowed it, OG.
Nah.
Fnatic have answered back in a big way in this first half, and it isn't allowing OG to go in the lead and then come back. They've wrestled the control a lot earlier. This half can end 8-4 in Fnatic's favour if they want it to.
Yeah,
and this is all without one of their players getting a kill.
I know this is on Ancient as well. Like, you obviously have Blame F that we were very clearly being like, oh, look at his lurks, da-da-da-da. But you mentioned in that round with Crims and how he just walked down A. Like, on Ancient, on a few rounds on T side, he also did he just walks out A. He knows how to play those timings quite well. And he's able to not call around himself, but basically take space to then allow for the rest of his team to come towards him. And he does that while everything's going on. Like, the commotion in middle, Matty's is in his magical mastermind mini-map. I'm trying to do the alliteration thing. Didn't really work.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, I tried. I'm just not as cool as you. But, like, that's all happening, and Crims is like, I'm just going to take A for free.
Well, now they know the AWP's in mid. Blame F removed early.
Wait,
Crimson burning. Double nades, a follow-up push from underpass goes Crimson. But now with these smokes, you can elect to go for this short B split. You need to be careful, though. Crims, diligent. Confirms that Crimson is trying to push. Will be removed as well. But Modo is still in mid.
Don't seem too fond of the idea of trying to challenge Modo. Don't blame them.
This is a good mid-round thing here from OG. The double pushing towards Palace, taking this space. You could potentially leave Buzz here with the 5-7. Feel like the rifle needs to be a lot more dynamic here out of Fiku. Buzz is even pushing. The thing is, with him pushing, I think he's going to miss this timing.
I think he's going to hit this timing. Oh, no, he's going straight into the timing. Oh, me love. He's fading away with the bomb. Oh, he's trying to sell the fake, but it doesn't sell Spook. Matty's, the mid-lurk fools. Blame F, though. Spots Modo out on short. Not Blame F, Crims. I just saw the lurk and just assumed it was Blame F. No, Blame F is dead. It's Crims who's getting out of B. Did he spot Spook in market? No, and Spook eliminates. This is now awkward for Fnatic. Burmilov hasn't got the time to evacuate. He has to commit over towards this B bomb site. A 1 versus 2 is what's applied. required of him. He's trying to find Spook, but he can't find him anywhere. Spook is just tucking and then comes out from the shadows when the bomb gets tapped.
It's quite scary. He jumped out the window there, actually, because 157 bullet, he's dead.
No time,
I
though,
suppose,
regardless.
yeah, that sets up VQ. Good wrestle back from OG. Because you come into that round with, what, an AWP, a couple of pistols upgraded, there was a single M4, like, that was it. And you walk away with the entire round. Strong hold from Modo. And whilst he only gets 1 kill, he stays alive, and that's the most important. Shot rings out for Bermilov. He knows that Buzz has crossed. And look at all the attention given in towards middle for OG, but no one is accounting for Blame F under.
There's also 3 players who are just staring at B apartments there. And, oh, round's over. This is the conditioning, potentially, in part of Fnatic putting a lot of pressure over towards B. Whenever, whatever failed, they just went B, right? And there, it felt like OG were very hyper aware of the fact that it could be a B play. And that opened the pathway for Blameless Lurk. It opened the pathway for Bermilov's opener.
We're not done yet.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Oh,
however, we are now. Bermilov, okay, he's picking himself up going into the CT side. And on top of that, Blamef had also just completely taken over B. He went underpass after he got that kill. And after there was 3 players on B, he gets the timing when there's no one there. And for Bermilov, even if he dies here, it's going to allow for the acceleration of Matties to get that bomb down and also give Blamef the backstab. So Fnatic, they don't get 8 as you were talking about, Brandon, but they do get a 7-5 half. After losing pistol round.
Absolutely fine. Yeah, that's good. That just means that your gun rounds are spectacular, and you just need to work a little bit more on the early game. The fact that no one's looking under here baffles me for OG. But what's really nice in this round, as you said about Bermilov picking himself up, hit some really sharp shots, and just gives us a reminder of why he got picked up by Fnatic.
I don't need that reminder. I'm a Bermilov stan.
Can Fnatic win a pistol?
I almost don't want them to, just so they can win a Series 2-0 without winning a pistol round. Blamef does have dual Berettas. Very early smoke being dropped in apartments. Was there a sound cue to give that off? Did Bermilov maybe hear them running in?
Not sure.
It felt like we've dropped that util very early on. But currently for Fnatic, they've got 3 players towards A, 2 towards B, and you've actually got Bermilov playing a little bit more distant. So Blame F, he's... Oh, okay. Bermilov's come back in now. So Bermilov's going to take the first contact, but it's actually going to be a short split, and we're only going to realize this when Matties takes contact, when they're already up short. Yeah, so see, we've only got this idea now, and Bermilov's now being pincered. He gets one, to be fair to him. Blame F, in the thick of it, unable to get anything. And that's OG just providing no information the whole round, and when Fnatic know what's happening, it's too late.
Look at this angle from Matthews.
You probably will get one here, but it's still like, is the retake actually possible?
If they find FQ early, sure. Oh, not quite from Fear.
They do find where he is.
Yeah, but they haven't killed him. Now time's ticking, there's no kit. You got to clear out all of these players. FQ's still staying alive. Player revealed over towards bench. But again, you got to kill these players in the next 10 seconds. It's not happening. Round done. OG 4 for 4 in pistols in the series.
4 for 4 in pistols in the series, a map down, and still a round down on Mirage. Oh my god, Fear. He's doubled his kills, baby. Woo! Do you know who... Okay, ironically, Spook has just got 2 kills there. But do you know who hasn't maybe massively impressed me so far as Spook? I think especially on Ancient, I expected a little bit more from him. And I think he could have actually been the difference maker. He went 9 and 17 on Ancient. He actually could have been the difference maker. And also, like, look on Mirage, I haven't seen anything that spectacular out from him. And I hold him to quite a high regard all the way since, like, 2022 on Prospects, 2023. Well, I think 23 was when they started doing really well.
What's interesting about this as well is he all he has to do is focus on his crosshair, because he used to in-game lead over at Prospects for a little bit. So the fact that he's now just had that responsibility relinquished, you do expect a little bit more output from him. Look at this angle from Crims. It's so deliberate. Crizzen in the smoke. Matty's sort of holding. Blame F jiggle. Oh my god, the timing doesn't favour Crizzen.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate because Fnatic actually went to crunch mid and then take mid, focus on A, right? When the XQ was coming out. Crizzen thought he had a timing, couldn't be any more wrong. Spook, we were talking about him. Well, he's eliminated, but Fiku, oh, Fiku pushes through the smoke deep jungle. He claims the lives of 3, and all of a sudden, this round is now actually favoring OG.
2v2 still. Blame F has now rerouted just to clear out the shallow angles of this smoke. Modo deep in CT. Buzz in ramp. No one needs to peek. No kit. Bomb already halfway gone. You can't go for this. You're just trying to hold on to your MP9 and your AK if you're Fnatic. So when you get those first 2 kills, you think, okay, well, Fnatic are surely going to overrun them. But Fiku gets that triple in jungle. Takes the space. Keeps on going. If Bermilov can deal with Modo here, that would be brilliant. Blame F walks away with the Galil. I think Bermilov could have thrown the AK out the window and gone and got the other one. But that's just me.
Also, where's Fiku pulled that from? It was on
I don't know, but they needed it.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
needed it.
that was one of those plays where you sit back in the VOD review and you're like, you're an idiot, but you won us the round. He pushes the deep jungle smoke that OG had thrown, and you could see Fnatic just never even cognizant of that being a possibility. That was a massive play from him. He's really saved the day.
Smart call here from Crizzen as well, right? Like, you know that the money, they saved 2 guns. That means they're going to be ecoing. They're going to have no util. You might as well just full exec a site.
Yeah, what I think on Mirage that I see some teams don't actually have up their sleeve is like a good A pop. If you have just like a proper good A pop, maybe with a little bit more pressure in middle, let's say, on a gun round, it can be so good to just have up your sleeve. And for OG, it's just very simple. They're just getting out on the bomb site with Crizzen making way, spearheading if there was anyone there with the Max 10. So this is an important round for OG where they only kept 2 alive in the previous, where they want to keep as many alive as possible. And Spook, man, he's not having a good time. He's really just... He got destroyed last round through a smoke. He's just been spammed down to 10 HP in this round through a smoke.
I mean, Bermilov saves the AK. If you want to send the pistols in to do some damage, go for it. A boost up, maybe, for Crims? No, not quite. They might just run in right at the tail end and try and see what damage they can inflict. Bermilov's even holding just in case they do try and come through. There's that push. Here's the attempt at collection of kills. Bermilov will find one. Matisse as well, but the bomb site is where OG thrive. Bermilov will run away with that AK at the bare minimum. But it's OG that reclaim the lead. But we have seen, as soon as the guns come out for Fnatic, that's where they do their best work. And here's a gun round.
I mean, realistically, Fnatic played that second round much better. If it wasn't for Fiku, we'd probably be Fnatic in the lead. So there's definitely that to take into consideration of OG relied on an individual to get them to where they are and the pistol round, but then yeah, you mentioned it's just so evident that the gun rounds for Fnatic are so much better because they keep on losing pistols but then win everything else. Bermilov with the AWP, where is he? He's actually over towards window. There's no window smoke, so he's got a lot of control here in mid, and it's OG who have just popped towards A 2 rounds in a row, half faking it. You've got Crizzen, who's just got all of this space, and he's dragging over rotations. Mid, completely open. Oh, Matties was holding short, but Fear dies before Matties can even see Spook. That's a massive kill to be collecting for OG, and they've still got Crizzen just in sandwich.
Yeah, this gets now really weird because Blame F and Matties are going to go and clear Con. Bermilov is going to walk over as well. Crizzen can have expert timing here on A. But Matty still goes 1 for 1. That's so important. Blame's attention trained back on A.
Crizzen is going to have to monumentally mess up for this to go wrong. Blame's obviously aware that ramp is open. So he's aware that someone could have walked out, but especially if Crizzen can coordinate with these connected players, when Con takes contact, and if they're able to, let's say, get a kill on Crims, it's going to force Blame to look over towards Con. What? He still gets a kill, but Modo switches onto 2. Burmilov ticks in the Molotov. 15 seconds, time's ticking down. First shot connected. Now it's a 2 NXT boys battling head to head. IGL versus Orpa. Burmilov 9 HP trying to whittle down the clock. It's a tap. Crizzen, he's trying to fake out his opponent, but it hasn't worked. It's ice in the veins for Burmilov. Nerves of steel, and he gives Fnatic the first round on the CT side.
Really well played. Look, Crizzen's so... The thing is, that's your mind games, right? They know each other so well because of their time spent playing together. Burmilov doesn't swing. He adds that to his game. And Crizzen is really sold on the idea that Burmilov is going to try and kill him. Incredible work. The fact that you get Matties and Blame getting 1 kill each before they fall is everything. Oh no. Oh. See you later, Blame. Good news is he's not the one doing all the damage for Fnatic right now. It's Matties, and he's still alive.
And Burmilov, for that matter. He's really, as I mentioned, stepping up at the end of the first half, and then boom, massive 1v2 there. Mid-crunch. Fiku gets 1 here. That's fantastic work. And there you are. That's the one that he needed. Does he even get away? Oh, come on. Surely he doesn't get another. Okay, Burmilov deals with him, but it's taken a long time. And because of that, we've allowed OG to get out of ramp. Modo looking to post on an aggressive line. Flashbang over. It's perfect utility from Spook, and it's a perfect spray from Buzz. Crims last alive with nothing to do, and OG punch back.
That tracking from Buzz was just perfect. Like, the fact that he holds the spray the whole way and Burmilov is just trying to dodge the bullets and can't manage it. And then the adjustment onto the stairs player. You're right, that kill on Fiku took way too long, and that meant the Fnatic were out of position. That was another one of those low buy rounds. That's 2 rounds now in this map that OG have won with limited weaponry.
I think that round in isolation swings the pendulum in favor of OG.
Absolutely.
Like, not only...
Like, Meth have got an M4, that's it.
Yeah, it's like, obviously they've got the lead, but I feel like it's so much more than just a round lead. It's the momentum, it's the mentality of Fnatic being like, damn, we really should have closed out this map, shouldn't have we? Like, that second round, we shouldn't have allowed Fiku to get a triple kill. Like, it's all those kind of tiny things that are coming back to light. And Blame F, yeah, dude, what? A hero with S? Like, it's fine, he's probably going to survive, but if he died, he's on an MP9 next round for maybe the most important gun round of the game. Oh. That's an AK. If they can get it.
Prison's there.
Yeah. Oh, is he there? He's just been double dinged.
He's got his AK.
I mean,
They won't let him escape.
yeah. Oh, there's a Molo. Bye bye. Wait.
No,
we're
he's
not
out.
holding. We're not holding for the Molo.
So you come into this round with 1 M4, you leave with an M4 and an AK. It's pretty good.
And also, Burmilov now having an AWP next round. Yep.
Yeah.
It's because, and I think he would have.
He might not have the AK anymore.
No, he doesn't have the AK, but the 2 kill. Okay, the AK would have been nice to drop over to Crims, let's say, so then Crims would have full util. But those 2 kills, that would have been $600 extra. Actually means he can get AWP and proper utility instead of just AWP and like a smoke. Oh wait, no, my calculations are very wrong. Oh yeah, no, he wouldn't have had armor.
No, of course not.
No, 5400. Yeah, so he would have had armor, no util. That's it. Yeah, we got there eventually.
Oh, and
boom.
he found Crizzen through the smoke.
Yeah, he had no nades, so that was straight through the smoke. Well,
Let's go
now
for an A-pop here.
it was gonna force OG out, but that smoke has completely deterred them, as it should.
What do you do now? I guess you try and wrestle back mid control a little bit. Buzz is just going to hold the entire time just in case a push comes his way. This doesn't feel brilliant for OG because you have no map control. And to find map control, you got to be loud. Fear might get caught here. But instead he goes in towards ladder. He's been caught out a couple of times here, actually, just sort of on these crosses. He really needs to be careful.
I'm scared of Palace. Okay, Buzz
now
has
you
showed his
know.
hand, yeah. And because of that mollo from Palace, I think that's just signed to pull Blame F over further. Fear, he's at a very quiet map, but that's a big kill to be collecting. A big round player, however, Matties, who we seemingly have been relying on Mirage, well, he's out for the count. I was going to say damage has been done already, doesn't matter, but Buzz getting that kill made it possible for OG. However, a perfect double swing coming out from CT, who's Spook now in a 1 versus 3, and Crims, the old guard, comes and saves the day.
Yeah, well played from Fnatic. That double swing onto CT is exactly what the doctor ordered. It's Crims going first, and it's Burmilov just getting the tighter angle. Crims goes wide to deal with a player that's potentially holding Burmilov. They get 2 kills apiece, and Fear just eliminates Modo before he can even really have a conversation with that AWP. A 1-round game, another one in which you can invest a good amount into this if you're OG, but if you lose this, you also lose the lead. This is really important for both teams' economy. Again, we're at this juncture where round 20 basically defines who's going to win the map.
Well, you set the stakes. This round is for all the marbles. And Crims could be in potentially a bit of trouble. Throwing utility to deter.
What I've noticed a lot is Fnatic don't actually ever have deep info on extremities.
Yeah. You looking at Matties potentially walking to Palace and claiming that now.
Or ramp, just any of it, right?
Or
I
really
feel like
middle.
You need to have some semblance of info. Or Fear's holding the jump up towards bench. Burmilov comes in to hold
big.
this cross.
Wait, he doesn't hold it? Oh, the smoke bottom con fades, that's why. He realizes it's probably not the smartest decision, but Spook's got into window. Is any of this known?
Burmilov's holding for it.
Yeah, this feels like Burmilov is very... Yeah, look at Blame as well, holding murder. This seems very much like they are aware of someone being in window. But Spook's presence is just... It's forcing Burmilov to stay here. And now we see the explosion on the B bomb site. Wait, Burmilov's killed Krisen. Spook is still alive in window. So this B bomb site, it just needs to survive. It needs to wait for Spook to come through. And there it is. Burmilov... Oh, he always turns around. Oh, my heart, it just skipped a beat, but Spook still snaps onto his head. Blame F pops up his head from bench, and Blame F shuts down this B offensive. Oh, and he even goes for the third. Modo dropped. Fnatic. There's round 20. There's the swing round.
There's a lesson in target selection as well, because you know 2 players are in apps, but you know that Spook is behind and will be trying to crunch on your position. So Blame F takes his kill and then very calm and composed, tucks his head down bench, looks to the other side and isolates Spook. If the kills go the other way, if he goes for the second player in towards apps, he either goes 2 for 1 or, worst case, Spook just headshots him. That'll be a lesson to you. That was incredible from Blame. And we get a Palace dive. And they got to go through a smoke. Good luck.
Okay, some confidence frags for Matties. He I was gonna say he's had a quieter kind of like last 4 rounds, maybe.
Yeah, well, Burmilov's killing everyone.
Yeah, Burmilov's just decided he wants to rule the world.
And I'm really glad he's having this game because this, I hope, shows to Fnatic fans why they've decided to believe in the youth, right? Like, I think he's playing incredibly well. And this is all with Fear focusing more on his calling and not being so good in the individual department. You wait till this team clicks. I think this is a really strong team. And they're pushing mid.
Well, we're just speaking a success into existence. And Blame F, okay, he's stepped up now in these last few rounds. He was having quite a slow Mirage, but the multi-frags are streaming in for him.
This is still doable if Buzz finds Matties, which
there
he does.
Go.
Remember, Burmilov is 8 HP.
Buzz is 19 though, so it's kind of bar for bar right now. You've got 1 high HP, Modo and Crims, 1 low HP, Buzz and Burmilov, but Burmilov has the advantage in my perspective while having the AWP. He can play this deeper range on CT, and we were talking about the extremities, Brandon. Look at Crims, he's taken all of B, but Burmilov's about to realize they're coming out A. There you go there. Big shot onto Modo. Bomb dropped, and also high HP player dropped. Buzz on only 19 HP. This round is to keep OG alive. He knows about Burmilov, but he cannot connect the shot. Burmilov, take a bow. 22 and 10. This man is scorching hot right now.
What a really good reposition out of Burmilov as well, because he was susceptible to that left-hand side peak. Instead, back out. Makes it so you have to hit my headshot. If you don't hit the instant headshot, I'm killing you. And it was instantaneous from Burmilov. Look at what they're working with, OG. I said that round would define the game, and it did. And it went in Fnatic's favor, and they have not looked back since. Another B test, another opportunity for Fear to get a couple of kills. They really want to put the pressure on short.
Prison's running up. The IGLs come head to head. Fear topples the beast, and well, as I mentioned, it's not a slow game, but when it matters, he does get those very important frags. Crims only gets 1 though. Very reminiscent of the Fiku B hold. However, 3 kills, 2 deaths. Advantage still in favor of Fnatic. Modo and Spook. Both a pretty decent man. Now, holding on for survival, for salvation, for another chance at Mirage, potentially for overtime. They spot out the first, and Matty's drop. Spook, though, down to a measly 10 hit points. Flame F annihilated. Modo and Spook may have just saved the day for Fnatic, even though Fear hasn't had a great map. He stepped up with a double, but it wasn't enough.
As you said, Crims finding, well, not a lot of impact on that site take. And then on the retake, that was just really disjointed. One rifler goes forward, what's Burmilov doing? He's so passive. Blame F then swings in, Burmilov still passive. They got to go together. They got to move forward. It doesn't quite work out, and now OG have the chance to play for overtime. It will be against the full buy. It will be against a lot of utility being equipped around the tool belts. This one does not get any easier for OG.
I do agree. I think you've hit the nail on the head of kind of that discoordinated retake. I don't know. It just felt really like meek. Kind of just isolated the 1v1s.
It's such a shame as well because Blame F insta went underpass. Matties and Burmilov were already in short. And it means that Blame F just needs to clear apps and they can all go together and swing at the same time, and they didn't. It was 1 by 1 by 1. It was almost like they were so delayed in their retake, but they weren't. They were all together.
Well, we've already had a double overtime today. Let's add another one to the tally. OG fighting for that map 3. Fighting for Anubis. Probably the hardest round, though. Prison's still on a Mac 10. Buzz is on a Galil. Fear, though, relinquishing a lot of control on short. Spook,
Saw the
thinking he
comp
can topple the IGL, cannot. Burmilov, it's his time to shine, and he hits 2. This man cannot be stopped, but with Chrism shutting him down, it's another similar situation from the previous. It's a 2 versus 3 post plant. OG with Modo again in it, but instead of Spook, it's Chrism on an AWP. Is that going to be the difference maker as Fnatic all this time join up towards CT with the kit on Fear and 2 smokes?
Why have they not swapped? Why have Modo and Chrism not swapped rifles right now? Surely you give your AWPer the AWP. Smoke goes forward. They start pouring in. There's another smoke for the bomb as well that Fear can deploy. That goes on it now. Nice shot out of Chrism. Maybe that's why. But Fear's just going to get on the bomb. It's a tap. He's trying to bait the rifle out. If they can find Modo. No, they can't. They need to start defusing. Fear's lost in the source. Blame F finds 1. But Modo trades. There's not enough time, surely. Fear couldn't find the bomb. An OG force OT.
I could not tell you what just happened. Fear taps the bomb and then gets off the bomb, but then doesn't do anything. He just sits in the smoke, kind of like matrixing around the bullets, but he doesn't actually lend any useful hand. And Blame F, who's trying to help and is trying to kind of be baited in, doesn't do anything. He misses so many shots, and finally Shaw does get 1, but it's too late. Very discoordinated retakes 2 times in a row. And that leads OG into overtime. Fnatic should have, wanted to and should have, closed this out in regulation. The 3rd map is still on the cards.
Yeah, that's the important point, right? They didn't close it. And now you're at a point where OG, it looks like they're just going to smash B. They know Fear's playing here. This is so deliberately targeted. Burmilov has started on A more rounds than not. Why would you want to go into a player that's got 24 kills? This timing. Oh, Crim's has seen Fiku. See you later. And that stops the attempt from B coming forward.
Fiku and Crims have, to be honest, neither of them been having a great time on Mirage. That B anchor has been almost like cursed, but Crims is the one to win out that duel. It's actually a massive duel to be winning. He makes a very brazen call just to leave B. And he's rotated over. In the meantime, Spook has been lost in middle. That's the mid lurk for OG. And Fnatic are sitting here thinking, damn, why couldn't we do this in regulation?
A really good move by Blame to get elevated on that connector little box. Dodges the flames, calls for a flash from Burmilov. Doesn't go off it initially. And now Matty's. Look, Buzz has been a nasty Palace lurk.
He has.
Blame F, nearly caught. Burmilov not looking at
timing.
this.
Oh no, he's in a good position, okay. Buzz gets the kill on Matty's. Burmilov trades though.
Yeah. That's
and
it. And
they know about Modo. They know about Modo, but we are peeking into him. There's 10 seconds left. We don't need to give him these jewels. Oh, dearie me. Is he able to get around the box in time and get the bomb down just in the nick of time? Crims, the spam could end it all off. He doesn't choose to go for it. Modo, this would be a 1 versus 3, and this would completely change everything here on Mirage.
No, you two. Crims makes the jump. The thing is, it's not planted for Modo. So would you expect CT if you're Crims?
It is planted for Modo.
Oh, no, I completely lied. Yeah, it is. Well, that's easy then.
Modo's won.
Yeah.
Unless Crims hits the instant shot. No, Modo. That's the easiest 1v3 of his life. An overpeak from the AWP, an overpeak from Short, and a flaccid attempt at a 1v1 from Crims.
That's horrible.
just topple Fnatic.
That was... Look at how many trades there were as well. Like, look, this is a 4v2 that they've won, and... I mean, Modo has just killed all of them. You want to call that basically a 1v4.
Yeah.
And they're just peeking him one by one by one. It doesn't make any sense. That's so silly from Fnatic. And that was a necessary CT round. Remember, both these teams only won 5 rounds on CT side. So getting one just locked up early would have been a really good feeling. And Fnatic have not changed the setup. And that means that Crim's going to be tested again with Fear. Fear full blind. We'll see them dropping in. They have not cleared Crims. And Fear steps up to the challenge. Another 4v2. Surely this time they can't let it slip.
Moto's still alive, baby. Mo, that was the shot. That was the shot he had to hit. And because he doesn't, BlameF doesn't give him that second opportunity. Okay. No 1v4s, no 1v3s, no shenanigans this round. It's Fnatic tapping it over the line. And I want to say with Fear, he's got 8 kills. But my god, has he been getting some big impact frags.
Yeah, they've all been important. Even the first kill he got came in the penultimate round of the first half, and it was the kill on towards the ladder player that dropped in towards window, and that gave his team space to scale connector. OG want to try this A pop. They tried B, it didn't work. They tried mid. I mean, it kind of worked because Veto got the clutch, but look at this up-down approach from Matties and Crims.
It's definitely an approach.
You've
Also,
got
it's
Blame.
interesting to
You've
see
got
that Fnatic.
Burmilov.
It's interesting to see that Fnatic just completely left B early round. Burmilov has gone over to hold that, but I can imagine with these smokes, yeah, he's already coming. He's already starting to come over. Fear's already very close as well. There's no one in middle. Good counter utility. Nade isn't that effective. The second one is smoke in ramp, but that means there's no smoke for under Palace. Matty's coming up the ladder in Palace. They know about him, but it does not matter. Wait, Chris just ran into his own Molotov, and Matty's flashes for himself. It's spectacular on this A-bomb side, and he holds like the king he is.
How was that?
Prison runs into his own Molotov in underbout.
So everyone's so blind. Matties is able to put himself in a corner, blindsides them, and then just pop flashes for himself. I don't care about this 1v3 anymore. Show me the hold. Here's this one from Fear. We're about to see the Matty show.
Like, they heard him coming up. So this is what's so... Yeah, look, Kristen's in his Molotov.
I don't think they heard Matty's climbing the ladder because of Buzz's...
They shot at him.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, Buzz shot at him.
Oh, really? Oh, I don't know then. But I heard Buzz's flashbang go off.
The guy in Palace, it was Buzz, right? Shot him coming up the ladder.
Oh, wow, okay. I don't know, they're lost in the source.
Yeah,
well, Fnatic
this
say,
is
hey,
perfect. This is amazing. I love this, Brandon. They're just keeping the pressure applied, and they're taking the fight 2 stairs. Spook. I don't feel like he's going to be around for much longer, but that is a kill that I do not believe he should be able to pick up. And the entering, pathing out Fnatic, they are taking their sweet time after they get that first kill, but when they start to rocket forward, oh, they do it with so much conviction. Oh. That's awkward. That's very awkward timing. BlameF gets the smoke needed for him as he runs out of bullets. But Fnatic still with the man advantage. Look to hold on to this 3 versus 2 post plant.
Yeah, really good molly on Fear. Flashbang, brilliant, because now he could technically have gone anywhere. But you know he's locked in. 1 Tetris, 1 AWP. Burmilov takes the contact, will then allow Blame to swing. Prison trying to creep closer because you know Fear's locked in. Blame dealt with. Missed shot. Fear still hanging around. Fiku needs to clear him but can't get by him. And now it's the low HP. Up and over is Fear. And there's the impact from the in-game leader right when Fnatic need him most.
Like, again, he's got 10 kills, but dude, every single time it's impact frags. He picks up these double kills when most needed. When Fnatic have called upon him, he leads by example. Burmilov missing an AWP shot, no need to worry. Fear is there to save the day. But I will still add on to that, it shouldn't have ever come down to a 2 versus 2. Fnatic get the opening kill, and they never get out onto the bomb site. It's very slow, it's very labored, and it feels quite lethargic, that entry. OG, it feels like to me, OG got given the possibility and never quite took the opportunity. So, with that in mind, Fnatic, they have 2 opportunities now, again, to close out Mirage, but this first one ain't looking too good. Fear's been knocked down to 50 HP, and Burmilov has already been struck by the AWP.
Fear's going to try and hit this timing through the smoke. Matty's looming under Con. And Blame sort of boosted to go in towards jungle at a moment's notice. They're so worried about mid here, OG, but they do need to be careful about jungle as well. BlameF has not yet made his move. The bomb walks under. It's going to be an A split. It's going to be BlameF late through jungle. Good molly, because that forces him into BlameF. This is tough though. Still a 2 versus 2. Modo forced back by the incendiary. Look at Fear's Lurk. Fear's Lurk is everything. You're never ready for him. VQ dealt with, and now Fear gets confirmation. Modo is still in window.
Modo's split between 2 minds, but he deals with one of them. The Rock of Fear removed, and it's Crims, the Swedish god, to close it out, but he can't. Modo clutches up. He isolates the 1 versus 1s. And he topples the old guard to keep OG alive on Mirage.
See, again, I'm going to be critical because they've given that 1v2 over. Fear knows that he's in window. Do we need to peek him? No.
No.
Crims, you know he's in jungle. Do you need to peek him? No.
Did we peek him? Yes.
Like, here, right here, this should be game over. But,
yeah.
If you jiggle for info, sure, I can understand that, but he commits, he crouches, he holds the angle.
The thing there with Crims, he could have been anywhere. Modo had no idea where he was, and Crims just kind of gives him the fight, trying to catch a timing, and he certainly did not catch said timing. We could be going to a double overtime, and this could be 4 map points for Fnatic thrown out the window. This is another opening kill for Modo.
Oh, that was nearly a chance back in. Matties will find Buzz, though. They've got A. Fnatic have the entirety of the A bomb site. The bomb is going to be on a very long journey, though. But Burmilov finds Fiku in top middle. It's a 3 versus 2. Burmilov can get the AWP moving forward and the bomb over to A. Crims slides in jungle, but doesn't need to push further. And now the experience starts whirring here for Fnatic. Crims has got in the connector smoke. Modo's got an inkling.
Look at Crizzen.
This is really fast on the flank for Crizzen.
Modo doesn't need to overplay his hand here. He's ahead of the Molotov, and that's actually gonna... Yeah, he's gonna play that in his favor. Matties peeks into him, not expecting anyone to be there, and he gets dropped.
Burmilov's holding.
Gonna bait in Crizzen, but Burmilov's holding. Burmilov looks away. This is so awkward. Everyone knows where everyone is. Crims is the only unknown factor, and now he's last alive. Playing around this smoke. Spots Modo, tries to hold his trig discipline, and that's gonna cost him a lot of his HP. Crizzen's actually just smoked himself off. He's giving the bomb away to Crims, or in one mind, trying to sow the seeds of deceit. Trying to be like, where am I, dude? You don't know where I am. But Crims, as mentioned, has just picked up the bomb and gets a free bomb plant because of that smoke. He failed in the clutch in the previous. It's time to make up for his misfortunes now. Tapping away, misses, and it's another clutch going against Fnatic, another clutch going against Crims, and it's 4 map points, not converted. OG go to second overtime.
I can't believe that 2 versus 2 pans out in the way that it does. I'm shocked as well, Crizzen. Burmilov had him. Burmilov had him dead to rights, but couldn't peek out too wide because of jungle. But also, jungle was smoked. So it starts to get a little bit awkward. And then Burmilov tries to reposition, but Crizzen has already moved over towards Tetris. Back-to-back clutches for OG. Keep extending play. And if you're Fnatic, the question remains, when are you going to close? And can you even now?
I am in shock. I don't know how OG have kept on just somehow surviving. Modo is apparently my GOAT. Brandon, you have any idea where this game's going?
I feel like Fnatic are missing all their chances. As you said, 4 series points to close, can't do it. This will be horrible for OG if this goes double OT and they can't close this, though. They can't force that third map.
Hey guys, Anubis is still waiting. Oh, this is a big change of pace. Fnatic have been pedal to the metal on this T side.
You just don't know about this, though.
No, there you go.
What?
Oh, Crizzen! How has he got
my
that kill?
God.
How has Matty's not won that duel there? Good flashbang in the connector, great flashbang in the connector, but only awards that singular kill, and everything's falling apart for Fnatic. They tried to make an individual play out ramp, up short, into connector, and they get 1 kill out of it.
That's your key adjective, individual. Sure, you got the flashbang play that's set up, but you're still untradeable. Molly's just going to push Bermilov back. By the way, Bermilov's got the bomb. Missed Molly. Blame F walks middle. He could go B. If he goes mid to B right now, he can make them potentially pay. Oh, the timing. But Blame F catches Spook. Jumps in towards jungle. Fiku's still here. Blame's not going to be ready for Fiku just on this angle. And with 35 seconds left, the low HP doesn't matter anymore for Crizzen.
I think he's seen Crizzen. He seems oddly aware of someone being here.
Crizzen's moved again.
Yeah, perfect movement around this bomb site. Oh, and here comes Moto. Ain't no clutch for Bermilov. Moto's just hit 30 kills. And Crizzen's doing a lot better at holding down P than Fiku did. Sorry, that was big flame. A part of me thinks that OG have really picked up the steam now.
It's also, like, a round like this indicates to me that Fnatic have run out of ideas a little bit.
Yeah, it was like Matty's up short 1 minute 40 seconds. Like that. No
I mean,
smoke.
it would have been brilliant if he got the kill.
Yeah.
Prims is now doing it as well. Yeah,
and
like
it's
it
got
just
the exact same outcome.
Yeah, it feels like you're trying to now throw more bodies at a problem.
Oh, we're going out again. There's a lot of bodies. This time it's working though, for a very short period of time. It's still a 3 versus 2. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Brandon, I think we've hit the nail on the head of just like, this feels very last-ditch efforty, kind of Hail Mary, just gun-ho. Let's try run out A. Let's try run out middle. Why, you ask? I don't know why.
You walk the smoke. You just go through it.
Big walk through here. Wow, Fiku has completely left.
So he's not going to hear the drop down now. So you've got a really good time in here if you're Fnatic to get deeply embezzled into this B bomb site. Blame F can even go market if he wants to. And that allows Bermilov to post on short.
I was going to say, they've still got quite a lot of utility as well. Bermilov jumping into apartments. He didn't see the legs. Oh, he's not going to expect Buzz. Yeah,
No,
you can see he glanced over, not holding it. So that means Blame F has cooled up to 1 versus 3. First shot is sublime. But Fiku's response is even quicker. And OG go 2-0 here in the first half of overtime.
But even again, even in that play there, in the 2 versus 3, I expect Blame F to go market, and I expect Bermilov to play like backside or even by bench and just hold short. But he doesn't. He goes up and towards the van and is then untradeable.
Exposed.
This has been the biggest thing for Fnatic for the last sort of 8-9 rounds, and I feel like a broken record, but it's the same mistakes creeping in. Untradeable kills.
Yeah, I was honestly like, I couldn't get the words out because that happened so quickly. But I was like, oh, Bermilov has a smoke. He can smoke towards shorts. They can mollo market on contact, and they just did like the complete opposite. However, speaking of Bermilov, he almost got a double opener in middle.
He does
get a double opener in middle. Yep, Crizzen tries to be the man of the hour. And, well, he's lived long enough to see himself become the villain.
That's a Crizin getting cocky after winning 2 clutches moment. Jump out short. Never mind. Again, same struggles here for Fiku on B. You now know that OG are top middle. Deep nade lands flush on Buzz. A break on the smoke, a swing for Modo. Doesn't quite pan out the way he hoped for. And if you boost, you know they're not really going to be peeking you. Or maybe they will anyway. Fear gives it a good go. So this will be 1 round at least locked in for Fnatic on this T side.
No clutch for Modo.
The thing is, Freddy, is that T side was never really the issue for Fnatic. It was the CT side. So I think OG have actually got a really good chance here still to take OT and get us to that 3rd map.
Honestly, I can't remember who favoured which sides anymore.
7-5 halves on T sides for both.
Got it. Okay, so OG theoretically have done the hard part.
You would assume so.
Love though on the C side. I remember him and Blame really heated up on CT side. Ooh, okay. Love got a double opener in mid last round on the T side. This time, he tried to go silent proactive on the CT side, and Modo strikes him down. That's a big opening kill for OG. And with that, they're able to take quite a lot of mid control because that one singular frag. Fear still is on short, but I'm pretty sure Crizen's got into connector without him noticing. I don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Patience from Modo. The patience! There just walks into his crosshair. And Modo just replicating Burmilov.
I mean, look, it just makes sense, right? I mean, have Fnatic ever shifted their CT setup? No.
This is perfect. This is such a good round.
It's easy, because you know exactly where they're going to be playing. You know Matty's going to be out lurking towards A, he's going to be under Balk. Blame F tries to come in, they can't get a kill. 1 casualty, that's it for OG, and now they've got 2 chances to close this and send it to a 3rd.
That felt like just bog standard 101 CS. You get the opening kill, and then you wait for your opponents to make the mistake. That's exactly what Modo does. In the meantime, you're also taking little increments of map control, and then when you get that kill on short, you kill Fear, and you're like, well, Fear's the B-ank. Oh no, Fear's the short player, so I might go try see if I can catch Crims off, who's going to be alone on B, and it's exactly what happens. It's CS 101, it's perfect Counter-Strike, and now Modo orchestrating a play once again, this time over towards the A bomb site, but Burmilov is here, and Burmilov this time will not fall. He connects on the 1st kill, and Fnatic, they are now fighting from behind, and they are seeing if they can push into a 3rd overtime.
Well, you'd assume that's 1. Like, they've done 50% of it already. That was just a ridiculously good hold. Crims is the extra flex player that stands where Matty stood in so many of these rounds in OT, and where they catch Matty's, they don't expect a 2nd player there. So a really good sort of bait and switch set up by Fnatic, and then Burmilov just comes in and takes the 1st contact as well. That one felt a lot more comfortable. The rounds that Fnatic win are insanely comfortable. It actually mirrors a lot of the the Spirit Academy conversation we were having in our first best of 3 of the day.
I think a big part of that is teething issues, right?
Of course.
I think for both these teams, we're going to see, I think more so Fnatic, but both these teams, I think it applies the teething issues of newer rosters, newer components being added in.
See, this is now different. You got Burmilov going for an aggressive play in towards ramp with Matty's, and as soon as that info gets relayed, Crims has just dropped all his util just to block over towards B apps.
This is the first time I think ever we've pushed an extremity this early.
I was going to say, Crizen's made himself actually known in con.
This is an awkward get round because Blame F ideally would love to be able to commit towards the B bomb site here, but instead he has to be cautious of Murder Hole. This is a cool bait though on the B bomb site. Crims, has he been baited in? Wait, the Molo hasn't tagged him. Yes, it has. It spreads just in time, but he still finds one. Fear, the second layer of defense on the B bomb site, now joined up with Blame F, is not shifting. Matty's, this lurk, this flank we were talking about at the very beginning of the round, is now forming into the final kill that forces us into a third overtime. No team will fall, no team will subside, and Brandon, we go again.
Yeah, we do. I mean, my God, like, it's so just crazy to me. Like, Fnatic have looked the better team. OG have hung in. OG, they keep on firing back. Like, I've been really impressed with what we're getting out of Modo. I think Kristen's really stepped up. I think Buzz, even though he's got 24 kills, has just kind of fallen off just a little bit. But now we're looking at triple OT. We're looking at 22 rounds being needed for one to close, and let's see if this setup from Fnatic will continue to shift again. They didn't see that double ramp push, so maybe we get it again. Instead, it's going to be a short split, and it's going to be Matty's with that opening death. Grim starts to push forward. If he gets the bomb there, it's a completely different round. But maybe Fear stepping in from short can still alleviate some pressure. 3 versus 3, and on the USP, through the smoke, Fear finds one more.
The pandemonium never stops here. Bumilov, can he adjust in time to Buzz? The answer is yes. Dude, the AWPers are worth their weight in gold right now. Both of them. Silencing everyone on the server. And now, Modo, well, he was famous for his clutches. Clutched a lot this map. But not today, as Blame F actually breaks the 30 mark.
He's nearly caught up and is about to overtake.
He's had a crazy resurgence.
The difficulty you've got now if you're OG is that you've tried B like 2 or 3 rounds in a row now and it's just not worked out whatsoever. But if you go in towards A, you know you're going in towards Matty's. Fear as well, you talk about his resurgence, he's now up to 17 kills. He's had a lot of his kills in OT. He's really come back into the fold, and he's pushing top middle. Again, another shift. Bermanov catches Chris, and that means that Fear's position, unknown. Fear can get a second kill here on Spook. Timing favours Fear. It's so important, actually, that Bermanov is watching that wide angle and holding.
Well, it sets Fear up perfectly,
Exactly.
and it also just completely screws with whatever OG wanted to do in this round as well, because I would assume it was some sort of split up shorts, and because they lose both prongs and middle, and they know that Fear has actively cleared all of it, they're like, oh crap, man, we got to go retake all of this space. After they were they were postured to go on to B, well, they have to pivot, and they don't have any utility to do so. They have to solely rely on Modo opening something for them.
And maybe they can.
That opener might come on short. Bermilov's playing quite a passive angle. I can't really tell exactly what angle he's playing, but oh, he's been spotted. Been spotted. I don't think Bermilov's seen Modo, and that's a wicked kill to be getting, but they're not going to expect Fear in ladder. Only good for the first, and the A-bomb site's actually been opened up.
They don't know about Matty's.
So close in CT. They have to know that Crims is B, Matty's is A. They have to know this, and Matty's is being spotted. Bomb can be planted. Crims coming from short. Crims with the orb, but he falls. Not quite. Survives on 17 HP. Fiku, one more bullet could have changed the fate of this round, and he can't get the bomb down. Matty's won't allow it, and Fnatic claim a second.
As soon as you said in your play-by-play, they know Crims is B, I thought, oh no. Why the hell are they planting open then? And no one's covering, because Buzz took contact from Matty's, and Matty's actually taking contact in towards CT. If he's pushing that aggressively, I think you assume that Crims might be in towards jungle. That's why they went for that plant, but no. Crims was in short the whole time. So I think Matty's taking that contact, sets that round up into motion for Fnatic to close.
Yeah, that's perfect. I said they know Crim's BMI today is because
Double Palace.
that's just what's been happening. Like, Fnatic aren't doing anything crazy. Sometimes they do send Crims over A, like this round. And in this round, it's perfect. We were talking actually a lot in regulation about the lack of extremity play from Fnatic. And in overtimes, they've been so active.
Yeah, I've got to give a lot of credit to them because this is now 4 rounds back to back to back to back where they've changed something, they've done something different at the start of these rounds, and they're keeping OG guessing.
Yep. And that's why they're 2 rounds up and about to go flawless on their CT side in this 3rd overtime. They just need to hold on to this man advantage. Look at Crims. He's got a kill in Palace and is now boosting his teammate up on shorts. Fear, wait, can he see them in connector? All 4 players are in and around middle. And Fear, looking over the top of the smoke, knows Modo's dropped down to middle. There's the kill. The most important kill potentially for Fear this whole game. However, is the bomb site going to fall apart? There's 40 seconds left, and the bomb site is falling apart. It's a 2 versus 2 somehow. Both Mattis and BlameF retaking from CT. The wild spam through the smoke connects, and BlameF, it's his time to shine. Bomb tapped, and Crizzen converts the 2 versus 4. The IGL leads by example, and OG snipe away around going onto their CT side.
God, they needed that. And it was really well worked, to be honest, from OG to manipulate that position. Because, look, this is a 5-on-3. They just orchestrate back. Spook's been in window the whole round. And then VQ pushes forward. Crizzen's just spamming the edges of the smoke because he knows Matty's going to wrap round with this weird little smoke as well. And then just tucks in and just deals with BlameF. Can't get the best of Crizzen in clutches. That continues to be the theme. OG... yeah, needed that round quite desperately. What an angle from Bermilov.
Opener from Bermilov. Boosted over the top mid smoke.
Oh no, and look at that. Look at that smoke. Oh dear. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Crims tried to capitalize on the smoke. Austin CS, where's the nade police when you need them? We're going for a late mid crunch.
No!
Oh, we're shooting each other in the back of the head. It's been, this round is just summing up this whole game.
Oh, look at the
It's been
rotates now that are
crazy.
going to be pulled. BlameF has just dropped it. A
Oh, it's
util set.
perfect.
Crizzen, though, can still deny. Bermilov's holding the
No,
window.
So aware.
You go A. Or do you?
You still have BlameF in apartments, so you're going to try utilize that. Oh my god, Bermilov! No, that is not allowed!
Okay, Bermilov.
What? Okay, finally shut down. Is there a world Spook clutches us up?
Well, Fear's got
it's
a
kind of been their
cross.
thing. Yeah, it's kind of been the thing of OG. The
Oh,
only
okay.
reason they're here is because of clutches, and Fear, he's going to be allowed to clutch. The Molotov going towards default, not affecting the plant for Fear. And a Molotov to keep Spook at bay. Good nade on the BlameF. He needs to isolate a duel here. The only way he can win this round is just isolating potentially a 1 versus 1. But Fnatic, they're not giving it to him. They're both playing so secure and safe on the back of this bomb site. Because time's ticking down. Spook, he's actually lost track of BlameF as well. And that sets Fear up perfectly.
Finally.
Love, take a bow, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. But finally, Fnatic play an afterplant correctly.
Yeah,
finally,
I was
finally
thinking
no
that.
one
I was
peaks.
thinking that as well. Like, oh my god, they're actually like doing it.
They played really efficient Counter-Strike in that round. Bermilov, the fact that Bermilov can swap to a pistol, he's jumping in the air and then he just still double dinks upon landing onto as a player in short. They now
That was
have the
crazy.
opportunity to stretch the series map points to 6. OG have 2 chances to force this to quad OT. Otherwise, it is over. And Fnatic do take this 2-0. Fear has overtaken Fiku in kills.
Wait, what? By a lot. honestly, Fiku on Fraud Watch though, like, you know, he literally didn't get a kill 3 rounds in a row when they came B. Fiku is honestly and will always be a part of OG where I'm not a fan. Never have been, never will. And I know it's easy to say now he's 17 and 30, but I say it all the time. Fear, however, he's not only IGLing, but these big time impact frags. And I think everyone's starting to see what Burmilov can really contribute on the server. And for Fnatic, the firepower is scary, dude. When you got Matties, Burmilov, and Blame F all shooting the way they are, that's a dangerous... It's a dangerous trio.
Bomb might get caught by Modo.
Oh my god, but this timing's insane. If Fear doesn't go first, if he allows for his Palace players to activate like he's doing, it's going to work perfectly. Or he just swings and kills the AWP. Modo, heavy is the head that wears the crown. He's been near perfect this whole map, but he misses potentially the most important shot of the whole series. Fear's been able to progress out with the bomb, and Fnatic take the man advantage in maybe the most important round. The final round this would be. Blame F.
It is.
Adds another one to his tally.
Matties has also walked from top mid back towards ramp, so they know there's no flag.
This is it, Brandon. Crims annihilates. Spook tries to save the day, but to no avail. Crizzen sideline. Fnatic do it in triple overtime. And they go 1-0 in the CCT main Swiss.
Yeah, look, you got to remember this was a Swiss stage game, and this was OG
Round 1.
pushing Fnatic to the limit. This is also Fnatic pushing OG to the limit to the point where they can't compete anymore. I think that there's a really bright future for both of these rosters, to be honest. I'm really excited to sort of see what OG can develop into. I think people need to sort of give OG a clean slate a little bit and just see what they can work with this year or this season. Give them a season, guys. Let's see what they can cook up with. But Fnatic, close on Ancient, and then took over the game with some really precise T rounds. Blame F dropping nearly 30 kills in Reg. You said it would take more than Blame F dropping 30 kills for Fnatic to close Mirage. How about Blame F, Matties, and Burmilov? That's what it took to get Fnatic over the line. It takes triple overtime, but they do it. They are now 1 game to the good in the Online Series 16.
Yeah, I mean, with OG, it's like, look, they're 0-1 in the main Swiss because they just played a top 30 Counter-Strike team. It's like, okay, you know, it's unfair just to be like, oh, they're 0-1, OG, trash, or whatever. I think OG have a really bright future. I think this Fnatic new roster, I am excited by it. I think Crims missed a lot of big opportunities individually there, especially with the clutches, but Burmilov's only going to excel. Fear's only going to get better, and I think we haven't quite seen the end of Blame F, and especially Matties. I think he's got loads more to prove, so Fnatic's exciting me, and also OG, this rebuild has kind of always excited me, to be honest. I think ever since I saw Crizzen join, I've been very excited, and Modo has really stepped up. Both games, those series this year, he's dropped crazy stats, and I think he's really a one to watch this year. But Brandon, that's us done for the day. Fnatic, they go 1-0 up. Spirit Academy, they go 1-0 up. We have 2 more games left. We actually have Monte versus Parivision. We've got Gizmy against Jame, which is going to be a crazy matchup. And then there's 9 versus Cyber Choke. Hopefully 9 don't 9 choke like Ninjas and Pajamas did, but that's going to be a fresh set of cards. So this does not go too far because I think it's going to be live in about 15 minutes. With that in mind, thank you very much for listening. We'll see you next time.
back to you.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back on into the CCT. It's the third best of 3 of the day, and new faces out here on the desk. B-Dog and Grimmy did a fantastic job with Fnatic and OG just now, which was going on over to a double OT. So, 22-19 is how that map is going to end, but we will be brought on to yet another best of 3 and yet another banger out here with Monte and Parivision. But before we get to our action games, my name is Atro, joined in with the amazing Dolan out here, my buddy, to be casting alongside me. How are we doing, Dolan? How are we feeling here for today?
Man, I'm super excited. This is actually my very first duo cast for Series 16 this year, and I could have done it without a better companion in your face. Now, okay, OG and Fnatic, this match was extremely exciting. I get it, a couple of overtimes, maybe Fnatic trying to break their record, but I want to use my joke right now. It's game time, baby. It's Parivision versus Monte, and how can you not be hyped about this one? The debut for Parivision. Monte already played the game, but I'm so excited to see these two face each other in such an early part of the tournament, because both of them are going to come in with some brand new rosters, and honestly, seeing the names that are going to be playing tonight in the server, well, it's going to be a banger.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an amazing banger. I can't wait for it, and I have a lot of opinions about these changes, right? The roster mania hit everyone hard, and well, let's first give our 2 tad bits about the games that have just been played. 2-0s all around today. The fast games have gone by, I'd say, right? Spirit Academy, definitely the 2-0 was kind of to be expected, right? But Fnatic OG definitely went the whole mile. I'm surprised it didn't go to 3 maps, but yeah, that was really, really cool. Speaking of Spirit Academy, though, we are going to get to see some remnants of what was out here on Parivision on the bench. I was talking to Dolan before the stream actually started about the entire Art Frost situation, right, which got me a little bit salty in the end, but, it is game time, so you can't really change that. But I say we have a lot to talk about, don't we, Dolan? So let's jump into the rosters out here, and let's start out with Monte. How are we feeling about these changes? Because it feels maybe a little bit cheap to be bringing Ryu and Gizmi back in from the academy, but they had their chance once, they're gonna have it again, and maybe this time it's gonna go even better than the last.
Yeah, I sincerely hope that it gets better, especially for both Ryu and Gizmi, because these are 2 really young, talented players that definitely deserve a shot at playing a higher level of Counter-Strike, and now that they are in the main squad of Monte, here is where they can prove themselves. When it comes down to the trio of Diha, Demia, and Hiatus, I'm honestly not really surprised to see these 3 play with some young, talented players, because they need the extra motivation. They need somebody to level it up, because 2024 was not one of the most successful years for Monte as a squad. Now, is this a transitional period similar to the one that we saw being built by this exact organization a year ago, when they also used both Ryu and Gizmi? I'm not really sure. I don't want to go in this direction. I just want to be more positive, but believe that this time around it has been Ryu stepping up and leveling his gameplay. The same could be said for Gizmi, both of them deserving a shot, and then hopefully it's Hades, Demia, and Diha fighting their previous form, showing what they're capable of, and bringing this interesting project together. Because in my eyes, at least, it's either a transitional period, or it's something that can surprise us nicely and work in the long term.
And if you want to zoom in on the new quote-unquote additions out here to Monte as well, the young guns on Gizmi and Ryu have had the best ratings they've had for Monte Gen that past year, right? They especially end off the year with above like 150s all around in most of their best of 3s, right? Even against teams like Amcal, even against teams like Forze, Reload, right? A lot of decent teams going up against them, and they were able to succeed on that Monte Gen squad. So they're jumping on it with a lot of passion. They're jumping into this best of 3 with a lot of hope. They've already played 2 maps, but we want to see debuts, right? And speaking of debuts, let's swap on over to Parivision, boys, because this is going to be a reunion of ex-major winners, right? We're getting Kickert and Jane back into the same fray, right? It's looking like Outsiders 2022, yet we also, in the mix, have now Belchanok, Nota, and Travis. And out of all of these guys, is there someone that you think maybe is not necessarily a name you would have been expecting here, or is everything just kind of going according to Parivision's plan?
Honestly, I think that everything goes according to the plan. I'm super excited about this particular roster because I feel like we have so many different stories coming together, needing to level up, needing to show to the world that they can be a tier 1 squad. And okay, sure, the obvious names are guys like Jame and Quicker, obviously with the story behind the duo coming in as those major winners back in 2022. If we consider also Dastan stepping behind the squad, now we have a trio. But I want to really see how Nota performs, because Nota was by far the best player on the previous AMCAL roster, and I think that he's a really extremely good, talented player that has already proved how good he can be in terms of shooting. But I want to see him stepping one step above, you know, making the next step towards becoming a real star player, like for example guys like Donk or even Kioske, who's also performing in the tier 2 scene. And I think that adding Jame into the mix and allowing for Kicker to be the IGL definitely creates a structure which shall suit, at least theoretically, not perfectly, so that he can raise and become that star player. With Belchenok, obviously, probably, at least in my eyes, the best performing member of the previous Parivision squad, and with Travis being a support development, I think that this is as perfect as a combination as it could have been for Parivision to show something better than their 2024 results, because, well, they were really disappointing.
So you've had the positive part being brought on over to you guys by Dolan. Now a couple of questions that I think everybody does kind of have on their minds, right? Now, because you are letting Kickert actually IGL and you're putting Jame on the opping front a little bit more, is that going to create a couple of teething issues, right? You are getting Noda, you are getting Travis, you are getting Jame. That's basically changing up the entire core that Kickert was used to. So the only real one that he has a year's worth of experience almost is Belchenok. Besides that, I don't know how much actual practice these guys have had ever since the beginning of the year, ever since they've actually joined up together. Now, I know the roster moves were talked about like a month ago already, so things were going in motion, but I don't actually know how much they've actually managed to figure out their positions, figure out how they want to play together, and how smoothly things are going to be going on the server. But of course, that's also quite map dependent. Kickert is a pretty defensive IGL, if I might say so, right? When you look at others in his scene, you definitely think that this guy can definitely shoot a little bit more and can also try to put his vision of the game and make it come to life by his own hand. But now he's going to have a bunch of capable individuals to try to explain that vision towards and not really take front aim all the time. So it's going to be interesting to see how things go. Again, you mentioned Nota, you mentioned Jame. Travis and Kickert are going to have to do a lot as well. Belchenok just has to stay consistent. This is Parivision. We've gone through Monte. Now all that's left out here, Dolan, is to see what the map Veto is, because we've had a couple of changes, and for now, I don't know about you, but this year I haven't gone to see Train yet. Not at all, not cast it, not play it. So I'm excited. I do want to see it, but I do realize at the same time that it's probably going to be permabanned.
Yeah, I don't want to really disappoint you, but I honestly am not expecting to see Train, particularly between Monte and Parivision. Now, if you ask me, probably Monte would still go for one of their best maps, or most picked ones, which is Anubis. In terms of Parivision, probably we're mostly thinking something along the lines of, I don't know, an Ancient or even Dust 2 as a typical CIS squad, especially with Nuke and Inferno being removed from the table. I think that, yeah, there it is. Anubis, without a doubt, shall come into play. My expectations are for a Dust 2, and then whatever is left for a Decider. I just want to really quickly go back and, you know, talk a little bit more about Kicker's style as an IGL, because we're going to be starting on Anubis, which is obviously an extremely tactical map in comparison to some of the other ones like Asian or Mirage, for example. And I still feel as if he's a really passive IGL. We are not going to see a lot of crazy plays. You're not going to see a lot of high-paced rounds. He's, especially now that he's playing together with Jame, we know what the term Jame time means, right? It's not about playing aggressive Counter-Strike, but it's about saving. It's about, you know, playing with the numbers and just having this really slow style. For me, at least, the success of Parivision's squad will come as to how good they can be with the innovations in terms of their shot calling. Now, the reason why Jame was actually initially put on the bench on VP was exactly because of his really slow playstyle not working in the current CS2 meta. I think that starting on Anubis is going to give us a really good idea as to how this team will be playing, at least for the next 2 or 3 months, because we have the duo of Quickard and Jame. They have played a total of 1,294 maps, together, which is quite a lot of time spent together in the server, you know?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, knowing each other, I'm super excited that it's actually Jame making a step back so that he can focus on his individual play as an Opa, allowing for Quickard to be the shot caller, to be making the shots. But what I want to see out of Quickard, if Parivision wants to succeed on Monte's map pick, are those innovations. Is maybe that extra faster pace rounds, especially in the beginning, to kind of start going aggressive, start looking for the duels. You have the individual pieces, you have the talent, you have the experience, you have pretty much everything. The only thing left is innovation. But of course, Monte know how to play properly, especially on the CT side of Anubis. And I think that the first 2 maps are going to paint a really nice picture as to what we can expect out of these 2 rosters going deeper into Series 16.
Zeroing down on the Veto as well, it's you know, I was really excited, really happy, because they floated around Train since until the last ban. It was between Train and Ancient, and I thought maybe, but I get it, right? How experimental do you really want to be, especially in round 1 of the Swiss stage? Even though I would kind of say that round 1 of the Swiss stage is that only round where you can be experimental, because it's not do or die, and your head's not on the line. You still can play with it a little bit more, but it is Anubis, Dust 2, and Ancient. I would say this Veto actually does favor Monte quite a little bit. But I also will say that just because of the fact that Parivision haven't really played that much, right? So you bring around that talk of actually being a little bit more passive, having Jame on your team, of course, that's what you think. Yet, for Parivision right now, they might have to completely like do a 180 with how they're used to and just lean on Kicker to still be able to entry up in a lot of these rounds, because Anubis into Dust 2, right? That's the Dust 2 map pick coming through from Parivision. They're going to be going for a lot of pugs. They're trying to take down Monte on an individual level, and that's not going to be easy. Don't get me wrong, Travis, Belchadok, Noda, they can shoot. Their rifles go crazy, right? But you're trying to go up against the rifles of both Demq, Ryu, and Gizmo, who has been having quite a good run. So it's really gonna be up to the new additions out here to do a lot of the heavy lifting, while the op head-to-head between Hades and Jame is going to be definitely something to watch out for. That's gonna be amazing on the server. But just to be clear out here for you guys as well that might be wondering, Travis was not actually supposed to be here. Usually Parivision have fielded the roster of Belchadok, Kicker, Jame, Nota, and Alpha instead of Travis, but he is substituting in today out here for Alpha, so we'll see how that kind of works. But that also goes on the idea that, you know, Alpha was a part of the core out there with Kickard. He was a little bit more used to the calls that Kickard has. Now, the thieving issues might arrive. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the game. We don't yap anymore, Dolan. We go straight into Anubis. It's the map pick coming through from Monte, and it will be that CT side as well going there for them. As Parivision will start T side, of course, we are in for a treat.
I'm really curious to see where Gizmi and Ryu are going to be playing, coming in as those newer players or making their re-debut for Monte. As for Parivision, eyes mostly on how Quickard calls on the T side and what both Nota and Jame can bring on the table now that they become the two new stars of the squad. Of course, Belchanonk, the only guy standing, Nota and Travis, the duo of Vamkal. And you have quite a lot of storylines here in terms of the duels. Early smoke still available for Quicker to throw it. Maybe Parivision just want to play it really slowly. Probably looking to go for an A split potentially if they want to send a really late lurker to try and pressure Gizmi, then to open up the extra space towards middle, and for the 4 players to go through main. But this part of the map will be given over for free. Monte decide to stick to the sides. It will be isolated, so those 2 A players will need to hold on soon.
DemQ up first on the engage, the kill confirmed, looking for his first victim. That is going to be the smoke down to heaven, and let the hell break loose. Out here as we start, still not the first kill found. DemQ's just trying to stay alive right now, and he is not going out of this position. They know him either way, so they're going to take him down. The Glocks are running in, but it is going to be Diha coming through and saving the day. Well played there from the rest of Parivision, as they do manage to flank their way back through camera side and allow James to find that last kill. Still though, Monte, I mean, Diha was trying to save it. He found 2 great taps on that USP, but that was all she wrote.
Yeah, a couple of missed shots there. It was a really good flash, but unfortunately for Monte, they were unable to neutralize Parivision's initiative. Overall, another really slow round is what we were expecting to see out of the CIS team. Of course, having James and Kicker on the roster, but overall, I mean, Monte started a little bit more passively than what I could have, and what I was wanting to see, you know, especially on the CT side of Anubis. You know that probably you need somewhere around 4 to 5 rounds to feel quite comfortable. As for Parivision, of course, this is just going to be a round where they're looking to gather some extra financing going into the next one. But overall, so far, I know that it's been just a single round and not to overcomplicate things. But yeah, everything goes according to the expectations. Monte starting really slowly, just opting to play together, and Parivision, you know, with their usual really slow style, reminding us of the good old VP days for both James and Quicker. And just to go back to James in particular, I remember having a discussion in one of the podcasts that we recorded with Ted, another of our fellow colleagues, and I was talking about how I would love to see James in the server with a couple younger players, like for example Nota, or I was also referring to some of the other guys like Kioske and the rest of Spirit Academy. And adding Nota and to a certain degree Belchanok, who's just 21 years old, obviously shall bring the extra fire that I feel like James lost in his time with Virtus Pro. Sure, back in 2022 he won the major, but let's be real, I mean, that was one of the easiest major runs he could have had, considering that the majority of the crowd favorites were eliminated quite early on. And not to take anything away, but I feel like James now having the chance to focus on his own gameplay should help his career up, you know, just to go back to the good old James days, especially now that he's having the extra liberty, or at least theoretically shall have the extra liberty to move around the map, to focus on his own gameplay, to maybe go aggressive from time to time, or to just slow it down on the CT sides. And I just feel like Parivision's team, in theory, is super exciting, but this is the first significant obstacle that will come their way.
Speaking of obstacles, here we are. First gun round coming through out here. The real game begins out on Monte versus Parivision, and out here on Anubis, it will be a FAMAS coming through from the IGL, actually. Gizmy is running on into IGL, and we'll get back to that talk after the fight breaks out here, because James has the bomb strapped to his back. He's staying in the corner. DemQ wants to push, and the Golden Coil does search for something. He finds the double Hades with those flashes. Is beautiful, and James does not peek, doesn't trade, and just gets mollied off. That is the worst outcome that Parivision could have hoped for at the beginning of this round, seeing as the bomb is now on an island. Travis has to go beast mode here in towards hut and site to be able to even have a chance at this round. Oof.
Yeah, that was rough. That was really rough, but well played on the side of Monte. Putting 3 pieces of the puzzle inside that A bomb line, you know, having someone to throw the flash was key, because usually the majority of the tier 2 squads will just go for the dry push, which is never a good idea. But when you add a flash on top of the cake, this becomes the cherry. Easy double kill found by Monte's squad, and now you pretty much make this round undoable. Parivision are forced to play together. They're forced to look for a response towards middle. Kicker will find it, but this is just one. He needs something more. This next duel will go his way, and suddenly you have a chance to recover it.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Kicker isn't just an IGL. This man can shoot so damn well. 3v3 remaining into the A-bomb site. It will be DemQ. Last man standing, but he still found the 3k, and now searching for James. It's gonna be that 1v1 you're looking forward to. The AK connects, and the Galil wants to take down Ryu, but he's out in the open. He did have support in the form of James as well. It's the major winning duo now left against the IGL. Gizmy, Young Gun out here. Can the Brit pull it off? He's trying to peek on in, low HP onto Kicker. He should be able to take him down, but it's the Galil shooting the head and the body up first to find a quick round out here on Parivision. Quad kill out of Kicker here, and Parivision 3 in a row here might just be making their 4th. This is an amazing opening out here on their enemy's map pick.
Yeah, what a nice recovery, but also we need to be really critical as to how Monte approached the 5-on-3, right? Because the opener was extremely good, the coordination was on point, the push insanely good, delivering, or rather paying the dividends that they needed, but they forgot about the potential timing towards mid. They forgot that it's still quicker, the one that, is IGLing, but the one that has a lot of firepower in his back pocket, and then in the moment that he throws a couple of bullets in his opponent's faces, even a 3-on-5 situation could be turned into a successfully secured round for Parivision. And Monte's economy right now in the dust. 3 people standing on that B-bomb side. Parivision better be careful, because I've seen way too many rounds go the opposite way when the AKs face those upgraded pistols, considering that we have Kevlars and 2 additional smokes. It's a doable round for Monte, but they will need to catch somebody on the side of Parivision off guard, and seems like the CT side goes for a bit of a push.
Let's see you, Travis. How many headshots can you start finding? And that's going to be all of them. Well played out here for Travis as well. And that's why right now, Parivision, we are putting a lot of trust on them. At least I'm putting a lot of faith in the fact that they can find these rounds on this map, on Anubis. Because, again, jumping into it, Monte didn't even know what to expect, right? So thinking, okay, this is probably going to be a bit of a slower type of play coming in from Parivision. Now, boom, they hit every single shot. And I mean, you have to believe, right? You have to remember, this is not a tier 2 team. I don't see this as a tier 2 team. This is a tier 1.5 team that can definitely breach through given enough time and experience. I mean, imagine like a year later down the line, these guys just keep going up and up on their individual performances. They start getting a little bit more used to the calling as well. Parivision can go a long way with this lineup. I at least believe that. And you were mentioning the Rio Major back in 2022, right? I don't want to take anything away from that one. I don't think that was the easiest run to have either. Like, you were facing Prime Heroic, you were facing a lot of opponents which could have always, you know, undermined you, underdogged you. That was the major of underdogs after all. So it was Kickert and James coming through with that and managing to at least keep the expectations there while managing to win an entire major, which not a lot of players in CS can say they have done.
Oh, definitely.
So,
definitely.
Yeah.
I probably deserve to be punished about saying this, but I have to admit that I said it only in the context of just comparing the different majors. Now, of course, I also do agree with you that Parivision is definitely not a tier 2 squad. Now, just the names that we have on the server say it, right? I mean, you have 2 players who have won a major. You have Nota, who is one of the hottest looking uprising talents in the moment. You have Belchanok, who proved himself to be a really solid rifler. And you also have Travis's experience to bring that extra supportive element into the mix. So whoever thinks that Parivision is a weak team, or whoever thinks that Parivision will fail as of now in the beginning of the season, is probably not right, because there are way too many arguments for the opposite point. Now, sure, I mean, the 2022 major was definitely one of the easiest ones. Still, it was James Kicker and the rest of VP winning it, the same way that Dika and his duo partner now win this duo. So, of course, it is never easy, but it will come down to how well you can play as a team. And as of now, Monte found the initial response. Monte found the initial aggressive peak, but it is still a doable round for Parivision with the canals control that they got.
Nota, he's searching. Oh, he's finding. He knows about 1. Dika trades immediately. Let's see the second out here as Belchanok falls down to 9, requires support, but instead Gizmy will clean him out. 2v4 remaining. Make that a 2v2. Kickers, what did you do? Into the bomb site. He cleans up house, and we've had a very slow start, but it's James up to come out, and he's looking in for the first. He finds it. It's James after all. Looking on in for Demq. Last man standing. Do they know? Kicker playing down from CT, very far away with no scope. He's leaving it all to James, and James knows how to hold these. It's again the golden duo out here for Parivision, making it work, and a very slow start out of Monte here. They always have the numerical advantage brought on by Dika and Demq, and then the other 3 have yet to find the frag out here, Dolan. It's not the best outcome right now for Monte, and if you have a slow start on Anubis, well, things can definitely start running away from you. What did Kicker do here? Oh my goodness, Hades, where were you looking, man?
Yeah, but it's another recovery for Parivision, and everything starts so nicely for Monte with the double push through Arch, with them finding a couple of nice trades. For just a second, it was even 2-on-4, but somehow, in some way, it's Parivision selling the rounds under their opponents' noses, and you're absolutely right. Hades stands with 0 kills. Rio, it is a really difficult beginning of the city side for him. 1 for Gizmi is never going to be enough when you're facing the high caliber on the opposite side. Quicker for an IGO having 8 is already some really good signs for Parivision's ST side. 5-0, you're probably looking towards a 6-0, considering that it's just a half buy with a couple of SMGs and some upgraded pistols. Utilities severely limited, and Monte probably once again thinking about potential pushes towards mid and arch. Flash is given, Travis is covering, Quicker does the same, but it's the previous Amco player falling. Quicker will go down as well. Now, at this point, Parivision shall know that it's an empty A bomb site they're gonna get to work with. There isn't a defuse kit, so will Monte go for it? I mean, it's doable, but it will be still
100%.
difficult.
I mean, this is the right play entirely out of Monte, right? They find 2 free AKs, they pick them up, they leave Ryu and Diha to save, they let Demku and Hades just go in, try to take out guns. They find a single frag, they go for it. But they have to move fast out here through camera side, and I don't want to see a full-on retake attempt. You don't have the fuse kit, time taken away from you, and you lose a single man out here. Things start going south. Jame again finds another. Belchanok saves the day, but look at the timing, look at the awareness coming through. Jame, last man standing, P250 in hand, the wingman has to go for it. That's actually the Asimov finding the frag. The information was there as well. Look at how clean and crystal clear Parivision are right now. 6-0, and that information string going on down. Jame knew that Demku was down to low HP, he took the sidearm to fight, he had the AWP on hand, and just the awareness to find that last frag as well. Again, Monte, this was not necessarily the right idea in my mind. You have a 4-on-3, yeah, I get it. You have a great flank, a great setup, but you have 2 free AKs on the pickup as well. Now you'll have to go in for the full buy, and you lose another round, you're back down to 0. It's 6-0 Parivision right now, and Jame is just having a field trip alongside Kicker. These two are just killing it.
Yeah, feels like the good old VP days. And Jame with a wonderful beginning, 8-0, showing what it's made of. Good flash to he missed this shot, but it's still Parivision taking early mid control, probably thinking about going into the duo of Monte in towards this part of the map. Nobody covering A main. Monte, at this point, they feel a little bit lost. I'm really worried about the timings given over to Parivision. You can see where Kicker and Nota currently are. Yep, sure, Hades is covering from camera. Nobody still making a deep move. Nice molly to force Hades out of this position, opening up some extra space for Parivision to work with. And at this point, feels like the CIS squad is just better coordinated. The calls are extremely clean. They're working around the util. They're covering all choke points. And as they work together, they send Nota to try and explore this middle part of the map.
Oh, Nota, how are you planning to entry onto this one? Where's the pop flash? Surely there should be one coming through. Hades finds the first. Travis gets that frag though, and Ryu's out of the fight. No one checked for Jame, and Belchanok here with another headshot. These entries are just so clean, so concise, man. It is this structure from Parivision getting them into the bomb sites. One by one they peek on in. Good hit coming through from Hades, but he doesn't connect on a second. And that will be the trade of the AWPs. Dika forced to run away. And 7 on the board for Parivision. I mean, right now, there's not even that much to say. That was just a beautifully executed site. If you want to have a good VOD of how you're supposed to be opening up that smoke to actually peek, use Belchanok and Jame there. They comprise together such a beautiful push that there wasn't even time really. There was a flash over the ground coming through from connector. He goes on in, he finds the frag, the smoke is blown open, everything works just perfectly for Parivision. And the way this entire round fell apart, by the way, for Monte, was at the very beginning. The fact that Jame doesn't die on the first peek through that flash from Hades, that loses them the round, because Jame is just allowed to live. He goes on in, they forget about him down on water, and then he goes off and finds a 2K. Like, you're not allowed to let Jame out of your sight. He's 10-0 after all. He has yet to find death, and he is immortal right now. 7-0 for Parivision as Monte still struggle with CT side economy.
Yeah, it feels like at this point you give a gap over to Parivision, they open up a hole in your defense, and it has been just Monte being totally neutralized. The accelerations have been insanely good, and as we discussed, Parivision do such a wonderful job at playing around the youth, so Deja once again goes for a little bit of a push together with Ryu. Deja and Demke at this point are the only ones delivering the kills. Now Travis once again aware, good flashbang to set him up for success. Quicker will also pick up one on his own, and it's another early initiative that will not pay off to Monte. Yeah, sure, it's just a half-buy round, so at this point you're probably thinking about doing something different because playing default Counter-Strike has not been useful. Playing aggressive Counter-Strike has just been good enough for a single kill, but I feel like at this point Monte's individuals have not turned on. Nobody is there. Hades has 2 kills. Gizmi with 1, Rio with 1, and we already discussed how wonderful of a start James has had. 10 kills already, Kicker as well, standing in the double digits, and we have played only 8 rounds of Counter-Strike, and Monte need to do something about it. It's still not too late. You can get away still with 4 on the CT side, which is the best case scenario and something that you hope for, because if Parivision keep on getting away with the rounds, then we're up for a really quick opener.
5-7 Island, let's see. Well, that was a dry peek from Travis, wasn't it? Wide swings and connects. I mean, if you Ferrari pick all of your angles, at some point, yeah, you are going to be winning every single round, aren't you? It's just coming down to the individuals right now. It's not even that Monte are not having a decent game plan. Like, sure, the early pushes through main, the early pushes through mids, through water, you're trying to find something. You gotta give it to them, right? They have to change something, and this double push isn't the worst thing. But like, if you're not connecting your frags, if you're not connecting on any of your kills, at some point you gotta look back and say, okay guys, we are having really cold hands. It is 8-0, the map is running away from us, we lose 2 more, it's basically unrecoverable. So let's lock in, right? We have one last chance at a full buy to at least have a choice of an 8-4. If we can find 4 rounds in a row here, I believe in Monte's comeback. But if they don't find that, I just don't see it. I mean, Monte, they have a lot of work to do. And right now, they are falling apart.
Well, hope is certainly the last thing to...
That's doing a lot too.
Yeah, you know, hope is the last thing to die, and surely Travis is the first in this round at least, but the danger is still one. Like, we have seen Monte dropping 2 of these type of rounds where you find the opener, and here it is once again, as quickly as that. Parivision just proving my point that they are really good at finding the answers. Now Dika stands all alone on that B bomb side, will get pressured quicker, will fall some extra space secured by the Polish player, can call his comrade for help, and this is where Hades needs to activate on the op.
There you go, that's the first. Molotov'd off, but the smoke is fast. Hades needs support. Gizmi on a big late activation flank as well, but the bomb already planted. 2v3, no defuse kit. Remember, Belchanok, why are you disrespecting the smoke? He went through it. MQ should have been an even easier frag, but he falls down to half, and it's Jame time, baby. 1v3. Can he pull it off? He looks down towards main. He knows it's about to come through, but he needs to check CT first. He heard the op. He doesn't find the flick, and Jame is mortal. Blood has been drawn. And blood for the blood gods out here for Monte as they managed to put up the first round on the board here. It took a 1v3 to be set up out here, and it took Belchanok to just disrespect the smoke. But, hey, they have their first on the board.
Yeah, well, Monte time finally on that CT side, making the right calls. I absolutely love the early push that we saw. Dika securing 1, and that second kill onto Cooker was everything. Because had he gone down, this is pretty much the round. It was unrecoverable, excuse me, for Monte. And yeah, Dika, the big hero, once again stepping up this time around with some more success for the squad. But unfortunately for the CT side, they will need to do it one more time as Parivision's economy looks more than stable. The financing is there. Jame back to op duties, AKs online, Util looking good. A flash setup potentially into a double man push if Monte wants to go for it. Early connector smoke just to slow the pace down, maybe to try and bait Ryu into a fight that he loses, and now it's once again up to Dika to try and hold on.
In a normal game, I would have been completely okay with you attempting that, but here, when you know how warmed up Parivision are right now, I get it. You're trying to take these fights, but you're losing everyone down towards Hut. Hades has to be a savior, finds 2, but even on this 2v3, if Gizmi doesn't find something good towards CT, then this round is still lost. Parivision, they just go on in. And again, Ryu, I get it, man. That is an angle you can definitely take against other teams, but here, you're trying to push through a smoke, up into water, up into canals, when you know the enemy is right there. Like, spamming through it is one thing. Being in it, you're always gonna get spammed down. Hades now forced to save. Gizmi does the same, and it's 9-1 up for Parivision, as this map is barreling towards a close, and we haven't even gone past the first half out here, Dolan. It's a quick one out here from Parivision.
Yeah, feels like it. And just going back to a point which you made, it's not like Monte are making bad calls or bad choices. Theoretically, their city sides' calling has been good so far, but it's definitely the individuals and the decisions that they make, right? You absolutely nailed it in the head, right? Why do they go for these type of peaks? It's you're not playing against a tier 3 team or a tier 2 squad that will be looking to dry dueling into you. You're playing against guys like James, like Kicker, that have the experience, that are going to be covering those corners, that know what is about to come. And these type of small decisions make the big difference. As for now, the only thing that has been working for Monte so far have been those early pushes, the reason why Gizmi is looking for an early duel.
Oh, Gizmi, but you're about to run into more than just a single duel. However, Kicker does go down. Gizmi's gonna find 2, and if he gets to stay alive into this one, it would have been a good push. However, Travis cleans up house. 10-5 right now, and caught with the 9th out, James is gonna find his second death right there. Dika, apparently if you disrespect smoke enough, at some point it's gonna work, and well, that philosophy does grant him a round. Now this is smart. They throw in the Molotov for long control right here, because in the smoke there was already Belchanok there, so they were trying to out-mind game them and force Demku to push in front of the smoke, yet that didn't take him by surprise. He played back behind, and Travis is left in a 1v2, looking on in towards heaven, finds him, and okay, we're left in a 1v1. It's gonna be Travis versus Diha, Pole versus Russian, out here into the bomb plant. It will be Travis on 25 HP, trying to stay alive. I like the fact that he doesn't disrespect the smoke. He goes back behind it. He knows where it's safe. But he checks towards the bomb side. No defuse kit, remember, on Diha, so he could just play time. Travis, still no idea, but neither does Diha know where he is. And there you go. Diha manages to win out this round. He takes one head of the beast off when he finds James, and then he takes another when he finds the 3K Travis. There you go. Second round on the board. And Monte now, at the very least, are starting to get a little bit of traction.
Yeah, but it's just like Parivision with their round so easily, whereas for Monte it has been a true fight, and it has been quite scrappy. Still down onto a 2-on-2. Right here, a wonderful kill found by Travis. Traded quite a lot of HP though. Dickus' reaction good enough to win that 1-on-1, but it surely feels like Monte are struggling big time on the city side. And while it's still doable to make it to a third, the difference is already quite big. And I think that if you're Monte, you're probably just sticking to what has been working, which are exactly those mid pushes. Just go in, try and look for the duels, hope that you can find something more. There comes the trade found by Ryu. James will get caught by Hades. So another good opening couple of seconds for Monte.
First time that op head-to-head actually goes the way of Monte. Well done, Hades, to take down James on the peak. And it looks like Parivision have slowed down. They've realized, okay, Monte, keep on pushing us in towards the early game. So we'll wait for them. We'll hopefully be able to win out our duels, and then we'll just try to take over the round. But every single time they've done that, Monte have been able to scrap on by and pick themselves up on their own round play. However, they figured this out quite late, and now Note left down towards Canals is going to try to push up in towards Hut as well. Needs to find Demku with Travis pushing on the other side of the map. It is going to be Ryu to clean on up, running out of bullets. 2 on the mag, however, he still finds a frag, and that's Demku to close it out. 9-3, and overall, from a 9-1 or even from an 8-0, Monte, this could have been a lot worse, but it's definitely not good, okay? They're trying to stay alive, and now they have a chance, now they have a chance to do it, yet it's gonna be a tough T-side to try to come back in.
Yeah, it was definitely Parivision looking much better than their opponents in those first 12 rounds. I really loved how they were extremely cautious, how they find so many punishes with, converting the 3 versus 5 rounds, the 4 versus 5s. Sure, it was Monte doing a better job at finding the openers, but they're gonna need to start making a step by step. They're gonna need to start following a process that will take quite some time, and it will come down to how well Parivision can deal against their opponents now that they are on the CT side. Double pair of dualies, one for Travis, one for Belchanok. Note already looking to jump and spot a couple of players, and even picks up a lovely headshot onto Diha.
That hurts me. That hurts my soul for Diha, man. He's been trying so hard to just keep this alive right now, and that's how he gets treated. First bullet out of second pistol round. Damn. There you go. Monte, now, having lost one of their Polish members, is going to be attempting that B push. Travis has to hold. Nota still on the bomb side. The Glock does spam. Demq finds the first. Out and towards the back of the bomb side, though. Nota is going to get run over. Well done from Ryu out here to just press W into him. And 3v4 next up is going to be this post plant. Good one from Demq again. Kicker gets absolutely wiped out of the face of the earth. And Belchanok, last man standing on 9 HP, is not going to do a lot. Monte, this is exactly the chance they needed. They pick up pistol now, and they'll slowly but surely start to ease their way into this T side. And remember, as their own map pick, it's on Anubis, it's T side. If things start going right for them, they could pick up the same sort of momentum that Parivision had as well. But you need to play for those kills, man, because if Parivision get economy and Jane picks up that AWP here on CT side, things are not going to be that easy to push.
Yeah, it will still not happen, but I have to admit that the roles have been switched at least into this second pistol round. Parivision finding a lovely opener onto Diha, but then Monte accelerating, hitting that B bomb side after a split, and now that they have the gun advantage, they're looking to make their second step towards recovering on the better of the two sides on Anubis. Now, I don't want to bring in the cliches that, Anubis is a T-sided map. Of course, it comes down to how well the teams play on it. It's just an eco round, so probably we're not expecting anything surprising coming out of Parivision. Just making sure that they try and go for a couple of kills, make it as expensive as possible. AK and the MAC-10 are in a good position, even the duel is used, so that it happens quite quickly. Okay, Monte, 2 steps made, couple more to be done. But here comes another significant obstacle with the M-Force being brought in play. Utility shall also look good for Parivision, and I'm really curious what is going to be the playstyle. Will they go a little bit slow? Will they try and be a bit more passive as Monte were in those initial couple rounds? Or will they try and look for what Monte were doing by the end of their first half, which was go aggressive, go for pushes, try and set yourself up for success with a couple of flashes? And we see how Stakes' odds are currently, logically, to a certain degree, favor Parivision. But it's not as big of a difference. It's 5-9, and if Monte wins this round, maybe we're up for a bit of a closer map.
Maybe. Left into disengage. It will be the long push. Demq finds the first. Belchanok left on an island. Jane forced to run away right here, but that is actually going to be a smoke, not a Molotov thrown in. He gets himself back up to heaven. It's a great flash coming through from the back of Kicker, but now it's up to Diha to entry on up and plant that bomb alongside Gizmi. Monte, they've gotten complete control over the bomb site, and we're calling out the Jane times now. Here is a four-man save coming through from Parivision. They realize no defuse kit, way too little util to actually retake this, and they don't have any point of entries. This is a perfectly executed entry coming through from Monte off the back of a single mistake from Belchanok there that they do manage to push. So, well done there. Hades, only good for 1, takes out Nota, but every single kill matters out here. If you manage to find even another one, which you will get to see Demq go for here, this is going to be huge, because Parivision right now, they've gone in for this risky call for a save specifically because they don't have any cash, and next round up is really important. It's 3 in a row here for Monte, and this T side so far has been doing a good job at converting.
Yeah, it's a game of numbers at this point, and you can definitely change the jersey, change the skin, but you cannot change the core of Jamin Kicker's calling. Game time code early on. Of course, they want to have the better guns going into the next round so that their chances of success get significantly higher. Hades back to op duty. AK's online. A Mac 10 for Dika, but I don't think that he minds it that much. And Parivision got caught towards A main. The acceleration was really good, especially with the setup that they had with the flash and just isolating the two defenders from one another. That opened up some extra space. They kept the pressure going. Smokes fell at the right places, which further complicated Parivision's retake. And now that we have defused kits, Kevlar's helmets, and some extra HGs for all the rest of the players except for Jaime, let's see how Parivision do in this one. Nobody covering mid, a potential timing and an opening from Monte, but they still don't realize it, probably wanting to play it a little bit slowly, which is a good tactic against Parivision. You want to make sure that you avoid any potential traps that the CTs can set up for you. You want to try and explore the water, see what is about to come, what is about to not come, how much utility you can bait. Probably Monte have a really good idea as to how the economy has been developing. Hades owning that really long corner, now making the cross. Monte setting themselves up for another A play.
Blowing open that smoke again. It's going to be the flash entry. They're waiting for the Mac 10 to go first, but instead Denku is going to be the first one in. Dika does manage to trade back, and no one knows about Jaime, because why would they ever check after a two-man pushdown through to main to hope that there's still someone there? However, it is Jaime to only get out with 1.5 as Ryu stays alive, and now another bomb plant, another save to be made. Parivision have lost yet another time. So there you go, 4 in a row now coming through. Monte, they are bringing it back up. They're taking time and time again, round after round onto this T side, and suddenly I start believing now. They're only 3 away from actually tying things back up. Well, only 2 away from tying things back up, 3 from the advantage. And this is all in the mind of Jaime right now, because look, he fully saved away to that previous round. He didn't buy absolutely anything. 2.7k in the bank. He found the kill 3,000. Now he's gonna be going in for a half investment with Travis and Nota out here on the A1Ss, or he actually just gets the AWP now. That's a lot more loss bonus that they have. I forgot about that one. Yeah, my bad. 3.4k loss bonus. Of course he's gonna have the op now. Full investment coming through. There are defuse kits on the team. There's utility on the team right now. Parivision are going to be happy with this buy, but they have to pick up this round, because if they don't, Monte are going to be in real comeback territory. And Parivision, that is what I want to see. The timing couldn't have been better. Tackle pause comes through.
Absolutely, you need those extra 30 seconds to just talk things through. Something is not working. They get caught from Monte's accelerations towards A main, right? And okay, I understand you lose the pistol round and the anti-eco quite logically, but those last 2 rifle rounds have been quite too tall of a task for Parivision to handle, and Monte are slowly getting back into it. Gizmi starts picking up some extra kills. Rio as well. Hades has activated on the AWP. Demka has been the one looking good throughout this Anubis so far. They has slowed down, but I think that if you have 4 individuals leveling up in such a moment, in such a round, this could be what you want to not only recover, but also maybe get away with your map pick, considering how bad of a start Monte had on the CT side. Now it's Parivision struggling due to the maximum loss bonus. They have the better guns once again in play. Jaime needs to find something on the op. Nota with a bit of a slower game according to the standards that he set up for himself back in the AMCAL days, but Quicker's KD still looks good. Travis as well with a healthy 13-9, as seems like Monte are once again gonna take their time, just playing it really slowly, making Parivision wonder. But I'm curious why the CT side is not contesting mid, because it's another round where nobody is covering. It's just 3 players isolated on that B-bomb side, the Jaime and his teammates ending up on the opposite side of the map. Nobody goes in to check what is happening towards canals. Nobody goes in to see whether someone will peek out of bridge for a fight or 2, and this passiveness could be what leads Parivision to another unsuccessful hold if they're not careful with the utility that remains.
Well, so far their Achilles heels has been that A site, right? Monte have gone in and have won out most of their engages there, and Travis, he tried to take up that space, and look how punished he got for it. That is going to be Dika with the first. And just reminding us a little bit, Jame had 10-0 by round number 8. Now we're in round number 17, and he's only picked up an extra kill ever since then, right? So that AWP needs to put in the work as well, while Gizmy clears out onto this B-bomb side. It is going to be up to Jame to really hold, because his IGL just fell down, and it's Jame, last man standing. He finds 1-8 HP. He's just going to get naded and taken down, as that is going to be another push coming through from Monte that they managed to structure really, really well. And onto the CT side, it really does feel like Parivision are just being run over. Monte aren't even doing really too much, anything special. They're just playing default, waiting for a kill to happen, and then they start setting up for the execute while delaying everybody on the rotate with utility. So at the beginning, you saw Travis was trying to take up space. Parivision stopped holding their lines. That was the moment Monte finds something to work with. Boom, into the B-bomb side they go. They start throwing in the flashes, throwing in the smoke. Everybody's there, and they just get overwhelmed, even if they had 2 or 3 bodies on the bomb side. So Parivision, I don't know, man, but it's definitely not looking like that T side anymore.
Yeah, they need to make adjustments. Somebody needs to start fighting towards middle, because the passiveness is what gives so much extra space to Monte. And I understand the decision of sending 2 people with a flash to push through Arch, but the big problem is that so late into the round, Monte will in any case be expecting this to happen, because the CT side had no one covering middle, had no one inside A main. Both A defenders were playing passively from the side, and by not having this information, you're pretty much playing in a really dark bubble. Now, Kicker, definitely seen, but has not been stopped. Hades will pick up the trade. Not bad. Finally, some more proactivity shown by Parivision, but it is still in the half by round. Belchanok has an M4, and if there is someone that can step up, it has to be him. But maybe Monte are not really interested in going towards Belchanok, so this M4 will need to remain on, well, isolated fully, as Jame and his teammates will need to do it. 40 seconds on the clock. Monte will need to go for a move.
I mean, we're still waiting for that move. Here's the execution now trying to be set up. It could be a call for a fake out, but no. When the flash is seen, you know it's real, but it's a great flank watch coming through from Demq. He finds Belchanok, and that was the only rifle left. So I don't believe the pistols and SMG are going to be enough to actually deny this. There it is, though. Jane, good for 2. And Hades brings his own Tech 9 to the fight. Even though they did take a little bit of damage, cash is not a problem. Demq is looking like the entire bank right now with 16k maxed out right there. And from 9-3 out here, Dolan, right? A 9-1 scoreline, by the way. Monte officially find 8 rounds in a row to tie this game back up and now make this T side on Anubis truly winnable.
Yeah, but it feels like Monte are feeling so much more comfortable on that T-line, which is not the case for Parivision. You know, the CIS squad feels a little bit lost around the map, but props to Monte for covering the flank, for forcing Belchanok to go for a push through main and then look for a fight towards canals. It's Monte having some really good calls on the T side so far, putting Parivision in some really uncomfortable situations due to how their playstyle tends to work. And have a look at that. It's once again the exact same setup. Nobody covers mid, 3 people on B. Here comes the flash as well. Demi is looking, already securing the extra space, and those B defenders will need to hold on.
Kicker is good for the first, at the very least, still stays alive, 10 HP. He does have support. Nota needs to move in a little bit faster, and it's a great flash coming through. Kicker almost saves it, but it's Nota in the end to find yet another frag. 3v3, and Jame comes through CT as well. So now you have a little bit of backbone towards that CT side. The flash comes through, but Monte have pulled the plug. They're still down there in towards Hut, however, and they're trying to get Hades into the bomb side. They are determined to go on B, even though there's 50 seconds on the clock right here, and so far they have pushed. They're checking into CT, and it's another frag from Demq. There it is, 21-9. Demq has had the resurgence of a lifetime. Belchanok goes down as well, and it's again up to Jame. 1v2. Can he pull it off? Can he make this one happen? He's not getting flanked. No one's putting a move on him. Ryu, though, in a prime spot to take him down. Hades, the moment he peeks or dies here, Ryu should be right behind him to find the frag. Time ticking away. No defuse kit out here for Jame. He will go down, watching the other way. And Monte have officially found 10 double digits and the advantage after a game in which they were getting berated and battered in the first half.
Yeah, I think the red alarm shall go on for Parivision. This is not looking good. They still haven't won a round on the CT side. It was 9-3. Those are 7 consecutive rounds secured by Monte's T side, and they're not going to stop. Hades now with a positive KD. Demka, a massive T side recovery. 21 kills with only 10 deaths. And, well, this certainly makes up for the really slow and, to a certain degree, bad CT side that they had. Stakes is all. It's now even replicating the difference between the two squads. And it's just Parivision getting caught by how slow they are, by how passive they are. You cannot be passive on the CT side of Anubis, especially when you're facing a team like Monte. Monte grabbed 3 rounds simply due to the fact that they were fighting early on towards mid. They were fighting the pushes through Arch. Nothing of this has been demonstrated by Parivision, and look at it once again. Monte taking so much map control around the map so early on. 67 seconds remaining, and they're already setting themselves up for success.
Well, let's not overvalue them. They have taken a mid control, sure, but Hades still down to 3 HP. They've barely gone through water. 50 seconds now, and you're giving time away for the rotate coming through from Kicker. Now, if this was a full gun round, I would say that Parivision are actually looking a little bit better positionally, especially with this forced out rotate now coming through Heaven. But look, you're working with 5.7s, a couple of rifles there on Belchanok and Nota, and Belchanok's already out. Denq has been having the comeback of a century, man. If this guy wasn't here, Monte would not be doing that much. James, though, finds another. Nota makes it work as well, and James finally puts the work in with that 5.7. There it is. Hades still on 3 HP, 2v2 remaining, and Kicker finds another. Hades, not too much to work with, and Parivision have picked up their first onto this CT side. It comes in late, but better late than never. 10-10, and now it's competitive.
Yeah, a bad moment to second guess yourself. There was a moment where Monte actually slowed it down, and this allowed for Parivision to quickly rotate to cover and put themselves in the better positions. They knew about the flag coming out from Gizmi. Wonderful second right shoulder peek to secure Kickers the second, and you just gave away a leeway for Parivision to find their first on the CT side. Economy stabilized for Parivision, but let's see how much they can get out of it. James, a significantly slower performance in comparison to what we saw from him on the T side. Nota still lacking behind, 12 and 15, not enough for a positive KD. Kicker still looking good, Travis stable, but this is an important round. Now, even if Monte loses it, they still would have enough money because of being on the T side and because of how the Counter-Strike 2 economy works. Already a really small adaptation coming out of Parivision, which I like. Kicker not joining his teammates over the B-bomb side, but just covering middle from tempo, making sure that nobody makes a cross. Monte, of course, will once again go really slowly. This has been their playstyle throughout Anubis. It has been working so far, but if you give enough time for Parivision to react, we saw what can happen. A half bite that should not have gone their way, considering how much space there was. And here they come once again. Gizmi will explore middle, plays around the moles. James is not going to move out of his position, and Monte now will need to make a call. Is it going to be a split towards B or a split towards A?
I mean, man, wherever Denq is, you know you can at least get out with a frag, but he's going to be on flank watch duty right now, as it is going to be that B hit coming through. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and it is going to be a 3-pronged defense coming through, but make that only 2, as Parivision already lose out their IGL. Their main man in play there as well. Belchanok sure falls 2, but it's up to Nota to be the difference maker. Already found 2, needs Hades as well, but the Polish shopper doesn't really fully go on in, as Nota is going crazy. That's the quad kill for the young gun, and it's only Denq left. 1v2 in 10 seconds. He will run away, and Nota will be the saving grace of Parivision CT side, as they take their advantage back, and now momentum's going back in their favor. It's like they prayed to Lady Luck, and instead of her responding to the call, Nota heard it and delivered. 11-10.
Well, this is the reason why I mentioned his name. The youngster delivering a massive 4K to save Parivision in the situation, isolating the duels beautifully, and seems like Monte forgot about the secret factor that Parivision can pull off anytime. Nota now with a positive KD, and I think that this is what can turn the tides for the CT side. Now, still, it will be dangerous due to the fact that another full buy round comes out of Monte due to how we highlighted the economy works. Hades back to all duties, and yeah, perhaps someone else will need to step on Parivision's squad, or why not Monte delivering another 4K, because that was a really well executed defensive couple of kills found actually by the youngster, and this is what you want to see out of those young talented players. This is the reason why we talked about Notus's potential, and in such a crucial moment he showed what is made of. But it's Parivision once again going back to their more passive setup, which shall allow for Gizmi to once again take the extra mid control. Now in the previous round he decided to go towards B and go through Temple. Nobody hitting that B bomb site from Canals, which could be a problem. Rotation forced out of Quicker, so he's gonna be covering mid, trying to face Gizmi, and this opens up a window of opportunity that Monte are looking to exploit.
But Monte, they're doing the exact same thing they did in the last round, where they hoped to be able to clean out middle, actually push this B bomb side, and it happens again. Gizmi finds the first, Gizmi on the second doesn't connect. Travis left alive on 5 HP only, a nade and he's out. But at the very least, they do have the information. Diha, that's great for the first. Looking on into the bomb side is Nota to do it again from the same point of contact. There it is, Nota, what a spray transfer. Takes down 2 on the headshots and now looks for the third as well. Jame, his anchor will fall, and now it's Demq to clean up house. This time, that's the difference. Demq was actually on the bomb side, and Belchanok left in the 1v2 and needs to clutch up. He's found the op, and now it's left to the head of the beast. It's the Hydra going on in, and Demq does not fall. 3K for Demq brings Monte back to 11, and we are in to the penultimate round of regulations to see who will actually find map point first.
Oh, things are on fire here in Anubis. Once again, we're gonna see the full 24 rounds, as Nota this time around was unable to grab a 3K or a 4K, even though he was quite close to finding those. Monte once again going for the exact same setup, for the exact same strategy. Gizmi gets caught towards mid, but right here it was still nobody punishing Nota, and the moment that you give some extra space to the youngster, the moment that you give him a window of opportunity, he is always going to take it. Double kill found. Belchanok was unable to convert the last spray into a meaningful kill, with which Parivision stand 1 away from sitting on 12. Hades lands a nice opener, and maybe this is where Monte can hit that A bomb site.
Hades, beautiful 2K before he falls. Demq again, the saving grace. 27 and 11, my man. By the way, he's doing an incredible job. Diha holding for the rotation into camera side, and he himself is doing an amazing job too. Travis left an unwinnable 1v4, and he's not even gonna get away with one. Diha just too quick for the eye to see, and it's Monte to be the first ones to actually bring map point again, Dolan, remember, from 9-1 down. It is a comeback that I didn't think we'd get to see today, and definitely not by the hands of Hades and Demq, but it's those two guys making the world of a difference right now. Monte would have not had this T side had it not been for Demq specifically, but Hades as well had some good impact.
Yeah, and look at what the CT side is going to be playing with. An SMGs, an upgraded pistol. The best that they have is Kickers is FAMAS, and it's once again Monte looking towards that B bomb site. Canals control secured by Ryu. They can now just slow it down just a tiny bit, but Hades cannot really slow it down. Finds the opener, and is this going to be the end for Parivision?
I don't know. Travis has found the first. Needs to pick up the AK. Gizmi. What a shot through smoke. Finds him. 3v4 remaining. And it's just 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. You can't get much done with that. Jame got through straight to the cross and got his head lost because of it. It's the new additions now making the impact when it counts most. Into the last round of this, it's Kickert and Belchanok to make the impossible possible. Kickert, the Kazakh, he needs to move on in. He's fighting with the SMG, but the flash is just too good. And it's Monte making a monster T-side on their own map pick to save the day and make it happen when no one thought they could. Monte, bring it on back with Demq on the top of the leaderboard, the top of the server, and by God, does he deserve it. What a comeback we get to see out of Monte on their own map pick. And now just think, Dolan, that Dust 2 is up next after the individual performances we got to see here.
Oh yeah, if it was not exciting up until this point, I'm more than sure that this too will deliver even some better emotions for us. What a way for Monte to bounce back after what was a devastating CT side for them. It looked like Parivision had it in the backpack. It looked like Parivision had created a momentum for themselves, but that was not the case. Winning only 2 rounds on the CT side was never going to be enough. Too passive, too slow, not being able to fight toe-to-toe with Monte's aggressiveness on the T side. And yeah, props to Demke for having a massive game ending with 27 7 kills was what his team needed, but I want to also highlight Hades is stepping up big time, because it was also him being extremely slow on the CT side, but then once he got the AWP on the T side, once he started picking up the entries and the openers, it was when Monte started to strive. And overall, props to the entire squad for showing resilience, for showing stability, and showing that you shall never ever give up. But that was still their map pick, so now on to Parivision's territory.
Even though that was an insane way to come back, I'm still a little bit on the edge about Rio and Gizmi, right? They didn't put up the best of performances. We can't really lie about that one. I mean, the game would have gone a little bit smoother for Monte. For Parivision as well, Belchanok wasn't looking like he was having the greatest of games either. But we've seen the highs, we've seen the lows, and up next is going to be that Dust 2. So stay tuned, stick around to find out what's going to happen with this best of 3 as we jump into the break indeed. And welcome back everybody here to the second map of the best of 3. Monte do manage to find an incredible comeback out of absolutely bloody knows where. I mean, that was incredible. 9-1, ladies and gents. 8-0 they were down at some point. And then Parivision on that CT side struggled to put the first, and it was way too late when they did manage to find their rhythm on back. Now, up next, Dolan, it's going to be Dust 2. How are you feeling about that?
I think I'm really excited. Obviously, I have my big question mark with regards to Parivision in particular after what happened on their CT side. Now, as a typical CIS team, I was not really surprised to see them opt for Dust 2. Not a map that Monte particularly loved playing, but a map which we have seen them play on with the previous iterations. So, considering the comeback, considering the momentum that they created for themselves, it will once again come down to who can have probably a better CT side, because in this case, it was Monte just grabbing a couple more rounds that helped them out in the recovery. And you know, sure, Demke had a wonderful match, Hades stepped back as well, but it was also Parivision dropping the ball big time. And normally I would have said that for any other team this would have been series done and dusted, even though we were going on their map picks, simply due to how the pressure and the psychological affairs work between the two. But it's still the experience and the amount of situations which James and Kicker in particular have been into, so the resilience shall be theoretically there, and think that we're up for another really close affair between the two squads.
Should be and could be, but remember, we are going to Dust 2. It's going to be all about the individuals, and on that first map, Hades had a very slow start, and Ryu and Gizmi had them too. So in reality, if Dika wasn't there and Demku didn't have that monstrous comeback, that monstrous performance, we wouldn't get to see Monte up on the 1-0 right now, and that could be the case for Dust 2 as well. If they have a slow start, Parivision could start running over them again. So it's really up to the early game to see right now if Parivision can hit that reset button. They are a team who can definitely do that, have got the experience to know how to do that. Now it's just left to see it on the server. So ladies and gents, welcome back on in. The CCT EU16 has started its Swiss stage, and with it a lot of banger games. This one in particular being one of those. Monte T side are already going to get naded down to hell and back. Nota tries to hold it down, but it's the dualies of Diha starting off the fight. That's the first and the second. Beautiful coming out of Diha. Still bloodthirsty out here. He is on the trail for the hunt, and he is not backing down at all. Has spotted the bomb as well. Wants to go for it. He's just going to wrap around to James and Kickert. But he's not going to take down the major winning duo by himself. Or maybe he is. He wants to go for them. 1 HP. Out here for the dualies. Is on another side of the map. Has seen the action as well. Hades. That is nasty. That is pretty nasty. But there we go. It is going to be James trying to just get out with a kill or two. Bump up his KD, but also his kill bonuses there along the way. And besides that, will be a pretty straightforward pistol round.
I mean, if he finds this 1 versus 4 clutch, this would be one of the most ridiculous situations we have ever been into. But props to the CT side for beginning this match properly. You know, I really loved how Dika went in deeply with the dual Barettis, and having a couple of people to play from short was extremely crucial, because how you want to execute this type of setup is by having the short player pull the attention towards him with a HG or with early couple of shots, so that then Dika can activate himself. There was even a flash thrown by Parivision, and yeah, the moment that you give away some extra space and the fight opportunities, Dika will always get those good adaptations coming out of Hades and his teammates in the later stages of the round. You know, 3 people covering from short, Dika maintaining his aggressiveness so that he can put Parivision in such a small corner where it was pretty much impossible for them to escape from. And now a typical CIS strategy with James pulling off the scout together with the clocks. Of course, the strategy is simple. Look for the 1 deke out of the Belchinok and probably hope that it will be James tagging a couple of people so that the job can get significantly easier for Parivision's pistols. But on the opposite side, 3 solid rifles, a couple of M4s and 2 SMGs with some U2. So in theory, it should be Monte securing their second. But in theory.
Hello, Belchinok. Looking for a second, perhaps? It's down long. It's waiting for you. Good Molotov to be buying up a little bit of time for the rotations. Gizmi's now into CT as well, but Demq's not looking too healthy. Would like to see that MP9 actually be sent to Demq. There you go. They do go for the weapon swap. However, they take a page out of the enemy's book and they decide to time it out themselves. That's going to be the save being called on in. Monte push their way back after having won the pistol round, and Parivision just go flawless in an actual half-buy. Or maybe they will, maybe they won't. It looks like Monte are on the edge here trying to just take some guns away, but careful because you might just lose yours. Ryu is going forward. This is actually an attempt for the retake. They have the time here. It's up to Nota to try to deny, but there's just no way to go around about it. That is actually going to be Monte finding the retake when even I didn't think they would be going for it.
Yeah,
okay.
That was a really interesting retake, if I have to be fully honest. I also thought that it is going to be the save, and Monte playing it really defensively, knowing that it's extremely crucial to save these guns going into the next round, but instead they decided to test the waters. Diha and Ryu picking up 2 kills was massive, and at the moment that Ryu picks up this penultimate one, he knows that he has the extra space. He knows that it is about time for him to start sticking that defuse, because otherwise it would have been round done and dusted. Hades gets caught by James' Zob. Lovely opener found by the Russian to secure the man advantage quite early on, and now with the extra men in play, they can just slow it down, make Monte wonder what is about to come. We know that Dust 2 is a really reactive map. You need to be really quick with how you move and how you adapt based on what the T side does, and this time around it was Jane being a little bit quicker than Hades, which is obviously going to hurt Monte, but it's still a recoverable round considering that the op stands with Gizmy.
But no one stands on the B-bomb side, so Parivision, they do have a way in. Only depends on how they decide to actually play it. A lot of the time you will get to see this, especially from the CIS region. You always default back up to short if you don't know what to do. The plain call is to just try to clear up into short a little bit, see if you can actually find some space, and if you can, push into that A-bomb site. Now, for Monte, it is going to be a hold to be seen out of Diha. Good for the first and the second. Diha, well played. The golden coil stays alive. Even gets some support heal from the long player as well. Nota goes 1 for 1 as Demq was on the bomb side. And now Jaime is going to meet the same fate as the rest of his team down towards long. 1v2. And it's up to the Vulcan of Travis to do most of the heavy lifting out here. 1v2, 30 seconds. Trying to go down for that timer. And I love how this is being played right now by Demq. He's waiting for the timer. He knows he's got a friend on long, and he just has to play that clock. But it is going to be Demq white peeking on out towards the end, and Travis will get caught off guard. That's the AK retrieved as well, and that is 3 on the board for Monte to be giving us a little bit of a tables turn moment away from that first map into the second.
Okay, great recovery after Jane found the opener. Diha stepping up, holding control over long with a really nice double kill. Spots the bomb, alleviates some of the pressure of the shoulders of his teammates, and with Demka managing to find a double on his own. This is the start that Monte wanted to have from their opponents' map pick. AK in hands of Belchanok. He needs to be the hero going into the round, as this could be a really slow beginning this time around for Parivision. Seems like roles have been switched now that Monte keep the momentum that they found themselves on Anubis. Early long control secured by Parivision. They still have a smoke, actually double smoke and double flash, so likely they'll end up on that A-bomb site, hoping that they're going to be able to make the cross happen. Here comes James's flash, looking to set up Belchanok for a bit of a peek. Nobody spotted, as Monte are immediately repositioning themselves, knowing that if you grab mid-control and check out what is happening towards short and lower tunnels, you're going to alleviate some of the pressure. Now they know that it's going to be an A-hit, and it will come down to whether they can find the shots, and Hades definitely can.
Timing. Finds Belchanok. That's the AK as well. Blown away by the nade, actually. Goes towards car. So Jaime has to search for it. Has picked it up. Second smoke will go down CT, but it is going to be up to Diha once more to try to hold on with these notes. What a flick. Diha doesn't even know what hit him. And now 4v3 on the retake. It is going to be up to Jaime with that AK to do a lot of the heavy lifting. I want to see it on Kickers, actually. He's got more HP, more chances to actually do something with that one. It is going to be Gizmy not going for the jump. Incendiary thrown to the back of the side, but Nota is a master on that deagle. 2 headshots already found. Second nade goes to the bomb site. Doesn't matter anymore. Pop flash in and pop flash out. Jame looking on in for another victim, and it is going to be the quick peek down towards Hades. Runs out of bullets. Ryu finds him, but it's Nota to continue, man. Someone put a stop to this guy. That pistol's going crazy, and he's searching for his 4th victim. As Ryu is the last man standing, Kicker finds the headshot, and that is one wild round that Parivision just picked up on a half investment. What a play out there from Nota on the dig.
Oof, Nota on fire once again, grabbing a Monte kill, and what a round for Parivision to find, considering that he was then playing in a 4-on-5, and have a look at that. The first one lands, lovely shot onto Diha, and right here it was the second, the crucial one, that opens up some extra space. Jame finds one as his teammates were able to put the intention away from the short player, and wow, it was Monte trying their damn hardest. It was still Nota making it impossible for the CT side to play this round. They even go for a tactical timeout. I'm more than sure that the communication right now is what the hell actually happened. Nota, how did you pull this one off? And probably Jame also wanted to calm down his teammates, knowing that sure, it was a lovely round, but it was still one that should have gone under Monte's belt. The economy of the CT side now looks extremely shaky. They're not gonna have a lot to play with. An upgraded pistol. Diha, considering the amount of money that he has, shall definitely go for this upgraded pistol as well. An SMG, 2-1-4, and really limited util available ahead of Monte, as this is going to be a tough one.
There it is. Gonna be Demke to find the first. Belchanok doesn't get away with anything, and he hasn't been having the most fun time out here alongside Travis at the beginning of this dust, but he's definitely got more than enough rounds to try to work through that. Definitely be sure to check out our partners over at Stake, by the way, as well. You just got to see the odds being flashed up on the screen right there. You can use code CCT for a couple of extra bonuses as well. But remember, it's still a gambling website, so be careful and responsible with your money, because no one else will be for you. So, if you won't, who will? Ryu's barrel spotted there. Kicker, it has got an angle to try to push. However, there are 3 there trying to find him and catch him off guard. Ryu does manage to find the tray. Nota, just as quick as we left him from the previous round, manages to find another headshot, 3v3, and this is an amazing fake coming through out here from Jame, but he wasn't even expecting to do it. Brings out the op at just the last second to save away his young gun, and now 2v3, Demke and Diha from CT with no full armor onto Diha, not even half, no utility and no defuse kit. This will have to be a masterful aim play if you want to see this team actually stay alive for this round. Diha, it's you versus the world, buddy, and you have just been absolutely demolished.
Yeah, bullet to the face, forcing Demke now to stand and save that M4. Well played round out of Parivision. They were not caught by the third person appearing towards mid, because it is not really usual for the CTs to send 3 people to fight towards mid. Usually you would see 2 only, and good reaction coming out of Jame. Yep. He was not expecting it, so props to him for holding on. And then it was unfortunate turn of events for Diha, who was unable to deliver us a masterclass with the AK. So Parivision find their way back, courtesy to Notas' triple kill, and to the second round, which is going to fully break Monte's economy. Demke will need to be once again the big hero to step up with the M4 to deliver another surprise if Monte want to maintain a healthy 2-round lead, because otherwise it will be the CS squad tying it up. But overall, I am really surprised and actually really hyped about the way that this Dust 2 starts, because once again, as we discussed during our analyst segment, we're expecting for this to be a much closer affair, at least theoretically. So both teams trading out rounds early on set us up perfectly. I think that this definitely hurts Monte's side just a tiny bit more, due to the fact that they're playing as counter-terrorists, and we know the difficulties of the CT side in terms of building a really stable economy, which is significantly easier if you're playing on the T side, as Parivision right now working their way around the lurk smoke, taking long control, and probably considering a late A play if they want to fully commit.
I mean, at this point, not really too much to do, too much to think about. It's just USP. He's trying to keep that A1S alive. He's going to go in for a peek, but thinks about it twice. Doesn't want to lose the solo rifle they've got. So Demke has to be the only guy that saves, and everybody else just trying to play for exits, playing around this A1S in case it does fall is not a bad idea either. But that is that. I mean, this round was never going to go any other way. 3-3. Parivision do manage to bring it on back. And yeah, as you do say, it is a much closer affair this time around onto Dust 2, which was definitely needed after the turnaround that we got to see on map number 1 after all of that momentum being found. I don't think Demke wants to invest utility here, but I guess he does. It's a good flash on Belchanok, but everybody's going to be found, and because of it, Ryu doesn't even check down towards close. Could have had a kill as he found himself on blue container, but that is that. And when I saved away, 3-3 scoreline indeed. And now, Dolan, we go to uncharted territory. Who is going to take the advantage this time around? Gizmy yet to pick up a frag, and Travis is in the same boat. Monte and Parivision go head-to-head into a full buy, but this time the difference is Hades doesn't have an op, James does.
Yeah, and this might look like a small detail, but it actually really matters in the context of Dust 2, which is the opposite paradise. And as for now, Jamie is probably feeling a little bit more comfortable holding an AWP. We're not also going to see the double op setup, which I'm a big fan of on the CT side, because it alleviates so much of the pressure that you normally can have, allowing for Ryu to stand all alone without a lot of pressure, just peeking from that far corner with an op, needing one shot to stop his opponents. In the meantime, typical strategy coming out of Parivision, just focusing their efforts on getting mid control, the usual way to play Dust 2. And now with the amount of space that they have, with tunnels fully cleared out, you can proceed with evaluating your options, and a lot is on the table. You can either go through short, you can just split the map and hit that B bomb site, isolating both Gizmy and Ryu. And considering Gizmy's beginning of this map, 0-5, this is definitely a player which you want to have actively if you want to win Dust 2 and take it away from Parivision, but seems like the option is gonna be a bit of a slow push through short, and just Parivision working their way around this part of the map.
Q trying to peek on in. It is going to be the bomb dropped away. Stayed in the flames. Of course, he's going to fall. First one gone, but Hades on the second. Still stays alive, moves back towards long, but he's getting no support from Diha. Right now, Travis looking to find his first frag as well, down from CT. It is going to be Gizmy, looking for his first victim as well. Hades still finds it though, and Belchanok goes insane. That's the second, almost the third, but Ryu's just a little bit faster. And it's the Young Guns versus the Experience. It's Jame versus the New, and it's the Deagle versus the A1S to win it out. Jame, what another clutch to go for. Gizmy getting a little bit scattered, a little bit shaken right there, going way too quickly for the 2v1. As he lost his teammate, he didn't decide to play the 1v1, wanted to push up and hopefully catch him off guard, but he did swap to the sidearm and made the right choice. Parivision now with the advantage, and Monte, well, with a good start, now we'll have to figure out another game plan.
Yeah, and a bit of a blunder on the side of Monte. Both of their young players playing from the exact same spot. They should have known that James should have been around the corner. They gave away two really easy duels to him, and it was about time for us to see, you know, the cliche James time activating himself, as Demka, together with Hades, are going to be the ones striking first in round number 8. The rest of Molly to deny Demka picking up that weapon, which could turn into something bigger, especially now that there is a smoke imply, which shall lead to Demka rotating away from long. Still no confirmation. That is once again Parivision playing for early mid control. Maybe Hades is gonna fish for some extra information.
Decent little smoke block. I do think it actually opens up if anybody wants to go for the peak down from CT, but it's not going to happen. Parivision with a man down will be heading towards the safest part of the map right now, which they do decide it's going to be B. Hades spotted. Kicker's the one to fall down to half though. The AK does not spam. 40 seconds now. Time ticking away, and that incendiary is actually being brought away by the T side to not let Diha peek. There's Kicker. Does find Hades in the end, but they've heard the push down to the short, and what a shot from Jame. Connects on the AK, and now 3v4, 20 seconds to get to a bomb site, and it's all up to Ryu. Can he deny this bomb from getting to the bomb site? Can he make it happen? It's also going to be Gizmi trying to play for the late bomb defusal, bomb plan. Travis is not going to fall, but the MP9 finds in 7 seconds now. Can he get to the bomb site in time? Diha, you just have to stay alive. 3 seconds, and they can't get there. They win the round off of the well-timed positions, and that is going to be Monte actually getting away with quite the cheeky round.
Yeah, Monte managing to slow their opponents down, and Parivision once again dropping the ball, similarly to what we saw on some occasions on Anubis. It's once again them second-guessing themselves, even though they had the advantages, but they were caught early on. That kill that Demke found was actually crucial because he alleviated so much of the pressure. It allowed for Demke to switch his position to, you know, force Monte to rotate away from that A-bomb site to try and look for a couple of duels, and even though they lost those, it was just enough so that Parivision can slow it down, and eventually this led to the T side not being able to get the bomb planted, which now puts us into a tie. Another blow returned by the CT side. Hades back to all duties. AK saved. 3M forced into the mix with quite a lot of Veto, and well, I'm really surprised. It's Parivision once again taking this mid control. Crucial, of course, for a map like Dust, excuse me. But the reactions so far have not been bad at all coming out of Monte, and this is what you want to see. You want to see the CT side adapting. You want to see the CT side quickly rotating. Good incendiary Jame looking for an opener potentially, but Gizmi's covering.
Remember that last round was also an eco coming through from Monte. Well, it was a half investment, so they do have the cash in the bank. They make this round really doable with the utility. If it wasn't here, you get to see Parivision pushing quite a long time ago. But yeah, this T side is definitely much more reminiscent of James calling rather than Kickert's. Much more slow. Much more calculated. I feel like they want to set up a lot, and they're kind of in their own heads because, look, they're trying to fake out in towards A, but it's also a decent smoke for the cross if they do want to go in through middle. 20 seconds down, they're playing this timer like they're the old VP. They've been spotted out. That nade should be doing damage, and indeed it does a lot. It's gonna be Gizmi with his first. The second as well denies a little bit on the bomb site, but that bomb will still be planted. There it is. Digits punched on in. Kickert down towards tunnels, trying to play slowly, but it is going to be Monte running for the hills out here with no defuse because they have to, and they found out Jane. That's going to be him gone in the dumps, and Belchanok into the bomb site needs to find headshots. That's the first as the Kickert helps. But now left in the 1v2, Hades running out of time and bullets. He's only on an AWP. Hades falls, and that will be Parivision still keeping it alive.
Okay, I'm gonna get it over to Parivision. The slow start once again working for well, the duo of the previous VP roster. As we discussed, you can switch those jerseys, but the playstyle remains the same. I'm not a big fan of this really slow rounds because it gets quite risky. This time around, it was the T side finding the two openers that they needed, eventually getting to a bomb plant, and then a wonderful crossfire setup between Belchanok and his teammate. Nice shot landing onto Jame. Looking good, looking crisp. Once again, a really good beginning for him on that map. 9 and 5 already. Something similar to what we saw during the early parts of Anubis, but we all remember what happened throughout that second half. And even though it's Monte now standing with just the pistols, going into the next round they're gonna be going back to having the better guns. And so far, Kickert keeps on looking clean. Belchanok with 9, standing really close to those double digits. Whereas for Monte, the two youngsters, both Ryu and Gizmi, have once again been having a lot of difficulties in those B holes, and I think that this could be a breaking point. This is something that Parivision can potentially look to exploit, especially in the next full buy round, because the tendency of their T side has been get early mid control, look for a couple of openers, and in the majority of the cases where they found success, just strike onto those two really young talented players. But I think that the talent, yeah, it is there, but you need to show something more, because Gizmi has just 3 kills, which is not going to be enough. Rio looks much better than what he was showing on Anubis, but it is still not enough. Monte will need to dig a little bit deeper if they want to make it to at least 5, so that they can somewhat stabilize the CT side, which at this point has not looked that bad. But considering that it is Parivision's map pick, and considering that they are a SAS team having the explosiveness as as we saw coming out of Nota, having the experience and the proper shot calling from Quicker and Jame, having the extra support developments in the hands of Travis, then this is what could lead the CIS squad to success, which is something that Monte wants to deny.
I would still say that's a good round though, coming out of Monte. Overall, they do manage to go into a full eco and they get out with 2 AKs on the save. So that's some good ROI, good return on investment. However, indeed, it is 6-4. And can I just say, can I complain a little bit? I'm a little salty. The fact that James does hit that shot is twice he's hit that shot now onto Hades, and both of the times it was on eco rounds. So like, can you do that while he's got an AWP like now? That would be even more helpful to Parivision than it would have been by now. Still though, they do win the round, so I guess I can't complain too much. It is going to be Gizmi trying to put down 2 lower tunnels. Good nade, trying to push them back. Gizmi taking up the space. Nota with a knife out in hand, definitely confident. But that confidence will take him down. Demq saves out the day with a quick place headshot. And that will be Belchanok trading 3v2. And they're trying to put up the pressure, but Jame is currently not taking up a lot of space. He's holding down for the boxes on B, while you're leaving Belchanok to do it all by himself into the A bomb side. This is completely just individual right now, alone. Belchanok is playing a different game to his upper. And Jame finally realizes, moves back the long way around through CT, through T spawn, my bad.
Yeah, but James sold out the fake.
Site's empty.
Yeah, James did his job. He sold out the fake, secured an empty bomb site for Belchanok, and while we have only 3 flashes remaining, this is actually a really doable 2-on-2 at this point. Monte don't have a clear idea. Look at that, they still remain inside tunnels. They don't know. Now they will realize that it's actually a bomb.
Faked.
Yeah, they still thinking, here comes the reaction as well. They wasted so much time now. Time is not their biggest opponent, but buying those extra 10 seconds shall help Parivision in their intent to win this round.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Jame does pull off a good one, but again, that is due to the mistake of Monte. They went in for a 3-man holder down towards B without having any info. Now, the bomb is planted and Belchanok's out of the fight. They still try to retake, but it's up to Jame to hold, and he can't. Too many bodies to deal with, too much pressure to actually overwhelm, and that will be Monte on their 5th, still after making the mistake of sending everyone towards that B-bomb site and even being faked out by the big brain Jane there. It is not going to work out at the end, and into the last round of the first half we'll go with a 5-6 split. How will this end up? 6-6, 7-5. Either way, I would say this isn't the worst of outcomes, definitely for Parivision. Their own map pick, they move to CT side afterwards. Still can't work out.
Yeah, probably are not mad at winning 5 or 6 rounds, potentially even 7 for Parivision, because I think that so far it has been both teams trading balls, and overall I really love what James did in the previous round, trying to desperately sell out the fake, and he did, buying some extra time, but unfortunately it was Parivision's players not being able to hold on. Ryu, the first one, together with Gizmi to take some extra damage. Actually, the Brid down to 19 points of health, and is once again probably Parivision considering a potential B hit, knowing that it has been the 2 players on the side of Monte who have had the most amount of difficulties. The last time around that it was a B hit, it was Parivision playing it really slowly, taking their time to just figure out the YouTube, throw it late, then accelerate, look for the 2 openers. Considering that Ryu has 70 and Gizmi only 19, it could be once again such a round. Here they come.
Oh, there it is. That's going to be the Neo Revolution out of the game. Ryu finds one, but Nota is always so crisp on those damn headshots, man. Brings off 2, Kickert on another, brings this one back down to a 3-on-2, and in from CT, Monte are poised for yet another retake. This time around, though, on the tougher of the 2 bomb sites. Tougher on the 2 bomb sites, as it is going to be Jame now trying to hold it down. Through the smoke he goes. Nota wants more headshots, and he will find them. That's the paw flash trying to get them into the bomb site. Running out of time, but the defuse kits are there. Jame looking down towards window, gets caught off by Hades. Timing is everything, and that smoke is actually not helping Monte at all. Parivision have Nota, though. Oh my goodness, another one. He pulls them out of the hat. This guy's the magician. Nota 12-6, and this is like the 3rd time this best of 3 he finds a game, well, he finds a round defining spray transfer to close that out.
I think it was also with the last bullet. Hopefully we're gonna get to see the replay. But man, Nota once again on fire. Another 4K to save the round for Parivision and to open up a 2-round difference between them and Monte. And yeah, there it is. Absolutely. A second tactical timeout called by Kicker and James. You know, it's at this point it's a bit ridiculous. Like, the guy is on fire. Definitely the standout player, and keep your eyes on Nota going into 2025 because he wants to prove himself. 17 years of age, but already looking so crisp. The aim good, the spray transfer insane, creating so many problems for Monte, who cannot really be mad with getting 5 rounds on the CT side, but of course they need to show the extra creativity and they need to activate either Gizmi or Hades if they want to find some better results, because yeah, Ryu looks much better now with 11-7. Demke once again having a wonderful map so far, and that's actually something that I have not seen in quite a while. A double tactical pause. Parivision going all in, wanting those extra seconds to make sure that the city side begins in the best way possible. Maybe understanding how the psychological affairs has been going on, considering how good Nota has been with those multi-kills, considering Belchenok's solid performance. James has landed some really nice shots onto Hades, sure, in eco rounds, but those can work out as confidence boosters. So let's see, 60 seconds taken by the CAS squad as we go into the second pistol round.
Or it could be something as trivial as a bathroom break. You know,
Could be as well,
it's
yeah.
also a possibility.
Yeah, true.
Double time taken. A lot of the time you don't have to take those, but there you go. At least a bit of a breather after that previous round. It's worth it. They like it. They went for it. We go next, and we go into the second half here. A chance for Monte to make this pistol round work, and if they make this half work, they've taken away the best of 3 out of Parivision, so they gotta be careful about it. Parivision up against the wall. So it is gonna be Monte now with a 4-man stack on A. Playing this one well. If we take a look on down to the minimap, we have to see what the individuals do right here. As Diha wants to push in first. Belchenok is stuck in the pit. He needs support, but no one's there to help him out. And there you go. It's going to be Kicker at the very least fighting someone down towards short. But now Travis trying to find Ryu as well. He's getting pushed right now, and they're prioritizing short over long control right here. Travis, good for another. The USP picked up from the ground, though. Demq takes down the head of the IGL. Diha moving on in, sees the players down towards short. Has no idea about Travis down on Ninja, though, but Hades does. And there you go. Beautifully done. And James, the last man standing, playing behind the smoke, getting locked down by the Bullet Queen. It is going to be Diha taking him down, and Monte, indeed, win another pistol round.
Yeah, the T side managing to break through Parivision's setup. It looked like a really good idea coming out of the CAS squad, but things just started falling apart. People getting headshotted left and right. Belchenok tucked in that corner, unable to get away with anything more than losing his head. And from there onwards, Monte kept applying the pressure. Something similar to what we saw coming out of Parivision on Anubis after he lost a pistol round. And here it is, James with a lovely scout shot to shut down Demke. And that's definitely the player which you want to isolate and to delete out of the equation early on so that you have some better chances going into the round. Still a couple of USBs to support the scout, a single flash, and it's the double AK plus Galil plus Mac10 setup that is looking to lead Monte to another, but it is not going to get any easier. Instead, they need to be really careful.
10 looking for kills, man. Maybe he's gonna find it. There it is. Belchenok out, but they don't think twice about his chair there as well. Nota is going to fall, trying to get out of the smoke. Did do some good little damage. However, Rio down to 28. It's up to the scout of James to, well, James time it away, of course. It's in the name. Monte pick up 7 here. And they do only lose Demq there from the beginning of the round. So, overall, not too much invested, not too much lost. They're going to be forced to play with a Mac-10 and a Scout in the next. Now, I was okay with the Scout because it's James, right? He can find good headshots. We just saw it. But now forcing Travis on this Mac-10 as well is going to be making this next buy for Parivision a little scary. Okay, I get it, right? Monte have their own bonus to go through. They won't be having all of the guns in the world, but it's different when you're working from that T side to CT side here. For Parivision especially, they need to be able to actually put some rounds on the board early out here into this half, because otherwise Monte are going to start racking up that momentum, and that cash is going to start flowing into the bank. We got to see in the last map how the T side managed to hit 16k before. That can happen here on Dust 2 as well. So Parivision, careful about how many rounds you let Monte take here consecutively, because things can truly start getting scary for them. But speaking of Parivision, they actually do heed my advice. Thank you, Travis. And he goes in for the A1S, drops the Mac 10 even though he could have saved on a little bit of cash. So now let's see what they do in the round.
Yeah, the better guns coming in play. Really curious as to how Monte will approach this round. A couple of different options that they have on the table. Best one at this point feels like waiting for Parivision to throw their util, as it is quite limited. 3 smokes remaining with a single flash. And here they come, Monte doing what Parivision love doing on their T side, taking as much mid control as they can, and from there onwards working with whatever is going to happen. Belchanok and his teammate isolated at this point onto that B bomb side. This could be a problem, as have a look at this smoke thrown on that left side. Not really sure whether Monte are actually trying to bait a response out of Parivision. Seems like the case considering Hades' positioning. Deha is gonna play late. Good idea, at least in theory, but it will come down to the proper execution. And in any case, James and Travis on that A bomb side will need to hold on. Kicker needs to be careful to not get caught. Gizmy looking for an opener, and he grabs it.
There you go, good one, starting things off for Gizmy. It's going to be Hades down to the A-bomb side doing the same. Up to James to make a change, but instead he will fall. The scout can only shoot 1 bullet at a time after all. And there it is, AK and A1S forced to save as Monte again find another round to boot. It's going to be 3 in a row now for the Monte squad, and well, the Polish duo is actually doing quite a lot into this map. Looking quite damn good. Demq, Ryu saving away their AK and A1Ss as well. And now, all that's going to be left is Parivision to try to work out these last 2 rifles into the next round. What do you think they do out here, Dolan? We've got James that could invest, but remember, he's always hoping for the AWP, so most likely he's just going to be a half buy into the next. Could be a full save as well. Could be keeping these 2 rifles together.
I think you go in for a half buy. Yeah, James has enough, so maybe he can pull off something along the lines of an M4, considering that they also got away with the AK. Probably a full buy round now that I think about it. Yeah, an SMG to add into the mix. Utility is going to be quite limited once again for Parivision, but full loss bonus is available. Hades on the other side back to all duties, and it is once again Monte looking to create a bit of a momentum for themselves. Already 3 consecutive rounds found on the T side, and if you're a Parivision, you don't want for the nightmare to appear once again, as Gizmy looks for the opener, and as he grabs it, Rio will cover up for his teammates so that the man advantage can stay with Monte.
Gizmy, as the IGL, he's been playing decoy quite a lot so far this map, and it has worked out. He's been getting traded by Ryu, by Demq. So, not a bad overall idea to get that man advantage. Now they find both Kickert and Travis, so they will be having that. But, of course, it doesn't look fancy on his stats, but it does win his team the round, so there you go. AWP onto Hades as well. Belchanok, Nota. Playing towards that middle position alongside James, who would love to, by the way, swap his weapon right about now. But all the dropped weapons are going to be on long. Smoke down CT. There's only going to be Nota here to close. But remember, this is Nota we're talking about. So, with the audio cue being made, they know he's on the bomb side. Let's see Deha trying to clear. Molotovs all going in. There's the flash coming through. Nota, he's still tucked, but he is going to find one, while the second takes him down. And is this going to be another instance of Jane time here, Dolan?
I do believe that they want to save, yes. It is already an impossible retake considering the lack of a defuse kit. And what worries me is that Monte keep going with the momentum. Monte keep looking better and better with each round. And it's not only Demka already, but Diha stepping up, Rio continuing his really good showing, Hades as well starting to find his proper pace, whereas on the opposite side, apart from Nota, the rest of the squad has not looked good at all. Yep, Travis 6 and 13, not the best of score lines. A couple of rounds ago he was only standing with a single kill. Kickered a much slower test in comparison to the start that he had on Anubis. Belchanok relatively stable, James as well, but this has not been enough, and it's probably where I would love seeing Parivision go for a tactical pause, but unfortunately for the CS squad, they already used them all, so you cannot really take the extra seconds, you cannot slow it down, and the best thing which you can do at this point is to just try and go toe-to-toe, try and see whether you can find an opener, maybe two, and stop Monte, because this can get out of control, and we could see another really good T-side out of Monte that leads them to a 2-0.
Jame back up to middle again. There's that off head-to-head. Going the right way this time around. Jame. Out here. He's going to be backing away. Will be heard. Dropped on down to CT this time. So for Monte, won't be having the greatest of starts to the round, but look at how sneaky they're trying to be. They knew James dropped, so he's most likely either CT or long right now, trying to play up to the bomb site, flashing him down. They believe the op's there, but instead, it is going to be him playing down on long, finding one, missing the second. Diha, still a chance for the round here, 2v3, and Gizmi's on the op this time around. Let's see the IGL have a little kick at the scope, as it is going to be a 3-man retake. And 2 come from long. Gizmi has got a lot of work to do, and he doesn't even connect on the first. Diha, 1 versus the world, and can this man pull it off? So far, we've seen some decent things out of him, but now is the true test, and instead it's Nota to clean it on up and finally put a round on the CT side for Parivision, which they've struggled on before. Remember, on Ancient Parivision, that's where they faltered. And now here as well, this is barely the first they put, but at the very least, I say this now early, perhaps I might want to stop, but it's not going to be the last.
Oh, definitely not. And finally, they did something that I wanted to see. James steps up to find the opener that adapts nicely to pick up a second as well. And, well, I mean, it could have still been Monte getting away with the round had Gizmi not gone for the fight and had he shot and had he not gone for the duel and then not landing that shot, which eventually led to him going down, which opened up the space that Nota needed. And the moment that you give him a chance, as we already discussed, he will strike and find 15-9, as Nota is the one starting a bit of a push, exploring this part of the map. And with kickers standing inside lower tunnels, this is already quite a lot of information gathered by Parivision. They know what is about to come, but how good can they be in their attempts of stopping Monte?
Hades checks into the bomb site, peeks over the smoke, nothing there. Good little peek coming through from Travis. He does use the pop flash, but there's seemingly no one there. When is the nade going to come through? You want to blow it open out here. The timing. Oh, Travis. Imagine he threw out the nade instead of the Molotov there. He would have seen 2, maybe gone away with 1. Belchanok looks in towards the bomb site, and the Wild Lotus right now is poised to try to take these fights. Can he pull them off? Waiting for a flash to pop. Monte. They need to go on in here now. 45 seconds. They've got more than enough time. Gizmi looks towards the bomb site. It's the smoke early out here from Belchanok, and the peek coming through here. Gizmi peeked for short and actually found the player into the side, but he's doing a little bit of team damage to try to get him in the end. There you go, finally found. And with a little bit of a struggle as well, Demq's just waiting, trying to line himself up to the car here. He will be able to find them both into the smoke, and that's exactly what you wanted. Jane time, one more time here, Dolan, as Monte will be having a flawless round in towards round number 19 to find and pick themselves up on double digits.
What an unfortunate turn of events for Parivision. They did everything correctly. You know, they went for the push, they exploited tunnels, they knew what was about to come, but they were simply unable to stop Monte, and it's the T-side getting away with somewhat of a clean round, especially now that they can also allow themselves to go for a bit of a hunt. This could be crucial because James ends with an AWP. Kicker has just an M4 now. James is too far away, so the Kazakhstanian player will need to hold on. Goes back, a little bit scared, knowing what are the consequences of him losing that M4. And as the bomb explodes, the CT side is running out of time. Kicker pressured, goes down. James last man standing. Dika will not allow for the AWP to be saved. And this is now problematic because Parivision will need to go for another investment. And they definitely wanted to save some extra cash. And wow, this is not going to result in them not having the better guns going into round number 19. This could be quite beneficial for Monte if they end up winning this next round. So at this point, Parivision will need to once again hope that James will be able to pick up at least an opener, as his opponent's shot will not land. Travis with a quick smoke blocking the entrance, but again, heat spray will surely do it, but Demka trades, which is still somewhat a problem for Parivision considering where they are positioned around the map.
Yeah, late flash coming in there, and that kill onto James at the end was actually insane because while Diha connects that, if James had a little bit of extra cash, at least he would have had a defuse kit. So far, I think we've seen Monte plant the bomb almost every single round, maybe bar the pistol one. So, Monte, they have been known to get into these bomb sites. A has been a bit of a weak point out here for Parivision as well, especially the biggest courtesy of that is actually going to be the previous round where we got to see them actually having the info, yet still not being able to deny. And that's going to happen again. Smoke comes through a little bit more advanced. It gives Diha the space to actually push through and try to clear. Down to CT. The second smoke still hasn't gone away. It's been replenished. And looking down for Ninja, it is going to be up to Belchanok to try to deny. Good Molotovs being sent onto ramp. Half HP onto Demq, but Belchanok spotted. Ryu fast enough finds it. And James actually goes back. Oh no, don't call out the James time already, man. The bomb's barely been planted, but they don't have defuse kits. They don't have utility. Dolan, this might be it. Kickert is gonna pull the plug. They're still going forward. The boost is there, but it's being held for. Nota is quick enough, though. Oh, he knows. This guy, how many more can he find? He's the only one even attempting, while the other two are already backing away. If only, perhaps he would have had support trying to push. Maybe they could have gotten away with more kills, but they would have never gotten away with a round, as it was already too late. These kills don't mean that much. It's 11-8. There's cash in the bank. Monte now are just 2 away from closing out this series.
Yeah, remember when I said that it was crucial that Monte denied the AWP and the M4 save in the previous round? Well, yep, sure, Quicker still is gonna save that AWP, but have a look at what is left in Parivision's bank account. It's barely anything. Yep, maybe enough for a couple of M4s, but the U2 is going to be so limited, and while you're gonna get to play with something better than nothing, this is still Monte getting away with so much. Remember that it was a 7-5 scoreline during the halftime, and Parivision have just secured a single round on the CT side, something really similar to what we saw on Anubis, and here they come once again. It's Monte striking through long.
And finally, Travis manages to win out that duel, but turns back around. Diha good for 2. You're not supposed to get away with 2 there, maximum 1. But no supporting flashes, just a single player there on Kicker trying to cover for his teammate, and he doesn't land the shots. Oh boy, Hades still on the op out here in James. He needs to be a bigger piece of the puzzle here for Parivision if he wants to make this work, and yet still clearing out on middle due to the single Molotov. There's no one there. They faked him out. Monte, clean way into the bomb site. Another plant to go. At the very least, this time you can say that Parivision might be attempting it. Belchanok does have a defuse kit. But the boost comes through, and Diha, does he check for it? Oh, he does, but a bit late. James connects on the flick, does find a shot. 3v3 now. Into the bomb site they go once more, but they have all the time in the world. Belchanok, good little angle as well there. Finds it. 2v3. And Demq and Hades left to have a choice. Do they back away? Do they fake this one out? They do have Hades down towards long, and the bomb planted finally. James doesn't go for anything flashy, doesn't go for anything fancy. And while the off is actually checking in behind, they're planning a 3-way engage. But where is the timing? Where's the information gathered out here? They were peeking in 1 by 1. And thankfully for Nota, he does manage to win out that duel. It's Hades versus James and Nota. And James spotted the head, finds the headshot, and wins out the round. There's the impact from the AWP you needed to see. as Nota wins out his important duel as well. It's 11-9. And Parivision do manage to now pick up their second round on the CT side.
Yeah, they survived, but that was another really close affair. Props to Dika for picking up not only one but two to open up that A bomb side. And right here, Belchanok played it safely, but he didn't communicate it properly with Nota. They had to go for a double man pick so that they can neutralize Demka on time. But fortunately for them, they still had James in play so that he can land a must-win shot. And as it found its mark, it's still Parivision holding on, denying Monte says 12. But the fight will keep on happening as both Hades and James have the ops. As the Polish player looks to strike, he does, and this is Travis out of the equation quite early on.
He's not had success towards long at all at this point. Just tell him to stop pushing, just try to hold down the line, play the utility, and just play down CT or car. Right here, he's been struggling a lot. And really, Nota is the saving grace here for Parivision. Oh, and as I say that, of course Hades has to go and just demolish him, close him out of this round. Headshot through the main doors. To now,
Oh,
what
no.
is that?
No way.
Those double doors, the bane of Parivision's existence this round. They've lost 2 players to that. And James just been sideswept as well. This is the worst way possible to give Monte to give Monte map point here. That felt nasty. That felt dirty. You know, these rounds, Parivision have at least had the chance to fight for them, even though they've saved, even though they've tried some changes and some things to do. They at least had the chance to try. This round, they didn't even get that. They barely even saw the enemy and they lost.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is an economical game. It's a game that relies a lot on shooting, but it's also a game of timings. And Monte have had enough, landing some really nasty shots through that smoke, putting now Parivision in survival mode. Not a lot that the CT side is going to be playing with. Utility once again really limited, only 2 rifles in play, helping out the SMGs in the upgraded pistol. As what is going to be the call? They need to catch Monte off guard. It's not impossible, but it will be really difficult, especially with Gizmo being set up for success, and it definitely feels like the beginning of the end for Parivision unless somebody goes huge, but they at least still have Noto in play, so maybe he can do it with another massive multi-kill.
Can I just say, beautiful flashes so far from Monte. That is what saved them on both T sides, both on Ancient and here. And you just have to say, man, they've had some really clean executions, some great timings, but they've made them theirs. And now, 4v5 with really limited things to work with. It's gonna be Gizmy trying to get through to the CT smoke. It's already faded and he's passed. Looking down to the bomb side. Nota should be the one to find his headshot, and he does. Makes it possible, makes it worth it, but Dika already into the A-bomb site, calls it. Do they rotate? That's the question. Player down on middle, and a great headshot again coming through from Nota. Will the Deagle Merchant pull it through again and make this round possible? Nota, you might just be able to do it. 2v2, and you're searching for Hades, a bullet with his name, but instead you swap the gun, and it is gonna be Hades alive, not for long. 15 HP versus Ryu. It's the new old edition here from the Monte Gen squad up against the youngest of Belchanok. Out here with the knife out. It's gonna be the way to close it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's Monte to close out in 2. As the CT side of Parivision leaves much to be desired, Monte bring around not only an incredible comeback, but also a great dust too.
Yeah, props to Monte for stepping up and having 2 wonderful T-sides. A masterclass pulled off by Demke as well, deserving in my eyes at least the MVP title. Hades stepped up during the second half, and also one of the 2 younger guns, Rio, with a really nice match to help his team close it out cleanly. Anubis was extremely close, could have gone both ways. Parivision kind of dropped the ball there. Dust 2 ended with a 13 MI, but it felt like it was a much closer map than the scoreline represents, but everything everything came down to the closer situations that ended up going in favor of the 5 guys that you're currently seeing on your screens. And wow, this is still the beginning of both teams' march inside the Series 16 of the Champion of Champions Tour. That was one hell of a match, and I'm super happy that we ended up seeing both these squads. I think that the future is bright ahead of the young players like Gizmi, like Ryu, to a certain extent, as we saw, not only to a certain extent, but actually to a big extent to Nota as well, landing some really nice headshots and finding so many multi-kills. So I'm super excited, and if I'm a fan of Counter-Strike 2, I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on both these squads as they move deeper and deeper into the tournament and into the year as well.
Yeah, again, it's not like Parivision are out of the fight, but Monte are definitely up 1-0 out here into the Swiss bracket. The double D, they got it, man. Diha and Demq, it was an absolute master performance from them. And again, remember, oh, you can't even see me. There you go. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, remember, if Demq doesn't find that huge comeback on Ancient, we would not be here. It would possibly be even the 2-0 out here for Parivision instead. But look at how much a single player can change. So there you have it. Hope you guys enjoyed on over to this best of 3, but it's not the last one of the day. It is going to be another one on the block, and Dolan, that one's going to be exciting as well. It's going to be 9 versus Cybershock out here in towards the Swiss stage, so stay tuned for that one, but there's going to be a longer break. Again, hope you guys enjoy. GG's to both teams, and we'll see you in around about 50 minutes with the last best of 3 of the day. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back on into the CCT last best of 3 of the day. And we are going to be taking a look at another doozy. We've just had great games all around today, haven't we, Dolan? And if you guys just tuned in, welcome back to the CCT 16th online series. And out here on the desk is myself, Atro, with the most appreciative and wonderful Dolan out here next to me. How are we doing, bud? And what are we about to watch?
A couple of 2-0s previously in the day, but
muted.
so many... Whoa, am I muted actually? Can you hear me? I hope that everything is good.
No, just a little delay, a little delay.
A little delay? Okay, so we're gonna be good with that. So, a couple of quick, well, not really quick 2-0s, actually some really close maps that we saw, and I'm more than sure that both Nine and Cybershock are also going to deliver us another wonderful BO3 to wrap up the day here in the opening part of our Swiss stage at Series 16. We can expect a lot. Obviously, I have some question marks when it comes down to both rosters that we're going to see, simply due to the fact that they switched some players. We talked about Sound getting benched, and then Nine bringing in some fresher blood. The same happened to Cybershock. That was what was somewhat of an unsuccessful 2024. But now that both these squads face each other in our opening stage, I'm super excited to see who will join Fnatic, Spirit Academy, and Monte up there in the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, it's been I can't say it's been a fast day, because all of the maps that we did get to see out here on the day have been close, maybe besides Spirit Academy trashing ESC. But besides that, I mean, come on, you've had Fnatic go into triple overtime. You've had Monte out here managing to find an incredible comeback story. Every game has been close, and it's been exciting. And I've been talking about Spirit Academy. They went even to first overtime on Ancient, and then 13-11 on the second. Like, that wasn't even close. So it's been a very close and a very exciting day out here on the day. But is it still going to be keeping in theme with the 2-0s, or are we going to get to see the first third mapper out here on the day, Dolan? Because we are jumping into Nine versus Cybershock. It's going to be the original Polish team, which isn't a Polish team anymore, versus the CIS region Cybershock out here with a bunch of names that you guys might recognize out here into the new CIS scene, with a couple more early birds. But first up, we'll talk about Nine a little bit. Good management when it comes down to the social. A couple of questionable calls when it comes down to changing the roster, isn't it? Because they took my boy Sound out, man. He was doing such a good job. We got Kragan now. Like, yeah, sure, that's fine. But, like, come on, man. I can sulk a little bit. Refresh was supposed to play instead of Kragan, but we do have Kragan out here as a little bit of a substitute. We don't know if that's going to be a permanent change or if it's just the, you know, benching trial thingy, but that is what we're going to be working with.
Yeah, now, to be fully honest with you, I think that in theory, this squad doesn't look that bad. You have some individual pieces that can maybe make it work together. Bobex Day has showed some prominence with Johnny Speeds, having some deeper runs in the tournaments that the team was playing in. Obviously, stepping up above his teammates, demonstrating what he's capable of, and definitely deserves a shot at Tier 2 Counter-Strike. As for Mantu, he's trying to redeem himself. The Polish Oppo hasn't found a lot of success since his days in the Tier 1 scene, and this looks like another Rouse squad that looks promising, but maybe will end up disappointing me, because to be fair, the AGL hasn't found a lot of success since his days with the Copenhagen Flames, and all these guys want to prove themselves. All these guys want to put Nine where probably the organization deserves to be, back among the best in the world, and Kraken surely knows what it feels like being up there, Faven as well. So in theory, the firepower is there. The decision making shall be stable and good coming out of Ross, but of course you just never know with how unstable Nine have been, especially throughout the past year and with the most recent changes that they made. But talking about changes, of course, the same is the situation over on the opposite side of the server for Cybershock, who are bringing 2 new players.
But it's completely different when it comes down to how we actually feel about them, right? When you take a look at Nine, you feel, okay, maybe a little bit unstable. There might be that firepower. It depends on the day, right? These players do have the names. Now you're getting name value with the new changes bringing glowing out in here into the scene, and then you've got a 17-year-old who wants to make it happen out here in the form of Blixie. He has been a shooter, but not necessarily out here on the Cybershock jersey. He has played on over for Aurora Youngbloods a long time, and he was definitely one of the prospects out of that roster to look forward to. However, for a long time, I have felt like Cybershock were more of an academy project with young guns being brought to the team and absolutely decimating. Now they've gotten some experience. Now they've kind of climbed up in the ranking. They've stayed comfortably within the top 100 range. And let me tell you, I got to cast these guys on their first best of 3 out here into the CCT. And my goodness, does Phenomen know how to hit some flicks with that AWP. Anyone who's called Ilya, by the way, just gets like plus 50% accuracy to the AWP. Whoever you are, whatever game you're playing, if there's an op and your name is Ilya, it's working out, right? So Phenomen has been hitting shots. Lavicus and Notineki, they have also been very, very consistent. Lavicus pulled through an incredible not an incredible comeback, but incredible carry potential out there onto a couple of best of 3s out here into the CCT. And now we get to the map Veto. Will we get to see Train again out here? I want to see my first Train. I want to cast my first Train. And if there is a best of 3 where I could see it happen, honestly, it's kind of these guys. They don't really have permabans going in. Besides the Inferno that did just go away, we could see it go either way.
I'm calling it right now. Probably we'll get Train out of 9. I think that what we can expect out of Cybershock, considering that Inferno is out of the books, could probably be an Asian pick. Oh, actually, this is Anubis being picked by 9. Okay, never mind. Would it be Train then being brought up by Cybershock? Let's see, because I was actually expecting for 9 to shake this Veto up and to offer us something not that standard in terms of the maps that we can expect, because Cybershock is not a team. Oh, actually, okay, that's a switcheroo. Okay, Train still inside the possibilities that we have left. So this is Asian actually for Cybershock. Okay, so going back to my point, I expected to see Asian simply due to the fact that Cybershock have switched their strategy, not removing Nuke anymore, but focusing on removing Inferno first, knowing that 9 is not particularly a team that loves playing a lot of Nuke, and here it is.
Yes!
Okay, let's go. I'm excited. This is going to be the very first time that I actually get to cast Train. I'm all in it. Okay, 9, I love it. I'm a big fan. Cannot really wait to see how both squads play on it. We have seen so many different styles. I'm a huge fan of this map after it replaced my other most favorite map of Vertigo, RIP Vertigo. I really do miss you, but yeah, Train is simply better. And the decider, what is it going to be? Dust 2, a possibility potentially, but as well as Anubis. And considering the switcheroo, yeah, it's going to be Anubis as the decider. Okay, so this map Veto, only because of Train, becomes so much more exciting. This is an unknown field for either squad. This is a map that can go either way. You said about Phenomen's creativity and just way of playing, especially with the op. I wouldn't particularly say that Train is one of the most favorable open maps, but maybe it could be if Cybershock find their way on Asian, because in my eyes at least, the key to this BO3 is definitely that second map, but of course we know that Asian is a bigger map, a bit of a buggier one that offers a lot of fights. So considering both teams as play styles and your hub about Cybershock, I also do want to see the CAS squad step up.
You're an anomaly, man. You miss Vertigo? You really do miss Vertigo?
I mean, yeah, I do.
I do. I wasn't the most against Vertigo. I like to play the map, I like to cast the map, but like, I don't mind seeing it out of the map pool. We get Train. I haven't gone to cast Train yet. I haven't even gone to play it, but, you know, like, I don't mind. Either way, yeah, we're gonna get to talk about the map pool once we do get into it, but I think actually the most important map out here is gonna be Ancient. I think whoever manages to pick up Ancient manages to pick up Train as well, and we don't even get to Anubis, because Ancient is a great map for 9. They've played it 9 times. They managed to win 7 out of 9, and for Cybershock they managed to win 6 out of 12, but it's their own map pick, right? So they kind of have some strats up against 9 to go onto this first map and try it out. It's gonna be that CT side to look forward to. It's going to be Lovicus trying to activate up against people like Bobskade, like Favin, right? So that's going to be a lot of fun to see. And then, of course, we're getting trained, so I'm happy either way. I'm genuinely happy to now see this, because I have not gotten the chance to. So this is going to be fun. This is going to be exciting. Even if you're not going to be the happiest since Vertigo is out, hey, at least we're getting to see something new. I felt like we needed something new in CS2 for a while now.
Yeah, you know how the situation is with me. You know how I am a big car lover, and I drive a certain type of car for a really long time, but at some point you just know that you need something new, that you want to buy and look at something better at this point at your life, and Train is definitely that for me. Of course, I do really miss Vertigo, as I was one of the very few Vertigo enjoyers, but hey, concentrating on Nation, I think that Cybershock need to be extremely careful, because as you pointed out, 9 have looked really good recently on this particular map, and shifting kind of the conversation more towards Blixie joining the squad, that was a change that I didn't see it coming. The reason is that Blixie was left a bit in the shadow of some of the other players on his previous squad, Aurora Youngblood, because there were guys like Blue White, guys like Griggs, for example, who was even promoted to Aurora's main squad, and Blixie was more of the supportive element and the one helping out his teammates rather than being the proactive player. And probably in the context of Cybershock, he kind of fits, mostly due to the fact that you have a really good OPA like Phenomen. Of course, he's named Ila, so why not just get the plus 10 on the op. You also have Notineki, who used to be the top fragger in the majority of cases for Cybershock, and I'm just gonna stop yapping as we already have the pistol round going on. Double pair of dualies for Kraken and Bob XD, a single flash, whereas on the other side, one more smoke added to glowing, and seems like it is going to be a neck A exec through main.
Yes, sir. We're going straight into it. Last best of 3 of the days. Ladies and gents, strap yourselves in, because Cybershock are starting out T-side on Asian. 9 trying to hold things down. Kraken already with a dink and a kill. No Taneki's out of the fight. But look at the bounce back come around. Phenomen through the smoke finds one and will tap in for more. The P250 searching for his victims as the bomb already planted. Will be the 4-on-4, and Bobskade is already out, not making this any easier for the retaking players of 9 as they're backing themselves away, man. We've just came through from a series where we had to cast a lot of Jame, right? So we're gonna have to call out the saves as saves, and not as actually his time around, because he's not on the server anymore. But it's a nice little dink already coming through, but man, is Lovicus making these ones look dirty. Looking away for 1 second, and boom, horror game ahead instead of CS. It will be Cybershock taking away that pistol.
Yeah, a default setup coming out of Cybershock, one single smoke for CT, then they entered, some nice kills going in their way, glowing one. Blixie also secured a nice head, Lovicus with a double to wrap it all up, and this is Cybershock and their good beginning of Asian, something that the team definitely needs. Remember that back in the days when they were playing with the old iteration, they were really dependent on having a really good start. It was usually them opting for a T-side beginning and then trying to grab as many rounds as possible so that they can create a bit of a momentum, but it was also the instability demonstrated by the squad that led to 2 people getting replaced, because sure, while the individuals like Phenomen and Notineki look good, oh, that's a dangerous situation. 3 kills picked up, and a Galil that can still make this round a little bit more expensive for Cybershock. This isn't a diffuse kit, so this shall be an easy hunt for Phenomen and Blixie if they want to go for it. Going also having the Mag 10 shall lead him to that A main position, but just to finalize my point until this round gets over with, the thing with Cybershock was the instability. So while they were getting those really good beginnings of the maps, it was them really struggling by the end of it, struggling to close it out. So it is normal to a certain extent that Cybershock can get to a 3-0, 4-0, even 5-0 lead, but the big problems and where they need to show a better face is with those closers. Sure, you got a really nice win against Ninjas in Pyjamas, you surprised everyone, you managed to grab some more wins against some tougher opposition during the close qualifier, but this is where the level gets higher, and talking about the level getting higher, here comes the first more significant obstacle.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the NIP game. They do manage to win that one out 2-1, even though they do get 13-2 on Nuke. But we are into another best of 3. So I guess that one doesn't matter anymore. We're into new territory, and the MAC-10s in the last round did manage to find some nice little kill bonuses, even though they did lose 2 players. So now they're going to be playing with that extra cash, Glowing saving up for the AWP as we round up round number 3 with a little bit of a mid push and a crunch coming through from 9. You've got 2 players down on Donut, 1 holding up in towards the red room, and some great nades going down towards Fab, and he gets hit with 2 of them. The artillery will be felt, and Rouse not even playing the info peek there. Is gonna get mollied off, forced on into cave. The pop flash comes through. Glowing does not decide to actually peek. Here's the A1S, stay there now, and a rotate is already overdue for 9. They're playing a very slow pace out here. Cybershock, they could have the timing, but look on lane. That's a kill for Kraken, looking for the second down on door. It is going to be Voskade actually finding Lovicus, and Glowing goes for 2 on the MAC-10. Phenomen keeps it going, but with limited HP onto Faven, it's going to be really mainly up to Monte. 30 seconds, and you can still run back to A. Glowing, what are you doing? Pushing through to that smoke, did not check down to Ninja. At least Phenomen's got the information, and is left in the 1v1. Spots out the enemy, and Phenomen! I was talking about him, and it appears that I wasn't without substance. This guy hit the 3k into that round to still make it possible for Cybershock.
Yeah, and good adaptations coming out of 9 with Bolbex and Kraken going for a push, but unfortunately they were unable to hold on the pressure that came out of Phenomen. Good first and finding the second as well, putting 9 in the dust, which leads CT side to them not having any additional dollars to work with, so back to the upgraded pistols with some bits of utility. Phenomen, definitely a player that you shall keep your eyes on that Cybershock's squad. Extremely good with either a AWP or an AK, and when he's properly supported, I think that guys like Glowing and Blixie can definitely bring the best out of their AWP, or in this case Rifer. This makes Cybershock such a dangerous squad, but Bobex Day will not be able to pick up anything more. Phenomen prepare with the molly, and this is where the cleanup starts.
It is only a half investment, a couple of upgraded pistols coming through out here for 9, but you know what? At the end of the day, doesn't really matter, does it? It's 4-0. Cybershock do indeed take away the advantage. And we were talking about it, well, you were mentioning it, the fact that even if Cybershock managed to put up a 4-0 lead, a 5-0 lead, things still shouldn't be too scary, right? Because so far, from what we've seen in historically speaking, whenever Cybershock have had the advantage, it hasn't been going on for long. So either they change history and they show that they have made some changes alongside the Blixie and Glowing additions, but also they keep that momentum going. However, 9 are hoping that doesn't happen. Phenomen will go down. AK picked up. Kraken, how many more can you find? Good. For 2 more, actually. That is going to hit economy quite a little bit. Forced to buy back into the game now. Cybershock won't be having the best, while 9 are actually going to be going in for a full buy. So extra utility onto the CT side, while Cybershock are going to have to work with whatever they're being given.
Okay, so we expected to see an early lead going over to Cybershock. Let's see where they're gonna be able to keep the momentum going. All appears for Man 2. A couple of M4s in the mix as well for the CT side. Curious whether 9 are going to fully abandon that 8 bomb side, which is a thing that they love doing on Ancient. Seems the case at least for now. Bobex Day stands around Donut. Smoke will get broken by Lovey because the spray not good, but Kraken falls, caught by Blixie. Man to trades, but look at the actions, Blixie! That was a wonderful spray transfer, and they know where Manto is.
That was brilliant from Blixie. My goodness, the timing on that. He flicks around, finds it. Mantu somehow gets out, and Ninja. It's up to Faven on the peak here to try to take down Blixie. He is on a roll, but here he goes. Finally falls. Phenomen makes steps, though. Haven't been heard by the mid player now. Great microphone being placed down there in CT. Phenomen, no idea about the CT player. However, he goes back down to main. Montu doesn't catch him. 1v2, and he's got the nade. If he throws it, if he just chucks it later down into the round on that nade, on that smoke that Faven has right now, this would be brilliant. But he's got to play that timing. He's got to play it slow. Faven pushing up through Donut. Phenomen still on the box, and he is going to go down 1v1. And where's the bomb? There you go. Found it, diffused it, and won it. 1-4. Now on the round count, 9 managed to put something on the board.
Oof, 9 get away with a round win. Impressive considering the initial circumstances that they found themselves into. Blixie, great spray transfer, catching the second, knew where Mantu was hiding. Probably should have continued spraying, considering that Mantu was low on points of health. But as the Polish player survived, him and his teammate were able to hold on, even with the man advantage against Phenomen. I say even with, because we saw what Phenomen did in the previous 1 and 2. Obviously, a big danger, especially in those really close scenarios. Now, back to the 4 buy rounds. Phenomen forced to play with just the Tech 9, not optimal, but at least he has a Molly to work with. Cybershock needs to be careful. Bobix there goes for a bit of a push, and I don't think that he's gonna be expected.
Nothing activated yet. They're too far pushed in, and he's going the long way around. Peanut butter jelly the long way. Phenomenal. Bomb strapped to his back, Lavicas, that is a great one to start with. Checks back into CT, Kragan wants to hold, and he does manage to find the kill. There you go, 4v4. But still, this Lurk is going to find the bomb. There you have it, Bobskade does finally start shooting. Knew that he had the bomb in hand, and that is going to be Notineki finding the trade on back. 2v3. Oh, what a lineup, though! Blixie about to be taken down by his own teammate, but man, Blixie with these flicks, with these reaction times, is actually surprising me quite a lot. This is a different side of Blixie that I did not get to see yet this year, but it's definitely a welcomed one. 5-1 for Cybershock, and they win out the 2v3 to put 9 down economically now.
Okay, Blixie, where were you back in the days with Aurora Youngblood? Because I also, similarly to you, Athro, didn't know what Blixie was capable of doing. A wonderful second transfer that we see out of him, getting away with a multi-kill, and as you rightly pointed out, now 9 playing once again without a lot of money. Pace is quick, Cybershock needs to be careful.
There you go, the nade goes in, is going to deal a lot of damage. The pistols to find this, and a 1v2 from Blixie again. He's on 2 HP. My goodness, if he pulls this off, I will lose my shit. Blixie, 1v1. Kragan, last man standing. He's on the bomb, a whole minute and 20 seconds on 2 HP. If this man does it again, second round he saves this. Kragan has no idea. He's checking down towards cave. If Blixie just shift walks back to A, it would work. However, this is scary. Kragan holding the angle. Remember the shadow advantage here. There's the P. Kragan saw it, and it is going to be Kragan connecting onto it. There you go. Saved round here for 9, as they do manage to win the half investment, but on 2 HP, it got way too close.
Yeah, too close for comfort indeed. Cybershock lose another 9, getting away with murder. I'm not really sure whether that was the best call. And just to rush on that B bomb side after you have secured a massive round, and theoretically speaking, Cybershock should have known what the state of their opponent's economy was. So going so quick in such circumstances is probably not what you want to do, because we saw what those pistols can do to the better guns, and now tides have turned. It's Cybershock out of money. 9 taking the extra 30 seconds to talk things through, knowing the importance of this win, because this is a ticket back to recovering the CT side after the deficit that were put into. And what is that for Cybershock? Of course, with the loss bonus being so far away from full, just $1,900 additional dollars coming their way. Just invest and hope that you're going to be able to return the favor to your opponents.
That force buy as well coming through from Cybershock. A bit of a desperate call to make, but if you send it all the way into A, you could still work out quite fine. It's up to Monte to deny. Can the pole pull it off? Sees the shadow, has the advantage, calls in for a rotate, looks CT. That's Blixie already out of the fight. Lovkus up next. Fully flashed, doesn't matter. They pull the plug. Cybershock back away. 3v2. The AK is going to be sent to glowing. They do have the half armor to allow for that change to happen. But right now, you've lost the bomb. You've lost the round. And I'm surprised Going still goes in for these. He might just want to find the frags and lets the T side actually get away with a couple of guns with 55 seconds as well. If you give too many 1v1s away here, 9, things could still be looking scary. Monte trying to peek in. He slipped his way towards Donut. Monte finds him in the end, and there it is. That will be that 9. Put the third up on the board. And that will be Cybershock as well, now forced into an eco most likely.
Yeah, some really good news over to Nine's camp. Dropping only Kraken is the process into securing a third is definitely going to put themselves in a better position considering the financial state of affairs right now. You rightly pointed out that at this time around would be Cybershock going back to playing with the pistol. So overall, an interesting beginning of this map. I wouldn't really say that Asian is either T or CT sided, but it will come down to how well you can play as a team and how well you can punish your opponents' mistakes. In the initial 6th round, was Cybershock doing a better job in their execs, relying on Blixie to be the big difference maker. 10 kills, only 4 deaths for him. Boxday and his teammate have set up a bit of a trap, and now that they activate, it's going to be an easy and quick cleanup. But going back to Blixie in particular, I'm gonna keep highlighting him as the go-to player simply due to the fact that it was actually him stepping up big time against against the Ninjas in Pajamas, ending up with 53 kills and 43 deaths, making him the highest rated player for Cybershock, and probably one of the big reasons as to why the team managed to eliminate NIP in the closed qualifier decider. So far, at least in the context of Series 16, he has been impressive. On Asian, that's a really good beginning, and there comes Cybershock's first tactical timeout to make sure that this next round pays its dividends off.
I still feel like even after this entire time we've had Cybershock as a complete team, as a unit for like 8 months now, I still feel like whenever teams are going up against them, they're kind of not really as prepared or as scared as perhaps they should be, right? You see Cybershock and you think, oh, surely those guys will be able to beat NIP. Surely those guys... surely those guys will be beaten by NIP. Surely those guys will be taken down by 9. But then you look at the individuals, you dig a little bit deeper, and you see that these players individually are really nasty. They're really cooking a lot of the time. And I see these guys as a big underdog name that doesn't get highlighted quite enough. But right now they are definitely making it work. However, in the past couple of rounds, they haven't been. So let's see that change up if it's possible. With Rouse disrespecting the smoke, flashing through. Spots out no one yet. And Kraken goes down. Oh, Bobskade falls as well. Rouse, he already pushed, but Monte gets overwhelmed. He still gets away with one though. Somehow that pulls off another frag in a 3v2 where they know at least one's coming through Catwalk. It's gonna be glowing on a spray transfer to close it, and Cybershock are back to their individual winning ways.
Yeah, the newest duo of Cybershock doing it all. Blixie with another wonderful multi-kill, then the acceleration into Glowing, picking up his first, and then really good in neutralizing both Fav and the rounds to secure Cybershock's 6th. And those are the consequences of the tactical pause that Cybershock took a little bit earlier, making sure that this next round functions properly. But of course, Nine's still going to be able to put up a solid fight. Man to back to op duties and force online, and Cybershock looking to pressure mid early.
Oh, big nade sent down towards Lovix already. 22 HP remaining for him. Penultimate round of the first half here, and mid advantage already taken here by Cybershock. Or so they would like us to think. But for now, 9 are sending some decent utility their way. They're keeping them close. Rals not fully pushing yet. Just tapping, trying to bait these guys in a little bit. Just going. Keeps a watchful eye over middle. The rest of Cybershock move their way into B.
See, at this point, Boxday has pushed quite deeply in towards main, trying to set himself up for a potential surprising push. Rouse was definitely heard burning in the flames. Glowing now takes some extra space. This can catch Rouse off guard. The CT player needs to be careful with those peaks, down to 33 points of health. But will Cybershock proceed with the B exec? Looks quite likely. They will need to go in.
It's a little smoke to start things off. That's going to be one for Cave as well. You don't know when to peek. Now you don't know when to shoot. Glowing wants to go through the wall. 30 seconds remaining. You need to check Ninja as well. Checked and spotted. Barrel seen. It's Lofik, Blixie, and Phenomen to each find the kill. Mantu, Bob, they have to back away. It will be the save. Look at the money out here for 9. They're just looking for exit frags. And that will be a clean execution into B. Coming through out here by Cybershock. And, I mean, yeah, it doesn't get more straightforward than that. They hit shots through wall, or they hit shots through smokes. They managed to be quite fast. They all pushed in at the same time. Quick exit, works out. 7th on the board.
Yeah, Blixie is so good at this point. It's him stepping up once again. It's just so difficult for 9 to neutralize Cybershock, and it's not like the city side has made some bad calls. No, Bobex's idea to go a little bit deeper towards main was actually a good adaptation, but it is just 9 not being able to handle the pressure that is being applied by Cybershock. Small timings, Glowing taking the extra space, Rouse's speed gets spotted, he eats some bullets to his body, which forces Zane in a deeper, more passive position, and the moment that the smokes fade towards ramp, this is the moment where Cybershock activate. They find the openers through the smoke, which is of course quite unfortunate if you're a fan of 9. But on to the final round of this first half. Manto still with an AWP in hand, diffuse kits available, Kraken and Bobex, they will be having the M4s, but this is where 9 need to secure it, because otherwise it would get really dangerous with Cybershock hooking up a difference of 4.
Oh, just a little gap on that smoke allows Blixie to find yet another opening frag out here. Faven has not been allowed to really play the game these past couple of rounds, and Blixie wants to keep going. Remember his success out here on middle, though. He wants to recreate it. And while he's currently faking quite a decent control over lane, the rest of Cybershock trying to push up into A. You do have the player down on CET, already missing away. And it is going to be a good shot from Notineki. Finds Kragan, nades them out. Doesn't deal too much damage to the op, but Blix is holding out for flank watch, and Rouse should be a dead man here. But onto the bomb side, there's a whole dogfight happening. Monte, last man standing, 1v4. Can't really run away now, can you? So you're gonna have to force it. And, well, it's not gonna go that easy. There you have it, 8-4 on their own map pick on their T side out here of Ancient. They manage Cybershock to keep up a great number of rounds. And, well, all that's left really for them is to win pistol round and then convert.
As long as I want to really be positive about Cybershock's lead, but I just have seen so many matches of theirs that I know what they're capable of, and losing a lead is a characteristic, or at least used to be a characteristic of Cybershock's previous squad. Now, the good news is that the newest additions are doing the job. Glowing stands in the double digits, Blixie has had a phenomenal T-side, and as you rightly pointed out, all they need to do to have another booster is to neutralize 9 in the second pistol round. It's going to be tough, considering the amount of utility available for both Rouse and Manto, so I'm curious whether it is going to be a B hit. Quite the possibility, considering the 2 smokes, the molly, and the positioning currently of 9's players. So Cybershock probably already thinking about playing the retake, which is quite likely. They don't have a kit, the bomb will still get planted, and the full 5-on-5 retake is on.
How you do it? Quick and easy, gets them into the bomb site. Only 2 smokes was all it took, and now they're playing for the timing. You've got so many players playing down on lane, into a ramp, into cave, right? It's only Faven trying to hold this one down. But with a flash and a smoke, you could try to stick it early with a 5v5. However, that flash goes on ahead, doesn't catch anybody off guard, and the German is going to try to hold on. Smoke on the bomb. Blixie good for the first. Looks down to cave, and Glowing whips a couple of shots, but finds the last one. Only left is Faven into the bomb site. Knife brought out, and they're not defusing out here. Cybershock with 5 alive are gonna be giving up on the bomb, and even Faven finds a knife kill now to be able to force out an AWP if he wants to.
What actually happened? It looked so good initially. Blixie finding a nice kill, Glowing stepping up to add the second. Phenomen had one on his own, but they didn't have a diffuser, and we all know what the saying is: buy a diffuser so that you don't end up being a loser. Now, due to the fact that it was also a knife kill being secured by 9, this is an additional financial injection that they're gonna grab. So Faven goes in with the AK, 2 Galils, 2 Mac 10s, and the opposite side it's going to be a force buy. Lexi has a 5-7, Phenomenon with a FAMAS, so not that bad for Cybershock in the end of the day. Still with some solid chances, maybe if I have to characterize it, 70-30, 60-40, depending on whether Cybershock finds the initial one, but the person that is already below 50 is glowing, which is going to further complicate this round. 9. A lot of options ahead of them, especially with smoke for red. They create a chance for them to make the cross a reality. Probably baiting also some additional rotations out of their opponents, and with Blixie being abandoned to stay on an island, it is 9 looking towards the youngster.
Surprisingly, Lovicus isn't granted the MP9 and glowing the 5-7 either way, with Lovicus having full armor. They did meet each other back up into middle, but it looks like they're going to climb their way right back up to B, and another one of the same execution is going to happen. This time, let's see if Blixie does manage to spam through that smoke and find someone on the entry. He goes early. There's no one there. 5-man save coming through out here from Cybershock. And are we sure James isn't playing into this best of 3? Because we've seen quite a couple of these already, man. It's a unicorn round. No one dying.
Could it be? Yeah, it's going to actually be the full save and nobody going down. Wow, okay. This is not a type of round that we oftentimes get to see in Counter-Strike nowadays. It's been actually a while. I can't really remember how many months ago I last saw such a round, but it's quite logical. We can understand the decision making behind Cybershock because they were already not in a good position after they threw the amount of utility that they had, and considering that it was a bit of a gamble, just 4 players playing together on the opposite side of the map, and then 9 making the best choice to just straightforwardly hit that B bomb side, leads us to a repeat of the previous round. FAMAS still available, SMG is online. You can invest some of the extra cash that you got so that you can secure the extra HG flash and smoke for glowing, and it's another tactical pause. I really like the timing of this one. You don't want to be dropping another lead. Let's not forget that it was Cybershock having a 4-0 lead, then they kind of dropped the ball, then to just recover and get away with a 4-round lead once again. And looks like we can be on the verge of history repeating itself. And it's still 9. Or at least 9's statistics, looking quite good on Asian. So the danger is still on, even though it has been 9's individuals not stepping up the same way that Blixie and Glowing, for example, have been doing. But let's see. Will Cybershock be able to upset 9 and be the first team to actually get to a 9th on their scoreboard, or would it be another tie? Only this 15 round will tell the story.
Don't be losers, guys. Don't be a loser. Buy diffuser. We've said the saying one more time, and we're gonna get to say it again out here. 9 have been getting quite a couple of bomb plants down here onto their T side, but it is gonna be Kraken to find his head down in the water first. Faven, Flying Eagle out there, manages to find one, and Faven apparently doesn't like himself too much, so he's gonna throw a nade right at his feet. Rouse falls down to 13 as well. Want to see that AKB dropped on over to Bob's Cadet. Cybershock. They are trying to consolidate their manpower, put everyone they've got on B, which is the right call here. 9. So far, quite a one-sided track of vision. Here to be sending their players on into B time and time again.
Oh, this is really good, actually.
With a whole minute on the clock, I get why you'd like to rotate away. However, Fedman finding the first here. They're backing up out here, though. It's not the play you would like to see, but it's the play they're gonna make.
Yeah, and at this point, it's 9 tucked in the corner. They're pretty much forced to now enter that B bomb side. They're out of time. No map control available for the T side. Great push that paid its dividends, and they need to hope that Man2 starts firing up on this AK.
Owing. He's holding. No one's checked for him. Monte, there you go. Finally sees him. Ass sticking out. Taken on down. 3v3 on a post plant. And remember what I said before, no defuse kit out here, but maybe it doesn't matter because it's only Monte left standing, AK in hand, and up against the dualies. It won't always be that easy. There you have it. Cybershock 9-6, and this time around they do manage to bring it on back. As it appears that the tackle pause did work out, and into this one, remember, it was just a bonus. It was just a couple of MP9s and a FAMAS going on into the round, and what did they save? 2 Galils, an AK, and now a full buy. I'd say they're quite happy with that.
Yeah, and props to Cybershock for playing the way that they did in the previous round. They used the smoke early to try and block the entrance from ramp, knowing that it was not Ineki covering from Donut, giving the information as to whether 9 are going back and playing through mid. And the moment that he was not seeing anyone for more than 20 seconds, this is where Cybershock decided to make another adaptation. Probably thinking that 9 were already inside cave, and if you don't get up with a kill or two, this is where 9 are putting themselves in a really tough spot. And right now it's Kraken finding one, but Lovicus is there to trade, so another early initiative that will not go in the way of Cybershock, as Rouse brings the man advantage with 9.
AWP onto Fenomen as well, holding down into the A-bomb site. Speaking of the bomb, by the way, lost on spawn. And right now, it's not like we're gonna get to see Monte move anywhere. They're waiting for the cave players to actually move up, and Blixie's doing exactly that. The Galil getting ready to be put to use. That's the AK fallen. Re-picked up, and another headshot to go. Blixie's so clean on these headshots today. It's absolutely insane. Brings this one down from a 4v3 to a 3-on-2, where you've got 2 players on different sides of the map right now. He spotted out the bomb as well. He's trying to push it up. Glowing even wins out his duel. So now Bobskade, it is a pretty tough scenario to be put in, but good luck, have fun. That's exactly what all of your teammates are saying. Let's see what you can do with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
Spoilers.
not Bob's
Not
day,
a
but
lot.
Bob saving this time around. Well, a Cybershock, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised after what I've been seeing in the last couple of rounds. Really good communication. It seems like they're really on point with their coordination. Props to Blixie for once again finding a move to kill, stepping up big time for the squad. And it's still really early on in the Swiss stage, but I think that it's a player that wants to prove himself. He has had enough of being a supportive element, of playing in those more supportive positions. Because let's be real, back in the days when he was part of Aurora Youngblood, it was Griggs stepping up and his team playing around him. Blue White's aggressiveness was a characteristic of that squad, and as I mentioned earlier, it was Blixie just being forced to play from behind and being forced to remain a little bit in the shadows. But this is the perfect opportunity to step up and to show what is made of. He does it once again after the wonderful series that he had against NIP, and Cybershock are currently having a 4-round lead, considering that it's Bogus Days' single AK on the opposite side of the server and no Veto available for 9. This could be 11, and the CES squad standing 2 rounds away from closing out their map pick dominantly.
That hero AK needs to do something. Lovicus. He'll try to peek it. Ooh, timing. Doesn't get to. Does jump, find the information that it's there. Bomb down on middle as well, called out here for Cybershock. And it will be the peak. Rouse comes through, and that's Kraken out of the fight. But Lovicus meets his fate, meets his maker, meets his fate, and Blixie keeps it going. Again, it comes down to Blixie. Glowing keeps it up as well, and it's that new duo, man. It's Blixie and Glowing, 20-7, 15-9. They are having the times of their life, and yeah, I mean, that round wasn't too tough to deal with. Remember, sure, there's an AK in play, but everything else is just on pistols. And it's 11-6. By this point, 9 are in pretty much do or die scenarios. They lose a single round, it's map point, and from that point onwards, Cybershock are just going to be looking to close, while everybody else is going to be looking to see what can these two guys bring more to the table.
And individuals of Cybershock looking much better than 9-1 so far. It has only been Kraken stepping up to the matter with 10 kills, but somebody else needs to help him out. Rouse looking to do it, but not today. Phenomen with a lovely shot landing onto his opponent's IGL. Naughty picks ahead of Bobix Day. Faven will find one as a trade, but it's still the man advantage with Cybershock. The positioning of their players is good. Naughty adds another. Faven and Mantu, the duo of 9, needs to combine, needs to find a way out of this situation, but damn, Atro is just so hard for them. Barely any util, a single smoke, 2 flashes, glowing, standing, Naughty behind him. And as the peak is good, this is probably it.
Mantu. Last man standing, 1v2, 1v3, and the only chance he's got, the only friend he has is going to be that timer right at the top of your guys' screen. Lavicus with a late flank as well, might just catch him off guard. Monte finds himself to the bomb site. A real 1v2 now until the timer ticks down. AWP checking to cave. And it's going to be Notineki trying to peek him down. There it is, map point. Coming through for Cybershock, and they managed to make it happen in a very nice fashion as well. Seemingly easy, seemingly really damn clean out here onto the CT side. They managed to put up so many in a row, and it feels like whatever plan 9 were trying to put up on the table here, doesn't matter. They're not hitting as many shots as Cybershock are, and at the end of the day, we always like to talk about economy, we always like to talk about timings, we always like to talk about strategies, but sometimes you can just dumb CS down to it being a click heads game and you win.
I think that without a doubt, it's just straightforwardly Cybershock's individuals being better than 9-1's. And last intent, 9 pushing through ramp. Lexi will go down. Maybe a chance for them to hold on.
There you go. See what happens when you actually manage to win out your duels. You get to the bomb site. Now you have to search out for more guns. But the one guy that does have the bomb is the farthest pushed in, and he's not really taking too many chances of trying to go back out. No utility left really here for the T side. A single smoke and a flash left to be sent on down to cave, and it's actually going to be Monte trying to close. Finds one, and it's Notineki to try to spam them down. Low HP on all of them as Notineki finds 3, closes out Asian really down quickly, and Cybershock's own map pick goes right by the side of 9 to send us into train.
Okay, another 13-6 coming out of Cybershock. A great map for Blixie, 20 kills, only 9 deaths. Overall, Cybershock's individuals were looking much sharper and much better than 9-1's. But I feel like this is where the best of 3 actually begins. It's our first time casting Train. I cannot really wait to see both squads face each other in it. We have seen so many different playstyles. That was just the opener between these two, so nothing still to be found much more than the 13-6. And while I was super excited about Asian, it was with a reason why I mentioned that Train is going to be the big key to this BO3, because this is a map which me and you haven't casted. This is a map which Cybershock haven't played so far, and 9 definitely wanted to bring something surprising onto the table. They wanted to kind of shake the Veto up, not wanting to force a nuke or something else, but particularly Train. So wow, they got crushed, and I'm gonna use this word with a reason on Asian, especially throughout the second half. Now they get a chance to just rest, take a moment to breathe freely, you know, go for a drink, get something to eat, talk things through, and make sure that this Train looks much better, because otherwise we could witness another 2-0.
It can be possible, however, we can only find that out after a 10-minute break to Train up next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, possibility at the finisher here on Train, as we will, for the first time together and by myself out here, Dolan, will get to actually see this map live on the servers of CS2 out here ever since it's actually got out. I was talking to you into the pre-show, before we actually went out here to the pre-show, that I have not even played the map. I haven't seen any games on the map. I basically only know about Train from back when I used to play it in CSGO and CS 1.6. So you will have to do the bidding out here for this second map. I am very much excited for it though, because Cybershock and 9 are about to have quite the head-to-head.
Yeah, I'm super excited about seeing Train and getting to cast it first time alongside you, because I think I have a problem with this map. I've watched the majority of Train so far, and I think that teams are still figuring out how to properly play it on both the CT side and the D sides. I think that it will really come down to the playstyle that both Cybershock and 9 want to show us, because I've seen some teams going extremely aggressively, especially on the CT side. A team like Zero Tenacity loves going really deep, especially towards Pop Dock and just looking for the extra early fights towards the B-bomb side, whereas some other squads prefer to just have a really slower playstyle. A team like Iano loves staying on the bomb sides and just wait to see what is about to come from their opponents and then react based on it. I think that having IV control is a really big key for the success of the T side. Obviously, you cannot really allow yourself to go really quickly if you're on the T side. You need to wait. You need to see what the CTs will do first and then react based on that. And we kind of enter into a bit of a game between a cat and a mouse, where you need to be really careful with the opposing sides' reactions and what they do, so that you can properly adapt. Maybe considering the first Asian that we saw, we can expect a higher pace Counter-Strike with a lot of fighting, especially on the bigger of the two bomb sites on A. Probably Cybershock gonna try to once again get the early pressure, get to a 4 or 5 round lead early on, just to feel a little bit more comfortable. This is a map that they still haven't played, so obviously a lot of unknowns, a lot of question marks. With 9, the situation is quite the same, you know, because we don't have a lot of data as to what they love doing. So we're entering into a bit of an unknown territory, and I could have not been hyper about this one, because I feel like it's going to be another banger of a map.
100%, but probably the question everybody is asking is Train more of an individual map, or is it more of a team-oriented map? What do you feel like? Because if it's individuals, man, Cybershock are looking like they might want to close this out in 2, you know?
Honestly speaking, I think that it's a team play map. You cannot really rely only on your individuals. Obviously, you can have a guy or two to open up the extra spaces, but you need to play as a team, throwing the early smoke the same way that 9 just did, so that you can find the cross. One for Ivy, and here they come. It's a really quick pace towards the A-bomb side.
You heard the man. He's going forward, though. There's the individuals coming through, and it is going to be Glowing. Good for 2. Phenomen comes right back around, and Glowing keeps it up. He's had a great performance on map number 1, and now he's trying to take all the shine away. Monte, though, good little headshot there across the map. Coming through, it shall be Monte left into the 1v3, trying to get through main here. Looking towards Electrical. Is going to be able to find Phenomen as well. There you have it. Second on the boot and only 1 HP on Blixie. I heard the switch up to burst mode. Don't you dare, Monte. There you go. Brings it right back around.
Oh.
Headshot. Okay. Keep it up. Watch back. He saw the leg. Couldn't connect. That is so unfortunate after the headshot. No Taneki's playing close. Still up Electrical. Will be taken down. Oh my goodness. What the difference means out here between T side and CT side. If that man had a USP, that round was so possible, yet it falls apart just like that. Nice try, Monte, but it won't amount to the round 1.
Yeah, it was a really good beginning of the round for 9. Nice setup by Rouse's flash for 9 to find the opener, but then unfortunately the earlier smoke that they threw, the standard one in between the two trains, was what pretty much led them to a really difficult 1-on-3. And even though with some nice shots, it was Nice's players having a chance, now it is the T side forced to play another time with the Glocks only. Cybershock, good holds. Aggressive push coming out of their B anchor. Naughty just trying to exploit the bomb side. Look at where Lovicus is. This is the exact playstyle that we're seeing out of Zero Tenacity against Sashi when they played the map for the first time in Tier 2 and officially on HOTV. I like the positioning. I think that this can pay its dividends, especially in these type of rounds where you're aiming to gather the extra financing. Obviously, Lovicus is the type of guy that loves going aggressive, but of course the danger is that if you get caught, now Nine can slow him down. They have still an extra smoke, and if they find one more kill, they will open some even more space to work with, but Blixie adapts. So overall, I'm pleasantly surprised with those first 2 rounds coming out of Cybershock. Really good responses, good adaptations, aggressive playstyle, which in my eyes is what you shall be doing on the CT side of Train, especially if you look to pressure your opponents, and especially if you're a team relying on getting away with the momentum.
But at the end of the day, that was still only a pistol round in which they do lose out 2 guns. And the MP9s do manage to find quite a couple of kill bonuses. So, with that being said, the buy will be coming through out here for both teams. I like the little position out from Lovicus managing to slink his way back in there. But here it is. Round number 3, full buy coming through, and it is going to be Kraken being hit up first. The nade is going to go through. Only to blow open the smoke, though. Doesn't go straight towards Kraken. So he's going to be alive at 23. And already, main is not that easy to get through for 9. Let's see. Trying to hold up, and the space is being taken. Cybershock slowly but surely are taking pressure off the map, as 9 are just putting players down towards holes, towards Ivy.
Interestingly, Phenomenon actually plays a bit ahead around Xbox. Interesting position. This is something that was a team that I was actually doing it quite a lot. I think it was Fireflux loving to do it. Spirit were actually the ones putting Kioski in that position. It's a good position, especially if you're holding a knob. But if they accelerate, 9 can catch their opponent off guard. Phenomenon needs to be precise.
Oh, there you go. Talk about precise, and he wins the shot. That's the caster curse for you. Coming through, he hits again someone, but down to 2 HP he goes. He's been hitting shots, man, but just not killers, not lethal. A bit more of a pacifist, this guy. Blixie is going to fall down towards Ivy as well, and all that's left is Monte out here on main, trying to push up, trying to get to the bomb side. Is going to be Glowing to save the day once more. And when Glowing's starting to get multi-frags, man, you know the round might just as well be over. Op saved away, and it's Cybershock on the 3rd.
Yeah, the second line of defense did its job for Cybershock. Good kill found by Blixie to alleviate the pressure, and now as they knew that it was nobody coming out of Ivy anymore, they could have focused their efforts towards shutting down Monte. 3 people saving their guns for Cybershock, and it's once again 9 struggling economically, not being able to break through Cybershock's defensive setups. Probably it's about time for them to think about a potential B hit, which could come out. Naughty so B anchors, something really standard for a map like Train. You leave one on that B bomb side just to be jiggle peeking, giving him the U2. He has an incendiary, a smoke, and a HG, so he can quickly throw those, just fall back, give the information over to Lovicus if you need some extra help, because looks like 9 are headed towards Naughty, and this is exactly what I referred to. He falls back, calls somebody for support, and now you need to hold on because Lovicus is out.
Lovicus is out, and he's already put a bullet in the brain. Not. He got a bullet in the brain. There you go. Blixie and Notineki will be doing the same. Taking down towards heaven. A kill was made, but the second not connected upon. I guess that's B long and not heaven, but still. Same thing, right? Coming through into A. It is going to be Kraken out here already slinking his way through. Out there. Onto CT. Oh, and he's already pushed up so far. Glowing has to hold the angle. He never expects someone from the right side, does he? Glowing. There it is. MP9 still alive. The Deagle had a chance. Can't find it. Glowing going forward again. However, this time he's going to be playing back down to old heaven. And there you go. There you have it. Glowing, man. He is clean today. And especially out here onto Terrain, he is taking the front role.
Yeah, I think the entirety of Cybershock are actually quite clean, which is surprising considering that this is their very first time playing an official match on Train. I have to admit, 9 getting away with the bomb plant is what they wanted initially, so the financial injection is finally going to be used in a way so that Monte can get his sense over Nob. There comes the AKs as well. Now that you have full back pockets of utility, what shall be the call? I wouldn't mind seeing 9 actually playing it a bit slowly, maybe forcing a duo out of Lexi towards Ivy, and if you manage to shut him down, then try and go for a bit of a split, because those straight A hits have not been working. It's quite risky to force a play on that B bomb side if you are on the T side, simply due to the timings and how they currently favor those B defenders. And looks like they will proceed with just playing some really slow adaptive Counter-Strike, waiting to see what Cybershock will do in those first 20 to 30 seconds, and then maybe look for an opening.
Oh, talk about openings. There it is, Monte. Up to the first, into B he goes. The bomb plant will be going down on default fast to 9, with the best looking round they found up until now. Monte checking down towards CT, and it is going to be Cybershock trying to run out here from the smoke. Out there in towards barrels. Getting behind Monte, good for the second. He's feeling much better out here on Train than he did before. And it forces Cybershock back. They're gonna pull the plug. Surely a save being made here, but going on another frag. Blixie on the op. Not enough time to defuse, but enough time to find a couple extra frags. There you go. Lavicus takes down Favin as well. Ah, there you go, Kragan will be managing to take down that op.
Yeah, not bad. There's some really decent economical damage being inflicted over to Cybershock. Something similar to what we also saw on the previous map. Cybershock getting to a 4-0 lead, then 9 activating in the buy round. Good job by them, especially by Monte, finding the opener, opening the extra space that he needed, looking towards CT to neutralize Phenomenon, and then with the chase, Kraken did what he was supposed to. Favin still looking for his first kill, but I wouldn't mind actually seeing 9 once again going for the exact type of play, just trying to throw the early molly so that nobody pushes. Here comes Naughty through the flames. He will find his dead. So this is something that should not have happened for Cybershock. They should have expected it. This is a default play by 9, and the overstep made by Naughty now further complicates the round, because the B-bomb side, as it is right now, is widely open. Sure, 9 still don't know it, but if you know your structure and your place on Train, you shall be able to pressure it, you shall be able to throw the extra smokes in the flash, and then find yourself with another bomb plant and potentially another save coming out of Cybershock, considering that they have a single defuse kit and that it was not going down. So now there is a chance for Cybershock if they want to go for it.
Oh, he's feeling it, man. That's a beautiful little paw flash that he used to actually find that frag. Kragan out of the game, and now into the B-bomb side, they'll have to play retake. Monte again, checking on in with the AWP. Finds another shot, glowing, can't check all the angles at once by himself. Another one duel out here for the T side, and 9 find themselves in a very comfortable spot to put up the second here. As down to long balls as well, it's going to be Rels managing to take Blixie down. Fenomenon forced to save and run away, and there you have it, Dolan. That's going to be the second on the board for 9, and suddenly this T side, once it actually has found a little bit of power, a little bit of oomph in the arsenal, they start picking up the rounds.
Yeah, and just a thought that I was having when watching the initial trains. There is a bit of a similarity that I find between Train and Vertigo in terms of the positioning of the B anchor and its meaning for the success of the CT side. Because what happened right now was that Naughty overstepped. He went inside the flames, even though he could have expected for this to come out from his opponents. And still, with him going down, that was pretty much already round done. And that's the reason as to why Cybershock right now are calling for a tactical pause, because we know how, yeah, they are star roles, they are some more important roles than others, but in terms of the context of both Train and Vertigo, having your B anchor in a good position and having your B anchor have the extra safety is what you shall be prioritizing, due to the fact that usually teams on the CT side will put 4 units on A due to how the bomb side works and due to the timings and the fact that the T-spawn is much closer to the A bomb side than than it is to the B-bomb side, right? So overall, we have seen some really standard default strategy, but if Cybershock want to keep finding success, they need to slow Naughty down. They need to kind of put clear limits and not allow him to overstep and to go more aggressive than needed, unless Lovicus is there to help him out and find the trains, because this puts the CT side in some big danger.
Well, I do get what you're saying, and I do follow. It's also the same thing of like, Blixie and Glowing are still going crazy, right? You're still getting Monte to see a lot of frags from him. Yes, you do need to kind of rein it in a little bit for Notineki, but I mean, right now it's just a shooting game. It's just literally, where can you find enemies? What lines can you hold right here to be able to get your team the advantage? It's exactly like Phenomen is doing right here. It's not anything fancy. It's currently just hold your lines. Cybershock are still playing the CT side well. They're not really overtaking or overstepping their boundaries here. And 9 have just managed to actually find their initial duels in the 2 rounds that they managed to win. Now, Blixie is overstepping a little bit, and he's going to get punished for that, right? Out in the open, Faven is going to fall down to 20. If that was an A1S instead of a FAMAS, perhaps things could have been different, but it wasn't. He falls down to 20. And now Cybershock, with 45 seconds left on the clock, they have to start figuring out where 9 could be, seeing that they did manage to see the German out into Ivy. Will they think this is going to be a straight up A hit? Does look like it.
Yeah, it could be. But Boex, they had to win the duel, and now it becomes really complicated. They don't have Pop Dog control. Surely Cybershock know that it's going to be a play through Ivy, and you can see immediately Naughty is adapting. Yep, Cybershock have all the information.
There you go, Glowing keeps it up. He's 7-2 right now, 5 KD, and Naughty is right behind them all. Ral's just trying to run away on 2 HP. I mean, I would be doing the same, man, but how far are you gonna get? You're getting hunted, and there's only 3 seconds remaining. If these guys find you, you're dying with 0 cash, well, with 3.7 cash in the bank. I guess that's still quite a lot, actually. The T side has managed to put up quite a good failsafe of economy there in case they did lose a round, which they did. So now, AWP and 2.1k still in the bank for Monte, I'd say. That's not going to be a bad buy.
Still have a lot to work with. Meant back to off duties. A case. I wouldn't mind seeing 9 going back to those plays for B. It seems like this could be a working formula for them. Because Phenomen wants to play aggressively with the ops standing around Xbox and T-Con just looking for the opener. Slovicus is quite proactive with his stance, and okay, this is the proactivity that I was talking about, but he gets caught towards Pop Dog, which now could turn into a bit of a problem because Naughty abandons that B-bomb side, and 9 don't necessarily need to force the issue, they can just slow it down.
Glowing, he wants to go up to Olaf. There he is. He's already taken up the space. There is a little bit of a boost now on Olaf if he wants to just stay in the corner. So, going to be waiting for Kraken to get out while everybody else has already taken a little bit of control over the map. 9 trying to go up in towards A. Deep smoke being sent on now. Notineki on survey duty, trying to scout ahead. That little hut out here now in front of Heaven for B is such a CT side advantage kind of thing. Because now he can just hold on to the entire bomb site basically by himself. Great flash coming through. Phenomen again struggles with Pop Dog, man. He can't finish these guys off there. He only hits them through the wall. However, Glowing has been hitting every single shot. And finally, he's missed. That's Glowing out of the fight 4v3.
Let's see, Phenomen gets forced out of Xbox. Still some time left on the clock for 9. Seems like they want to go for a B hit, second guessing themselves, but not BobXD, who is covered by Mantu. So nice double kill found. Phenomen left all alone, but with 42 points of health remaining without a defuse kit, this is an impossible clutch. So you better save that AWP. 9, okay. I really love what I just saw out of them. finding the initial kill, then slowing it down, recognizing what was happening around the map, seeing all the util being thrown as a response out of Cybershock, knowing that at this point, they make the CTs wonder what the hell is going on. Is it going to be a play for B? Will they hit A? What is the plan, right? And by slowing it down, you actually make Cybershock second guess themselves, simply because you put them in a really tight corner from which they cannot have the information. They play in the dark, they play from the shadows, and if you're put in such a position, it's so hard for you to get out without somebody stepping up. Let's see, Phenomenon, Belarusian will be able to get away with the op, which is a small win considering the economical state of affairs for the CT side, so you better have the op going into the next one. But now 9 have actually find themselves a window of opportunity, of course, if they end up winning this 9th round, to bring it back and put us into a tie.
Another round, another time to be looking alive here. Cybershock. While they have had glowing look really, really nice. Everybody else got to play together, and that paw flash coming through from Rouse just hits where it has to. Glowing, caught off guard. On the way to main. Is going to go untraded. And not because... I'm just trying to get a little bit of a peek on in. Monte should have an easy frag once the smoke actually dissipates. Oh, the timing. There you go. Finds it in the end. And now only rifles remain for the CT side. Phenomenon still waiting for someone to push through. Out into Pop Dog. He sees him. He quickscopes. That's shotgun hopping at its finest. And Phenomenon doesn't connect on the second. Favin connects onto Lavicus though. Down towards the hell position there. And Notineki with this flank is absolutely godly. However, it gets checked. Leaves down to 39 HP. And Monte is the last man standing. 1v2. And this is an Opper duel. Opper head-to-head, Phenomenon versus Monte, and they are close to each other. We've seen the combat hopping, we've seen the shotgun come through, but it's gonna go to the guy that was going surely, right? But instead, Phenomenon, what a flick before Monte even recognizes what's going on, before he even perceives him. This man was already flicking. What a play from Phenomenon. He was locked into this round, and he wins it out for Cybershock.
Men and Lovic contributing with a massive double kill. It was still such a difficult position to be in after Blixie fell towards Ivy. 9 tried to accelerate, but they got caught by Phenomen's quick reactions. One nice shot that led to Lovicus to finding a double, which alleviated a lot of the pressure. And the moment that the T's didn't have the information as to the positioning of Notineki, this pretty much secured them the round. Lovely quick scope by the end so that the Belarusian can lead his team to a 6th. And 9 going back to what I refer to as a working formula, just trying to take early control towards the B-bomb side, try and look how much pressure they can apply, whether Notineki will overstep once again so that they can start hitting this bottom part of the map. Notineki has learned his lesson, remaining passive, just trying to hear the sound cues, and here they come. That's an exec.
Oh, there you go. Fully flashed away. There was nothing for Notineki to do besides drop. And he didn't want to do that because he was going to drop dead anyways. Monte connects on the same shots though. Takes down his rival there on the scope. And that should be the round genuinely. Even though there is a defuse kit in play out here for Glowing. He falls down to 18. Teammates all the way up into an island. And there's really nothing left to do indeed. 6-4. And coming through into this one, Cybershock. They've managed to put up a couple of good CT-sided rounds. They've got 2 more to play. Do you think Train is going to turn out to be a little bit more of a T-sided map rather than CT-sided with how the meta usually is?
You know, it really depends on the playstyle of each team. As of now, I have the feeling that it slightly favors the CT side, especially if you're a team having those really crazy players like Donk or a stable anchor like Magix, for example. But generally, I'm expecting for Train to actually be changed. I'm not really sure what the changes are going to be, but I feel like something is lacking at this point because in comparison to some of the other maps, it keeps on looking really chaotic. It keeps on really looking like players get to win rounds relying heavily on the firepower round rather than the util. But I generally think that this is already an improvement into the competitive map. Also, probably if you end up switching a couple more small details, you can can make the map even more attractive for us. As of now, no, I haven't, had a look at the statistics, but from what I've seen, probably CT side wins some more rounds due to the fact that it favors the CT side with the early timings. But of course, if you're a good team and if you have a really solid entry fragger, it can go on the T side, as we saw 9 do on so many occasions towards the B bomb side. But right now, they're gonna need to repeat their success. I'm expecting another B hit. Going towards the bigger of the 2 bomb sites is a little bit riskier, considering that you're gonna face 4 people there in the duo of Venom and Lovicus. So you better focus your efforts towards Naughty Neki, as he looks like being the weakest point right now for Cybershock.
Just for now, though, it's of course going to be getting yourself worked back into the game kind of thing. I don't remember who sent out the tweet. There was another caster, I think. Oh, Phenomen! Wait a moment. We don't talk about tweets right now. We're talking about kills. He connects it on the scout, but apparently it's not enough to actually get by. Should have been an easy frag there. Kraken wasn't even looking towards CT spawn. But a 3-on-3, they have to play for the retake. It's round number 11 after all. They're not going to be working with a lot of cash in the next one either. But man, they got to try something, right? And it's Favin coming right back behind them to shut them both down. There you have it. It's going to be Glowing to try to go for the save. And he doesn't even manage to succeed on that one. 9 start having a much cleaner T side ever since that round number 7 or 8. While they were having a couple of issues getting through main. They've really slowed it down, started playing towards the back of the B-bomb site, and, well, has been definitely working out. Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you saw the tweet. I don't think it was Pimp, but it might have been that we're saying that, what if they would change the spawn out?
Yeah, it was Punch. It was Punch. It was Punch. Yeah, it was Punch. Yeah. I read the tweet. I wouldn't particularly disagree. It looks like a really interesting idea. The only problem that I have is... Well, never mind. I'm gonna end my sentence in a little bit. As 9 are looking to make this T-site a little bit hotter now that they have found the opener. But Glowing will need to keep dancing as his teammate is out. Picks up the first. Lovicus is also gonna get deleted. Not Neki too far away. So Glowing, what do you have in the back?
Go. That's gonna be Glowing connecting onto that one. AK picked up and Glowing keeps him moving. Oh my goodness, he's not stopping, and the ace was this close again. But we're left in the 1v1, and Favin has no idea where Notineki could be at. You called him a bit of a weak link out into this train, and so far, right now, this is the best chance he's got to try to make that name. Not seen. Can he discredit it? Can he make it happen? AWP picked up. He does check into Ivy, but he stays alive somehow. Favin to run away for the hills, back towards B. As Notineki is going to waste time there on A. He's actually moving straight to the back of the B-bomb site. So another 1v1 is going to go off here, and they're waiting for it. Where is Favin going to choose to go? Down the stairs or up into heaven, and there he moves. We do have the op into connector. Oh, and the Molotov's just great. The timing is there. There is a smoke being laid on down. He walks through it. The flash not seen yet. Molotov towards the back of default. Doesn't catch off to the smoke, but yes it does. AK wants to move on ahead. He's playing to orange. And now the nade thrown in as well. A little bit of damage sent towards Favin. He still plays to the back of green out here. And he's trying to get a move on. No, Taneki's faster. And he does indeed win his clutch. He is not the weak link here. And there is none. Because Cybershock put up the advantage. And in the half, 7-5.
Man, Glowing is just absolutely insane. Going mad, finding the initial kill onto Kraken with the SMG, then maintaining the pressure, deleting Bobexday, and right here, a duel that needed to go his way, then another instantly shutting down Man 2, and Naughty Neki dealt quite nicely with the final duel. Favin unable to do it for 9 as their opponents get away with a 2-round lead. And just to finalize my point about Sponge's tweet, that's a really good idea. Wouldn't mind seeing T-Spawn being switched a little bit deeper towards Ivy, but the only problem that I have is that if you don't add a straight connection between the new T-Spawn and that A-bomb side, you're giving a lot of momentum and early leads to the CT side. So something needs to be figured out about this, but theoretically an interesting idea that I wouldn't mind seeing being implemented. Now, going back to the current state of affairs on this train, Kraken, another really slow performance out of him, just 3 kills. kills, now has the dually, so better start showing up for his team because it could otherwise be CyberShock getting away with a bigger lead. Bobxday having the same type of pistols available and a bit of a trap set up by 9.
Oh, glowing keeps it moving, man. This guy is shining, not even glowing. He is kidding everyone out here into the site, into the map, into whatever you'd like. He's finding himself on the bomb side though. Pop flash to come through. Rouse wants to peek and he's gonna go for it, but again damage dealt. And Monte and Rouse managed to make quick work out of the guys that were already shot at. Oh, Fenomen with a peek though. That's gonna be a fast one, and Donk would be proud. There's another tap from the P250 lands. It's CyberShock to land themselves on a winning pistol. Bomb plant as well for extra cash, and CyberShock overall will continue to be happy with the current state of affairs.
Yeah, that was a really well-played pistol round by CyberShock. First neutralizing the 10s of 9 to find a trap by throwing the dual Berettas in. Then in the following fights on that A-bomb side, they were simply moving better. Favin is out, and this is going to be actually a bit of an investment on the side of 9. That's quite risky. I mean, I'm not really sure whether I'm actually such a big fan of seeing the team investing what it has, considering the difference, because if CyberShock get away with 5 kills and with the round, this could easily turn into a bigger lead, into a 10-5, potentially even 11-5. Bobxday looking to activate, picks up a nice headshot, but loses quite a lot of HP, so the trade is there. 5-7 will get an upgrade, not in neck, he's still dancing, but 9 need to be careful.
There's the boost, but the timing is against them. 7 bullets left on the mag out here for the Galil, and the Eco, that's the name of the skin, taps away from No to Neki. Beautifully played, and he is back on us. Favin and Monte only holding down to Deegs, hoping they can find at least a couple extra headshots before the round is over. Instead, all the headshots they'll find are their own. Favin, last man standing, and it's him against the world. Trying to save that full armor. The best case scenario right here. It's still gonna go down. CyberShock on 9, and as you mentioned it, because of that haphazard force buy coming through, you didn't have util, you didn't have anything to work with. Now, you're truly not gonna have anything, as it should be double digits.
Yeah, and this is going to turn into a bigger problem for the European squad. Things are not really looking positive, whereas that's not the case for CyberShocks as individuals. Blixie with a slower performance this time around, at least in comparison to what we saw of him on Asian, but it's glowing. 17 and 8. Lovicus once again looking extremely solid. Not in Eki, even though he had some difficulties in holding on to the control over the B-bomb side early on, is now started finding the proper pace, but maybe we can see a surprise.
Ooh. That is a surprise. Okay, there you go. That is... oof, interesting. AK, well, Galil for free and a Mac 10 to go with it. 1+1 deal. Kind of crazy these days. Still a player down on Heaven. No one checked. Blixie will be able to take him down. Lovicus is just trying to farm these guys up. And man, these Galils are looking cleaner than ever. CyberShock up to double digits. A full USP round does manage to take down 2, almost 3 from Blixie. But instead it doesn't happen. Economy is still absolutely perfect here for CyberShock. And 9 on a maxed out loss bonus will be investing into the AWP. But again, Dolan, I don't see the defuse kit.
Do I have to repeat myself? Do I have to do it once again?
No. Don't.
No, please don't. Please, someone.
Not again.
Just, I don't know, have one less smoke or just something. Just buy that diffuser, man. Especially on a map like Train. Probably you're not gonna even end up in such a scenario, considering how good CyberShock have been. But if you do, you better have the diffuser, because one big difference in comparison to some of the other maps is that Trains' bomb sites are quite bigger, and they have so many different angles from which opponents can peek and stop you on your way of defusing that bomb. So let's see. Seems like 9 are relying a little bit more on the extra firepower. Having the extra nades as well can help them out. And this is one of the very last chances that they're gonna get if they want to remain on their map pick, because as of now it feels like it's CyberShock's map pick. Lovicus goes in.
There you go. That's going to be the first skill already made down to electrical. It's going to be another. Suddenly, you do get to see a trade on back. And how did this happen? Where did 9 come from? They do manage to find the trades away. No Taneki on 4. Manages to win out his duel. But now we're left into the 1v1 and another 1v1. That's going to break out into the B-bomb side as we're playing currently merry-go-round. It is going to be Kragan managing to take down Phenomen. And all that's left is no Taneki. 1v2 with 4 HP. Not too many chances, but he is fighting the AWP, so either he dies or he wins out the fight. I mean, that's how all duels end up in CS, but you know what I'm trying to say. It doesn't take more than 1 bullet, but the op only has a single bullet to send anyways. 50 seconds. And no Taneki put up a camp. He has a little tent. He's got a little mug. Staying back.
He's just a chill guy, you know. He's just there, enjoying the new map, you know, just underneath the rain, kind of like wanting to hydrate himself.
Yeah,
Maybe he didn't have enough water throughout the day.
The Lada.
Yeah, I think
Civic?
also I'm not really sure whether it was inside the car, but I feel like from this position you can actually also hear the music that plays inside the Lado as well. So you know, he's just chilling. He's just taking his time.
Let's try it. Let's try to hear it. Yeah, you can hear it.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can. You know, those small
Nice little
details.
Easter egg.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the things that make us fall in love with Counter-Strike, and I'm a big fan of just hearing some random music coming out of a random place. There is one place from which you can hear some music on Overpass, on Nuke as well. Here on Train is another point. Of course, you can play Baby Shark in the ring bells on the T side of Inferno, in T-Spawn actually, if I have to be particularly correct, and a bit of a attack issue there with Naughty. Hopefully he's going to be back among us in a couple moments time so that we can proceed with the action, because so far, even though there is currently a 4-round lead for Cybershock, we know what this team is capable of doing, and we have seen them drop the ball on some occasions. So especially there's just something with Cybershock having a 4-round lead. You know, when they are 3 rounds ahead, when they are 5 rounds ahead, 6 rounds ahead, everything looks good. But I am just really scared whenever they find themselves with a 4-round lead. But maybe Glowing and Blixie could be the ones switching the pass and just making it work this time around, because Blixie had a wonderful Asian. Right now, Glowing steps up, 31 years old, having the experience, knowing how to properly play even on the newer maps.
Cybershow kind of traumatized you a little bit, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yes,
gotta
they
watch
did.
out for them, huh? I mean, okay, we all know the good old line of Cyberchoke, but like I haven't seen it in a little bit.
Listen,
I don't wanna
listen.
jinx it, but
No. I hate this phrase. I absolutely hate this phrase. Listen, the thing with Cybershock is that they have really good individual players, and they're just inconsistent. Like, in some of the rounds, you're gonna see them play as a proper tier 1 team, having extremely good protocols with their individual players, finding some really nasty headshots, and just everything goes accordingly. But then there are some rounds where you just start asking yourself, what the heck am I watching? Is that the same team that I watched a couple rounds ago? And I think that was one of the biggest reasons as to why they decided to switch some of the players, because, okay, Phenomen was obviously the star player, Lovicus was looking good. Probably I had my doubts when I heard that it's going to be Levantino being left in Stinix as well. But I think picking up a younger talented player like Blixie, who is really motivated to step up and show to the world what he's capable of doing, is something that shall lead Cybershock to just get better and stabilize long term, especially with Glowing bringing in the experience that the team needs. Probably right now we can try and switch the narrative from, okay, Cybershock are looking shaky from time to time, and actually not from time to time, but in a big part of their games, to, okay, I mean, the youngster is firing. Glowing, for the amount of age that he has, shows his potential and, you know, shows what he was doing back in the day. Slovicus looks good, so I don't want to use this phrase because I think that it's particularly wrong. Because Cybershock are either really dominant or they get dominated. So it's kind of like, you know, it's not like they're choking, but it's just them not being as consistent as they should be according to the expectations that they set up for ourselves.
I don't know, man. I like the iteration with Cybershock when they had Levantino. I feel like so many people kind of gave him a lot of shit for just dying a lot of the time. But you gotta understand, the man was playing his role. He was a good entry fragger. Like, he was getting them in there. But you know what? Yeah, this iteration is also quite fine. Glowing Blixie back online, and we've also got Notineki back on the server here. So, ladies and gents, thank you for pulling through with us on the yapping session as we get back to our game. Round number 17, train still underway. 10-7 on double digits for Cybershock, as 9 are mounting up a tad bit of a comeback. That's the rundown of what's happened so far. Let's see what's gonna happen up next.
Oh, quick flashes. Nobody goes in.
Oh,
Phenomenon is
barrel.
covering. This is dangerous.
That's a toughie. That's a toughie for Kraken, man. But hey,
Yeah.
he's learned now. He can't really do that boost.
Better late than ever.
Favin's gonna find a trade.
Let's see.
4 on
Cybershock.
4. Into the A side we should be going. Glowing. Show us again. Give me a highlight reel moment again. Come on.
Oh, fail smoke.
Oh. Okay. Now, Monte, you give me a highlight reel moment. Come on. I'm gonna get through all of these guys until someone does. Oh, okay. It's Notineki's time now. Oh, yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is Notineki's time now. He just DC'd, he's came back, and now he's got a lot of work to do, okay? So they've left it up to him. 40 seconds and a 1v3, and, well, there you go. Can't really find Favin there. 3 guns saved away. Rouse manages to connect on another frag. He hasn't been having the greatest of times out here onto the CT side. But 10-7, 9 indeed, are starting to bring their way back into this game.
Yeah, let's say that was a really good round and an important one for 9 to maintain everything under control. Rounds, Favin and Bobix Day saving their guns means that the economy will also stabilize a little bit more, but not for Cybershock. We're now forced to go back to the pistols, to the good old days when they didn't have anything in their bank accounts, hoping that they're going to be able to get to at least a bomb plant. Bobix Day having a really slow game, actually. We haven't seen him go in action, so maybe this is a good time to find a confidence booster. Left shoulder peek into the first, spots the bomb, throws the HG, looks prepared, calls for some extra help. Rouse is there, so the cleanup shall be completed. Spray finds just one in the meantime, but as Bobix Day is covering, this is going to turn into 9, getting as close as 2 rounds away from tying it up. Now, the thing is, you have Mantu, who is firing right now with an open hand. If Bobix Day steps up and somebody additionally adds some more kills into the mix, maybe one between Kraken and Favin, maybe we can get up for a game. It's still not done. Cybershock are on the T side. We have seen them throw big leads, and they shall be really careful with this one because this is still Nice's map pick, so in theory, the European squad shall feel a little bit more comfortable and confident after the 2 rounds that they found, so let's see.
Utility sent again towards the A-bomb site. Mantu this time is not going to push through that little new cubby. Instead, manages to find Notineki on a flick out into Pop Dog, and we're looking for it again onto Glowing. Another peek and another kill. That's just how it goes, man. That's just how Mantu likes to play this game, and you were talking about someone else needing to step up with them. Maybe they don't. Maybe Mantu's all that they need. Mantu supremacy out here for 9. And Cybershock are running out of manpower. And running out of options, really. They've sent everyone down towards Ivy. And A looks like the only clear hit. And we have Rouse onto Door, managing to find one. Favin right behind, and it's an easy flank to find one. And now Lovicus is the last. Will get, not digged. Taps ahead, finds the second. Lovicus in a 1v2 now.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Okay, 9 hold on. And this is actually quite important, because right now Cybershock, even though they tried their hardest, it was a really good initial double setup coming out from 9 inside Pop Dog, and those are small things which you love seeing, especially from the team that picked up Train, because so far we haven't seen this. We haven't seen, you know, proper Pop Dog aggression or trust being set up by the CT side. And also probably we can criticize Cybershock a tiny bit for not playing through Ivy. I wouldn't mind seeing them pressuring this part of the map, because those straight A hits have not worked out. The B defender has been really solid. Bobxay has been able to buy so much time so that his teammates can come and help him out, and this is the play that I was looking. Monte is out, Op lost. I don't think that it can be retrieved. Actually, never mind. Rouse is around the corner, so he can just throw the incendiary and pick up the gun if he wants to deny it. But man advantage standing with Cybershock. Let's see, Kraken goes for a push.
Oh my goodness. Notineki, what a fast play. Picks up the A1S, turns right back around, wants to find a second and does so. Notineki perfectly played into this one, and now, due to overbearing out here from 9, trying to push a little bit more than they could, trying to bite a little bit more than they could chew, it's up to Rouse and Favin to find a 2v5. Not always easy, especially with an AK and an A1S out here on hand, but Fenomen is going to fall. Low HP onto Blixie as well, so if your chance is now to take these guys down, it's here. There you go, Favin brings it on back to a 2-on-2. But Rouse is gonna fall. Notineki continues. He had the A1S and he's still shooting with the Deagle, man. This guy is just flexing on them. A second smoke missed, but he's still going through them. Favin trying to play alongside this, and he does have a defuse kit as well. 2 A1Ss, but Deagle still in play out here for Notineki. Onto Electrical, he tries the tap and he requires help. He calls it out to Lovicus, but he's not there to go for it. USP brought out and he's trying to fight with it. They're actually going for the USP play. Favin had the time to just reload, yet decided for the sidearm and found his demise. Notineki, what a round to activate in. That's the eco coming through for Cybershock, and it's 11-9.
From pistols hurts the most, especially when they are called the Eagles. Fly high, even higher. Headshots found. A lovely opener. Then the pressure maintained. Cybershock not giving away anything for Flea. And while Favin tried his hardest, while Rouse wasn't able to hold on, it was his teammate falling under the pressure. So, such a well played round by Cybershock. And now 9, they need to hold on. Lovicus is already deleted. Cybershock, do you fully commit to the A bomb side? Notineki will come out of Pop Dog. They're thinking about it.
Got no one down left to flank around to Ivy, but it's a great boost going there for Glowing. Managed to find the first into the bomb site towards the CT side. Playing out here in towards Hell as well. Kraken waits for his next victim. That's actually not Hell. That's actually right in front of Electrical, because Notineki finds him. Bobskide moves through the smoke like ships in the night. They pass by each other. Fenomen does manage to find another 2v2, but things are getting scary for both teams right now. Glowing on the movement right now. Mantu figured it out. Waiting on Heaven, but the time couldn't have been worse for him. Mantu falls, and Glowing now has got an empty bomb site. Trying to play connector. Glowing's moving around. He's 20-14 right now in Bobskide. Does he not want to reload? Oh, he can't even shoot, even if he wanted to. There you go. Glowing on his 21st frag is making this best of 3 Cybershocks, as they have just reached that point.
Yeah, they are overwhelming 9 at this point. And have a look at the last bonus and what is left for 9 to play with. Just a single M4 with an SMG and some upgraded pistols. This is far away from being one of the most beautiful buys we have ever witnessed. Whereas on the opposite side, the Belarusian is having his job. Notineki with an AK, 17 kills on the count. Lovicus with 18, Glowing a massive train for him with 21. It's all fragging as of now. A Cybershock standing 1 round away from closing it out and sending 9 into the 0-1 bracket.
They're not too far. Noise made. Fenomen spotted. Oh, you can't go for that jump, can you? Can't stay over there, even though it would have been quite cheeky. So they're still trying things out, because after all, you're working with an A1S and an MP9 out of this complete buy. And Kraken's the first one to go in, really. Mantu wants to pick up that rifle, but can't anymore. Bobskide, on the other hand, that's a free AK on the pickup. Down towards B, looks for the second onto Notineki. And suddenly, he's nowhere to be found. Fenomen trying to peek on in. Notineki's on a good angle for connector. Let's see if he finds the kills. No, he doesn't. Favin quick on the headshot. And now all that's left is a 2-on-3. Blixie waiting for someone to push him. And Fnatic trying to play combat op. 2v3. Blixie. Into the bomb site. Up here on Scout Tower. Monte spotted, but not taken care of. There you have it. Monte doing even better than Glowing right now. 22 and 13. With Fnatic as the last man standing. Scope was hurt as well, probably by Rals. But nothing called out yet. 25 seconds. Needs to switch to the AK and just go for it, right? Or just save.
I think it's a save.
Oh, that's...
Oh, actually, never
That's
mind.
smart,
He'll
though.
try.
Doesn't want to give away the op. 10 seconds, needs to check behind. Clears, but not hard clears. So there you go. Rouse is going to take him down. And where's the AWP? Where is it? Nowhere to be found. Well played out there by him, by Fnatic. As it is going to be double digits down on the board for 9.
Okay, let's analyze what is the bigger picture as of now. So, 9 just saved their first map and match point. Cybershock were unable to convert the lead that they had. They still have enough finances to work with. A nice timing of the tactical boss, making sure that the defensive setup going into the next round looks as solid as it could get. Fnatic will be the only one playing with a solid rifle. This is due to the fact that the loss bonus got reset, so Cybershock are gonna needing those extra dollars going into potentially the final round, the 24th one, if we don't see something miraculous out of their pistols. And it's just a smoke, just a double smoke paired with double molly combination. Okay, make this one triple smokes available. Probably an A hit if I have to make an arguable guess, simply due to the amount of utility that they have right now. Here comes the first default smoke, quick flash, and actually never mind. This is going to look like just a bit of a fake so that they can pull 9 away from the B-bomb slide. And let's see, I mean, 9 are holding on, courtesy to Mantos' 22 kills. Faven has started contributing. Bobix Day needs to step up as well if 9 wants to maintain themselves on train. Because let's not forget that it was Cybershock getting away Asian, so the danger is still all on. Lovicus is out, but Phenomen is still alive with an AK.
Realistically, the best chance that Cybershock had to close this would have been towards the latter stage of that previous round, but now it's gonna be the 2v3 coming through. Blixie, Notineki trying to fight into this one. Long range on the A1Ss, but it's the AK to actually find the last. And Blixie in an impossible scenario, Tech 9 only, naded to hell and back, will be the last man to fall into this one. 12-11 as Monte keeps up the fight. It's one more map and it's one more round in regulation out here, Dolan, to see who's gonna come out on top. Is it gonna be a 13-11 brought to you by Cybershock, or will we be going the distance? Will we be going the entire way to overtime here so that 9 just have another chance to try to close?
I wouldn't mind seeing some extra rounds being played between the two. It's Train, our first time casting, so why not go all in and get the ultis underway? But Mantu will have something to say about it. Continues to impress, continues to be the reason as to why 9 is still holding on. Towards Ivy he's going to be playing this time around. BobXD left all alone that E-bomb side, but it's not there where Cybershock are headed.
Oh. Straight towards A. They find themselves onto the side. Faven, good for the first. In from Heaven. Now looking on in from Connector. He's already bunched himself up in towards the boost through the smoke. Looking for frags, but no Tineki. Good for one that he didn't even aim for. The other two are still holding down there. Limited HP onto Phenomen that has the bomb. Blixie down to half as well. Wants to move up past him. He's already past Pop Dog in towards the train. But the whole map's cold train right now. Blixie found Rals. Low HP onto Notineki. Faven. Oh, fast enough. Finds him. Everyone's down to low HP bar Montu. And he's the only one that's pushing as well, courtesy of that high HP. And the flick again goes to Montu. Last man standing. Notineki needs to pull a monster clutch if he wants to make this work. He's left us in a 1v3. Molotov comes through, forces him out of position. Down towards one connector. One in front of him, one behind him. Oh, when he switches to the op, he has no idea, Dolan. 30 seconds. He swaps back. He thinks about it better. He starts moving, makes a lot of noise. They already know he's in hell. Both literally and figuratively. And he's been double peaked. There it is. We go OT 9. We'll be moving on in to try to have a chance to finally close out a map while CyberShock sadly have choked their lead. And now we'll be sending us into that OT indeed.
Let's go. Let's go into the extra rounds. Mantu, sure, the big star player for the 9, but Faven also started stepping up. 18 and 16 with a positive KD. Bobek's Day was doing his job in some of the holds that he had to do against CyberShock. Yeah, sure, they slowed down. They had 3 map and match points. Threw them through the window, and let's go once again. Everything got reset. Phenomenon back to off duties. We are going to see the exact same gun in the hands of Mantu, and I'm curious whether we're going to see something different out of CyberShock. Maybe just a quicker pace towards A is what could work out for them, but of course you need to dodge the early nades, and here they come, accelerating and trying to apply the pressure.
You even expected the second player down on Pop Dot. Notineki takes him down, Phenomenon quick enough to find the upper. And this, where was this pace on regulations from CyberShock? They just walk through the bomb site and they completely clear it out. Every single duel won and only 8 points of damage taken throughout the entirety of that push. They win out the round, and that's Hayes' Law. Right? The team that struggles to close it out in regulations, they managed to win out the first round in overtime. Of course.
I was going to say it, because, yeah, I love Hayes, and he's so right about this law in particular, and it's even a clean round coming out of CyberShock more than anything. The thing is that some of the teams, when they drop such a lead, will actually try and accelerate really quickly towards the closest side. And this is something that Fnatic actually love doing on their T side on Train. Just trying to stay in blame A for Leon, to look and play around the smokes, to find an opener, then get the extra space, have somebody behind his back so that if he goes down, his teammate picks up the trade. And this is exactly what CyberShock tried doing with a bit of a variation in the setup. But I feel like this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. If you go for the exact same thing, probably 9 will look to adapt and find an answer.
Spider-Man right there. Oh, imagine Crag had hit any of those shots. Walking blindly through that smoke. Blixie already got behind him. He doesn't even clear behind. He doesn't even check because he's already on the flank and he's got easy frags to make. However, still hasn't spotted out anyone. It is going to be Lovicus to fall down first, and so many players into the bomb side. BobXD already trying to find kills, and Notineki struggles to convert more than one, as it is going to be CyberShock to fall again. 9 managed to pick up another, and now we're going down to the last round that 9 will have onto the CT side.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain the 9 were actually expecting the exact same type of play from CyberShock, and we saw it by the adaptations in their positioning, not going and playing from inside Bob Dog, but just staying and playing around the side. Bobek's Dace's positioning was good. They also managed to neutralize the person coming from behind their back, which of course opens up some extra space for you to have on the CT side. And if you want to convert the hold into a 1 round, well, 9 just did it and showed us how it has to be done. But now pressure applied over towards the B defenders. Bobek's Day aggressive, goes for a peek, gets the information, and this is where 9 shall start rotating.
How does Blixie stay alive there for so long? The spray! It's tough to watch. Rals manages to take down Glowing there at the end, and it's complete dogfight towards the back of the towards the front of the B bomb site. BobXD trying to disregard the smoke. Oh, he pushes straight through it, doesn't he? He finds them both and finds the second round into overtime here for 9. As now they need just 2 more to take us back to CSGO and back to that 1st to 16 that we used to love. CyberShock, whew, they need a lot here onto that CT side to make it work.
They will need indeed. They will try and probably dig a little bit deeper because 9 are officially back online. Good timing of the rotations. Giving the information to one another, which is something that makes the difference, especially on such a map like Train, where connector is quite shorter than in some of the other maps. But let's see, remember that it was CyberShock getting away with a 2-round lead after the end of their CT side. 7-5 was the scoreline. 9 will need to do a better job throwing the smokes. Early Yuto already applied. Rouse thinking about leading his team towards the A bomb side, and with the flash set up, Glowing is in a perfect position to neutralize and stop his opponents.
But but only good for one. The second flash came through from Monte. It's gonna be BobXD fighting too. Look at him pushing through the bomb site and opening up that smoke was their last thing to do, Blixie. There you go. Oh, they find them all, don't they? Map point here for 9, and their own map pick is now only a single round away.
Okay, they had enough. Let's not forget that this is Nice's map pick. They tried to shake up the Veto. They tried to put CyberShock in an unknown territory. And wow, it was the CIS squad having not only one, not two, but 3 chances to close it out. It is them now dropping the ball big time, and them needing to survive, needing to do it not only once but twice. Double up setup rolled by Phenomen and Blixie. Phenomen thinking about going aggressive, taking that deeper corner in which usually Naughty plays from. Faven is covering in case somebody pushes out of IB. Likely a much slower round in comparison to what we saw in the previous one from 9. Wanting to make sure that they close it out right here, right now. And if you find an opener, this could lead you to success.
Oh, and there's that opener. Phenomen finds it. The rest of 9 stuck into Earthsea spawn now. Trying to reposition themselves, but they're just buying time here. Trying to go for a late A. Trying to outsmart the side of CyberShock here. Holding up in B, but you've got 4 players out here from CyberShock ready for you. Smoking away out into main, smoking CT. Connector as well. Glowing is the first man up, and we've known how heavy he hits and how heavy he will hit. That's through the flash onto almost on 30, but the third finds him. That one's lucky. Let's see, missed shot on the second AWP there. Train, a map where you double up. I don't know if it would work, but now they're trying it, so let's see it in action. Monte peeks back away from Electrical and is gonna go down. Last man standing, Faven, and I think out here, Dolan will go. We're going all the way, 15-14. One last chance for 9 to close. Otherwise, we're going double OT.
Let's see, double up setup being brought in play. Works beautifully for CyberShock. Allowing for Phenomen to pick up the opening kill, alleviating some of the pressure, giving some extra freedom over to his teammates over that A bomb site. I really loved how it was, if I'm not mistaken, Blixie throwing, or actually no, it was not him, but somebody else throwing the early smoke for Ivy, expecting for 9 to fully commit, and then being able to kind of concentrate on how to shut them all down so that we can see this final round of our first OT. Glowing goes aggressive. In for a push, and I don't think that BobXD nor Rouse know about this. Now they know, but it's too late.
God. What? Glowing, stop it! You're killing them! You're fighting them all! Stop it! Scraggin, last man standing, needs an ace clutch to make this happen, because Glowing just went berserk. Finds a quad kill. That's insanity. They walk into him. They try to even pre-fire. That man doesn't die easily. Kraken now half HP and with a dream to at least win it out here, because otherwise CyberShock are sending us to second OT. It's a double op setup and Notineki on an AK. Pop Dogs flash and smoked away, and oh, through the smoke he ends it. Dolan, we go for round number 3 out here on Train, as overtime 2 is just here on the horizon, and it's not over yet. If Glowing keeps pulling these off, man, I don't know if we're getting to see Anubis.
You know, it felt a bit odd to have such a one-sided map on Asian, right? Considering what the day has been so far. Yeah, sure, Spirit Academy ended their BO3 with a 2-0 against ESC, but then we all remember what happened on Mirage between Fnatic and OG. We all saw how close the game was between Parivision and their opponents Monte, so why not go all the way one more time? 15-15, we reset, we take a breather, and now we go in with some new energy. Still the double up setup and play for Blixie and Phenomen, the better Russian, this time around switching his position, allowing for Naughty to have the extra support out of his teammate towards the B bomb side. And talking about Naughty looking to do what BobXD was doing on the CT side, going aggressive and trying to find the opener.
Injury thrown out. 9 trying to barrel their way through into heaven, then B now. 2 people to hold, but it's gonna be one of them is gonna be Phenomen. He's got the AWP ready on lockdown and he's watching the angle. Ready for BobXD. Flash goes through towards short, and here comes the push. It is gonna be a full-on execution towards the back of the bomb site. Notineki having to hold on for dear life. Fenomen's gonna be the first one to fall, and on the drop, BobXD finds one as well. 3v5 will make that 2v4. As it is gonna be Blixie getting out for a one-on-one, and you don't save on overtime, surely, right? You kind of have to.
I think you
And
have to.
That hits tough.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bad feeling, but also understandable to a certain degree because it's already an undoable 2-on-4. Props to 9 for actually going in quite early, you know, trying to find the quicker default be exact with the triple mole, managing to find 2 openers as well is what led the squad to success. And while there was the team to actually have 2 map points, now it is them winning the first round of our second OT. But due to how economy works in OTs, we all know that we're going to be going once again with the better guns. Man2 gets to play another round with an AWP. And I feel like overall we can't really say what is clearly working or not for both squads. In some of the rounds, or rather the majority of the rounds, are actually the individuals stepping up. Let's say Blixie landing some nice shots, Glowing stepping up with a massive 4K that he did by the ends of the previous OT. Phenomen having some moments. Notineki looks much better than in comparison to the first map that he played. And 9. This time around, looking towards the bigger bomb slide, trying to hit and find something on A, but they get stopped.
They're fast. No, Glowing goes down here. Favin finds the first. 9. Looking to try to continue those headshots. Stringing them together. Bit of a fake out in towards connector. Smoke laid down onto A. Bomb still moving towards B here though. Phenomen completely stuck. Knows there's something in towards Pop Dog. Expects something out of main as well, but instead everyone's shifting their attention and gaze towards B. And it's gonna be up to Lovicus and Notineki here to hold. Phenomen is on flank duty. He finds the first, looks for the second, knows there's someone there. However, the push is already here. Let's see Notineki in this one and done spot again. He fell down last time. He's gonna fall again. But this time he will get traded. And now there's Monte and Rouse left standing. Oh, great position from Lovicus though. Taps them down. Rouse last man standing, 30 HP, and he sees the AWP. Knows that Blixie's alive as well on an A1S, so better be careful. Checks into orange, but Phenomen already dropped. 25 seconds. And he goes for it again. He has to. No defuse gets onto the CT side, but you're not getting that bomb planted without getting through that op. There you go. Phenomen whiffs another shot, but it's the A1S to close. It's 17-17, and this game, again, Dolan, is far from over.
It delivers one more time.
It's 16-16.
Great awareness by Phenomen to actually remain in the position in which he was, holding with the op. Relying on Notineki to this time around not go down early, and as he adapted, managing to find the initial kill from Nice's players appearing out of long, then it suddenly became a much easier hold for Cybershock to have, and then they secured the round. So back to the double op setup, something that I actually haven't seen quite a lot of on a map like Train. Usually people would prefer to just have their initial op and just rotate him around the map, giving him the extra liberty, but I really love the adaptation because at this point Cybershock understand how they want to apply the early pressure by finding the initial kills, and Kraken is looking to actually punish this.
There you go, that's a first. Phenomen actually manages to find the one behind Kraken. However, he finds the second. Look at the Pit Viper go!
Oh.
Phenomen, what is that? What is that flick? He finds it. Notineki through the smoke as well. Takes Rouse down, and BobXD, still last man standing, 1v3. Where did that come from? The op savior out here for Cybershock. Couldn't have been faster. And the Swede now left in such a tough affair. Going through Ivy. Low HP onto Phenomen. Can still find him on some good timing. However, it's Blixie to hold behind him. How are you gonna keep this one first? Knife brought out, but that's a good bait because it's gonna allow Blixie to not be cleared fast enough. He connects the shot, and it's 17 now for Cybershock as they will be taking the advantage, moving to the second half of this overtime. We'll get to see if they're the ones to try to close it or if 9 manage to bring it back again on that CT side.
Man, Faven, oh, excuse me, not Faven, but well, those shots out of Fenomen's Zolb were absolutely insane. How did he remain alive? I surely thought after Kraken found the opener, he had the second as well. It was the Belarusian being on so low, one shot away from facing dead, but instead he fired up with some really sick shots. And now it's CyberShock having the round lead going into the second part of our second OT. Let's see what the pace is going to be. Counter U2 immediately deployed by 9 in order to neutralize Lalvikus, and it works. That's the opener being found. Now you can breathe freely. You can grab those extra couple of seconds. Just play around the map or just slowing down, leaving Monte to cover Ivy. And as Glowing goes in, he quickly goes out, deleted 3-on-5 ahead of the remaining of CyberShock's players. And without a lot of map control, I think that best case scenario would be for them to play together and hope that they can break through the B-bomb side. But you can see how 9 are realizing that. They immediately adapt, supporting Bob XD, you know, sending Kraken there, having also another guy playing from behind his back. And right now, with those circumstances, I don't want to call this one off, but the possibilities ahead of CyberShock pulling this one off are so low.
Oh, but this is a great position out of Notineki. He's going to catch Kraken off guard, and because of that, he gets himself quite into this A-bomb side. However, 2v4, it's not that easy. Fenomen has to go huge again. I don't know why Glowing actually dry-peeked into Ivy as he did, but now Notineki needs to find himself on a real big way. And that's going to be Bobskade through the wall, taking him down on Pop Dog. Last man standing, Fenomen. Sure, you pulled off a huge round in the last, but now it's not that easy. 17-17, all tied up. And again, we go to see who takes the next round, takes map point once more.
Yeah, it feels like those T-sites have been really difficult for both squads. Unable to find the creativity, unable to exploit the gaps in their opponents' defensive setups. It's like either CyberShock or 9, whenever they play STs, feel a little bit lost. Let's see what the strategy would be going into this one. Maybe they can slow it down, maybe they can try and play for some more Ivy control. Wabix Day getting some early pressure, falling behind, not wanting to throw all the YouTube that he has left. He needs to be careful. Notinekis has already found quite a lot of space there. Even though there is a push, Kraken and Faven, we know how this ends. They need to be careful.
Oh, they were careful. Good little pre-fire, hearing the steps coming through. Faven finds the headshot. 32 HP onto Fenomen as well now. And the real point of contention here is going to be Pop Dog again. Notineki pushing first up into it. You should have left the AWP actually peek first, and that's exactly what they're doing. Trying to find the right timing. Faven already got out. He's checking into main. The pop flash comes through. There it is. It's wonderful. Out here from Kraken and Faven. They find yet another frag. 40 seconds now left to go. Notineki finally takes him down. But a 4-on-3 is not easy to get through, especially on the A side, and especially with 30 seconds left to go. Kraken in the back of red finds another. And now Electrical is all they've got to work with. CyberShock losing position and time. They have to find the frags, but is nowhere to be seen. This is map point for 9, as Glowing is stuck in a corner, dead and alone. 9 now have one last chance, one more chance I should say, because I don't know which one's the last one, to try to close out this map.
Yeah, okay. Lovely setup by the Flash to set up Nice's player for success. Notineki tried finding the response, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. Kraken playing from red, finding a lovely double kill, Glowing too low on points of health to have some more impact. And CyberShock once again in the exact same spot that we saw them be in a couple of moments ago, taking their only tactical timeout, hoping that they're going to be able to force another OT in order to stay in the fight for a clean 2-0, even though the strain has been anything but clean. AK's online, bit of a switcheroo. Fenomen Opts to play with an an AK, excuse me, instead of an AWP. Blixie also sticking to the rifle, and let's see what is going to be the strategy. I mean, Cybershock, they need to find a way out. They need to show some extra creativity because 9 have been out-rotating them. 9 have been outsmarting them, especially when it comes down to holding on to that A-bomb side. I wouldn't mind seeing Cybershock just slowing it down, maybe try and fight towards Bob Dog. They have been quite successful if they dodge the flash setups that 9 have been trying to set up. Those smoke traps can lead either side to success depending on whether you fall into those or you dodge those. Lovikus low on points of health, glowing with a chance and finds a nice opening.
Doesn't know about the second though. He's inside of the smoke right now and he's waiting. He's biding his time. Mantu, 1 kill away from the 30 bomb. Glowing already reached it. 4v4, but Lovikus is really down on HP and time. Oh, Glowing will fall yet again. And Kragan forced back by the flash. There goes untraded. 4 on 3. Cybershock, this is do or die now. You fought so hard for Train. You had so many map points. And now you're left to this. Into A, they should be getting. Bob XD, ready for it. Rails down towards Pop Dog, can rotate fast as well. Slavicus on Ivy trying to enter.
Here's a bit of a moment. They can actually do it. Low on time, but with the flank coming out of Lovikus,
good
this
position.
is actually a possibility, but it's such a good boost. Bob XD in a good position.
There you go. Wins out the duel. Half HP remaining. 15 seconds left to plant. And it's going to be Phenomenon to go for it. He's the one with it on the back. And Lovicus finds a headshot. That's the insane one. But now Rouse, last man standing. Bomb planted. He's got Lifuska, but he's got no utility. And why would you take that fight? Phenomenon, play the time. There you go. Rouse ends it. And it is going to be 9 taking Train down. As we are going to be going to Anubis Dolan, we're going to get to see the third map in play. And 9 now have given themselves a chance to actually get out of this best of 3 with a win.
What a map. And what a series so far. I am pleasantly surprised, not gonna lie to you, that we're gonna end up for the first time today on that third and final map. 9 fighting their way back into the map, saving not only 1 but 3 map points in regulation. And even though they dropped some chances during the first OT, it was in that final round of our second overtime that they managed to cross the finish line, sending Cybershock and Anubis. Still a really good map for the CAS team. I think that psychologically speaking, probably 9 will enter with some fresh forces, considering that they survived on their map pick. But still, the big danger is on. Cybershock are not going to give up this one away, but it will come down to how good their resilience and stability could be, because that was one hell of a blow. They had it all. I'm not gonna lie to you, Atro, the moment that I saw 12-9 and it was 9's economy not looking great, I thought that Cybershock had it, and I thought that we were going to see the end of the day here at the Champion of Champions store. But goodness me, how wrong was I?
Yeah, how wrong were we all? That's exactly what we thought. And Monte played out of his mind. The rest of 9 as well managed to really climb their way back on up. Really well played. So now we're gonna get to see that third map. And I forgot, man, every single time we get to see Cybershock, we get to see the third map, right? That's kind of their spiel. That's kind of their thing out here. So, yeah, courtesy of us that we forgot to tell you guys that. But here we are, and we're gonna get onto the third. We'll see how that one works out, though, after a 10-minute break. So don't go anywhere. And we are back into it. It's gonna be map number 3 joining on up after that brilliant train. Boom, I got a flash aligning. There we go. We move into map number 3, which is gonna be Anubis. Now, after what we got to see on train, which honestly was a little bit of a fever dream for me because I didn't fully understand what they were trying to set up around a lot of the bomb sites there, besides them having, well, besides 9 having a couple of good pushes in towards the B bomb site, everything else was kind of a blur strategically wise for me. So now we go into something a bit more straightforward, a bit more basic in the hands of Anubis, which is still going to be a little bit T oriented, so 9 might have a chance of trying to continue in with that little bit of momentum if they do indeed win out the pistol, if they do indeed win out the knife round. But if they don't, you know, at the end of the day, Cybershock have been looking good individually on all 2 maps so far, maybe on the 3rd as well.
Yeah, I think probably it was more Cybershock just dropping the ball rather than 9 finding their way back. And not to take anything away from Rouse's squad, but we saw the difficulties that we have seen in the past, and the Ghosts were definitely hunting Cybershock. So curious to see whether they're going to stabilize and once again show us a dominant performance on that Anubis, or whether it will be the European team getting it away. Because as you pointed out, the T side will be crucial, especially for the success of those 10 players. And whoever plays it better, I think that will end up winning the map. If it is Cybershock getting away with a big lead, probably this time around they're not gonna drop it, but of course I put 2 question marks right after the end of the sentence, simply due to the fact that it's Cybershock, man. At this point you just never know what you're gonna get, whether a dominant showing similar to the one on Ancient or just a fall apart. But I have a really interesting statistic for you actually, now that I think about it. This is another occasion in which Cybershock win the first map and then they drop the second. So far, throughout the Champion of Champions Tour Series 16, including the close qualifier, there was a single occasion in which the team was able to close it out cleanly after winning the first map, and it was against Anonimo. But in each and every other match that they played, they started nicely, usually with dominant performance on their first map, and then a really close affair that ends up in either an OT or with them losing it and ending on the 3rd.
Well, you heard the man. The team that plays better wins. At the end of the day, that's usually how it goes. And we move on into map number 3. Anubis just over the horizon. And we are about to see what's going to work and what won't. Faven, 4 HP there, buddy. Don't know how that happened, but definitely not fun. Cybershock now in towards their T side. They're the ones managing to win out that knife round at the end of the day for 9, you know. Sure, they had momentum, but whatever, right? They can do momentum on their CT side, right, Dolan? They can do it.
Definitely,
Surely.
especially if they remain proactive. The way that they tried going for a bit of a main push but got neutralized. Smoke and a flash available for Bobex Day and Rouse, but there isn't a defuse kit in play, so this can complicate the round considering that it's 9. Putting their units on the opposite side of the map, Cybershock will try and test Bobex Day, who's having the dualies. I have seen quite a lot of highlights with the dualies, especially from the closer range corner that Bobex Day looking to put himself into, and soon they will come.
Oh, yes, they will. 1 for 1. He does manage to find 1, but the X-Day does go down. Glowing manages to find the first, picks up those dualies, and goes for more. Low HP down onto Faven. Should be an easy frag. Looks for the 3rd, and is going to get absolutely sideswept. Headshot. Immediately found, and now the USP finds another. What are these nasty taps coming through from 9? P250 the smoke. Blixie's got to keep it alive, but in from heaven. Good for 1. Glock V2, and that is going to be actually coming through. Phenomenon. Again, I heard the burst. He's going for it. Don't you dare. You are going for it, and the knife is brought out. It's a knife battle. That Rouse manages to win. Does he have the time to defuse? Let's count it down. 5 now. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yes, he does. Oh my goodness. What a pistol round to start with.
This is absolute insanity happening for 9, and look at how it started. Glowing secured the man advantage, but not for long. Nice trade by Mantu, and right here it was a 6 shot from the USP. Kraken just cracking some skulls, and even though Phenomenon tried, those Glock bullets were not enough to stop the IGO, to stop the captain from saving his ship. A knife kill, securing those $1,500 extra, defusing the bomb so that 9 can find the first here on Anubis. it's still going to be a bit of a tough task ahead of them, as CyberShock have enough to go for an investment, but it's not going to be a lot. Galil, Samak 10, and an upgraded Pisto into 4 M4s and a FAMAS, but barely any util available for 9, so they need to be really careful in their holds. In any case, with nobody peeking out mid and watching this part of the map, CyberShock now get a good chance at trying to split the map, which is going to be theoretically the right call for the squad if they want to put the pressure on either Bobxday and Kraken towards the A-bomb side or towards the 3B defenders. And with the push, I think that this is where the CT side actually could make a really good guess argument what is about to happen.
There you go. Kills found across both parts of the map. Bobxday. There you go. Another one for the A1S, and the player 2 is going to be happy with that one. 2v4, and a Galil and Deagle later. That force buy indeed is going to be quite a toughie here for CyberShock. Unless Glowing goes berserk once more. They don't really have too many chances. Phenomen, last man standing. Deagle on hand and needs 2 clean headshots to even get the bomb down. 30 seconds. It's not like it's impossible, but it's very improbable. Double peeking on in, Rel spotted, and yeah, that first bullet accuracy is what you need if you actually want to succeed in those. Doesn't hit it. It's 2-0. Should turn 3-0 as well. 9 are off with the right foot.
Yes, definitely starting to find their form after what was one hell of a battle on the previous map. Surviving, saving 3 map points. Looking to not make it this close to falling. Of course, we're still finding ourselves quite early into Series 16's the Swiss stage. Low bracket, but surely feels like the matches are so close, right? It doesn't feel like we're in a Swiss stage, but more like in playoff matches, considering how close the BO3 was between Fnatic and OG. But talking about the present situation, good AG to accelerate, and maybe there is a way win. They find 3 kills.
What is this? What is this? What am I watching? It's been a knife round coming through, well, a pistol round that ended up in a knife and then a defuse. Then a clean connection, and now this coming through from pistols only, getting to the bomb site, planting, Glowing, last man standing, finds another 1v1. It's Deagle time, baby, and it's Glowing to try to shine. Kraken running away, does have a defuse kit, will actually stick it, and Glowing probably doesn't expect it. So, boo-hoo, that's the defuse coming through, Glowing forced to run away, and that will be that. 3 on the board for 9, even though it got way closer than anticipated.
Okay, both teams playing with my heart there. For just a moment, I saw the angle. I saw CyberShock stealing this one away and putting 9 in such an uncomfortable position. But courtesy to the retake, they were able to convert the 2-on-3 into a 3rd consecutive. But due to the bomb plan, Phenomen now receives an AWP. Still supported by a couple of AK. CyberShock probably looking to take some early map control. Phenomen loves playing from this exact position, holding the long corner, trying to see whether someone is going to be peeking out of beacon. And I think that Faven is thinking about this. Needs to be careful. Throws the util that he had, defensive smoke, so no chances given over to the better Russian player. Smoke for mid, standard utility so far applied by both squads. Glowing with the small, probably wanting to pressure Smith some more, and as he does, this is man 2 out of the picture.
Right, that is going to be Bobxday though. Look at him go. Almost found 2 HP remaining for Lovicus. Good thing he ran away. The nade was there to clean up. 4 on 3. And it looks like Kraken's going to be forced back. Used up a little bit of his mag to try to clean up that smoke. No one in it. 9. Still with the possibility to the round. Faven and Riles are on the right side of the map, and you're getting to see a bit of a rotation there from Kraken too. Will this be a fake? It's looking like it. The bomb's the only one looking towards long A. Nade forces them back, and they are selling this fake right now. Yeah, Kraken's wrapping around. But they figured it out. They heard the steps down in towards canals. A bomb plant going on down. Glowing, looking for frags outside. Let's see on the flank. He does connect on the first. The lurker does go good for 1. Now can he find the second? Out here into rugs, it's going to be Kraken. looking to drop.
Yeah, he has found himself a bit of space, but I just feel like the timing is not quite there. Those A defenders shall be expecting for a person to come out of main. Rouse is being looked upon by Clone, so he needs some extra help. There comes Kraken finding one, striking from behind his opponent's back, but as he's already out of time, even with the defuse kit, it's simply impossible for them to secure it. So Cybershock are gonna secure finally their first round. Getting away with those 3 guns is also going to be some better news, but let's see whether Rouse is going to allow it. First one secured, second there. Dane looking to make it as expensive as possible. The bomb explosion will not catch Phenomen with the bomb radius, but still some better news for each and every CIS fan out there. Not that many good news for Nice's fans, as their team is lacking those extra dollars going into this 5th round. Overall, nice pickup by Glowing, but a really well executed fake coming out of Cybershock. An idea that we saw being implemented by Imperial Fae a couple of days ago in their match against Navi. Obviously, this time around, the level is a little bit lower, but still, teams are delivering the kills, delivering the drama that we love seeing here in the Champion of Champions store. And this is 9 calling for the first tactical pause. Interesting timing.
Okay, well, that's the first one on the board. That's something to be seen. Now, we're going to find a 4 MP9 buy. This is the Fury buy coming through for 9. See if it's gonna work out. AWP on for the Belarusian though, you know, that's always gotta get scary. Oh, and a huge nade down to stairs already.
He's spotted. I mean, Phenomen has a really good position. Kanash controls secure. Kraken with a great boost. Catching Glowing off guard. Okay, those are the secrets that we want to see out of the CT side. Those extraordinary plays, those small adaptations that can lead you to success. This will inevitably slow down Cybershock, making them rethink their options. Monte is holding mid, so those 2 aiming players are quite safe. If they want to go for a push, they could do it, but it will be risky. As of now, 9 standing in a really good position. Still some Veto available. Smoke and Incendiary in the hands of Rouse. He can support his teammate inside the connector, and as I say this, the smoke has been deployed. Molly and Hagi as a response. A Cybershock, yeah, now they don't want to go for an A hit, instead looking towards the opposite side of the map. But could this be once again just a fake? Let's see what Neki decides to do, and as he picks up the bomb, it could be the case.
What? That was like a split-second reaction. Okay, MP9 does go down, and it's gonna be up to Blixie to now try to find the second. Down towards the back of the bomb site. He doesn't expect the second player on pillar, surely. Right now, tucked in, Monte actually does get naded. However, it doesn't get cleared. Of course, he doesn't. MP9 finds the second, and Monte once more picks up the AK and goes for the third. Finds it as well. 1v1, and it's Phenomen with an op. It's not easy to work this round out, but it is gonna be Monte closing out the gap line. 36 HP and no defuse kit coming through. Phenomen, he's got to play this time, but there's a smoke in play. Monte. Oh, this is so good. He's got to find the frag, though. With 10 seconds stick, he can't really afford to go for it. Oh, and this is so smart. Phenomen is just playing with the audio cues. He's won the round. There you have it. It is going to be Phenomen even finding the shot and the op save. Going into the next round, Cybershock keep it alive, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, well played round, even though it was a little bit more chaotic and not as clean as they hoped for. A nice initial shot landing by Phenomen's Zob, then Blixie covering with the AK to open up the B-bomb side, but it was Monte still tucked in the corner, firing from there, grabbing an insane second kill onto Blixie, picking up the AK allowed for him to have the extra firepower, and in the end it was the lack of a defuse kit that led Monte to an unsuccessful attempt. Still, the CT side has enough, has decided to invest whatever they could. It's just a scout, an SMG, and an M4 as Blixie enters, and as he finds that's one added to the tally, make it a double and make it Cybershock once again looking to overtake a bomb site.
And that's how they do it, right? These are just those quick flash in the pan rounds that Cybershock always bring out randomly in a map. And they would have loved to have a couple of extra of these down on train, but now if they're able to bring it back down to Anubis and actually make their T side worth it, I still think they're going to be happy with this. Question is, truly, how many rounds are they going to get away with into this Anubis, into this T side? Because up next, after this half, it will be their CT side, and they need that advantage if they want to have a chance.
Started stabilizing, which is good on the D side. But the big problem that I usually have with the CT sides in Anubis is that you need 4 to 5 rounds. And yeah, sure, maybe someone can bring the argument that on tier 2, tier 1, this is not enough. But believe me, in this context, it is definitely the case. Considering how Cybershock right now have started recovering after a really slow start, considering that this is still 9 on the opposite side. And let's not forget that this is not such a bad map for the European team. You have guys like Kraken, who used to play it quite a lot back in the days with Ecstatic. We have Faven as well, who has quite a lot of experience on it. Bobek Day was doing phenomenally for Johnny Speeds, especially on Anubis. So overall, you have the individual pieces, prowess and firepower to keep the pressure mounting. And maybe it's not going to be in this round, but if there is a hero, it has to be Faven.
Has to be. Yet wasn't this time. Gets taken down, and that's actually some good tactical smoke coverage from the nade being thrown out. He didn't want it for the damage, he wanted it for the particle effects. Well played there. As no Taneki manages to win out that one. It's 4-3 for Cybershock. The save day 1S does go down. And now it's round number 8. 4 in a row for Cybershock. Lost bonus maxed out for the CT side. Let's see what happens in the next episode of the CCT. Next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
To the stars and beyond. I know it's not a Dragon Ball Z reference, but I've never seen an episode. But I have seen Faven fight his way out of Connector, and this time around the result is quite positive for 9. But it's glowing standing on the opposite side, the Evo in the face of his opponents. And talking about being Evo, he's right now trying to get sneaky as well, going past Bobek's Day. I don't think that 9 realized what is the timing right now ahead of the Russian player, and this could be extremely deadly. Cybershock can just wait. They don't need to apply any pressure. You can just patiently wait for Glowing to fully clear out Palace, and then to give the information over to Blixie, and this is exactly what is about to happen. Manto has no idea.
He couldn't knife him. He wanted to go for the checkup behind, and well played by Monte. Could have easily been a double kill had he not checked. So, BobXZ on the other side of the map does manage to find no Taneki. 2v4 remaining, and sure, limited HP on Faven, but if he doesn't get cleared, it doesn't matter. 1v4.
No way. It's a save. It has to be. Even with the amount of financing available out of Cybershock. Yeah.
I mean, in another universe, he could have attempted it. He could have gone A. But
I mean, if he was the main character of Dragon Ball Z, I have never watched it, but I know the guy like with the black hair. I think he is that turns into having
Goku.
Yellow hair or something like that. Maybe it could have been Phenomenon because he was looking quite hot on train. To be fair,
he was hitting some very nasty shots.
Yeah, true.
Well, not gonna happen in that round, but maybe into the next one. We're going to round number 9, and the first half is passing by with a pretty even scoreline. I mean, again, you think of Anubis, you think of that T side, Cybershock. They're not gonna be content with a 6-6, are they? If things keep going like this, so
I don't think so.
We'll have to see where this is actually going to end up. But it's a tackle pause coming through from Cybershock. Do you think this is gonna help? So far, their tack pauses have helped.
I'm gonna call it right now. I think that they're gonna win the next round. Because if I'm not mistaken, in nearly each and every occasion when they went for a tactical timeout, they managed to pull off the next round. So considering their success rate at this point, it is not unlikely. Probably they will send Phenomen to try and look for a duel towards Canals because he loves playing behind the pillar. Then they're gonna have someone waiting behind A main in case one or two players of 9 push through this part of the map, and then they will end up on the B bomb side because this is just the playstyle that they love going for. Or maybe they will try something different, which we've already seen. Going. Set up for success towards mid, and here comes the A main push that I talked about, but prior to that, Kraken, or actually, never mind, Bobxz will join the party.
Oh, there you go, Bobxz making way too much noise for his station there, and Monte does manage to find the big bad boss himself. Now, left up into the 3v3, forced to actually push in towards long. They have control over the bomb, but Noteneki wants to find Fav, and timing is everything, and headshot connected. Lavicus finds the Opper as well, and all that's left is 1v2. The bomb can easily go back to B now. Browse. Into A, and they're circling back. Overthinking it. Cybershock are sending it to Rouse. If they don't clear pillar, this is actually possible. Shadow hasn't been spotted yet. Lavicus hasn't made noise, but has gone down, and it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Noteneki going for the fight. Was scary, but it works out in the end, and Cybershock pick up their 5th.
Yeah, seems like those tactical timeouts work in their favor. Once again, it was a little bit sloppy going down to that one-on-one. Rouse had an actual chance had he reacted a little bit better to the second player peeking into the duel. But this is still Nice's economy looking solid, so back to playing with a FAMAS, an SMG, and 3M Force. Utility limited, defuse kit unavailable. Phenomen keeps on having the op. Equally distributed kills among Cybershock's players, excluding Lavicus, who is still to show something better, but maybe he's keeping his strains for the CT side, where definitely Cybershock will need it in case we end up in a 6-6 or maybe 7-5 still, which is not going to be one of the greatest T-sides we have ever witnessed on Anubis, but you can never count 9 out. We saw what happened with Train. We know that this is a resilient squad. Their individuals still looking to step up. I'm talking about stepping up because just look for the extra space towards Canals. Once again, mid pressure applied by throwing the 2 mollies. Glowing will remain static. Lovicus will not, standing behind A main. So at this point in time, a lot of time on the clock. Still, Cybershock have the space that they want and need, and now they will start evaluating their options. What is the proper call? How do you break through Nice's setups? B play could be, or just a fake. Double smoke deployed, and I have a feeling that this is not going to be a fake, but this is just going to be Cybershock trying to pull the attention away as they go through mid, and then they will get to decide what is the best call.
Here's some action finally, down towards water. It was the flank push coming on ahead of the live. Monte still alive, managed to find one, and keeping it going is going to be Blixie and Rouse going in for kills of their own. Rouse wanting to deny the bomb plant, however, it still goes down. The MP9 starts spraying and praying, and it is going to be Phenomen with the combat opping again. That shotgun op is crazy, coming through from Phenomen time and time again. Faven onto main, but into the bomb side, it will be Monte. Not checked by Noteneki as he turns around. What is that kill? What is the second? Noteneki clean on those headshots. Just deals them like a merchant. Cybershock on their 6th, courtesy of that. And everybody's playing out of their damn minds right here on Cybershock.
Yeah, nice couple of kills picked up by Phenomen and Noteneki, but I'm really curious what is actually the thought process behind this decision, because the moment that I saw the 2 smokes being deployed over towards B, I thought that it had to be a fake. I thought that they're just gonna keep on going through mid and end up going for an A split, which could have been a possibility, but still they managed to break open the smaller of the 2